Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Sunlight enveloped the building, and the plot told us that this was undoubtedly one of the top 3 hunting schools, Valhalla. We were shown warriors and told that every year countless applicants applied to have the honor of bearing the name of this school. Many guys were unconscious, and we were told that with 500 people competing for one place, even 150 people would hardly be able to graduate from Valhalla. Students in blue robes walked straight. 2 guys were fighting, and the plot told us that the competition begins with the sorting. The room had many small rooms where applicants fought. A man was watching them. He crossed his arms, and the plot introduced us to the highest-ranking instructor of Valhalla, Bill. The man turned his gaze to the voice that said that there was a whole crowd of them this time too. Bill looked at the guy who approached him, and he was introduced to us as the heir of the Yeshin family, Carl. The man frowned and replied that there were always enough applicants during the selection process, and then asked if Carl had come to see his niece. The boy stood next to him and replied that he had, and that their family had very high expectations of her. Bill, embittered, began to talk about Julie. Looking at the girl, he thought that she was a genius born into the Yeshin family, one of the 5 best families in Korea. He presented the katana and noted that at the age of 10, Julie could freely use mana on par with high school students, and at 13, she managed to catalyze mana into her own sword. He stood over a mountain of corpses while Bill reasoned that at the age of 16, Julie had caught up with the members of the Yeshin family, and subsequently became the undisputed leader among them. Looking at Carl, the man said that this was written in the archives with her personal information and clarified if there was anything else that he did not know. Carl, with a slight smile on his face, said that she could interact with their family's patron Constellation. Bill was taken aback by this. The boy, with a satisfied look, said that he was telling the truth, because that was why they expected so much from her. The man imagined the lights shining brightly in the sky and thought that the reason why there were 5 families in Korea was due to the guardian constellations that patronized each of them. A picture of a creature standing behind a person appeared in his mind, and he said that usually a hunter would receive a blessing or make a pact with a guardian constellation, but the guardian constellations of the top 5 families were different from the rest. Bill introduced the different warriors and told us that the Yeshin family constellation was the god of the sword, the Chansen family constellation was the holy spear, the Choijin family constellation was the king of Tao, the Osun family constellation was the king of fist fighting, and the Dojin family constellation was the god of the bow. Bill imagined the outlines of the warriors and noted that each of the 5 families had received blessings from their patron constellations, and were endowed with greater abilities and talents than others. The man folded his arms and reasoned that there was a huge difference between receiving a simple blessing and directly contacting a constellation. Communication with the patron god occurred through a contract made with him. Frowning, Bill said that if this was true, then this girl was undoubtedly a genius. Carl looked at him and asked how his niece was doing, to which he received the answer that apparently she had not started yet. Now that he looked at the site, he thought she would start soon. Carl, looking pleased, asked to be allowed to watch this. Looking at the many reporters, Bill replied that if Carl really wanted to watch, he could go down there himself. Standing next to him, the guy asked to simply project the fight on the screen. A projection appeared in front of the man. Their gaze fell on the girl. Her face was impassive. Opposite her stood a guy named Chuck. Watching the fight, Bill noticed that they looked pretty calm, and Carl asked if it wasn't because her opponent had already lost morally, having learned who his opponent was, since almost everyone had heard about her abilities. Julie frowned. The protagonist began to yawn. Bill watched the guys and assumed that Chuck had no fighting spirit at all. The girl held her katana out in front of her. The protagonist began to warm up. Julie's eyes began to glow. She rushed into battle. Gusts of wind enveloped her katana. She swung her sword. A stream of energy flew at Chuck. Bill thought with a serious expression that at such a young age she already had such a refined manner of wielding a blade, and such exceptional control over the flow of mana. Mana flew at Chuck. A smile appeared on his face. The guys were shocked by what they saw. Examining his fist, the protagonist heard that he had won. He asked with a puzzled look why everyone was so weak and if this was really the future that came 300 years later. We were transported 300 years ago, to the Tower of Destruction, around which gusts of wind swirled. Chuck was holding his stomach. Barry, the boss of the Tower of Destruction, laughed and said that it was an amazing fight. Chuck looked at his opponent with a serious look, and we were told that he was a god of martial arts. The protagonist swung his leg. He cut off the head of his opponent, and also said that it was an amazing fight. Standing over the corpse, Chuck tried to catch his breath. He suddenly looked at the notice, which said that he defeated the boss of the Tower of Destruction, Barry, stopping the decay of the world. The tower began to collapse. The protagonist sat down on the floor. His wound began to hurt terribly, and he said that he finally wanted to relax. Looking up, Chuck thought that he was always busy with something, and he worked as a hunter since he was a child. It was when he earned some money and gained recognition that this happened to him. He remembered how the boys followed him, and wondered if he should call his students. Looking back, the protagonist answered himself that this was not so. Looking at the dead boss, he noted that if there was something that could not be argued with, it was the enormous strength of this fool. Even if they appeared, they would die a dog's death. A smile appeared on his face. A boulder fell on the protagonist's head. The protagonist suddenly woke up. He began to examine his hands, while the plot told us that Chuck was reincarnated into the body of a 17-year-old teenager 300 years after the fall of the Tower of Destruction. The protagonist closed his eyes, and we were also told that in any case, for a while he was satisfied with his situation, even though his body was much weaker, the knowledge and experience he had accumulated while being a god of martial arts was still there. A projection appeared in front of Chuck, while we were told that if he could only adapt to this body, the protagonist believed that this time he could live his life in luxury, without doing anything, at least until this translucent window appeared. The protagonist read that in 5 years, a Tower of Destruction would appear, if he needed to prepare. Enraged, Chuck wondered if this fool had any grudge against him. The protagonist, with a dissatisfied look, thought that Barry was a bastard. It was worth abandoning him to his fate, while he had such a chance. But he still could not influence the events of the past. Frowning, Chuck came to the conclusion that this time he would destroy the tower once and for all. He imagined himself lying on a pile of money and declared that then he would finally be able to revel in luxury and idleness. Another notification popped up in front of him, telling him to return his weapons and memories, which were located on the 3rd floor of the 5th room of Valhalla. Holding his chin, Chuck wondered if he had regained his previous memories. The blue sky surrounded the city. Sitting on a bench, the protagonist listened as people wishing to participate in the competition must go to the competition area. Rising to his feet, the protagonist wondered if he should. He stood in front of the guy. The spectators began to cheer. Crossing his arms, Bill thought that there were quite a lot of people there today, and this was all because representatives of all 5 families were in this place at the same time. He shifted his gaze. Looking at the protagonist, Bill added that he was there too. The man glanced at the protagonist's rival. The stranger had a red aura around him, and then we were introduced to the eldest son of the Olsen family, Sean. His face was serious. Watching Chuck warm up, Sean said that he didn't look strong at all. Closing his eyes, the guy came to the conclusion that if he could defeat the protagonist, his reputation would increase significantly. The protagonist turned his attention to the guy who called out to him. Grinning, Sean said that he would quickly knock him out. Standing in front of him, Chuck clarified what whipped meant and whether he was going to shake him, to which he received the answer that it meant he would knock him out. Smiling, the protagonist said that in that case, Sean had better roll. The confused boy asked again. The protagonist gave us the middle finger and told us to get out of there. A fiery aura enveloped Sean. He turned around while the plot was telling us that Sean wasn't very good at literature, strategy, or martial arts, but he had a talent that surpassed everyone else. He clenched his hand into a fist while we were told that his talent was in his physical form. The boy delivered a crushing punch to the wall while the plot was telling us that it was only through physical strength that he could do things that others would never be able to do without using their mana, and just a little training could increase his strength exponentially. Sean swung his fist while we were told that the boy was born with a first-class physique that required no effort to improve. He was worthy of being called a genius for that alone. The boy's face was serious. Chuck was standing in front of him. Giving him the middle finger, the protagonist said that he told him to get out of there. Sean was furious. He rushed into battle and called the protagonist a piece of trash. Watching the guy's movements, Chuck began to reason that he would not win in a direct physical confrontation with him with his new body. He did not know how things were with other parameters, but his strength was no joke. Looking at the enraged opponent, the protagonist added that his physical superiority did not mean that he could win. Sean swung his fist. Dodging the attack, Chuck thought that martial arts used in conjunction with this physique was an opportunity to observe the enemy. He swung his leg. The protagonist tripped him. Sean began to fall. The protagonist opened one eye. He swung his hand with a smirk on his face. Chuck dealt him a powerful blow. Sean was shocked by the damage received. The guy fell to the floor. Looking at the enemy, the protagonist emphasized the fact that if they are not in harmony, something like this happens. The protagonist thought with a calm face that although this body was weaker than the one he had before reincarnation, he should have no problem hunting monsters and becoming a hunter. Chuck left the battlefield. People watched him from the screen. The surprised people discussed how they did not think that Sean would be dealt with by such a simple technique. A man stood behind them with a thoughtful look. Frowning, he wondered if they called it a simple technique, and the plot introduced us to the head of the Olsen family, Will. Looking up, Will thought that even though his son had never shown any desire to learn martial arts, but only worked on his physical fitness, he would easily dodge the fist of any of his peers. Furious, Will came to the conclusion that this was something he could not dodge. Remembering how Sean rushed into the fight, the man emphasized that emotions prevailed over reason and Sean simply pounced on his opponent. He imagined how his son's fist was enveloped in an aura and Will added that in order to end the fight as quickly as possible, he used magic, which he rarely uses. The man imagined how the protagonist slightly tilted his head to dodge. Will imagined his son's surprised face and noted that since Chuck thought that Sean was definitely getting hit, he completely shifted his center of gravity. The guy began to fall. The protagonist swung his hand. Holding his chin, the man came to the conclusion that the protagonist moved faster than Sean. From the moment his son entered the court, Chuck already had a plan. Grinning, Will said that this in itself is already a monstrous talent. He shifted his gaze. Looking at the reporters, the man said that unfortunately, there were many others who also recognized the value of this newcomer's skills. Not all of them were ignorant. Will looked up. Looking at the protagonist, he declared that he would try at all costs to bring him into their family. Bright lanterns illuminated the arena. The amorous guys shouted words of encouragement for the girl. Chuck was furious at their shouts. He kept his hands in his pockets. Opposite him stood the second daughter of the Choi Jin family, Amanda. She stood ready to fight. The boys looked at each other. Either of them moved. The confused protagonist wondered if she was expecting him to attack. Looking at the girl, Chuck came to the conclusion that if she was at least trying to read the situation, at least she would be better than all the previous ones. A smirk appeared on his face. The protagonist began to walk towards her. He leaned slightly. Amanda watched him closely. A powerful energy enveloped her katana. The audience was shocked by this. Amanda began to walk towards him. She watched every move of the protagonist. Frowning, the girl noticed that now was the time to attack. She swung her katana. Mana sparkled from her hand. There was no one in front of her. Chuck asked with a serious expression if it was becoming too easy to dodge her attack, if she was going to tell where she wanted to attack with her eyes. The protagonist was standing to the side of her. Amanda looked away, surprised. The protagonist struck her. The girl was shocked. Chuck watched her closely. He looked at Amanda's katana. She managed to stay on her feet. Holding his fist in front of him, Chuck thought that she managed to dodge the blow thanks to the blade. No wonder he did not feel like he hit her. Looking at her trembling hands, Amanda thought that she was having a hard time. The protagonist touched her blade with his fist. He stood in front of her. Smiling, the protagonist asked her to try to dodge it. He delivered a powerful blow. Amanda was stunned. She fell to the floor. Chuck was confused. Looking at the girl, the protagonist wondered if he imagined it, or if something was definitely wrong, noting that his posture had crooked a little when he hit her. Walking away from there, the protagonist said that he didn't care about it. Looking at the table, Chuck saw his name in first place. He began to stretch his shoulder. Many microphones were placed in front of him. Reporters stood in front of him and began inviting him to join their families. The furious protagonist screamed for her to leave him alone. There was a discussion on the internet that the protagonist was a psychopath who, after winning the admissions competition, went crazy with anger, waving his middle fingers left and right in the direction of the guilds, making him an offer to join. People in the comments wrote that this behavior was inappropriate. We were transported to the Valhalla building. Chuck was standing among the students. He began to yawn when they were told that they were welcome to Valhalla. The protagonist noticed a guy who was staring at him. Turning around, Chuck looked at him. He seriously wondered if he stood out so much. The protagonist remembered the notice that said he needed to return his weapons and memories, which were on the 3rd floor of the 5th room of Valhalla. As he went outside, he thought that he just needed to go in and out. It shouldn't be a problem. Besides, he realized something now. Chuck kept his hands in his pockets. He came to a virtual simulation classroom. The puzzled guy wondered why the applicants were sorted this way, and the plot introduced us to the head of the Valhalla instructors of the Choi Jin family, Adam. Looking at the girls, Adam noted that Julie was in the front line. Amanda was next to her. His gaze fell on Sean. Holding his head, the guy wondered how 3 geniuses could end up in the same class. He turned his gaze. He looked at Chuck. Puzzled, Adam noted that he was simply doomed this year. Closing his eyes, he came to the conclusion that he should calm down. In such a situation, he needed to stay strong. Standing in front of the guys, Adam said that he was glad to see them. He was responsible for their class, and also a personal instructor. He pressed the button. The room began to change. They found themselves in a forest. The main character looked around. Adam took hold of the sword hanging on his belt. Holding the hilt of the blade, the guy said that if he demonstrated a little bloodthirstiness. The guys were surrounded by a horde of monsters. They were horrified by what they saw. Crossing his arms, Sean thought that he could estimate the orcs and goblins at least 100. The monster's mouth was drooling. They rushed into battle. A barrier appeared in front of Sean. Sean watched the action. Adam smiled and noted that the barrier was working perfectly. The goblins were trying to break through the defense. Chuck turned around and heard the instructor ask him to come over. The protagonist was standing in front of Adam. Pointing his finger back, the instructor asked if he could handle them alone. Chuck calmly asked if he was referring to the ones running around behind the dome. The protagonist looked down. Adam smiled and thought that was great. He had reined him in a bit. Most of the students had only seen real monsters in books, but had never met one in person, so it was only natural that he was scared now. He asked in his mind with a satisfied look that Chuck would stop pretending to think and simply answer that he couldn't do it. As soon as he humbled his pride, he would immediately begin the lesson. A smirk appeared on the protagonist's face. Enraged, Adam asked if he had laughed just now. Standing in front of the protagonist, the instructor suggested that judging by his mockery, he would be able to deal with them on his own and without outside help, to which he received the answer that Chuck would do it without problems. Frowning, the guy asked him to try. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the protagonist said that, based on what he had heard, they should not do something like this on their first day of training, after which he asked if there was a reward for this. Squinting, Adam answered that there was no prize in the conditions. The protagonist with a satisfied look clarified that he was ready to bet Adam that he would not cope with these monsters. The angry instructor said that if Chuck dealt with them, he would do everything within his authority. The protagonist grabbed his chin. With a smile on his face, he said that he agreed with this. Stretching out his hand, Chuck asked to just give him the sword already. Looking at the monsters, the protagonist clarified whether Adam really expected him to fight them with his bare hands. The puzzled guy took the blade from behind his back. The protagonist received the sword. He began to examine it. A barrier opened in front of the protagonist. The guys watched him. Chuck took the blade out of its sheath. He began to chop the monsters with a mad look. The protagonist frowned. Swinging the blade, he cut off the orcs' heads. The monsters ran at him from behind. Chuck intercepted the blade. Turning around, he pierced the monster. Swinging the blade, the protagonist thought that 300 years had passed since he held a sword in his hands, and it was still pretty good. He remembered himself from a past life and noted that in those days, the world was in chaos because of the monsters, and they used any available means as a weapon. Holding the blade in his hand, the protagonist said that the sword had always been something special for him. He shifted his gaze. The orc swung his club. Chuck dodged his attack. He came to the conclusion with a satisfied look that their behavior pattern was quite simple. Having hit the monster, the protagonist came to the conclusion that these were not real orcs, but a high-quality fake. The guys watched the fight in surprise. Frowning, Adam noted that it was incredible, he had simply lent him his sword. Watching the blade's movements, the instructor said that it contained no magic or any enhancements. He did not understand how Chuck could cut things so easily. Watching the protagonist kill goblins, Adam noted that the sword seemed to attract monsters to itself. Julie's face was disgusted. Sean, surprised, said that this was crazy. Amanda watched him. Her face was confused. Putting the blade in its sheath, Chuck said that he wanted to go down to the Constellation room. He closed his eyes. The protagonist began to leave from there. Turning around, the protagonist asked if Adam would fulfill his promise. The guy's face was dissatisfied. Evening had come. Standing at the podium, the instructor said that they were done for today and suggested that it had been quite tiring, and since this was their first lesson, they should go to their rooms and get some rest. Exhausted, Chuck sat at his desk. He wondered with a dumbfounded expression what kind of lesson it was that it was taking so long, adding that he would just take what he needed and get out of there as quickly as possible. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that he had never thought about teaching anyone and had never been to school. Chuck went outside. He calmly noted that although the lesson was boring, it did give him some information, such as a story related to one of the constellations. The thoughtful protagonist pointed out that in his past life, there was no such thing as a constellation, regarding the meaning of the word. In his imagination, people surrounded by a powerful aura appeared, and Chuck noted that constellation is a term used to refer to the transformation of those who had previously experienced a huge concentration of luck into gods. Most constellations are associated with hunters through sacred relics that grant them special powers. Looking at the building, the protagonist added that Valhalla in Korea is the third largest academy in the world, which contains a huge number of their reliquaries. Chuck thoughtfully emphasized that everything else that concerned fencing and tactics for destroying monsters was nonsense. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he should go to the dorm and seriously engage in martial arts. This body is too weak. He suddenly shifted his gaze. Amanda was standing behind him. We were transferred to the teacher's room. Bill held a glass of coffee in front of him and said that Adam got it. The upset guy replied that it was more ridiculous than hard. Looking at the man, he asked if he really was a high school student, because in this virtual battle simulation room with the help of inspiration he created about 120 monsters. Looking down, Bill asked if they were interrupted by a high school student who had never encountered monsters before. Adam, upset, said that was what he was trying to say. The man frowned and said that from what he knew, there was nothing special about Chuck, which was even stranger. The surprised guy listened to him say that the main character was an orphan. He came from a small orphanage in a very dangerous area, and then asked if he was a forger. Bill, looking serious, said that he had done his own little investigation, which confirmed all the information available, so he was definitely not a liar. The man imagined the main character giving the reporters the middle finger, and asked Adam how stupid he thought it would be for a forger to enroll in Valhalla and cause such a stir at the entrance ceremony. Bill looked at the instructor and asked if he had told him that Chuck had asked him for access to the Constellation room, to which he had responded in the affirmative. Adam looked down and listened as he heard that after the first semester was over, the main character would be able to get there without anyone's permission, and if he asked the principal, he would probably let him go down there. Bill sipped his coffee and said that he was the one who brought Adam there, and that he had just as much responsibility. Standing by the wall, he noted that he no longer knew what was going on with the completely closed area on the 5th floor, but anyone could get to the 1st floor, so there would be no problem if Chuck got there a little earlier than expected. A drop of sweat was running down the guy's face as he said that he was slightly worried about what awaited them next year. Bill crossed his arms and listened as Adam told him that in addition to the main character, there were 3 students from famous families in his class, and it was not that easy to control each of them. Adam was taken aback by the words that an exchange student from the Ventrick family, Rick, had been assigned to another class. Bill frowned and introduced the guy. The puzzled guy thought he heard about how he got kicked out of the British Academy for some pranks. He closed his eyes and grinned. He sat on the couch and said that now he was starting to think that everything was not so bad. Chuck's face was serious. Amanda was standing in front of him. The protagonist looked at her and asked what was the matter. The girl opened her mouth and asked him to teach her fencing. The protagonist listened to her attentively. Chuck was puzzled by this. Amanda stood in front of him and asked him to teach her the skill he demonstrated. Picking his ear, the protagonist refused. Amanda calmly asked why he was against it. Keeping his hands in his pockets, Chuck said that he just did not want to do it. He frowned and said that if she had nothing to say, then he was leaving. The girl stood with him and continued asking him to teach her fencing. Taken aback, the protagonist replied that he had already said that he did not want to. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if she had cleaned her ears and asked her to stop pestering him. Chuck pointed his finger at her, saying that he had no desire to teach her, so she should leave him alone. The girl watched him go. Her face was calm. The next day came. Chuck was sitting at his desk. His face was thoughtful. He looked at his hand. The protagonist thought with a dissatisfied look that he had expected something like this. This body turned out to be better than he had previously thought. Frowning, Chuck added that he could not learn martial arts or anything else, and all because he did not have any magical abilities. And on top of that, it was quite difficult for him to control his mana flow. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist emphasized that the problem with magic could be solved if he found this thing, and for this he should stock up on some mana. Someone approached him and addressed him. Rick's face was smug. The protagonist looked at the guys, and the plot told us that it was Rick and his maid Kate. The protagonist sat in front of him. He calmly asked who he was. Rick frowned, thinking that this was to be expected from an ignoramus. He did not even know their family. Putting his hand on his hip, the guy answered that Rick from the Ventrick family stood in front of him. Extending his hand, he asked if the protagonist wanted to become stronger. His face was satisfied. We were shown a family tree and told that in most families, people from a collateral family branch have a much harder time achieving power and recognition than those who belong to the main one. On the man's face was a plague doctor mask, and we were told that the Ventrick family has a beaked mask, a relic of one of the constellations, and this distinguishes this family from others. The guy stood in front of the constellation, and the story told us that usually constellations of S-class or higher have a guardian, who is the immediate protector of the family, and they are the ones who choose those who will become the constellation, granting them the necessary strength and protection. The man was kneeling, and we were told that the Ventrick family decided to make a contract directly with a member of their family who had not yet been chosen by the constellation. This was the only way for the chosen person to make a contract with the constellation without any disagreements. We were shown how the masked man stood on the map, and were told that thanks to this decision, the Ventrick family began to have the greatest influence in Europe. If a person is a member of the Ventrick family, then any person can be chosen to make a contract regardless of their origin, which is why even the side branches of the Ventrick family had the same power as the main one. Purple energy hovered around Rick, while we were told that he, belonging to this family, expectedly became too arrogant. His face was dumbfounded. He stood in front of the gates of the academy, and the plot told us that not long ago, due to the turmoil at the British Academy, he was expelled. Rick thought with a serious expression that he was fine and there was no point in crying over spilt milk. Turning around, he noticed a girl behind him. Smirking, the guy came to the conclusion that he always gets what he wants anyway. Standing in front of the gate, Rick reasoned that even if he was expelled, given the family he came from, they would always find a way to get him back. Rick imagined his relative and assumed that this would suit him. He closed his eyes. Stretching out his hand, the guy thought that he would first recruit Chuck, who had attracted attention at the welcoming ceremony. Standing in front of the protagonist, Rick said that if he obeyed him, he would take him to the constellation of the Ventrick family. Looking at him, the protagonist asked if he was an idiot. Rick was taken aback by what he heard. Kate's face was calm. Chuck looked at the guy and said that he was not interested in him at all, and he was just bragging since his appearance. The protagonist with a straight face asked if Rick was an idiot to start talking such nonsense. The furious guy said that Chuck was an ignorant brat. The man stood behind and ordered Rick to return to his seat. Turning around, an enraged Rick asked if they were trying to tell him what to do. Bill stood with his arms crossed. He frowned and said that this was not the British Academy, but Valhalla. No matter how influential the Ventrick family was, he was obliged to obey the instructors here. Rick seriously wondered if this was Bill, the combat instructor of Valhalla. He clenched his teeth in anger. The guy left the class. Turning around, Rick said that they would meet Chuck again soon. The protagonist's eyes began to glow. He walked down the street. The protagonist calmly reasoned that he had learned nothing new today, had not acquired any useful information about the Constellation room, and instead he had to deal with some idiot in the morning. Holding his head, Chuck noted that he now knew that the Guild Scouts were the outsiders who were constantly hanging around the school's doorstep. They even used teachers and students to figure out where he was. Turning around, the protagonist noticed that Amanda was following him. She asked him to teach her fencing with a serious face. The puzzled protagonist asked if yesterday wasn't enough for her. We were transported to the Valhalla dorm, which was enveloped in the evening sky. We saw the door that led to the upper class room. Rick suddenly broke the lamp. His face turned red with anger. The guy imagined the protagonist's face and wondered if the insignificant orphan dared to humiliate him. Looking at the broken lamp, he ordered to contact Dylan, because he needed him to deal with someone. The guy clenched his fist tightly. Looking to the side, he turned. Kate looked down. Suddenly, the young man grabbed her by the hair. Frowning, he told her to answer when he asked. Looking to the side, the guy asked that she still considered herself the eldest daughter of the palace family. The girl looked scared, hearing that then he should throw her out of their family, to which she replied that she did not. Suddenly, she fell to the floor. Looking down, the guy told her to contact Dylan, he needed him to deal with someone. Looking straight ahead, Kate heard that he should also tell the son of the Rise family, who is in the 2nd grade, that he wants to see him, to which she replied that she understood. The protagonist sat on the bed. A glow appeared around him. The protagonist closed his eyes. He sighed heavily. Frowning, Chuck said that this body was just some kind of trash, he couldn't extract even a piece of magic. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. The girl was walking behind him down the street. The hero looked ahead. Suddenly, he stopped. Turning around, the protagonist asked what else. They were already right in front of the dorm. How long was she going to follow him? Standing in front of him, the girl told him to teach her the art of fencing, to which he asked that she was a parrot. Frowning, Chuck thought that she was already annoying him enough, he needed to get rid of her. The student looked surprised when he heard that it was 10 million won. Standing in front of her, the hero added that this was the cost of one lesson, 10 million won. The girl looked down. Looking at her, the protagonist asked that he couldn't afford it, well then he should go. Looking straight ahead, the student replied that he should give her his phone number. Chuck looked at her in confusion. Handing over the phone, he asked her what she needed it for. Looking down, the girl replied that she would put her number in it. Pulling the phone forward, she added that it would be much easier for her to transfer him money. The hero looked at her in amazement and asked again. Looking down, he exclaimed. Looking at his account, the protagonist thought that it was 100 million. Holding the phone in his hands, the girl asked what he would teach her now. Smiling, Chuck replied that he would not, and then declined the transfer. Lowering his head, he thought about how he was stunned at that moment, how a simple student could send 100 million won at once. Putting his hand to his face, the hero added that if he were to teach her, he would have to tell all his secrets. Such a huge amount of money, well, it doesn't matter anymore. The protagonist stood up and thought about how this was just money that had no value to him. All he had to do was find it, even if he had such a pathetic amount of mana. Chuck put on his jacket. He put on his sneakers. Clenching his fist, the hero said, "Well, let's go, we need to find the secret storage." A view of the dorm opened up. The protagonist walked through the forest. Looking straight ahead, he thought about how he had checked this school before entering it, but most of the records hidden 300 years ago had been destroyed. Stepping on a stone, Chuck added that according to his investigation, there should have been at least 4 records left today, but most likely there were only 3. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought about the most important thing. Stopping, he added that they were all hidden in the mountains of Valhalla. Taking off his hood, the protagonist thought that he should find them. Suddenly, a glow appeared around him. Chuck closed his eyes, thinking that the location of the records can be determined by feeling the marble. With the little magic that is currently concentrated in his body, he still feels the location of the first record. A light appeared in the middle of the forest. Looking at it, the hero thought that he found it. The glow suddenly intensified. The protagonist stuck a shovel in its place. Frowning, he said, "What a damn weak body." Swinging the shovel, Chuck thought that if he knew that it would be so hard for him, he would have buried it in an easier place. Looking down, he added that if 300 years ago the tower had not been destroyed, then there would be no need to do something like this. The hero grabbed the shovel, thinking that the world was on the verge of destruction, and there was no place left for his wealth, so he decided to leave the records here. The sky appeared, a thought arose that everything inside was safe and sound, he hoped so. It began to get light outside. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that he had finally found them. Standing in the middle of the pit, he added that his notes. The protagonist sat down and asked what but where was the keyhole. Looking at the lock, he said that there it was. A glow appeared around it. The thought arose that an ordinary key would not work here. Stretching his hands forward, Chuck added that he was going to create a magic thread. Holding the key in his hands, he thought that he could form a key from it. The hero inserted the key into the lock. Smiling, he thought that great. He approached. A dark room appeared. The hatch to it suddenly opened. The protagonist began to slowly descend. He jumped down. Chuck looked straight ahead. Standing in front of the treasure, he asked that they were doing well. The hero put his hands on his hips. Grinning, he thought that now that he could not worry about money, he could finally start looking for this thing. Suddenly, the protagonist looked in amazement. Among the gold lay ore, it was heard that these were accumulative stones. Crouching down, Chuck thought that he had infused some magic into his notes to preserve them, but now it was time to use them. A glow suddenly appeared around the stone. The hero smiled, looking at it. His eyes widened. He thought that it was expected of the storage stones. They were overflowing with magical power. The glow around the stone began to fade. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he should first sort out the remaining stones, whether he should leave the gold bars here and take the jewelry that weighed less. A view of the building opened up. Chuck sat tiredly on the chair. His eyes widened. He thought that if he really thought he could do something like this in the future, perhaps he was just a rare idiot. Why couldn't he feel his muscles after several swings of the shovel? Suddenly, the hero looked surprised and asked what the hell. Looking at him, the girl said that he should teach her the art of swordsmanship. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist replied that she still wouldn't leave him alone. Looking away, he thought that if he was to believe the information he found during his reincarnation, the Choijin family, to which Amanda belongs, was a professional swordsman, so why did she need him in particular? Looking at the girl, Chuck asked why she was so insistent on asking him about it. Her family could train her just as well. Turning her head, Amanda replied that she wanted to learn fencing from him, to which he asked why, and she added that she had never seen anyone wield a blade better than him. The hero looked at her in surprise and asked what about her father. Wasn't he the head of the Choijin family? The girl raised her eyebrows and asked again, hearing that he should be much better than him, right? Peeking out from around the corner, the guy said that he should go with him to the teacher's room. Sitting at his desk, the protagonist asked why he was going to the teacher's room. Looking away, the man replied that it was about his previous request. Wasn't he interested? Smiling, Chuck said that he was on his way. He started walking forward. Stretching his hand forward, Amanda said that she was asking for forgiveness. She lowered her head down. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, hearing that tomorrow was at 6 in the morning. Walking forward, the hero said that he should come to the training ground. The student froze in amazement. Turning around, the protagonist asked what was wrong. She had already changed her mind. The girl shook her head. Standing behind him, she said that she would definitely come. The teacher's room appeared. The protagonist stood in front of the teacher. Looking at him, the man said that the lesson would start soon, so it would be short. Standing in front of him, Chuck heard that firstly, he was allowed to visit the Constellation room. He opened his eyes in surprise when he heard that he needed to go down to the basement, to which he asked again. Sitting on a chair, the teacher said that yes, except for the first, the other floors would be closed to him. Smiling, the hero replied that he understood him, when he could go there. Sitting in front of him, the man said that if it suited him, then tonight, to which he replied that great, then it was decided. Looking straight ahead, the man thought, unexpectedly, he was sure that he was going to make a scandal because of the ban on visiting the second and subsequent floors. Looking at the hero, he added that then he could go. The protagonist left the teacher's room. It got dark outside. Walking forward, the teacher said that this was the very place. Standing in front of the building, he added that the treasure of the Valhalla Academy, the Constellation room. Chuck looked to the side. The guard stood at the entrance. The hero turned his head to the other side. The guard was holding a walkie-talkie in his hands. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that the security here is much stricter than at the main gate, to which the man replied that of course, because this room of Constellations, its unshakable value allows Valhalla to be listed as one of the 3 great academies. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought that not only the security, but also the walls outside. There were chains hanging around the building. The thought appeared that everything here is shrouded in a huge concentration of magic. The only place free from magical shackles is the main entrance. Standing next to the man, he asked that he could ask him one question, to which the teacher asked what. Looking to the side, the hero added that how can he get to the second floor? If he ends up there despite the ban, he will certainly become a criminal. Crossing his arms, the teacher replied that he will not become a criminal, but the issue of his expulsion will be resolved as soon as possible. Adam turned his head and added that besides, he would lose his mind before he left the school, to which he asked again. The man opened his eyes wide and said that yes, there was an incomparable magical power of the constellations raging on the second floor. If he came into contact with this magic, his mind would not be able to withstand such a surge. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would lose his mind if he was kicked out of the academy. Everything was clear. Adam looked at him in surprise and wondered for a minute why this brat decided to ask such a question right at the entrance to the room. Was he really going to go down there? Frowning, he added that no, it was impossible. The first candidate to visit the Constellation room would not commit such a stupidity. I am sure that he understands the seriousness of the ban. Raising his hand, the man said that he had 30 minutes, and then he would have to leave. Turning around, the hero replied that yes, he would be back soon. A notification about the return of the weapon appeared. The protagonist looked at it. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he honestly didn't care about the expulsion, because he didn't come to Valhalla in the first place for this. Chuck looked down and added that first he would have to go to the 3rd floor. Going down the stairs, the hero thought about why there were so many stairs in this building. There was no end to them. The protagonist took a step forward. He opened his eyes in confusion. Standing in the middle of the corridor, Chuck asked what kind of place this was, a prison. Turning his head, he thought that he was sure that the Constellation room was on the 1st floor, but this is it. Looking down, the hero thought that in any case, it didn't seem that important, so should he go in? Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him. It said that the conditions were met. He was being transferred to the room. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement and asked again. Suddenly he began to transfer. Chuck opened his eyes wide, hearing that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man stood in front of him. Looking at him, the hero asked what it was. Barry smirked and asked that they were reunited after 300 years. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The hero clenched his teeth in anger. Frowning, he shouted that he was glad to see him. Stretching his hands forward, the guy said that he should wait. Suddenly, another blow flew at him. Looking straight ahead, Barry said that he should stop, calm down and talk. The protagonist struck with his fist and shouted that he should die already. Chuck stood in front of him. Closing his eyes, he sighed. Barry looked at him in surprise, hearing that he was not one to solve problems with his fists. Kicking him, the hero shouted that not taking the opportunity to punch him in the face would be a stupid waste. The bastard who ruined his idle future. Dodging the blow, Barry heard that his wealth, his pride, all the time he spent teaching his students, to which he replied that he should wait. The hero looked surprised to hear that he didn't wonder what this place was. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist asked again and said that there was nothing here, to which the guy replied that this was an imaginary world. Looking straight ahead, he added that yes, to be more precise, this was the subspace of the relic. Chuck looked surprised to hear that he, whom he saw before him, was only an incarnation in the world of subspace, his real body having disappeared 300 years ago. Standing in front of him, the hero asked what he wanted to say. He had always been in this relic, to which Barry replied that yes. Frowning, the protagonist asked what that meant. The guy smirked slightly. He stretched his arms out to the sides and said that he had become a constellation. Chuck stood in front of him, confused. He hit him and yelled that this was crap. People were standing in front of the building. Adam was silently looking ahead. Suddenly he looked in surprise. The hero walked out of the building. Putting his hand on his hip, the teacher asked him that he hadn't done anything strange, really, to which the protagonist replied that of course, he was just looking around. Grinning, he added that he couldn't go down any further, otherwise he would have gone crazy. Looking at him, the teacher replied that I understand, then let him go home. Chuck started to leave. He was walking down the street. Memories surfaced in the hero's head. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that he didn't care about his becoming a constellation. Let him tell him this. Standing in front of Barry, he added that he was the one who created that transparent notification window. He wouldn't explain to him what it was. Looking at him, the constellation replied that he knew nothing about it. Swinging, the protagonist said that he was a bastard, to which Barry replied that he swears he knows nothing. Looking straight ahead, Chuck heard that after he killed him, he was here for 300 years completely exhausted. The hero let him go. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist asked what then who sent the message, to which Barry replied that he also received a similar notification. Looking straight ahead, Chuck heard that he received a notification that he needed to contact the reincarnated Chuck and return his memories, to which he thought that the reincarnated. Looking at him, the constellation said that for this reason one suspicious person appeared. It is very interesting if this is the work of the one who made him the boss of the Tower of Destruction. Frowning, the protagonist asked that it was done by the one who made him the king of that tower. Who is he? Stretching his hand forward, Barry said that he does not know for sure. All his memories of this part of his life are lost. He does not think that the disappeared memories will be able to return immediately. Chuck exclaimed in surprise, hearing the question of what was written in his notification. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that it asked him to find his weapon and return his memories. There was also an inscription at the bottom that was impossible to read due to censorship. Stretching his hand to the side, he added that hasn't he already returned all his memories? He perfectly remembers everything that happened back then in the tower. Raising his finger up, Barry said that perhaps this is far from all that he should remember. He has already found his weapon, so the memories should naturally return. Frowning, the hero asked what weapon. He has already found it. Looking straight ahead, the constellation answered that it is true. This subspace is the inner world of 4 types of village swords that have become sacred relics. The protagonist trembled, hearing that thanks to the fact that he used one of these as a relic, he became a constellation. Opening his eyes wide, he shouted that he is a damn bastard. Chuck walked down the street. Looking down, he thought that his village sword had become a relic, inside of which there was now a constellation, who would not be believed to tell. Stretching out his hand forward, the hero added that he wanted to destroy it and throw it out of his memory, but suddenly, a weapon appeared in his hands. With wide eyes, the protagonist thought that no matter how weak he had become, apparently, he simply could not leave Barry, who was previously called the King of the Tower of Destruction. Without proper supervision, nothing could be done, since his new quest was only achievable with the help of this sword, and then said that for him, there was no such thing as a recipe. Chuck looked in amazement, hearing that he was the same Chuck who had won first place in the entrance exams. The boys walked forward. Larry smiled and asked that his elders were away, so should he introduce himself now? Looking away, the hero asked that hooligans like him also had younger ones. Frowning, the boy asked if he was immortal or something, said that even if he took first place among the first years, it was not enough to talk to an elder like that. Holding a broom in his hands, the boy said that he should let him beat up this bastard, to which Larry replied that he should go easy on him. Raising his eyebrows, the boy turned. Suddenly, a kick flew at him. Smiling, the hero said that he should shut up and attack. The boy fell to the ground. The protagonist swung his leg. He delivered another blow. The boy flew to the side. He slid along the ground. The bandits looked at him. Gritting his teeth, Larry said that this crazy bastard. The boy looked away in fear. Sitting in front of him, the boy said that of course, he would not remain in debt, he can count on his further help. He smirked and added that he was a first-year student, Chuck, he should take care of him. Larry crossed his arms when he heard that he didn't care if he used a gun, he could do whatever he wanted, he would still clean up after him. Smiling, the guy asked what they had agreed to. Frowning, Larry replied that he agreed. He slammed the door. Looking straight ahead, the guy thought about how no matter what place he occupied among the first classes, a first year was still a first year, they would not be able to cope with their seniors. Walking down the hallway, he added that one way or another, first years and second years were radically different from each other, primarily because of the contract with the Constellations. The man held out his hand forward. It was said that in the second semester of the first year, Valhallan students must visit the Constellation room and make a contract with one of them. Students who made a contract are called contractors and are allowed to move on to the second year. The guy smirked and thought that a person who became a contractor also got the right to use the power of his constellation. Chuck, not belonging to any family, did not have such a prerogative. He added with a frown that it would be easy. The guy gritted his teeth, thinking that he thought so, at least until now. There was a swing of a bat. The hero struck with it. The guy frowned and said that this damn new guy. He looked away in confusion. The protagonist struck him. He looked away. Suddenly, the young man swung the weapon at him. Swinging the sword, he shouted that he should die. The guy struck the ground. With wide eyes, the guy asked what his attack was. Grinning, the hero asked that he missed, yes. Suddenly, a blow flew into the bandit's face. Larry looked at him in amazement. The man fell to the ground. Looking away, the guy thought that this was unthinkable. He was knocking out the second years one by one. The boy was unconscious. A thought occurred to him that before becoming a contractor, the second years must prove their superiority in martial arts over the first years. The bandit was lying on the ground. The man gritted his teeth. A thought occurred to him that but why were they so helpless in a fight with him? Turning his head, Larry thought that, and what kind of strange fencing skill it was. The hero was holding a bat in his hands. A thought occurred to him that from the outside it did not seem like he was putting in much effort, but the people around him were falling one by one. The protagonist looked away in amazement. Pulling out his weapon forward, he asked that didn't he say that he would rip their heads off if they did not stop standing still. Larry looked away and thought that damn, everyone was confused whether to attack. Frowning, the guy shouted that they should not be afraid, it was just a fucking first year. Chuck smirked and asked what had inspired the leader of the riffraff. Larry swung and yelled at him to shut up. He clenched his teeth. The weapon sank into his stomach. The hero smirked and asked if he would continue to stand. A glow appeared around him. The protagonist struck the boy. The boy's eyes widened and he wondered when he had managed to get so close. He was unconscious. Chuck raised his hand up. As he struck, he told him to get up. Looking down, the hero asked who he was and why he had come and attacked him. Frowning, the boy asked if he hadn't heard that they were in a grade higher than them. Sitting in front of him, the protagonist added that that was why they had come in an armed crowd to let the first year go. Was that normal for him or something? Let him tell him who sent him. Looking down, Larry said that they were just going to pacify the first place first year, that's all. Chuck grinned and asked what kind of stories he was telling him, some kind of punk solidarity, and then said that he was about to burst into tears. Holding his bag in his hands, the hero said that he would go then, let them clean up the place properly. Smiling, the guy asked if he thought that from tomorrow he would be able to continue attending the academy as if nothing had happened, no matter what place he occupied among the first years. If people found out about this incident, he would be expelled. Frowning, the protagonist said that he didn't care, he would rather think about his own well-being. Larry gritted his teeth when he heard that several second years decided to beat up a first year, and he went and beat them dry. If this became public knowledge, it would be them who should be ashamed to attend the academy, not him. Smiling broadly, Chuck said that he should think about it if he did not want to disturb his academic idol. The guys were lying on the ground. The man was holding the phone in his hands. Grinning, he thought that the call could come at any moment. Suddenly, his phone rang. The thought occurred to him that here he was. The guy smiled and asked how Chuck was doing. Holding the phone in his hands, the young man turned to him. Rick's eyes widened when he heard him wiping his hands of this work. Looking away, he asked what he said. Looking straight ahead, Larry said that he advised him to stay away from everything connected with Chuck. Gritting his teeth, Rick wondered what this bastard was talking about. He had seemed unsure of himself the last time they had spoken. He frowned when he heard that if that was all he was saying, he was hanging up, to which he yelled at him to stop. The boy gritted his teeth when he heard that if he was talking like that because Chuck had beaten him up, then why didn't he just report him to the academy administration? He held out his hand and asked if they were still visibly beaten. Wasn't that enough? He couldn't even do that. The boy hung his head when he heard that if he did as he asked, he would transfer the entire amount he had promised, and he could also be sure that he would try to get him funding from his entire family. Rick looked surprised when he heard that even if the Ventrick family started funding them. Walking forward, the guy said that she couldn't give them back their lost pride. Rick's eyes widened when he heard him hang up, to which he asked what he was hearing. The guy lowered his head and said that it was this one. The phone fell to the floor, and a sound of what the hell was happening was heard. The girl was standing next to him. Putting his hands to his face, the guy addressed her. Sitting on the couch, Rick asked that she had contacted him, to which Kate replied that yes, she had told him that he wanted to meet in person, but since he was far away, it would take him a while to get here. Frowning, the guy asked what the hell he was doing. The Arapia Academy in Mexico came into view. People were lying on top of each other. Holding the phone in his hands, the guy asked again. Dylan smiled and asked that he wanted him to come to Korea. Looking at his phone, he added that he was writing to come to Korea to deal with a man named Chuck. The guy widened his eyes and said that the reward was already ready. Smiling, he asked how so. Looking down, Dylan thought that after he was expelled, he had no one left who could lend him money. What a great turn of events. The training hall of the academy appeared. The hero carried a bag on his shoulder. It was heard that it was quite huge. This is because the school itself is not small. Smiling, he said that he really wanted to run through it once. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard why he came here. Looking to the side, he asked who it was, Barry, where he was talking to him from, to which he was told that it was sealed in his sword, why he was so surprised. Looking straight ahead, the Constellation heard him surprised because it seemed to him that he should have gotten out of there already, because then he would have to smash his face in again and bring him back. Chuck lowered his head, hearing that nothing like that, so everything is fine, to which he replied that well, if he says so, then there is no need to worry. He stretched his leg to the side. Crouching down, the hero asked that he is absolutely sure that everything is fine, to which Barry asked again that he is asking about his condition. Throwing his hands behind his head, the protagonist said that no, he is talking about the sword. Now it has become an artifact, it should be within Valhalla. If he forgot, then they took it from the Constellation room. Chuck looked away, hearing that he should not worry about it. He left a copy in that place, to which he replied that this is exactly what he is worried about. Barry crossed his arms when he heard where he learned to make copies, to which he replied that when he woke up, he found that all his powers were exhausted, but despite all his weakness, he still found the strength to create a copy. The hero looked up when he heard that even though he didn't remember where he learned it, to which he replied that he didn't remember much. The girl looked at him. The protagonist's eyes widened. Putting his hands on his hips, he asked what she had come to which she replied that she had. Taking a step forward, Amanda asked that he was now going to teach her fencing techniques. Looking straight at her, the hero said no, they would start by increasing her endurance. The girl's eyes widened and she asked what for. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that he could leave if she didn't like it, to which she replied that no, she agreed. Looking to the side, Chuck said that they would start with a little stretching then, to which he was answered approvingly. Frowning, the hero thought that with the improvement of endurance, control over one's own mana and the quality of its absorption also increases. After all, these are the basics of the basics. The girl began to warm up. A thought appeared that the training method of the current generation was too strange. For some reason they put all their efforts into the flow of mana, and not into endurance. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that even Amanda, despite the high concentration of mana, clearly lacked endurance. Standing in front of him, the girl said that she was done with stretching, to which he responded approvingly. Amanda nodded her head, hearing that then they would move on to real training. They began to do push-ups. People squatted with weights. The girl took dumbbells in her hands. Lying on the floor, she breathed heavily. Walking forward, the hero said that they had just begun, to which Amanda asked what he had said. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that he should stop lying around and get up. The girl looked surprised, hearing that they had only 20 kilometers left to run. The entrance to the classroom appeared. Chuck closed his eyes and wondered if everything was okay with her after their training. Despite the fact that he increased their difficulty each time, her results were naturally improving. Her physique was clearly conducive to physical exertion. The girl froze in place. Looking straight ahead, the teacher said that silence. Lily frowned and said that today they would conduct a simple written test. Sitting at their desks, the students heard that she had explained this on the very first day and informed them that they would need to study some information on the subject on their own. Putting the papers on the table, the teacher said that today she would be testing how well they knew how to behave when confronted with certain monsters. The girl looked at the test. The boy put his hand to his face. Amanda trembled, looking at the paper. The hero looked down. The teacher looked at her watch. Looking straight ahead, she said that time was up, let them hand in their work first. Crossing her arms, Lilia said that the test they wrote today would not be taken into account when assigning a total score, but it would be used to determine their knowledge in the next lesson. Tapping the papers on the table, she added that it seemed that everyone had already handed in their tests. Their next lesson would be in the virtual combat simulation classroom. Opening the door, the girl said that they would see each other. Goodbye. The hero silently looked ahead. He gritted his teeth when he heard that he was sure he should have left the answers as he had written them, to which the protagonist thought, what the hell, he was spying. Crossing his arms, Barry asked that there was nothing to do here, what else would he do to entertain himself, to which Chuck asked that he was reading his thoughts. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that, to be more precise, he could only hear him when his thoughts were connected to him, to which he thought, that's how it was. Sitting at his desk, he added that he had answered the questions as he would have answered them 300 years ago, to which the Constellation replied that everything was clear to him then. The girl was sitting in the teacher's lounge. She gritted her teeth and said the hero's name. Holding the paper in her hands, Lilia asked that he dared to call this nonsense answers. The guy walked forward. He looked to the side. The girl was checking the tests. The teacher looked at her and asked if these were his class's answers, to which Lilia replied that they were. Raising her hand, she said that in preparation for the next lesson in the virtual combat simulation class, she had conducted a test to determine the quality of their practical knowledge. She had given them a simple written test. Adam asked again, hearing that of course, Class A, which had children from 3 famous families, had shown excellent results. Holding a cup in his hands, the guy said that he would go then, to which Lilia responded approvingly. Adam closed his eyes. He looked in amazement when he heard that Chuck. The girl lowered her head and asked how dare he call this nonsense normal answers. Raising his eyebrows, the teacher asked if he should forgive him. Did Chuck really not try at all? Frowning, Lilia shouted that he simply failed, as if he was laughing at them, to which Adam asked why it was so bad. Holding the paper in her hands, the girl said that such things cannot be ignored, she will explain it to him properly in the next lesson. Clenching the paper, she added that monsters are not so easy to deal with. People were standing in the classroom of the virtual simulation of the Battle of Valhalla. Lowering her gaze, the girl said that the tests they wrote in the last lesson were checked. Most of them did well, however. Looking straight ahead, she added that Chuck should come forward. The hero approached her. They stood in front of each other. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement, hearing that he should take it. Chuck looked at his test. The girl frowned and said that student Chuck did not earn any points. He really is sure that he answered all the questions correctly. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he did everything as expected. Standing in front of him, the girl said that the first question. The protagonist looked down, hearing that the best way to deal with stone goblins, as he answered this question. Looking away, Chuck said that to rip his belly open. Lily looked at him angrily and said that the second question sounds like this. He ran into 8 jungle goblins, who are rushing straight at him. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he should attach instructions on how he would deal with him, to which he replied that they should start with those who pounce first. They need to deliver a couple of pinpoint blows and send them straight to hell. The teacher crossed her arms and said that he wasn't taking the test seriously. She would have turned a blind eye to it if his answers made any sense. Standing at the counter, she added that the best way to kill a stone goblin was to rip its belly open. These creatures were ranked B+, meaning that the aura of a normal sword wouldn't do any damage to it, meaning he could rip its belly open. Sticking his finger in his ear, the protagonist said that yes, it would be over after the first strike. Gritting her teeth, Lilia thought that his pomposity was driving her crazy, continuing to talk nonsense with a serious expression. Looking straight at him, Chuck heard that what? Frowning, the girl said that since student Chuck was so confident in his rightness, she would give him a chance to demonstrate his knowledge in practice. The student stood in front of her. The monster growled angrily. The goblin appeared behind the teacher. Smiling, Lilia said that if he defeated the monsters using his own instructions, she would not fail him. Putting his hand behind his head, the hero said that well, everything was clear to him. Handing over the paper, he added that let him put his test here. The protagonist took the sword in his hand. He walked towards the monster. The goblin stood in front of him. Frowning, the girl thought that she had heard that earlier he had dealt with 120 summoned goblins alone. His talent should not be underestimated, however. Chuck tightly clutched the weapon in his hands. The thought arose that he still would not cope with the stone goblin with a blunt sword. The goblin swung his hand sharply. The hero smiled broadly. The girl exclaimed in bewilderment. The sword was stuck into the monster's stomach. The goblin wheezed in pain. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward. The sword fell to the ground. Lily looked at him in surprise, hearing that it was clear. Turning his head, Chuck said that he only needed to rip open his belly. Looking straight ahead, the student thought that without any magic, he killed the stone monster with an ordinary sword. The guy crossed his arms. Amanda looked ahead. The girl cleared her throat slightly. Looking at the hero, Lily asked how he did it. Looking at her, the protagonist asked that wasn't it obvious, pierced his belly, and that's the end of it, that's all, to which the teacher replied that no, it is so, but... Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that in order to destroy the stone goblin with only a sword, you need to at least become an A-rank contractor, then it could be logically explained, but now the situation is completely different. The hero smiled and asked what was going on. He answered the question correctly. The thought arose that he dealt with it with only a sword. Pressing the button, Lilia said that this was only the very first question. Let him listen to the next one. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked what again. Suddenly the ground beneath him parted. Looking straight ahead, Chuck exclaimed. A tunnel appeared in front of him. Stretching his hand forward, the hero asked what was that. Frowning, Lilia replied that he should not be distracted. Look more carefully. The monster took a step forward. The goblin smiled broadly. Crossing her arms, the instructor thought that the jungle goblins, simply put, goblins with uncontrollable aggression, it is quite difficult to cope with them. Looking straight ahead, she added that if a mistake is made in battle, one of them will use his powerful diaphragm and inspire his relatives to a merciless attack. All the goblins around him will impeccably obey him. Standing still, the girl thought about how specialized people usually fought them, or simply ran away, not allowing a direct confrontation. The monster growled angrily. A thought appeared that if now he could only see 3 in front of him, 5 more were ready to pounce on him as soon as he made a mistake. The hero held the weapon in his hands, and Lilia thought about how no fencing technique would help him deal with such a crowd alone. Besides, she heard that he handled the sword rather slowly. The protagonist smiled broadly. A blow flew to the monster's head. The goblin clenched his teeth in amazement. Raising his head up, he exclaimed. Suddenly, a blow flew to his head. Chuck stood in front of the monster. The girl looked in amazement, hearing that apparently. Grinning, the hero asked that he also answered the second question correctly. The protagonist ran on a treadmill. The girl was breathing heavily. The mark on the treadmill almost reached its destination. Amanda was lying on the floor. Her gaze was frozen in place. Chuck looked at her. Standing in front of the girl, he asked if she had never trained in her clan. Why was this level of training so difficult for her? Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she usually did not strain herself like that. Putting her hand on her side, the hero asked that she was used to sparing herself, while she was going to fight monsters. Raising her finger up, the girl said that she could just use magical power, borrowing the power of the Constellations. Looking down, the protagonist thought that as expected. Amanda closed her eyes. The thought arose that instead of training her endurance, she completely gave preference to magical power. Looking down, Chuck thought about how hard training to borrow the power of the Constellations could compensate for a weak physical condition, but in such a case, a person exposes himself to great risk. The guy held the staff in his hands. A thought appeared. What would she do if she suddenly got into a dungeon that limited magical power? Goblins attack people. It was said that, or for example, when during a long battle all the mana suddenly runs out. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that the Constellations cannot share physical strength, and then what is left? Amanda looked at him in bewilderment. Putting his hand on his side, the protagonist asked if she thought that all these exercises he loaded her with would really help her. Bowing, the girl answered approvingly. Standing in front of the hero, she said that he said that fencing training begins with the development of endurance. Chuck grinned and asked what kind of answer that was, saying that she was only doing it because he told her to. Amanda froze in bewilderment. Looking away, the hero said that they would finish today, that they needed to go to the academy tomorrow. Looking at him, Amanda asked what and he wasn't leaving. The protagonist turned around and said that he was going to do another approach. What? The girl exclaimed in amazement, hearing that she wanted to do the same. Waving his hand, Chuck said that she should forget about it and go already. Looking away, Amanda said that they would see each other later. The hero silently looked down. He looked down, hearing that her name was Amanda, to which he asked what yes and what. Taking the pancake off the barbell, the protagonist heard that he saw that she was doing every workout and not complaining at all. Chuck looked straight ahead, listening to what but why he decided to teach her, to which he replied that she simply asked too persistently about it. Crossing his arms, Barry asked that he had ever demonstrated fencing skills to Amanda, to which the hero replied that he hadn't shown them to her specifically, but he was sure that she had seen enough in the lessons. The protagonist closed his eyes, hearing that just by looking at the technique, she wanted to learn from him. Interesting, to which he replied that perhaps it is really interesting, that is why he wants to teach her some practices. Chuck suddenly looked away. The guy was doing a bench press. He put the barbell back in place. Sean closed his eyes and sighed. He looked away in surprise. He and the hero looked at each other. Turning his head, the hero asked what and how long he was here. Holding a towel in his hands, the guy answered that he was almost always here. Before entering the academy, he was involved in sports all his life. Closing his eyes, he added that and now asked to excuse him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he did not know. Perhaps this is due to physiology. But he is inclined to believe that he is able to withstand such long workouts thanks to his talent. The young man approached the door, and Barry asked what was the matter. He was interested in this man. Lying on the bench, Chuck thought that he was clearly smarter than those who were only busy developing their magical powers. Holding the barbell in his hands, he added that but what do these bastards constellations do anyway? To which Barry replied that he was not sure. Frowning, the hero asked that was all he could say. Crossing his arms, the constellation replied that despite the fact that he was also a constellation, for the last 300 years he had to remain isolated from the outside world. He did not know anything about other constellations. Holding the barbell in his hands, the protagonist heard that he was sure he would get the information he needed when he completed his main quest. Looking straight ahead, he thought that a new quest, a notification appeared for him to restore his weapon and memory. A note appeared that the heavenly sword was required to complete the additional condition. It was heard that the Eye of Valhalla of the Great Forest. Looking at the message, Chuck thought about what he had heard about it. They had visited this place in the first semester. Looking down, he added that if it weren't for that damn quest, he would have taken his things from there a long time ago. But apparently now he would have to act covertly. Sitting on the bench, the hero heard that covertly. Hadn't he recently caused trouble when he started a fight with those degenerates? To which he thought that those bastards didn't look like they were going to hug him. Besides, he had already held back long enough. Looking straight ahead, Barry heard that if he hadn't done it, his head would have cracked like his. Wide-eyed, the protagonist thought that in any case, until he completed this quest, he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon, hoping that this would reveal some part of the secrets about reincarnation. The Ventric family mansion appeared. The plague doctor's hat was hanging on the wall. The pictures in the office appeared. The girl was sitting at the table. Looking straight ahead, she said that so. Crossing her legs, Adelia said that he should tell her what happened. Standing in front of her, the man said that they had dealt with the labyrinth on the outskirts of Reading. The girl smirked and said that it was a good job. Is there anything else he wants to tell her? Putting his hands behind his back, the guy said that he was thinking of recruiting a few competent people he had met on the way here. This time there was only one person from the ruined clan who had survived in the labyrinth. Looking straight ahead, he heard that he was quite strong, wasn't he? To which he replied that it was. The two he had met recently were both A-rank contractors. Stretching out her hand, the girl said that it was good. People of that rank deserve the opportunity to be blessed by the Ventric family. Let him evaluate their potential and then send them to her. The man lowered his head when he heard that was all for today. The girl frowned when she heard that he had some news about Rick. Sitting at the table, Adelia asked what he had done again, to which the man replied that he had heard about it. Looking straight ahead, he added that he had recently personally invited Dylan to Korea. The girl looked angrily and thought about him. The guy smiled widely. It was said that Dylan was a problem child and a malicious violator of order. He put his foot on the body. The thought arose that hiding behind the name of the Ventric family, he had done many terrible things. At the age of 19 in the English Academy, he personally killed 5 people who tried to argue with him. The young man stood still. The thought arose that for this very reason, already at the age of 20, he was expelled from the family. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought about how, having become an outcast, he had been hiding for many years. Rick would meet Dylan. The man bowed, hearing that he should assign surveillance on him on behalf of Rick, to which he replied that he would do as he wished. He looked surprised, hearing that he should also inform Rick himself about it. Looking straight ahead, Adelia said that if he was caught doing something strange, like Dylan, he would also be banished from the family. Closing his eyes, the servant replied that he understood her. This was the end of his report. With her permission, he would go. The girl silently looked forward. She lowered her gaze. Sitting on the chair, Adelia thought that these bastards revel in the power and permissiveness that they earn only by birthright. Such influence is contraindicated for scum to dispose of. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that this power. A sign appeared. It said that everything is for one. Everything belongs to only one. Sitting on a chair, the girl thought that in the end, all this belongs to her. Grinning, she added that it was true. A portrait appeared on the wall. The thought of the guardian constellation arose. The man held chalk in his hands. It was heard that if they were to analyze the word villain, they would find that it consists of 2 words, evil and doer, literally personifying the negative side of a person. Stretching his hand to the side, the man said that in modern society this definition is used to characterize those people who use the power of their constellations for evil. Looking straight ahead, the teacher added that although they most often act alone, in their world there is also a place for organizations of such individuals. Looking at his hand, the hero heard that among these organizations, the most famous is the group of monotheists, among their constellations. Clenching his fist, He thought that this body, he felt that he was becoming stronger thanks to training, but he also felt his own potential for developing mana concentration. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist thought that he could hardly call himself a genius, but this at least brought him closer to the level he had before reincarnation, but he was still weak. Looking down, he added that despite how unprepared this body was before, why did it seem so weak? A glow appeared around Chuck. A thought arose that when he practiced chi circulation on the first day, he could hardly complete it, since he had even less mana than a common person. He gritted his teeth. It was said that his physical condition was so terrible that he was exhausted after only a few swings of the shovel. The hero lowered his head, thinking that well, even despite all these unfinished business, it would not stop him from finishing what he started. Stretching his hand forward, he added that something really happened to him in the past. Throwing his hand behind his head, the protagonist thought that the hell knows. Besides, what's the point of worrying about it now? He tapped his finger on the table. Chuck looked away in bewilderment. The girl handed him a note. She left it on the table. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and thought that it was a note. He opened it. The protagonist clenched his teeth and wondered what the hell it was. A view of the building opened up. Looking straight ahead, the teacher said that this weekend they would be allowed to leave the building. Students planning to leave, asked to write a statement in the allotted order. Sitting at his desk, Chuck heard that the lesson was over for today. Looking straight ahead, he thought that he would leave the building. The hero held a statement of departure. Walking forward, he heard that he was leaving, about to go out into the outside world, to which the protagonist thought that he was thinking about going somewhere. Chuck stopped, hearing what and where. The hero turned around, hearing an exclamation. The girl was standing behind him. The protagonist turned his head and asked what he should tell him. What is this, some new kind of joke, what does she care? Julie lowered her head, hearing that he even kindly answered her note, which by the way, she did not bother to do in return. Holding the paper in his hands, Chuck said that he needed to hurry up, he needed to give something, so he advised her to hurry. The girl lowered her gaze and mumbled. The hero watched her silently. Frowning, he shouted that she should finally give birth to what she wanted to say, crazy. Julie looked at him angrily and asked again. Standing in front of the hero, she asked what was wrong with her, to which the protagonist asked again that he wanted to say that it was normal to anger a person with your mooing. The girl mumbled, hearing that so what the hell she wanted to say. Julie's eyes widened in surprise. Chuck stabbed the sword into the goblin's stomach. Lowering her head, the student thought that a stone goblin and a regular sword without any magic. The hero stretched his hand forward. A thought occurred that this was different from what was in the books. Julie frowned and thought that she just wanted to ask him how he dealt with that stone goblin so easily, but the protagonist walked forward. A thought occurred that why she felt like she was trampling her pride in the dirt. The girl pursed her lips. Smiling, Lilia asked what he could tell her about how he killed that stone goblin. The hero stood in front of her silently. His eyes widened, he wondered where the hell she just jumped out of. The teacher asked again, hearing that why she suddenly butted into their conversation, he thought that she didn't like him. Standing in front of the teacher, the protagonist said, well, basically, that's how it should be. From the moment he literally threw his ridiculous answers in her face, she must hate him for embarrassing her in public. Lilia smiled and replied that she didn't care at all. She thought there was only one way to kill monsters, until he showed her a completely different one. Chuck looked surprised, hearing that well. Putting her hand on his shoulder, the teacher asked that he did not want to become her assistant, to which the hero replied that he had to refuse. He needed to hand in his application for departure, which began from today. Standing next to her, the protagonist said no, thank you, to which the instructor said why that, let him become her assistant, and they will write a joint paper about monsters, which will be demonstrated to the rest of the world. The girl froze, listening to the fact that she will personally finance everything he needs. She is not ashamed to offer such a thing to her student, and it should be, if she can write a joint paper with him, then it will be. Julie closed her eyes and grinned. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that it does not matter, he did not really want it. Looking up, the hero said that here it is. The protagonist stood in the middle of the market. The Valhalla dormitory appeared. Chuck was sitting at the table. Looking at the phone, he heard what he was looking for there, to which he replied that information about the place where he was going tomorrow. Sitting at the computer, the hero said that he needed to find a forum where he could sell the treasures found in his storage. Perhaps this was the right place. The protagonist's eyes widened as he thought he had found it. A request for access to the market appeared. Looking at his phone, Chuck thought about how from what he had learned about the market, it allowed people to freely trade any valuables and even assets after paying an entry fee. Although anyone could use it, it was still considered a black market due to the abundance of villains and swindlers. He looked down and added that the reason why the existence of an unthinkable market was possible was because the person who created it was called the Hidden Ruler, and was one of the few constellations of guardians. That's right. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that for the same reason, other high-ranking officials often used this market. Even if it was illegal, the government was in no hurry to stop such trading. A request for the market appeared, and the thought arose that it should be easy to find a way to get there, he should use it for a while. The protagonist looked at his phone. Looking down, he wondered where the link was. A message came to his phone. The girl had sent him an emoji. Frowning, Chuck thought that he was also going somewhere, so it would be pretty hectic to have a workout tomorrow. A message from the girl appeared. Amanda looked at her phone in amazement. The hero wrote to her that he just wanted to wish her a good trip. The protagonist's eyes widened and he said stop. Putting his hand to his face, he wondered why she kept sending him this. Well anyway, the post said that if he clicked on the link in the comments, he could reserve a place and get the coordinates. Chuck clicked on the phone and asked what it was. The hero was walking down the street. Looking to the side, he said that he was told to go somewhere here. The protagonist froze and added that it was somewhere near the old cafe. Chuck was standing in front of the abandoned cafe. The room inside appeared. The hero went inside. Looking at the phone, he thought that he needed to enter the room and head to the right corner. The protagonist looked to the side and said that he must be going this way. He grabbed the door handle. Chuck walked out of the room. Looking straight ahead, he asked what was here. Stopping, the hero said that it was a market. A view of the buildings opened up. Black smoke was coming out of the chimneys. Raising his head, the protagonist thought that it felt strange. Looking at the people, he added that although he was sure that he was here for the first time, why did everything seem so familiar to him? Chuck's eyes widened and he thought that especially the purple sky and the cloudy moon, all this was too reminiscent of the very landscape he had seen 300 years ago. Looking at him, the man asked that he was here for the first time. He put his hands behind his back. The hero looked to the side and thought that the leather jacket was the employee mentioned in the instructions. Standing in front of the man, the protagonist said yes, that was true, to which he asked if perhaps he already knew how to use the market. Holding the money in his hands, Chuck replied that he did, to some extent. The man took it and thanked him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he had to give away almost the entire prize money from first place in the entrance exams, leaving only 30,000 won in his pocket. But since he came here to make money, it was not that bad. Smirking, the man asked if he wanted to ask him something, to which the protagonist replied that he had one question. Extending his hand forward, he added that he wanted to sell some jewelry that he owned. Where should he go? Standing in front of him, the man asked if he wanted to put it up for auction, to which Chuck said no, he wanted to sell it as soon as possible. The man smiled and said that in that case he should go to the market in the 3rd district. There are a lot of merchants there who buy everything from jewelry to ammunition and everything else you can think of. Standing in front of him, the hero asked who among them could be called the most reliable person, to which the man replied that if his goods included gold and jewelry, he would recommend Morris, who is known to have the best prices. He extended his hand to the side, hearing that and where the 3rd district was, to which the man replied that he should go straight ahead, and when he saw a fork, he should go straight again. The protagonist looked at him in confusion, hearing that and something else. Holding out a mask, the man said that he strongly recommends him to use a mask here. Looking at the mask, Chuck heard that due to the nature of the goods that are traded in the market, for the most part everyone here wears masks. The hero put on the mask. It was heard that he could consider it a small gift from him. Looking away, he thanked him. Bowing, the man wished him a good time. The 3rd area of the market appeared. The man was examining the diamond. He looked surprised to hear that his name might be Morris. Standing in front of the hero, the man replied that yes, it was him. Looking down, the protagonist said that there were several things he wanted to sell right now. Looking at him, Morris said that it all depended on the goods, but if there was gold or jewelry among them, he would be able to check them quickly enough. Chuck opened the backpack. He was holding the bag in his hands. Throwing it on the table, the hero said that he wanted to sell this. Looking down, Morris thought that these must be rings. He began to examine the jewelry. The man shuddered in amazement and shouted that he should wait, this is it. Holding the ring in his hands, he thought that it was an artifact of the era of destruction. Looking at the jewelry, Morris thought that no matter how you look at it, it was undoubtedly an artifact of the era of destruction. He widened his eyes and added that the others did too. The jewels were glowing. The man widened his eyes and thought that all these riches belonged to the same period. He looked away in surprise when he heard the address. Standing in front of him, the hero asked how much he could offer him. Putting his hand to his face, Morris said he would look. Looking down, he wondered where he got so many artifacts from. Judging by his voice, he was clearly no more than 20. Raising his head, the man asked what these artifacts were, where he got them from. Widening his eyes, the protagonist said that he had heard that they did not ask such questions here. Was he mistaken? Gritting his teeth, the merchant said that he apologized. He was absolutely right. Looking at the ring, he thought that these artifacts had so befuddled his head that he completely forgot about the rules. He almost tarnished his reputation as a merchant. Looking at the protagonist, the man said that he honestly did not know. Taking the bag in his hands, the merchant said that he could not give them a fair estimate. Since they were artifacts from the Age of Destruction, he did not have enough funds to buy them in full. Looking down, the protagonist thought that they were from the Age of Destruction, and then asked where he should go to get money for them. Holding out his hand, Morris said that on his way here, he must have passed a tall building where the auction hall was located. With wide eyes, the protagonist asked how long it would take for them to sell if he put them up for auction. Looking away, the man replied that on average, about 2 to 3 weeks, since many had already reserved spots, it would be some time before he could sell them. Standing in front of him, Chuck asked if he should come to the market in person if he put them up for sale, to which Morris replied that since it required verification to receive payment, most likely yes. Looking down, the hero thought, what a hassle, how much for nothing. The man looked surprised, hearing that although he said that he would not be able to sensibly assess them, could he guess how much this thing is valued at auction? Sitting in front of the hero, he said that they would look. The man took the phone in his hands. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing that it was about that much. Opening his eyes wide, he thought that they really cost that much. How many zeros are there? Although it is also true that in a past life they were not cheap, that is why he kept them away from prying eyes. Looking straight, Chuck asked how much money he was missing. Putting his hand to his face, Morris said that well, this is just his subjective assessment, but if these things got to the auction, a completely different story would unfold there. If he sold everything he owned, he would be able to pay only 3/4 of the total cost of these jewels. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and asked, so how is that? Standing in front of the merchant, he said that he would sell him that much then. The man looked at him in amazement and asked again. A ring appeared. It was said that artifacts from the era of destruction, they were sold at a high price not only because they belonged to a certain time. The people's eyes lit up, the thought arose that but also for another reason, thanks to the constellations. The man was kneeling, the thought arose that the constellations that began to appear at the end of that era, for some unknown reason, synergized too well with the artifacts of that time. Looking at the artifacts, Morris thought that since even an ordinary person without power could only make a contract with an S-rank constellation with their help, if he remembered correctly, it was called the Alchemist's Zone. If he was not mistaken, he was still a contractor. The man held the ring in his hands. Looking at it, the merchant thought that by observing how the mana circulated inside them, he was completely convinced of their belonging to the era of destruction. Looking down, he added that the magic released at the end of the era of destruction still remains inside. An artifact of this era should have certain characteristics. Sitting at the table, the man thought that 8 artifacts of the era of destruction. Who would have thought that he could buy them back so cheaply? He put the bag on the table. Holding the jewelry in his hands, the merchant thought that it seemed like today was his lucky day. Looking straight ahead, he asked who? Suddenly, the merchant opened his eyes in surprise. A masked man stood in front of him. The entrance to the room appeared. The hero opened the doors. Looking at the mask, he said that it was so uncomfortable, he almost died. Standing in the middle of the room, the protagonist thought that if he left through the same door he came through, he should return to his original place. It must be that same cafe. Chuck looked at his translation history. He grinned and thought that thanks to this trip his money issue was solved. Who would have thought that for only 8 rings he would be able to earn such a lot of money? Walking forward, the hero added that even if he spent all the money he received, he still had a whole vault. From now on he should not have any problems with money. He looked at the phone in amazement. The phone received a call, to which the protagonist thought that who it was, some unfamiliar number. Chuck looked to the side and answered the call. He looked in amazement, hearing what he was doing. They would go have lunch together. Standing in the middle of the street, the hero asked how she found out his number, to which he was told that he should not forget that she was still a Valhalla instructor. Oh well, they would get together and eat together. The protagonist looked to the side, hearing that he should approach the Valhalla gym, she would treat him to lunch. Frowning, he wondered who would hang up like that when he had said everything he wanted to say. Walking forward, Chuck added that maybe he should just give up and start eating at her expense, since he was free now. The man put his hands behind his back. Morris's eyes widened and he asked why he was here. The man's eyes lit up and he asked if they were really that bad off. Looking straight at him, the man said that even if they had met a couple of times, an ordinary merchant couldn't just chat with the market owner like that. Archie stood in front of him silently. Looking at the merchant, he said that it was precisely because of his manner of communication that he liked him. Morris looked at him and asked why he was here. Putting his hand on the table, the market owner said that it was nothing serious. It seemed like he had anonymously applied for participation in the auction for the first time in a long time. The man gritted his teeth and said that he guessed that an anonymous application was not so anonymous. Adjusting his mask, Archie said that since he was not the real owner of the market but his constellation, he could gather any information he wanted. He held out his hand and added that he didn't mind if he took a look at the items he had put up for auction anyway. Looking away, Morris said sure, then thought that even though they were from the Age of Destruction, this was the first time Archie had personally taken an interest in the artifacts. He put the bag down on the table and added that here. Looking at the jewelry, the man paused. The merchant looked surprised to hear that they were supposed to sell for a pretty high price, to which he asked what he was getting at. A notification appeared that a constellation had begun to watch from the other side. Archie's eyes lit up and he said that apparently his constellation liked the ring very much. Valhalla Restaurant. Lily and Chuck were sitting at the same table. A woman twirled spaghetti with a fork, resting it on a spoon. She twisted the noodles, leaving the sauce on the spoon. Lily eats with her eyes closed. She tasted the dish and said it was delicious. The hero looked away, and the woman noticed it. Lily grabbed the mug and asked the guy why he wasn't eating. Chuck looked away and said he was just wondering why there was such a place in Valhalla. The woman raised her finger and explained that in addition to the school cafeteria and the staff cafeteria, there were also regular restaurants like this one, asking if he didn't know that. The guy brought the food to his mouth and said he didn't really care. He chewed the food and asked why she called him here. The woman lowered her head and said, "What about that?" She suddenly jumped closer to him and offered to become her assistant. The guy, grabbing a piece of pizza, said he didn't want to. Lily stood leaning on the table and said that he should at least think about her offer before refusing, and explained that her assistant would have many privileges. The hero, silently, chewed pizza and listened as the woman said that he knew perfectly well what she was going to talk about when he came here and therefore he should listen to her until the end. The guy asked about the privileges. Lily smiled in response. She raised her hand, pointing with her finger, said that firstly, he would receive a scholarship and a huge number of grants. Chuck looked at her and asked her to continue. The woman, pointing with her finger, continued to say that he would also have the opportunity to write a dissertation with her, and if in the published dissertation he would write about those features of monsters that had not yet been identified. The boy closed his eyes, continuing to eat and listen to how his name would definitely be added to the list of the World Association for the Study of Monsters and that this would provide great fame and fortune. He was not interested and asked what next. Lilia, not losing hope, continued to offer that he would be allowed to go outside twice a week instead of once a month. Chuck folded his hands on the table and asked if there would be anything else. The woman looked away in thought. She pointed to herself and said that he could work with her. The boy calmly continued to eat and said that it sounded rather dubious for a privilege. Lily hit the table and asked him to stop being naughty and become her assistant at last. The young man paused from eating, looking at her. He closed his eyes, continued eating, answered that he did not want to and thought that if these were some tempting advantages, he would have thought about it, but she did not offer anything interesting at all. The hero imagined that his main task at the moment was to get to the eye of the great forest, but he could only get there during the certification, so even with her help he would not be able to pass the time faster. The girl was upset to hear from him that he was not going to become her assistant and write this dissertation. She sat down at the table again and asked about it, whether he wanted to exchange information. Lily watched him eat and said that if she could share with him information that would be interesting to him, he would be able to tell her about the features of the monsters that he knew. The guy asked what kind of information she wanted to share. Lilia smiled and said about the girl who was always hanging around him, about Amanda. Chuck looked at her in surprise and thought that he only helps her with training. Are they really that close to her? And he replied that he was not interested. Lilia, not letting him finish, said that she heard that she could be expelled from the family. The hero put his hands on the table and calmly agreed. He got up from the table and informed her that he would probably go. She raised her hand and shouted, asking where he was going. The guy looked at her and said that he had finished his meal, and her benefits were not so attractive to him, and now that they were finished, he needed to go. Lilia leaned her elbows on the table and said that even in this case, he should share information with her in return. The guy looked into her eyes and said that he was not interested. The woman noted that now he knew about it anyway. Chuck looked at her thoughtfully and apologetically noted that he was very interested in something. He spread his arms to the sides and said that she was very childish and asked why she was so strict during training. Lilia answered him that as an instructor teaching students to fight unknown monsters, she needs to give the information as seriously as possible, because he is not talking about pleasant things for them. She scrolled through the monsters in her head and added that their survival depends on how well they learn the material, and some of them cannot remember even the most basic attacks, so she has to resort to meticulous strictness. Chuck looked at her and asked if this was just ideology. The woman put her hands on her hips and answered that this is not ideology, but the instructor's duty. The hero smiled and said that it was cool. He turned and walked towards the exit, waving his hand. Wished him luck. The instructor called out to him in surprise. She tried to stop him and said that before leaving, he should at least repay her for the information he had received. The guy put his hands in his pockets and continued walking, saying that he didn't really want to be honest. Saihung. The Choijin family. A cozy house in the mountains is depicted. A couple was sitting at the table in front of the man. He looked at them and said that he had called them today to find out their intentions before the start of the placement test, and because family prestige was his concern. The man was the guild commander and the head of the Choijin family, John. The guy sitting opposite was the leader of the attack and the eldest son of the Choijin family, Jonathan. The girl was the second daughter of the Choijin family, Amanda. John grabbed his sword and said that if they passed the placement test, he waved the weapon demonstratively, adding that they would be able to make a contract through the sacred relic of Chongwoldo, and this would prove the legitimacy of their family inheritance. He put the sword away and said that if they failed, he watched the kneeling heroes, continued that they would be immediately exiled from the family. John looked at them and asked if they were ready for this test. Jonathan immediately agreed. Amanda looked down and said that she would do it. Father, with the blazing magic in the background, held out the katana. He closed his eyes and said that it was good. The heroes listened, sitting in front of him, that the sorting test would be in 3 weeks, and they could go. A boy and a girl were walking down the street. Jonathan walked without turning around and asked if she understood the hints. Amanda raised her head and asked again. The guy turned to her and replied that when she said she was going to participate in the sorting test, hadn't she seen his expression? The girl tried to remember what happened at that moment. His expression seemed menacing. Jonathan smiled and noted that it seemed like she really wanted to become the head of the family. Amanda clenched her fist after he called her illegitimate. She clenched her teeth in anger. The young man, smiling, continued to gloat, telling her to look at her face, how menacing, and not to delude herself that she could win the sorting test. Jonathan came close to her, and smiling, said that she was the one who was not even able to get the blessing of the Constellation, and his finger, who signed the contract, was not worth it. The guy put his hands on his hips, looking at her, seemed to have made a conclusion. He opened the door and added that since she had already lost morally, she could go and continue to waste the family's money, and she would still pay. Jonathan looked at her through the crack in the door and said that they would see each other in 3 weeks. Amanda looked at him with her head down. The woman in the bed held out her hand and spoke to Amanda. The little girl was crying and heard that she should become the head of the family. She should achieve this goal, and only then would she be free to do whatever she wanted. The girl closed her eyes. Amanda opened her eyes and looked straight ahead. Office number 1A. The hero is sitting in class, watching what is being written on the board. He leaned back in his chair and thought. Barry said that it seemed like an exam was about to start. Chuck looked away and asked why he even cared. The teacher was explaining something at the board, and the boss was saying that if the hero had sat quieter, he would have been able to hear everything to the end, because the teacher was telling the class right now about how the upcoming testing would be conducted. The guy asked again and noted that he usually did not pay attention to this. Teacher Adam turned to the class and said that they already knew about it, but in Valhalla, exams are of great importance. He came closer to the class and added that those who scored the minimum number of points on the midterm and main exams will be expelled from the academy, so they should take this more seriously. Chuck listened attentively to the teacher, who was saying that he hoped that they would prepare well for the written and practical tests, and not fail the first exam. The guy looked at him and thought that there were not so many practical tests, but there were written ones. He watched intently and reasoned that he should hold on to this school until he gets to the eye of the great forest. But he doesn't even know how to get there. The hero called out to Barry, who was sitting with his arms crossed and wondering what he needed. The boss listened to the question of whether he was at all these classes with Chuck, answering that yes, he was. Barry was surprised to hear that he had to write the test instead of the hero, and did not have time to answer. The young man put his fist to his face and added that he would check his answers and tell him if something was wrong. The boss was in the air and said that such a thing was pure cheating, and he thought it was unfair. Barry imagined Chuck smiling creepily and heard him say that he himself understood that the hero wrote this test with hints anyway, so he should do everything himself. The teacher picked up the magazine and said that this was the end of their lesson for the day, noting that they had all done well. Chuck picked up his backpack and stood up from the table. The hero turned around after hearing his name being called. Amanda approached him and he asked her what she wanted. The girl looked at him and asked if he was training today. The hero was calm and answered that he was, asking if she was tired from training. The girl held the strap of the backpack and denied what she had said. She listened attentively to the hero when he offered to teach her fencing. He put his hands in his pockets and said that he thought it was time to talk to her, and judging by the way she was training with him, it seemed that she was completely incompetent with a sword. The girl began to answer that in that case. The guy stuck his finger in his ear and interrupted her, saying that it wouldn't be fencing or martial arts, but he would teach her how to hold a blade properly. He looked away and thought that besides that, now was the time to start training with weapons. Amanda was happy listening to Chuck about coming to the training room next to the gym, answering him positively. Valhalla, the training room. The hero is standing in front of Amanda. He raised his hand, pointing his finger, and asked how much time had passed since she last picked it up, her sword. The girl stood in front of him and answered that it had been a day and a half, specifying that she had not touched it since she started doing strength training with him. The guy asked her if she had been training every day before. Amanda listened calmly, and answered that yes, that was right. The hero pointed his finger and asked to unsheath her sword. The girl grabbed the hilt, and quickly pulled the blade out in front of her. Chuck raised his sword and pointing at it, said that you need to put strength into your ring finger and little finger, and squeeze the hilt tighter. Amanda looked at the way she was holding the sword, asked about the ring finger and pinky. She squeezed it tightly, hugging it. The girl did not understand what was happening. Amanda's sword flared with energy. She brought it closer to herself, and thought about how she did not even try to feed it with energy, and that it felt like this position of her fingers could hold the sword much better than both hands at once. The guy looked into her eyes and asked her to attack him, with all her strength. The girl held the sword in front of her, said that it was good, and put the sword in the holster. She got into a stance, ready to attack, and the hero was just waiting for her. Amanda flared with blue magic and warned that she was attacking. She grabbed the sword, trying to pull it out. At that moment, the girl noticed that her legs accelerated. Amanda struck the hero, who blocked it without problems. He took her blow and noted that she had become much faster. The guy pushed her back and told her not to pour more magic into her legs than she should. The girl grabbed the blade of the sword and said that she understood. She put the sword away again, hiding it. The girl took a step forward. Amanda quickly walked towards the hero. Her eyes were serious when she drew the sword. The girl delivered a blow that passed in front of Chuck's face, and he noted that this blow was good. The guy squeezed the hilt and said that when she stops. He struck her blade, adding that she should try to turn her body better. Amanda took a stance and said that she understood. The hero stretched his shoulder and told her to attack and not to stop. The girl exhaled and carefully, looking ahead, agreed. She attacked again, hitting the hero with her blade. Chuck blocked the blow and sparks flew. Amanda immediately swung, making another attack. The guy, dodging, watched as the sword flew in front of his body. The blade hit the floor. Chuck threw his sword over his shoulder, looking with a smile at Amanda's miss. The girl raised the weapon and thought that it happened as expected. She struck again. The girl swung, realizing that the hero had parried the attack again. Amanda attacked again and thought that thanks to Chuck's training, she was now much stronger. The guy thoughtfully looked into her eyes during the fight. They met face to face, crossing swords. The evening sunlight fell on the building. The inscription on the sign said that this was a training hall. Around the tired heroine was a destroyed floor, from training with Chuck. The girl was shaking from tension when she was preparing for a new attack. The guy threw the weapon over his shoulder and noted that it seemed like about an hour had passed and offered to finish it. Amanda agreed. She immediately fell to the floor, sighing from fatigue. Chuck was examining his sword as the girl watched him silently. He was looking ahead and musing on how her current skill was now more honed than ever before. She thought that the skills she had during the introductory rounds were nothing compared to. She opened her eyes wide and thought that though. The girl watched the boy warm up and thought that she was not even close to his level. Amanda wiped her chin and thought about asking to teach him how to swordsmanship, but Chuck looked at her questioningly after she called him. The girl was holding the katana and asked him if he would fight her next time. The hero scratched his chin and said that he did not know. He looked up and thought that of course he could benefit from talking to Amanda, and since she had talent, teaching her would be fun. The hero looked at her and thought that even during the exam, he noticed that she was familiar with some practices known to him, and the girl also uses breathing techniques, but as if she does it somehow differently. The guy crossed his arms and continued to think that in any case, thanks to the techniques he knew, he would be able to restore his feelings, and if 300 years ago she asked him to train her, he could have honored her with the right to become his student, but now was a completely different time. The girl with eyes full of hope asked if they would fight again. The guy looked at her and thought whether to make fun of her, and answered that he somehow did not want to. Amanda's eyes filled with resentment, and she said that she understood. Chuck asked her about the fact that she gave up too quickly. The girl looked at him and answered, all because she knows that he is right. She looked carefully and thought that if he unquestioningly followed his instructions, he will definitely become stronger. The hero asked again in surprise and said that they were done for today. Amanda said goodbye to him. 2 weeks later. Valhalla Stadium. A crowd of people stood on the stadium field. Julie, holding a sword in her hands, looked around and thought that since the entrance ceremony, this was the first time she was back in the stadium. Sean crossed his arms, looked at the faces around him and thought that all the students were gathered here. He did not know that there would be so many of them. Amanda clenched her fist and silently looked forward. Chuck put his hand in his pocket, wondering in surprise why they were gathered here. Barry turned to him, saying that his homeroom teacher told him about this 2 weeks ago. The guy looked away and asked again about what the teacher said 2 weeks ago. Bill, Adam and Lilia came out to the students, and the man, crossing his arms, announced that he would now tell them about the procedure for holding the midterm exams of Valhalla. The students lined up in front of the teachers and listened attentively as they were told that this time the exam task would be dungeon assault. Some of the students reacted with fear as they were told that they would be teaming up and going into an artificially recreated dungeon. Suddenly, small structures with a door appeared. Such structures surrounded the crowd of students. Bill looked at them and added that they could team up as they wished, but the optimal number of people for each team was 8, and each group could assemble their team individually. The hero listened attentively as they were told that grades would be given based solely on their usefulness in the upcoming test. A time notification appeared and Bill continued to talk about the disqualification criteria. The timer showed 5 hours, and he stated that if they could not pass the exam within the specified time, the test would be over for them. Julie put her hand on her belt and heard that the dungeon difficulty was F+. Bill frowned and announced the start of the exam. The countdown timer started. The teachers watched as the kids began to frantically look for teams. Questions could be heard from the crowd about whether there was anyone stronger. Adam turned to Bill, saying that as expected, they were overwhelmed with emotions. The man looked at them seriously and noted that this was true. Bill looked sternly ahead and thought that it was quite possible. Julie extended her hand in front of her and declared that the setter on their team was not good enough and asked if anyone else wanted to join. Carl was nearby and offered himself. The girl looked away and began to think about how she should not choose those who were stronger than her, and that for 8 people in an F+ rank dungeon, 5 hours would be enough. Julie watched as Carl brought the student in with his arm around her and thought about how much more important it was how much she could contribute in all that time, and it was possible to pick out the 6 people who had good skills. It sounded easy, but there was also the issue of teamwork to consider. She turned around, waved her hand and shouted forward to the guys. Bill watched, crossing his arms, thinking about what to expect. If he was a 5th-generation kid he would understand the nature of the exam test, but the rest of the students? He watched as some of them crowded around the door, wondering if they were going in groups of 20. He looked around and saw, wondering if there were others who were coming in groups of 8. The young man tried to pull away the girl who had entered into a conflict. Bill was thinking in his head that if the team was poorly balanced, then constant fights were inevitable, and that was all 3 possible outcomes. The man turned to Adam and said that in about half an hour all the students would finally enter the dungeon, and that they needed to prepare for their assessment. The young man accepted the instructions. Chuck just stood and watched the guys go to the doors. He looked away and wondered if there were any students who completed the exam with a passing grade right away. He continued to reason and caught his eye on something. The hero saw Amanda standing alone. The guy approached her and asked if she had come in yet. The girl replied that she had not. He looked at her with concern and said that everyone had already left long ago. Why was she waiting for the weather by the sea? Amanda calmly looked at him and said that she would do as he said. Chuck put his hands in his pockets and looked at her questioningly. He looked and wondered what was going on with her lately, like a parrot, repeating the same thing from the last training. Amanda looked into his eyes and the hero said that he would go alone, saying that she should come too. The girl followed the guy and asked if she should go alone too. Chuck continued walking and answered that, whatever the case, he doubted that it would be difficult. Amanda silently watched him leave. The girl silently looked after him. 2 guys noticed her and discussed the fact that it was Amanda and why she was alone, wondering if she was left without a team. Carl ran up to her to ask. He pointed to his team and said that if he was still not on the team, she could join them. There were exactly 7 of them now, and with her there would be 8. Amanda lowered her head and apologized, specifying that she would go alone. Carl watched as the girl opened the door and shouted in surprise at her choice, telling her not to be stupid because she would be disqualified. Amanda turned half around and said that she could, because Chuck said it was not that hard. Carl, screaming, tried to stop the girl. The doors slammed in front of the young people. A view of the buildings opened up. People were standing in the observation room. The man silently looked forward. The monster in front of the students growled. The guy looked in fear. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. The young man frowned. The man watched them all. Standing behind him, Adam thought that as he expected. Frowning, he added that many might think that their cursory assessment was too rough, but their points were given quickly and accurately, without a single mistake. Bill stretched out his hand. It was heard that he, the combat instructor of Valhalla, was called the Master of Clarity. Even from the time when he was an ordinary soldier, he is a truly legendary contractor, possessing a 99% coefficient of clearing dungeons. Looking straight ahead, the teacher thought that what is definitely not worth doubting is the professionalism of his assessment. Thanks to all his regalia, he has every right to give any scores. He admires him. The man silently looked at the screen. Frowning, the instructor thought that in general, this year gave them good guys. Standing in front of the screens, he added that and the heirs of the 5th generation are also quite active. Raising his head up, Bill thought that among them one student stands out. The girl looked angrily. The thought appeared that Julie. The students fought the monsters, and it was heard that the shield men should hold back the onslaught, and the archers should watch for those who jump out from the side. The monster swung its club furiously. The boy blocked its blow with his shield. The girl clenched her fist and shouted that they should not break through the front lines. The archers fired sharply on command. The arrows flew at the monster. Julie swung her weapon. She delivered a sharp blow to the creature. The monster fell to the ground. It began to disappear. The man crossed his arms and thought that this was great, like a normal dungeon raid. Looking straight ahead, he added that she had divided the assigned roles between her team members, and she had taken on the actions that would definitely bring her points, and she had taken a position next to them to make sure that they would definitely clear the dungeon. Tapping the screen, Bill thought that it was only a matter of time before she returned to the top of the class anyway, once she passed her exams. He added with a frown that if Chuck hadn't shown up for the entrance exams, her ranking wouldn't have suffered. Tapping search, the instructor thought, well, how's Chuck doing? A message appeared saying there was no data. The man looked in amazement, and wondered if this search engine could find data on any student who entered the dungeon, so why not? His eyes widened and he added that maybe he should. A message appeared about the midterm exam. A huge list appeared in front of the man. Chuck appeared in first place. The instructor looked in amazement, and thought that he had already finished, alone. Looking at the result, he added that it was 23 minutes and 32 seconds. The man frowned and thought that no matter how impressive he had been in the entrance exam, how could a 17-year-old student have done that? He needed to watch the recording. He started the video. The hero held his weapon in his hands. He stood still. The monsters rushed towards him. The protagonist closed his eyes and smirked. Suddenly, he ran forward. The goblins looked at him in amazement. The monster's eyes lit up brightly. Chuck swung his weapon. Suddenly, a blow flew at the creatures. The monster stuck to the ceiling. The hero slashed at it and shouted that it was a massacre of the jungle goblins. He crouched down with his sword in his hands. The protagonist looked at the monsters. The creatures swung their weapons. They slammed the bat onto the ground. Chuck swung his weapon at them. As he slashed at them, he shouted that the orcs were destroyed. The man watched him in amazement. The creature slammed its foot onto the ground. The hero stood frozen in front of him. Frowning, Bill thought that this was a special golem, designed specifically for the midterm exam. This guy had enough skills for 8 people. The golem swung its hand. The protagonist smiled, looking at it. He abruptly struck the monster. The golem's helmet fell to the floor. Chuck stood frozen in front of the creature. The man sighed, hearing that the golem was destroyed. Looking straight ahead, he thought, well, it looks like first place in the midterm exams went this time. The hero smiled, looking at the camera. The students were leaving the dungeon. The guys looked at each other happily. Julie looked ahead angrily. The guy frowned. Amanda's eyes widened. The protagonist stood still. It was said that the midterm exams were over. Adam stood in the teacher's room. The results of the midterm exams were shown. The instructor looked at them silently. Standing in front of Bill, he said that the results had been released. Looking down, the man said he wasn't sure they were expecting a list like this. Chuck had taken first place. Closing his eyes, the instructor said that it was quite unexpected. Looking straight ahead, Adam heard that he had assumed he could take first place. But who would have thought that he would clear a dungeon all by himself without getting a scratch? Crossing his arms, Bill said that if he grew up and joined the modern industry, Korea could regain its title as the only one. Extending his hand forward, the teacher asked if that wasn't the title given to the strongest contractor in the world, to which the instructor replied that it was. Looking at Adam, the man said that maybe it was because it had been a long time since a genius had been born. Now he was in such anticipation that he couldn't find the words. Lowering his head, the man said that besides, the exam was a pleasant surprise. Bill frowned and said, Amanda? The teacher said with the clipboard in his hands that the time it took Chuck to clear the dungeon was already incredible, but they had no idea that Amanda would beat Julie and take second place. Bill crossed his arms and said that he didn't know for what reason, but Amanda had also cleared the dungeon alone. The girl walked forward. It was heard that like Chuck, it didn't take her long to clear it either. Of course, she had suffered many injuries, but she had cleared it. Looking straight at him, Adam heard that he thought she was a good girl when it came to things like this. Who would have thought that she would rush to clear the dungeon alone? Frowning, the man said that if this exam had focused on teamwork, Julie would have definitely scored higher, but the other two got higher marks because they focused on their own contribution to clearing the dungeon. Looking straight ahead, he added that, however, once the results were published, he would not recommend their methods to other students. Adam froze in bewilderment when he heard that this was not something that ordinary children could easily replicate, to which he responded approvingly. Looking at the tablet, the teacher thought about Amanda. Looking down, he thought that he had definitely seen her. Being the head of the Choijin Guild, she exudes the aura of an ordinary swordswoman girl. However, how did she come up with the idea to go through the dungeon alone? Looking down, the man thought that perhaps it was all because of Chuck. Closing his eyes, he added that this could not be. Why did he even think about it? A view of the building opened up. A thought appeared that he needed to distract himself from these thoughts and put up grades. The students were standing near the board. The results of the first midterm exams appeared. Chuck was in first place. The guy looked angrily. Frowning, he asked that Dylan was in Korea now, so the girl answered approvingly. Looking straight ahead, Rick said that he should call him now and get ready to go out. A view of Seoul opened up. A building appeared. The guy walked forward. He looked away in surprise when he heard the address. Dylan raised his hand and said that he hadn't seen him for a long time. They were sitting opposite each other. The guy was eating meat. Rick looked at him silently. He frowned when he heard that so. Holding forks in his hands, the guy asked what the guy who was bothering him, Chuck, was like. Grinning, the young man said that he was nothing. Chuck was a brainless freshman from an orphanage. Dylan closed his eyes when he heard that he had really spoiled him with his humble origins, so he was asking to repay him for this. Frowning, he asked that he could kill him. The guy smiled and said that he was leaving the choice up to him. Sitting at the table, the young man said that this case was different from the last time, so he should prepare properly, to which he asked again. The guy extended his hand forward. The girl looked surprised when she heard that because of this woman he had to deal with, he had a big fight brewing with the palace family. She opened her eyes wide, listening to him say that she didn't know if it was because there were so many people in her family, but he had to kill a couple more because of the rumors that had spread. Dylan closed his eyes and said that but in Valhalla, apparently, everything was different. No matter how hard he tried, it was quite difficult to make a splash here. Looking at him, Rick replied that he understood. Smiling, he added that he would do his best to prepare a stage for him, not to worry about it. The brother smiled widely and said that great, let him prepare an appropriate reward. The blue sky appeared. The man held a document in his hands. The hero walked forward, listening to the fact that there was another application for departure, to which he replied that yes. Barry crossed his arms and asked if he hadn't had enough fun, to which the protagonist replied that since they let him go out again, why not? Looking straight ahead, Chuck listened to the fact that, by the way, he heard that by passing midterms or final exams with high scores, you can earn an extra day off. It seems that this is the reason he was let go, to which he thought that such an opportunity should not be missed. He must find the remaining hiding places. Barry lowered his head and asked what and where he was going. A view of the building opened up. The hero was walking along the path. Looking down, he thought that it seemed to be somewhere here. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing an exclamation. Dylan smiled widely and said that he was glad to meet you. The market in the 7th district appeared. A man was standing at the window. The guy lowered his head down. Looking at the city, Archie thought. Suddenly he looked in surprise, hearing that the constellation on the other side was wondering when the ring would appear. Looking at the message, the guy said that there was not much time left to wait. It would go through standard procedures and arrive through the portal. Messages from the constellation appeared. Looking at them, the man thought about what was happening. Lowering his head, he added that at the request of the former Black Cat, he needed to find out if the ring belonged to the era of destruction, but he saw such a reaction for the first time. The guy looked towards the glow. Lightning appeared around the box. Standing in front of it, Archie thought that finally it was here, hoped they would calm down when they got it. He opened the box with the ring. A glow appeared around the artifact. Holding the ring in his hands, the guy said that the ring was here. Looking straight ahead, he turned to the constellation. A notification appeared that it was here. The guy opened his eyes in amazement. The hero was standing in front of the guy. Frowning, he asked who he was. Dylan smiled and asked what business it was of his. The protagonist put his hand on his hip and said he thought they wanted something from him. The guy grinned and said that was true. He wouldn't climb that worthless peak for no reason. Looking straight at him, Chuck asked why they were trying to get rid of him again. Dylan smiled and said that he had a good sense of smell. Closing his eyes, the hero said that it wasn't about his sense of smell. Throwing his backpack on the ground, he added that he should look at himself. Anyone who ran into him would reflexively make that conclusion. Smiling, the protagonist said that he had realized that a few days ago. Stretching his arms forward, Dylan said that he was a bastard. Clenching his fist, he added that for a man who had won first place in Valhalla, he looked pretty stupid. Swinging his arm, the guy said that he shouldn't disappoint him. The young man stretched his hand forward. The hero dodged his blow. Dylan hit the tree. He smiled and exclaimed. The tree suddenly cracked. It fell to the ground. The guy looked away and said that he was lucky. It must be his lucky day. If he hadn't dodged, he would have died on the spot. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked what his lucky day was, and then said that he only dodged because his attack was too slow. Chuck raised his eyebrows and objected. The tree was broken. A thought arose that he was certainly a strong guy. It felt like he was even superior to Sean. Standing in front of the guy, the hero thought about how with such a fragile body it was still dangerous for him to set up such blows. He smirked and added that in that case, the strategy was simple. Suddenly, the guy looked at him in surprise. Stretching his hand forward, Dylan asked what was running away. The hero ran forward quickly. It was heard that for a person in his position, running away was definitely the best solution. As he approached him, the boy said that if he stood still, he would beat him to death, but of course. Clenching his fist, he shouted that he would not let him escape. Suddenly, the protagonist stopped abruptly. Grinning, he asked him what he was even using his brain for. Dylan's eyes widened, thinking that when he got so close, he didn't even notice his fist until it was right in front of his eyes. The fist hit his face. The boy flew to the side. The boy fell to the ground. His eyes widened in amazement. Chuck swung his leg. Dylan dodged it. The hero kicked the ground hard. The boy looked away. He frowned, hearing that he should look. Smiling, the protagonist said that it must be his lucky day. The boy clenched his teeth tightly. Standing in front of the hero, he asked what he just did. Chuck grinned and asked if he hadn't guessed yet. He thought he already knew that he had taken first place in Valhalla. The guy gritted his teeth and wondered what drugs had helped this brat become so strong. A view of the building opened up. It was said that members of the Ventric family. The guy drank a potion. It occurred to him that they were using his talent to at least slightly increase their status. The potion appeared. It was said that this talent was an innate susceptibility to elixirs. Dylan drank the elixir. A glow appeared around the potion. It occurred to him that any elixir that was given to him, he drank without consequences. His parents stuffed him with potions worth hundreds of millions per bottle. The flask suddenly broke. The guy looked at his hands in surprise. It was said that even at 16 he had become much stronger than an adult. His parents looked in amazement. It occurred to him that the family wanted to use him for personal purposes, however. Dylan looked at them. He smiled widely. It was said that he was not going to live under their control. The man and the woman looked in amazement. The body was lying on the floor. The man was lying in a pool of blood. The guy clenched his fists. A thought arose that he had overwhelming power, so why should he care about the recognition of his family at all? The girl frowned. The young man walked forward. It was said that he thought he was a real thorn. He was expelled from the family by an imposter who pretended to be the head, however. Dylan smiled widely and thought that he did not care. In this dark world, all his problems were solved with money. Besides, after breaking off relations with his family, he only became stronger. Rick was sitting in front of him. A thought arose that he was interested in Rick's task primarily because of the money. But Chuck was no less interesting to him. The guy walked in the middle of the street. It was said that he took first place in the entrance exams. He heard that it was he who created a mess and covered the scouts with slop. Dylan smiled widely and wondered if he would have fun playing with it. He clenched his teeth tightly. The hero put his hand on his side. The thought occurred to him that, but who was this guy? Suddenly, the protagonist looked at him in surprise. Frowning, the young man asked what kind of drugs he took to become so strong. He didn't think there were cheap elixirs that an orphan like him could buy. Chuck smiled and asked again. Lowering his head, he laughed loudly and asked again. Wiping tears from his eyes, the hero asked what the hell he was talking about. Steroids. The guy opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that, so he was a crook and a drug addict. Standing in front of the hero, he asked what and what he meant that he became so strong without using elixirs. Warming his hands, the protagonist answered that of course not. He only became so strong thanks to diligent training. Chuck smirked, saying that in some ways he could compare him to Sean. The boy glared at him, hearing that, but he thought it would be rude to compare a naturally strong boy to a boy like him. Frowning, he thought that this bastard was finished. Grabbing his weapon, Dylan added that he had no chance to use it here, but a glow suddenly appeared around the boy. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought it was magical power. Holding the weapon in his hands, the boy said that great, he could feel his strength growing. Smiling, he turned to the hero. The protagonist jumped up, hearing that he really thought that he would let him go so easily. Suddenly, a punch flew at the boy. The protagonist looked down and asked what kind of idiot he was or what. As he struck, he shouted that what kind of fighter would wait for his opponent to regroup. Dylan gritted his teeth in pain. Chuck swung his fist at him. The punch flew right into his face. The boy's eyes widened and he exclaimed. The hero held out his hand, and it was heard that he should wait. Dylan frowned and exclaimed. Holding him by the hair, the protagonist said that he shouldn't lose consciousness yet. He was an elixir idiot. He smirked and added that if he was just asking for a fight, he could let him go. But he once said that he was going to deal with him, so he couldn't just let him go. Looking straight at Chuck, he said that in any case, he had a question for him. Clenching his fist, he added that so. Swinging his fist, the hero shouted that he should clench his teeth. The boy was sitting on the couch in his room. Rick smirked and thought that by now Dylan should have dealt with Chuck. Given his character, he most likely killed him. He added with a frown that it was a lot of work cleaning up after him, but at least it wasn't on school grounds. He didn't expect things to go so perfectly. What a relief. Looking away, the boy turned to the girl. Turning around, he told her to get the car ready, to which Kate replied that she was listening. Rick looked down. Smiling, he thought the call was from Dylan. Looking away, the guy asked that he had already dealt with him. He froze, holding the phone in his hands. Frowning, the boy turned to him. He looked in amazement, hearing exclamations. Rick's eyes widened, hearing that he bet he had no idea what was going on, right, considering how low his jaw dropped, to which he thought it was a voice. The hero grinned. The thought appeared that Chuck. Closing his eyes, he said that well, if he tried to translate what his brother was saying. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist added that if he was going to die, he should burn 2 incense sticks for him. The guy clenched his teeth when he heard that he should wait for him. Looking away, Chuck asked what Rick was talking about. The phone beeped. Looking at the phone, the hero said, damn, that bastard hung up without saying a word, what a jerk. Looking down, he added, well then. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist asked what he should do with that guy. Tea was pouring into a cup. The man was holding it in his hands. Lowering her head, the girl said that his tea was ready. Rick silently looked down. Kate, looking at him, said that she was asking for her forgiveness, to which he shouted that yes, he knew, let him put it here and get lost. Closing her eyes, Kate said that she understood. The guy clenched his teeth, thinking about Chuck. Frowning, he thought about how he never thought he could beat Dylan up, even after what happened to Larry. What were they supposed to do? How was he supposed to fuck him? He glared, thinking that now he knew he was the one behind all of this. Dylan had screwed up, that lousy bastard. Clutching his head, he added that if this kept up, the unwanted news might soon spread to the Ventrick family. Things were getting out of hand, damn. Looking straight ahead, the boy thought that no, he should wait, on the contrary, this might work in his favor. Sitting on the couch, he added that he was poor, so there was no way he could get to them. Rick gritted his teeth, thinking that but just in case, he should still keep quiet about what was happening. For now, he would just quietly keep an eye on him. The hero walked through the forest. Looking straight ahead, he heard that the guy he had just fought with had not forgotten his head at home when he came here, to which the protagonist replied that the time would come and he would report him. But for now, since there was nothing else to do, he would keep all the information to himself. Barry crossed his arms and asked that he couldn't just kill him. Looking down, the protagonist thought that if this were happening in his past life, he would have done so, but now it would only turn into trouble. Now he is not the same Chuck, to which he was answered that perhaps this is like him. Putting a hand to his face, the Constellation said that by the way, something still bothers him, to which Chuck asked what and what. The guy was holding a weapon in his hands. It was heard that the magic that the guy had released. Looking straight ahead, Barry said that it seemed suspiciously familiar to him. Walking forward, the hero asked again, to which the Constellation replied that if he had released more concentration, he would have been able to recognize it, but he had definitely felt it before. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets, hearing that he felt nothing, to which he asked again that he should have. It was for that kind of black magic 300 years ago that monsters sacrificed dogs and cows. Chuck clenched his teeth tightly, hearing that it seemed that he was not so skilled in detecting human magic. Yes, well, it really is a more subtle skill than it seemed, to which he replied that he should shut up. Looking straight, Barry heard that it was possible that the hidden side of the blade that the guy was talking about was connected to this power, to which he replied that it was quite possible. Frowning, the hero asked who sent him. Dylan wheezed in pain. Removing his hand behind his head, the protagonist asked that when he hit him, he must have knocked his jaw out. Huh? He opened the guy's mouth. Chuck quickly set his jaw back and said that it might hurt a little. The hero closed his eyes and said that now let him talk. Standing in front of the guy, he asked who sent him. Dylan lowered his head. The protagonist sighed heavily. Taking his hand, Chuck said that he set his jaw back on purpose so that he could answer him. Smiling, the hero asked that he really thought that silence was the best choice in his situation. The young man looked at him in surprise and asked why he squeezed his fingers. The protagonist smiled widely. Suddenly, the guy screamed in amazement. Sitting in front of him, Chuck said that he should tell him everything and quickly let him spill his guts before the rest of his fingers snapped. Grinning, Dylan answered that Rick sent him. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought he was wondering if this was the guy who was bothering him last time. The boy gritted his teeth, hearing that then who the hell was he? He was here at the request of that brat. He didn't look like a student of Valhalla, so who was he connected with? Smiling, the guy asked that he really decided to ask him about this. He might not like his answer, but one way or another, he would have found out about it anyway. Putting his finger in his ear, the protagonist asked that he wanted him to break his second finger. Looking at him, the guy answered that he was Dylan, the first kind, being a mercenary. He carries out a lot of orders. Frowning, Chuck thought that it seemed like he had heard of the first kind somewhere, and then asked that being a mercenary was fun. He was just a hooligan who got paid. Smiling, the boy asked that they were all trash to him. He was just lucky, that's all. Sitting on the ground, he added that the constellation revered by the first species was the hidden side of the blade, and he, of course, was also among those who had made a contract with them. Looking straight ahead, Dylan said that if he could release his magic for at least another 30 seconds, the outcome of that fight would have been a foregone conclusion. Lowering his head, the hero asked that this bastard liked to talk, yes, and then said that if he just laid out who was behind all this, he would leave him alone. But the boy's eyes widened in amazement. The protagonist smirked and said that he should sit in silence. The man was holding a phone. Walking forward, Chuck thought that it was to be expected. Each of them understood that this was a group of bad people. Looking at the phone, he added that in any case, he was very upset. It pissed him off that he still hadn't found the rest of his stash. This bastard named Rick kept trying to make him look bad. Frowning, the hero thought that Rick, how should he kill this insect? Looking down, he added that well, since he lived in a post-industrial society, he should use modern methods. Looking at the recordings, the protagonist thought that firstly, he had recorded Dylan's confession. Looking away, he added that he also needed to find a place to upload it. A call came on the phone. The girl looked at the phone. Smiling, she asked that he finally agreed to become her assistant. Chuck smiled and said that that was not why he was calling. She didn't happen to know a reporter. News about the Ventric family appeared. Several articles popped up. Details about the Ventric family's attack on a Valhalla student appeared. The hero flipped through the articles. He grinned and said that this is what modern wars look like. Sitting in a chair, the protagonist heard that for a person who lived 300 years ago, he had adapted very well to the current culture, to which he replied that he had had a hard time after being reborn. Most of his adaptation process took place while scrolling the community tab. Looking at the phone, Chuck said that only because of this he became who he is now, to which the Constellation replied that it was clear. Looking down, the hero said that however, what a shame, to which Barry asked what he was talking about. Putting his feet up on the table, the protagonist said that he was just trying to set Rick up, but the journalists rushed to publish this fresh news, which screwed the entire Ventric family. Frowning, Chuck thought that one way or another, it seemed that the reporter she introduced him to was a big shot, He did not think that this story was blown out of proportion. A stand with microphones appeared. The girl was walking straight towards it. She lowered her head down. Looking straight ahead, Adelia said that first of all, she would like to offer her sincere apologies to the student who was attacked and the entire Valhalla Academy. Frowning, she added that the following statement is the official position of the Ventric family on this incident. Standing behind the counter, the girl said that first of all, it should be noted that this attack was committed by Dylan, who had previously been disqualified from their family. Holding the papers in her hands, she added that in the confession that the victim claimed Dylan had recorded, he claimed that Rick had ordered the attack, but Dylan later testified that this statement was in fact a bluff, made in an attempt to get out of the predicament he found himself in at the time. Adelia hung her head and said that it was therefore fair for them to assume that the Ventric family had nothing to do with the incident. Turning the page, she added that although the actions had been committed by an ostracized member, he was still a member of the Ventric family, so they felt it was their moral duty to make amends. As they began taking pictures of her, the girl said that as the head of the Ventric family, she was going to personally visit the victim and apologize to him. Looking at the papers, the girl said that also regarding Rick, who was currently attending Valhalla Academy, even if he could not be directly involved in the crime, it was assumed that he could be connected to the criminal in some other way. She further added that therefore they would take him home to conduct a full internal investigation among the family members, and the prosecution was also scheduled to investigate their family, so they would try to sort out any issues that came up and clear up any misunderstandings. The girl closed her eyes and lowered her head. She started to walk away, and it was heard that he should stop, that he would not answer their questions, what kind of apology she was going to give to the victim. Rick silently looked at the phone. He clenched his teeth tightly. Suddenly, a call came from his father. The boy picked up the phone. From the phone came the voice that he should return back to England. The young man frowned, hearing that it was an order from the family, to which he replied that he understood. Gritting his teeth, he said what it was. The girl looked down, hearing that the hell. The view of the building opened up. The news appeared. It was heard that let him say something. The guy looked to the side. It was said that the Ventric family was telling the truth. He was the one who planned all this. Frowning, the hero thought, what the hell, he said goodbye to his pride. Looking straight ahead, he added that these Ventric bastards, he just can't stand this family. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that in any case, who was there making a statement that he would personally apologize to him, it would be so awkward. Suddenly, he looked to the side in surprise. Chuck was standing in front of the teacher's room. Turning his head, he thought that the lesson must have ended early. He would like to ask for a favor, should he contact her. A cafe on the academy grounds appeared. The girl smiled widely. Closing his eyes, the hero said no. Standing in front of him, Lily asked why, did he even know what she was going to say, to which the protagonist replied that she was going to ask him to be her assistant, that was obvious. Crossing her arms, she asked why he called her then, despite how busy she was. Leaning on the table, the instructor yelled at her to wait. Was this really a date? To which Chuck replied that he should wake up from his wet dreams. Gritting her teeth, Lily said that she was telling her to wake up. Now that she thought about it, he was speaking informally. Looking at her, the hero said that in fact, this was how they had been communicating for some time. Closing his eyes, he added that in any case, he did not call her because he was bored, he wanted to thank her for introducing him to that reporter. The girl asked in surprise, hearing that he would therefore share some information with her on how to fight monsters. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that since he was going to tell quite a lot, could she help him leave the academy territory this weekend, to which the girl replied that it was easy. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that if he became her assistant, she would allow him to go out at least every day, to which he said that it was not necessary. The northern part of the Pacific Ocean appeared. The boat was rapidly floating forward. The guy was sitting in the side cell. Gritting his teeth, Dylan thought that the hell, he did not think that he would be put on a ship and treated like cargo. Was he really being transported to a prison tower? The prison tower appeared. The man was chained. It was said that this paradise of deprivation was personally created by the S-rank Constellation. This is a prison that turns the all-powerful contractor into a helpless person. The boy smiled, thinking that well, it wasn't that important. Looking straight ahead, he added that all he needed now was to shut up and make sure Rick could stay in the family. If he did, he would cut his sentence by 5 years, otherwise it would be a disaster. Sitting with his hands behind his back, the boy thought that 5 years was nothing. He looked in surprise, hearing what an ugly face. Looking away, Dylan asked who it was. A bright red beam appeared. The boy's head was suddenly cut off. Looking down, Dylan wheezed. Blood was running down his body. The man was holding a weapon in his hands. His eyes lit up and he said that he should die. The first species did not need people like him. The boy wheezed in pain. Suddenly, he fell headfirst to the ground. The man looked at him silently. The stranger began to evaporate. A view of the Ventric family estate opened up. The girl frowned. Edward and Rick bowed. Looking straight ahead, Adelia turned to the guy. The guy responded with his head down. Sitting at the table, the girl asked what and what he was going to do, to which he asked again. The guy bowed and apologized. Frowning, Adelia asked what and what it was. Rick looked at him in fear, hearing that he thought that only an apology could fix something. Looking at him, the girl said that he should tell her in more detail what made him do something like that, to which he replied that he was listening. Smirking, she said, "That's so?" The guy frowned, hearing that he wanted to take care of Chuck, to which he responded approvingly. The girl grabbed the armrest tightly and asked that, and that was all. Her eyes lit up, and she asked what his explanation was. Taking a step forward, Adelia said that he acted on his own because he thought he had insulted the Ventrick family. But in reality, it was his own pride that was hurt, wasn't it? Standing in front of the boy, she added that besides, he was the one who ended up dragging the family name through the mud. Lowering her head, the girl asked what they should do. The boy's eyes widened and he asked again. Falling to the ground, he shouted that he would do anything, no matter what, he would bring back the family's former honor. Looking at him, Adelia asked what he was talking about. Rick clenched his teeth tightly, hearing that the only way to get her back was to banish him from the family. Frowning, the man asked that wasn't that too harsh a punishment for him. Looking away, Adelia asked that then he wanted to be thrown out of the family. The man looked down and mumbled. Looking at the boy, the girl thought about what she would prefer for him to be kicked out of the family that very second or killed. Looking down, she added that but that would finally confirm the fact that Rick was the one who ordered Dylan to kill Chuck. She pursed her lips. The boy responded, hearing the appeal. Standing in front of him, Adelia said that she was not going to kick him out of the family, let him return to Valhalla and keep his mouth shut. Looking down, she continued that after she met this Chuck, she would think everything over carefully. Bowing, the young man shouted that he thanked her. Looking to the side, the girl said that he should look after his son, his punishment would depend on his own actions. The estate appeared, and it was heard that now let them get out. Edward and Rick walked down the corridor. Turning his head, the man said that from now on he should keep a low profile, and not even think of doing anything reckless. Looking straight ahead, the boy asked if he hadn't heard what the leader had said. Frowning, he added that sooner or later he would be kicked out of the family, but right now the media was watching them closely, so he would hardly be able to do anything. Walking forward, Rick said that when all the fuss died down and no one was expecting it, he would definitely publish it. He looked angrily and added that before that, he had to do something, because now nothing would stop him. The man looked at him in bewilderment, hearing that he could also help him. Walking forward, Edward said that whatever he had planned, he should keep it a secret, to which the boy responded approvingly. Valhalla Academy appeared. A view of the meeting room opened up. Sitting at the table, the man said that the head of the Ventrick family would soon arrive here. She wanted to apologize to him personally. Looking at him, the hero replied that they were not connected to her in any way. She even directly stated that the incident had nothing to do with the family. Raising his hand, the teacher said that he seemed to be right, but from a moral point of view, she was still doing the right thing. He heard that she was even going to fly to Korea. Frowning, the protagonist thought that so, the Ventrick family wanted to punish Rick themselves, and the head came to see him simply because she had no other choice. Closing his eyes, he added that it was so annoying. Looking at him, the man said that, frankly speaking, he and Instructor Bill were very upset about this situation. Looking directly, he added that according to the chronology of events, first the attack on the Valhalla student was committed, then the attacker admitted that he did it on Rick's orders. But the teacher closed his eyes and said that he still couldn't believe that they were actually trying to protect their family's reputation. Waving his hands at the confession he had forced Dylan to record, they were busy covering up the truth anyway. A pile of money was revealed, and it was heard that either way, to protect their students, they would have to expose either Rick or the head of the Ventrick family. The Ventrick family had recently donated a large sum of money to the academy. Adam, sitting on the couch, said that he couldn't believe that most of Valhalla's funding was donations from large families. The academy would probably just turn a blind eye to it if they were given enough money. The hero stuck his finger in his ear and said that well, he would talk to this so-called head of the family. The man looked at him in amazement. His eyes widened and he asked if this was even a normal reaction, to which the protagonist asked again, "What's the matter, did he seem abnormal?" The man knocked on the door. Looking away, the teacher said that she was already here, he would invite her. Standing in front of the hero, he added that then he would go, and wished him luck. Adelia entered the room. The man bowed in front of her. Looking at her, Adam said that he asked him not to rush, to which the girl replied that yes, she thanked him for his hospitality. She stood in front of the hero. Smirking, Adelia said that it was nice to meet him, she was the head of the Ventrick family. Frowning, the hero said that yeah, it was nice to meet her too. The girl sat in front of him. The protagonist looked at her silently. Looking straight ahead, Adelia said that first of all, regarding that incident with Dylan. Lowering her head, she added that she offered her deepest apologies for this misunderstanding. Frowning, Chuck said that well, she had already promised to kick him out of the family, so everything was fine. Sitting in front of him, Adelia said that she had also heard that Rick had been bothering him a lot, to which the hero replied that it had only happened once, and that it didn't matter anymore. Looking at him, the girl heard that she had been told that Rick had nothing to do with the incident. Moreover, she had announced it publicly. Adelia opened her mouth and said that, in fact, that was exactly what she wanted to discuss. Sitting in front of the hero, she added that they had made an official statement immediately after the attack, but now they were in a stalemate where no one trusted them. Closing one eye, the protagonist said that well, that was expected, and then thought that they had talked nonsense, and were now complaining about mistrust. Smirking, Adelia said that, well, the purpose of her visit was to find a way to resolve this issue with him. Looking straight ahead, Chuck heard that he could not help them resolve this issue. The girl closed her eyes, hearing that he didn't, to which she replied that his answer was predictable. Stretching her hands forward, she added that if he helped them now, she promised that she would provide him with all possible support until graduation. The girl smirked and said that of course, she would recommend him to the Ventric family-sponsored guild so that she could continue to help him. She would make sure that he wouldn't have to bother himself anymore. Looking at her, the hero asked what she meant. All she needed from him was a statement. Smiling, he added that to think about the lengths she was willing to go to in order to shut him up. She seemed depressed. Adelia frowned upon hearing this. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that he was irritated by her persistent denial of what happened, so why should he play along with her? Sitting in front of the girl, he added that he didn't need a reward, what he wanted was to watch her shame, which Rick had given her. Frowning, the girl said that he was a scumbag. A glow appeared around her, and she asked that he forgot who he was talking to. Chuck smirked, and asked why she had decided to show her true face now. It must have been hard for her to hold back. Looking at him, Adelia answered that she had come to this vile academy to give him a chance at the sweet life. How could he even dare to say such a thing? Frowning, she added that she wanted to incinerate him right here and now. The hero smirked, hearing that he had the only chance he had, which he had refused. Putting his hands in his pockets, he said that it was true. Let him try then. Looking at him, the girl asked again. Raising his head, the protagonist asked her if she hadn't said that the Ventric family had nothing to do with the attack. To back up that lie, they were going to silence him with a large sum of money, and now they suddenly wanted to kill him. Adelia gritted her teeth, hearing that this was all she could do. Closing her eyes, the hero said that, well, in any case, even if she tried, she wouldn't be able to kill him. The girl furrowed her brows angrily. Her hair fluttered in the wind. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. As she left, Adelia said that she would make him regret every word he said. Chuck smirked and said that in the end, she hadn't done anything, but she had said so many words. Sitting on the couch, he heard that he hadn't considered it necessary to interfere, but he really had to say all that. Barry crossed his arms, hearing the address. Frowning, the hero said that most of all he hated tyrants who forced others to bow their knees before them. His eyes lit up and he added that he foresaw her every move, the insects that tried to put shackles on everyone. Barry shuddered in amazement, hearing that he hated him for the same reason. The protagonist stood up and thought that since there were no more classes today, maybe he should go to the gym early. The blue sky appeared. A view of a place near the stadium opened up. Chuck was walking with a phone in his hands. Suddenly, he looked in surprise. The girl walked forward, a thought arose, what for, Amanda? Jonathan crossed his arms, a thought arose, and right in front of her, who is this at all? Looking straight ahead, the guy asked that he really thought he could win. Amanda lowered her head, hearing that no matter how diligent she trained in Valhalla, it would not help her. Stretching his hand forward, the young man said that if she wanted to remain a member of the family, she should not show up for the selection test this weekend. The girl lowered her head, hearing that he did not want to be publicly humiliated. The guy asked again, hearing that he did not. Putting his hands on his hips, he said that he gave her one last chance, and she refused. She really did not get what was happening. Amanda lowered her head. It was heard that he was the only one whose impulses and neurons did not catch up. Jonathan looked in amazement and asked who just called him an idiot. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that he was an idiot, and then asked what right he had to stop such a determined person. Frowning, the guy asked who he was. He did not even know him, but he was already trying to insult him. Putting his hand behind his head, the protagonist asked what and why so many bastards today are so proud of their authority. He does not care if he is a king, a president, or who else. He extended his hand forward and added that he should not sneak onto the academy grounds and not talk to its students in the future. If he was done chatting, let him get lost. The girl looked at him in surprise, hearing that she agreed with him. Amanda widened her eyes and answered approvingly. Jonathan clenched his teeth angrily. Frowning, he said that they would see each other at the test. The guy began to leave. Looking away, the girl thanked him, to which the hero replied that there was no reason they would go to train. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that by the way, when he asked if she agreed, at that moment she thought about something. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked what and about what. Raising her finger up, Amanda said that she would not ask him to get lost when they finished talking, it was more appropriate to say, to which he replied that he should stop. A thought appeared that she was scarier than he thought. They started walking towards the building, heard that they should forget about it, go to train. He couldn't come to train on the weekend, he had a trip planned, so he couldn't come. A few days later, not far from Sheung Hill, the hero touched a tree branch. The protagonist was walking through the forest. Looking at the phone, he heard that he was looking for his stash again. Chuck frowned, hearing that wasn't it enough for him to dig up what he had already dug up, to which he replied that he was partly right, but he was still curious about how many of the rest had survived. Barry crossed his arms, listening to him say that he thought that if he found them, he would definitely be able to dig up something valuable in them, to which he asked what valuable, he said. The hero frowned and thought that yes, if he did find them, he would be able to get rid of the shortcomings that had haunted him since ancient times. Taking a step forward, he added that maybe if he had found him not 300 years ago, but a little earlier, he would not have killed him. The Choijin family estate appeared. The man looked at him in surprise and asked that today was the Choijin family selection test, to which the girl replied that yes, that was why so many journalists had gathered here. The master stood in front of the people. John frowned and said that the selection test was beginning. Looking straight ahead, the guy heard that, as he had already said, the one who passed this test would be chosen as the successor. Amanda stood still, listening to the fact that those who did not pass it would be expelled from the family. Standing in front of the students, the man asked that they were ready for this. Looking at him, they responded approvingly. The man closed his eyes and said that it was good. John put his hands behind his back and said that the task of the test was to find a double blade hidden in the mountains. Looking straight ahead, he added that the person who found it and brought it to him would be declared the winner of the selection test. Frowning, the master said that it did not matter how they did it. He glared angrily and continued that, however, killing was prohibited. Amanda rushed forward, hearing that they would begin now. Smirking, Jonathan thought that he should run. This was not a time test. Watching the girl, he added that sooner or later he would find this sword, and everything would be over as soon as he took it. The guy frowned and thought that then he would take possession of it. Jonathan walked forward. He heard that they would see each other on the weekend. He glared angrily. Suddenly, his phone rang. Looking to the side, Jonathan said that he was listening. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what was with the double sword. Holding the phone to his ear, the guy said that it looked like he would have to take a selection test to get it, so it might take him a little longer. Putting his hand to his face, the man said a selection test. He had already mentioned it twice. The guy looked at him in surprise, hearing that he knew he had taken too long, to which he apologized. Raising his eyebrows, Jonathan said that if he could somehow get his hands on the sword, he would keep his promise. Looking away, the man said that of course, they had sealed the promise in front of the constellation, so it was guaranteed. The guy frowned, hearing that he should just focus on the goal, to which he replied that he understood. Looking straight ahead, he thought that this was his last chance, so. A view of the forest opened up, and the thought arose that it was time to start searching. The girl was sitting on the ground. With her eyes wide open, she thought that she felt the trajectory of the sword's magic. It was going in that direction. Stretching her hand forward, Amanda thought that somewhere in 15 minutes from here. She looked to the side in amazement, hearing that so the double sword was in that direction. Jonathan stood in front of her. Smirking, the guy asked that he was looking for him with the help of a magical trace, who taught him this. Frowning, the girl said the name of the hero. Looking straight ahead, Amanda asked about magic control. Crossing his arms, the protagonist answered that yes, she was already familiar with its basics. Standing still, the girl heard that she had already mastered the changing property of lightning. Isn't this a basic element of control? To which he responded approvingly. Chuck, standing in front of her, said that she should practice small elements of magic control, and not just something monumental, to which Amanda asked how. The hero extended his hand forward and asked her why she was asking. Hadn't she been taught this in her family? The girl nodded. The protagonist crossed his arms and said it didn't matter, she only knew how to borrow power from a constellation and concentrate magical energy, right? Chuck closed his eyes and added that he wasn't very good at it either. Amanda closed her eyes when she heard that she should first relax her entire body and use the tips of her fingers and toes so that a small concentration of energy would emanate from her, to which she responded approvingly, and he added that now she should stop answering him. A glow appeared around the girl, and it was heard that she should distribute it slowly, as if penetrating every hair with magic. Standing in front of her, the hero said that it was good that while in this state, she should try to feel the magic floating in the air. Amanda closed her eyes and thought that she needed to feel the magic. Particles appeared around the protagonist. Suddenly the girl opened her eyes in amazement. Looking at her, Chuck asked what she had already felt. Raising her head, Amanda replied that yes, she had seen that aura enveloping him. Looking down, the hero said that this way she would be able to sense magic. She would be able to recognize even the most insignificant magical surges that came from the body. This was just one of the things she would master with magical control. Crossing his arms, he added that the more often she used it, the easier it would be to sense residual magic on the ground or in the air, to which the girl replied that it was okay. Frowning, the protagonist said that if the type of magic was similar to his, then she would also be able to tell which object the impulses were coming from. Looking at the girl, he added that if she trained more, she would even be able to clearly see the silhouette. He could not teach her anything else, she would have to work on her own from now on. Grinning, Amanda responded approvingly. She looked away. Taking a step forward, Jonathan asked what and who this so-called Chuck was. Smiling, He said that it was that shameless guy who was with her then. Did even such a scum have such talent? The girl clenched her teeth tightly. Frowning, she said that he was much stronger than him. Why did he come here? Closing his eyes, the young man asked what she thought. A glow appeared around his weapon. Smiling widely, the guy shouted that this is why. He opened his eyes in amazement. Amanda held back the blow. The thought appeared that she parried his attack. Stretching his hand to the side, the guy exclaimed. Gritting his teeth, he thought, what the hell? Amanda took a step forward. The thought appeared. When did she manage to become so strong? The man stretched his hand to the side. A glow appeared around the hero. The hero closed his eyes and thought that they were really not here either. He hid so many stashes, and in all of Valhalla there was only one left. The protagonist suddenly evaporated. Smiling, he thought that here she was. He had finally found her. Looking to the side, Chuck wondered what it was. He was looking deep into the forest. Looking at the glow, the hero asked what it was. The girl was parrying attacks. The guy was fighting her. Amanda swung her weapon. Jonathan parried her blow. He looked at his weapon in amazement. Grinning, the young man said that apparently, at the academy, they taught her well to be a wild boar. He saw that she had become physically stronger. Standing in front of her, the girl said that she should let go of the double blade. Frowning, the guy asked her if she was crazy. He suddenly rushed forward and shouted that an illegitimate child like her did not deserve this. Amanda stood in front of him. Lightning flew around her weapon. They swung at each other. Frowning, the girl thought that she should turn the sword like this and chop upward. The young man flew to the side. Amanda swung, thinking that she should hit him as soon as he dropped his sword. She struck the boy again. Jonathan lowered his head. He fell to the ground. The girl closed her eyes and swung. Amanda's eyes widened, thinking that she knew she would definitely hit him, but who would have thought that this blow would be decisive? She ducked and added that she would take the double blade for herself now. The girl looked surprised, hearing that she did not think that she could actually defeat her. The boy stood in front of her. He lowered his head and asked what he had not told her. Smiling, Jonathan said that her blessing was ridiculous. She would never be able to defeat him, who had a contract. Frowning, he continued that even though she caught him off guard, he would return it to her 100-fold. Looking straight ahead, Amanda said that it was the aura of the sword. Was he really a villain? Swinging, the girl asked why. Closing his eyes, the young man asked again why she was asking. Pulling the sword forward, he shouted that he himself thought so. The girl swung the weapon. The guy suddenly rushed forward. Amanda's eyes widened, thinking that he had dodged her blow from such a close distance. Suddenly, a blow flew at her. The girl fell to the ground. Standing in front of her, Jonathan asked that he was not going to get up. Even better. Amanda looked in amazement. A wound appeared on her body. Smiling, the young man asked that he had given her permission to get up, let her not move, otherwise she would die. Holding the wound, the girl asked that when he mentioned the contract, he meant that he had made a contract with the evil Constellation. Looking at the guy, she heard that since he was the attack leader of the Jinza Guild, in order to save face, he signed a contract with an A-rank Constellation, but now he is on the side of the Loyalists. Amanda looked down, thinking about the Loyalists. She had heard of them before, the third most dangerous evil group in the world. Sitting on the ground, the girl asked what it meant. He made a contract with one of the loyal Constellations. She just did not understand. Amanda looked at him in surprise and asked that it was really better for him like this. He was not satisfied with a simple peaceful life. Smiling, Jonathan replied that she really decided to ask him about it. Let him listen. Looking straight ahead, he added that incredible strength and power and a lack of empathy. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Sitting in front of her, the young man asked again that she knew at what age he wanted to join the guild. Only 12 years old. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, he added that he had been toiling in their family guild as an icon since childhood. At the age when children beat nettles with sticks, everyone expected only that notorious example from him. As the eldest son of the Choijin family, the reason why he was still on the side of the guild was because of his father's guardianship. He was never able to make his own choice. Looking at him, Amanda heard that he was full of undisclosed desires already in his teens. That was when he met a man from the devotees. The man smiled. It was heard that then he invited him to join them. He promised him something that he could never fulfill in his previous life. The girl frowned, hearing that maybe he had already sensed his guts, to which she asked again. Smiling, the guy said that his sincere desire to mock other people. Looking straight ahead, he added that he couldn't join them on a whim. He had to fulfill one condition. He had to obtain their family heirloom, the double blade. Sitting in front of the girl, Jonathan said that if she had given up earlier, she wouldn't have been able to participate in the second selection test, and he would have been able to get it easily. Looking at him, the girl asked again, and the guy asked what she didn't remember. Amanda's eyes widened in surprise, hearing that 10 years ago, the eldest daughter of the Choijin family, her older sister, participated in the first selection test. Looking at the guy, she asked what but didn't she go missing, to which the guy replied that during the selection test. Smiling widely, he added that he couldn't control his instincts. Looking at him, the girl heard that he killed her in the mountains. Jonathan closed his eyes and said that however he had failed to find the double blade, escaping with a few injuries and failing the selection test, he could have joined them 10 years ago. But Amanda hung her head, hearing that her father had somehow found her sister and tried to save her, sending her to the hospital for treatment. He had abandoned her, hoping that she would simply disappear. The guy looked surprised, hearing where she was now, to which he asked that she wanted to go look for her right now. It was better for her not to do this. The woman's mouth fell open. It was heard that her mother had fainted. The girl was crying, holding her hand. Amanda's eyes widened, hearing that because she saw her sister in her face. Jonathan sat up and said that well, now he knew where the double blade was, so. Swinging, he added that she should give his regards to her sister from him. The sword flew straight at her. The guy suddenly opened his eyes in amazement. The hero blocked his blow. Chuck is holding the sheath in his hands. He frowns and asks what the hell he's doing. Jonathan replies with displeasure that it concerns his family, and asks him to mind his own business. Chuck frowns, asking what kind of crazy family he has. The brunette hits him with the sheath and asks if it's normal for them to put a knife to their own sister's throat. Jonathan flies back. Amanda tiredly tries to say something. She turns to Chuck. The red-eyed man turned around when he asked why he came here. The guy displeasedly thinks that he came here for his stash, which was just nearby in this direction. Amanda is holding her wounded stomach. Chuck notices this. The brunette says that it just so happened that he had some business here and the girl should retreat and concentrate some energy to heal her wound. The girl lowers her eyes and agrees. Jonathan walks back, displeased, and says that he wonders what kind of ignoramus he is and asks if he is the same rude guy he recently encountered. Chuck looks at him and says that this is a family squabble anyway. He gets furious and orders him to get out of his sight. The guy is getting ready to stab him. Chuck stands still and watches. His opponent is perplexed by what he sees. Chuck leans back slightly while he wonders if he dodged. The guy wants to hit him with the sheath in response and replies that when he strikes. Chuck hits him, saying that he should not aim at someone who remains motionless, because he should watch who is watching him at that moment. Jonathan bleeds and falls. Chuck holds the sheath to his face. Jonathan frowns, thinking about when he pushed him away and wonders if he managed to go even further. Chuck hits him in the stomach. The guy is pressed into the local soil with great force. Jonathan is steaming and lying on the ground. Chuck is looking at him carefully. He turns to the girl and asks if she is okay, to which he receives a positive answer. Chuck takes off his hood and asks if she can go, to which she replies that she is not sure, but will try. Red Ice feels a glow from the side. Purple smoke is emitted from Jonathan. Chuck hears Barry's voice saying that it is the sword's magic, to which he thinks that he himself knows this and asks himself if he is one of the bad guys. Someone takes a strong step. Jonathan frowns and walks towards him and curses. Chuck calmly looks at him, while he continues that he is just a newbie in Valhalla. He attacks from above and asks again if he thinks he can defeat him as the guild leader. Chuck simply raises his scabbard and blocks his blow. Jonathan gets even more angry and realizes that despite the fact that he hit him with magic, he did not even move from the spot. Chuck prepares to punch and notes that his opponent is the guild leader. Red Eye smiles, asking if he thought he should choose a more suitable position for himself. Jonathan grimaces in pain. He looks down, wondering if he really has the strength of a 17-year-old, because he blocked every attack he made, and even managed to counterattack him. Guild Eyes frowns, realizing that there is nothing he can do in this situation, because he has no choice but to take advantage of it. Jonathan reaches under his jacket, noting that this one has a whole bunch of side effects, and if he hits him even once more, he will be finished. The guild master smirks, holding a stone in his hands, and continues that it is with the help of these artificial remains. Jonathan bites off a piece of the crystal, noting that he can now make a preliminary contract with the Constellation. Chuck looks at him in confusion. Guild Eyes laughs wickedly. Smoke oozes out of him, and he continues to laugh. A group of people at the selection test site near the entrance are confused by the earthquake. The girl with the bauble points forward. They see dark smoke and ask what it is. The man with the beard realizes what he sees in front of him. The grandfather continues that it is the magic of the sword and that it is so concentrated that ordinary people can see it. The smoke, according to him, is seeping from the location of the double blade. John grimly notes that according to tradition, he cannot interfere in the middle of the selection test, but it is too dangerous, and he must personally go there and check everything. Chuck looks at him. The red-eyed man scratches his ear and replies that he patiently waited for him to finish and asks if all he did was strengthen his magic. Jonathan smiles grimly, and says that it is just an additional effect. A dragon forms behind him, while he himself explains that this is only a small part of the power that he received from the preliminary contract with the Constellation, and now he will not survive. Against the background of the dragon, the system notifies him that this is an all-killing dragon, and he recognizes the sacred relic and descends, and he bares his teeth, as if rejoicing at his long-awaited release. The dragon's eye glowed and he continues that the all-killing dragon uses his ability, the piercing eye of nature. Chuck glows red. The dragon stared at him in fear. He looks at his opponent in horror, and the system says that he stops using the ability, the piercing eye of nature. The dragon closes his eyes. He opens his eyes again and uses his ability, the piercing eye of nature again. The dragon emits streams of sweat accompanied by the system regarding the fact that he is overcome with fear. Jonathan is stunned by what is happening, while the all-killing dragon exclaims that he is getting out of there, to which the guy clarifies with him what is wrong. The guild leader looks sadly against the background of the notification that the all-killing dragon rejects the summoning of the sacred relic and terminates the contract. The guy looks up while he adds that he takes all his power back and runs away. The brunette looks after the constellation. Chuck looks at his opponent, who is scared. The red-eyed man pokes him with his sheath. He asks who else is going to die soon. The guy makes a strike. Jonathan breaks through. The guild leader looks down posthumously. Chuck stands next to him. The man looks forward in horror. The system notifies him about the all-killing dragon, that because of it he is now in big trouble. It continues that the dragon screams with a question about whether he really wants to be erased from the face of the earth. The old man in horror asks the constellation for an apology. He hits his forehead on the ground as a sign that he is very sorry. The system also conveys a message from the dragon that it warns him not to distribute artificial relics in the future. The man shakes and replies that he understands it. The system also continues that the dragon orders him to be a good boy. The old man stands in the same position. The old man raises his head. The man looks forward and asks what was just happening and what made the constellation so angry. He gets to his feet and notes that he sees from the artificial relic that idiot and the aforementioned family did something. The old man sweats and understands that he is in big trouble and does not understand. Maybe something scared him, the constellation itself. Will sullenly continues that he must find out what is happening. The plot moves to the Valhalla dorm. Chuck opens the door to his room. The guy closes his eyes and exhales. He reaches into his backpack for some reason. Chuck is happy that he finally has something in his hands. He is holding a textbook on the divine arts. Barry clarifies if these are the divine arts, to which Chuck gives a positive answer and replies that this is the main reason why he was looking for his badges. The guy smiles and explains that this is a breathing technique that can increase a person's magical power to an incredible level. Barry asks what is so different about the breathing technique he used before his reincarnation. The masked man crosses his arms over his chest and hears as an answer that the technique was simply disgusting, and when he was little, he snatched it cheaply at the market. Also, he mastered it well and used it until the very end. Chuck looks at the pages and thinks that besides, when he discovered these divine arts 300 years ago, he could no longer change his breathing technique, since the old one was ingrained in his body. He remembers that Barry defeated him for this very reason. When he fought him, and because of his useless breathing technique, he had no magical power left. Chuck smiles madly and continues that with a new body, he can now start all over again. The guy closed the book with the thought that he will stop his physical training for a while, and all because first he needs to master the divine arts. Chuck looks away as Barry asks if the recent situation has been resolved safely, since even though he lost consciousness, he still decided to leave his injured classmate next to him. Red Ice looks forward and replies that he heard someone approaching and so he left, that it would resolve itself somehow. He remembers hitting the guy. He lies face down in the ground. Red Ice stares at him. Chuck looks on in fear as Barry asks if he killed him, to which he asks himself if he could have killed him, since he had already been in the center of one incident in Valhalla. So if he left him like that, he would most likely be expelled or sent to prison. The guy looks at him and notes that there is still residual magic circulating in his opponent, and therefore he should survive. To which Barry agrees. Chuck asks the girl if she can get up. The guy wants to tell her something, but gets distracted. Red Ice notices that someone is approaching and wonders if the family could have rushed to him when they saw the sword's magic. It seems that it will be difficult for him to look for stashes now. Chuck turns to the blonde. Red Ice holds the strap of the backpack, saying that it must be that her family is heading here and urges her to calmly wait for them right here and not to overdo it, and he has something to finish and therefore he needs to go, to which she agrees. Chuck points to her brother and says that since they do not know what happened, she will have to tell them that she dealt with him herself. The guy pulls up his hood, saying that he has lost a lot of energy, so the last blow finally knocked him down, and says goodbye to her. Amanda smiles and replies that she understands everything and that they will see each other at the academy. Chuck lies on the bed and thinks that in any case. He looks at the book and continues that once he masters the divine arts and returns the remaining storage stones, since the last time he absorbed their magic power, he was unable to fully absorb it due to his low magic absorption. Against the backdrop of the dorm, he says that today he will simply rest. The plot takes us to the manor. A family meeting is taking place. John sits on a chair and begins that thanks to the press that came to film the selection test in their family, it did not take long to become. He asks if they have read them, to which the woman replies positively that most of them have. She sees an article on her tablet with a headline about their family, that they are a laughingstock, no wonder they got involved with one of the worst gangs in the world, who call themselves the Devotees. The second one reads an article that connects their family with a gang of devotees. John puts his hand to his temple and notes that it is such a mess, and he cannot believe that their family has fed an enemy informant. Everyone hears him continue that in addition, the official representative of the association, he himself personally received an appeal from this person. He frowns forward and continues that when something similar happened overseas to another family, they kept silent because they did not care, but now they cannot do the same. He looks at the man in sunglasses and notes that Jonathan was handed over from the police and clarifies what's up with Amanda, to which he receives in response that she was taken to her family hospital for treatment. The man with the beard clarifies her condition, to which he reports that her wound is quite serious, but the bleeding has already stopped and the organs were not damaged, so serious surgery will not be required. John breathes a sigh of relief. The man in glasses notes that there are already articles about her too. He looks at him and reads out what they write about her, that she is a genius who defeated a member of the devotees, being a simple student of the Valhalla Academy. After Chuck she dealt with a member of the devotees group and thus begins the era of geniuses and so on, and he adds that there are a lot of such articles. John sullenly notes that she went against her own family and for this she is extolled in the headlines. The boy turns to him and asks if that's not a relief, since the selection test was a complete mess, but nevertheless the next eye of the family was still chosen. John listens sullenly as he continues that these kinds of articles will help the family solidify its position as successor, which is certainly true. The head of the family looks down and thinks that it's good that Amanda has a legitimate chance of success, but to defeat this guy alone, the circumstances of this victory are too warning. John remembers watching in horror at what happened. Amanda clutches her wound and looks at him. She tiredly says that her brother attacked her with dark magic and that's why she knocked him out. The old man looks at her in bewilderment and states that the video is all in his own eyes, that there was a huge surge of magical power over the mountain and clarifies how it defeated him. The people helped her up. She looks at John and replies that Chuck taught her. The old man looks at his tablet at the article about how this guy cursed the guild representatives. Chuck gives everyone the middle finger in an angry tone. Cut to Valhalla. Chuck sits down at his desk. He notices something. Amanda is sitting in front of him. Red Eyes sat down thinking that he thought she was hospitalized, but it looks like she's okay. The girl turns around to look at him. Amanda smiled and waved at him. The guys behind him ask if she really just waved and smiled at them, to which the other one says that he can only dream of it, so it was addressed to him. Chuck is reading a book and practicing. His phone rings. Red Eyes reads how the blonde girl complains to him that she won't be able to work out for a while, because the doctor forbade any physical activity, to which he says that's not surprising, considering how bad the bleeding was. Chuck tells her that everything is okay, because he was going to do his own thing for the next few days anyway. She sends him 3 stickers, and Chuck gets angry that she's spamming. Barry distracts him by saying that he needs to know something, to which the guy asks for specifics. The masked man says that it is black magic, which they encountered not so long ago. Chuck frowns and asks if he remembered anything about it, but gets a negative answer, and Chuck clarifies what is the matter then. Barry holds his hand to his face and states that it is not that he simply forgot about it, because he feels like something is preventing him from remembering it. Chuck crosses his arms over his chest and asks again about the interfering factor, because could it be because of that freak, to which he says that it is possible. Barry rubs his chin and continues that he may be wrong in this regard, but it is likely that if the second condition on that board was met, then nothing would have prevented him. But this is just a theory. Red-Eyed remembers the board with the inscription that Valhalla is near the Great Forest, the home of a certain man, and it is necessary to pay attention to the fact that the condition can be fulfilled only if he has a dagger, and he thinks about this second condition. He leans on the chair and continues that this is just a training reserved seat for assessing knowledge. Could there be anything else? Because people with low scores on exams are expelled from the academy. The brunette scratches his head and asks himself whether he will really sit and wait for these exams, because it is such a stupid waste of time. Red-Eyed sits in the classroom and thinks that in any case he needed some time to get used to it, and he can go and look for that very eye of the Great Forest. The teacher comes in and asks them to take their seats. In the background of the students, he says that before he begins his lesson, he needs to make a small announcement. The teacher looks at them and asks if everyone present knows about the inter-school competition that will take place next month, to which he receives an unequivocal positive answer. Chuck frowns and asks is that so, to which Barry notes that he talked about it after the midterms. The man in the turtleneck continues that their academy needs participants, and says that the selection will be based on the results of the final exams, and that Chuck should go with him to the staff room. Red-Eyed clarifies if this is about him. The story moves to the staff room. The teacher begins by saying that the meeting place cannot be changed, to which he replies that he does not have to invite him here so often. The man in the turtleneck lowers his head and says that in some way his student is even right, so he wants to talk about his participation in the inter-school competition. Chuck immediately gives a negative answer, to which he exclaims that he did not even have time to explain anything to him. The brunette asks what kind of competition this is, to which he says that he has talked about it in sufficient detail in lectures, but he will explain it to him again. Against the background of the building, he says that the 3 largest educational institutions in the world for training hunters, in Korea it is Valhalla, In China it is White Lotus, and in America it is Heroes. He looks at him and continues that each of the 3 schools selects several first-year students as their representatives and invites them to participate in the competition, and the competition includes sparring, escaping from a labyrinth, and much more. The teacher raises an eyebrow, so they plan to send those who scored the highest on the practical exam. The red-eyed one yawns loudly, to which he clarifies whether he is not interested at all. Chuck scratches his ear and listens to what if his academy took first place, then all the participants would not only receive a rather substantial scholarship, and Chuck interrupts him that they would be showered with money until old age and much more. The teacher looks at him with displeasure while he answers that he is not interested. Chuck is taken aback by the question of whether he wants to go to the Great Forest. The red-eyed man asks again about near the Great Forest, to which he receives a positive answer, because this is the very place where the final exam will be held. The gray-haired man continues that the interschool competition is planned in Valhalla, so the final task will be to get to near the Great Forest. This task will be approximately the same as in the final exam, and those who pass it will automatically receive credit for the final. The teacher crossed his fingers and says that if he does not pass, then he will have to take the exam again, to which he replies that he understands everything. Chuck smirks and says that under these conditions he will take part in the interschool competition. The plot moves to the United Kingdom in the Ventrick family estate. Adelia asks how the preparations are going. The servants bow and responds that everything is going smoothly. She hears that the preparation will most likely take about a month, to which she says that she understands everything and they should continue. The blonde looks forward and asks about the idiot, and clarifies how Rick's people are, to which she receives in response that there is nothing strange in their actions that she should mention. Adelia extends her hand and notes that they know that if there is any inappropriate behavior, they must immediately notify her about it, to which he agrees. She looks at him and hears that although it has nothing to do with them, some disturbing news has reached their ears. He stands in a bow and continues that it is obvious that they are building a building out of paper money at the market. Adelia looks at them and asks again about the building out of paper money, to which the servant replies that they believe that the black cat is directly responsible for this. The girl frowns and wonders what the man is up to, since he has never done anything like this before. Adelia looks at the screen. She sees a message that the mask is ordering her to tell everything in detail. The girl looks at the message from the Constellation in shock. The plot moves to the market in District Number 7. There is a construction site there. The man in the mask is watching the process. He thinks about the Constellation, since they will do anything the Constellation asks them to do. The guy looks at the construction site, and wonders what the point is in building a building out of paper money. The crazy gray-haired girl notes that this is a gift for him. He looks at the construction site and asks if she ordered him to build a building out of money. The system notifies that the two-faced ruler told him that this is a gift. The masked man reads and wonders what kind of gift it is and, most importantly, for whom. The guy looks and begins to understand something. The notification transmits the question of whether he found the guy who sold the ring. The masked man looks and answers that this is not so yet, and he only knows some of his facial features, voice and clothes. The guy moved his hand to the side and continues that he still has access to that guy's contact information, and they are doing everything possible to find this person. He is bombarded with requests to make people laugh, to which he accepts the order. The teacher is sitting in the staff room. He is scratching his head. Bill asks him if he has already chosen the participants, to which he notices the instructor and gives him a positive answer. Bill looks at him and asks if he can look at the list of students, to which he also answers positively. He shows the list and says that except for one, they are all from his class. Yellow Eyes asks if he was able to persuade Chuck, because this is definitely impressive. The teacher raises his eyebrows and explains that at first he was not particularly eager, but after he whispered to him about the Eye of the Great Forest, he abruptly changed his mind and agreed. Bill drinks coffee, saying that it turned out interesting, because when he heard about the Great Forest, anyone in his place would have been confused, to which the man in the turtleneck clarifies if this is true. He looks at Bill and clarifies, or maybe he knows what the Eye of the Great Forest is, to which the latter notes that this guy sleeps during classes. Bill frowns and notes that the Constellation room, because he gets the impression that he needs the academy only for his own purposes. He looks at the teacher and asks if he can gather these children and conduct a short training for them, to which the teacher replies that of course he can and he will personally take care of freeing up their schedule. Bill closes his eyes and says that in that case he will leave and we wish him luck, to which the teacher reciprocates. The plot moves on a few days before. We are shown Sean. Julie is sitting next to him. Amanda is looking somewhere to the side. Jimmy is looking awkwardly. Chuck is sitting as he is comfortable and listening. Bill enters the room. He asks if everyone is here and himself confirms that there are exactly 5 of them, as it was on the list. Bill looks sullenly and continues that he is glad to meet them, because one way or another they crossed paths with him in the academy building and asks permission to remind them that he is the chief combat instructor. The gray-haired man says that the reason why they are all here is related to their participation in an interschool competition that will take place soon, and today he will tell about the training that they will have to go through. The old man shows 3 fingers and continues that they will have to complete 3 tasks in total. He looks at Julie and says that the first task is a duel between the participants, and this is something like an entrance test, which they have already passed. Then he looks at Sean and says that the second task is a team battle. It is a duel between participants of different schools, where they will represent Valhalla. Bill holds out his hand and says that all 3 teams will fight at the same time, so the main criterion for passing this task will be the ability to quickly assess the situation. He looks at Chuck and continues that about the third task, because it is connected with the Eye of the Great Forest. The old man holds a folder in his hand and explains that due to the fact that the final exam will be postponed for them, he cannot give more information, but the Eye of the Great Forest is a labyrinth. He imagines it, and continues that, as the name suggests, it is a dense forest, and, unlike an ordinary forest, the gates to it are heavily guarded and designed in such a way that anyone who tries to get there by air will be captured, and the only way to get there is to enter through the main entrance. Bill looks at the students and says that each of the teams will have to enter these gates, and they will hear more specific details on the day of the competition, to which they agree. The old man frowns and continues that they should move on, because now he will explain to them the specifics and format of the team battle. Chuck listens that while they already had some experience working in a team during the raid in the dungeon, to which Chuck is perplexed if this is the whole explanation. The guy rocks in his chair with thoughts that if there is a barrier, then why can't he just break inside? Perhaps it is still not so simple. Bill continues that for the team fight, he will now explain how their training will take place. He asks if there are any questions, to which Chuck raises his hand. Bill allows him to ask a question, and he clarifies whether it is possible to train alone. The old man looks at him and replies that it does not matter, because if he wants, then it is his business. Amanda raises her hand, because then she will also train alone. Bill wonders if she is in league with Chuck and agrees with the question of whether there are others who want to. The students sit silently, to which he notes that it looks like there are no volunteers. Bill goes to the door and states that in that case he has everything for today, and that they will see each other during training. The students stand up. Chuck looks ahead and thinks that before the competition starts, he should have time to master the technique he needs, and thanks to mana, he will improve his form. Red-Eyed looks away and notes that the rest of the time he will have to devote to training. Amanda turns to him and asks if she should take part in the general training, to which he clarifies why she is asking him about this, because she is a loner. She holds her stomach while he asks again if she said that she would not be able to train hard. The blonde made a serious face. She remembers how the teacher took her to the staff room to tell her that he read an article about her, and therefore worried about her condition, but he thought that he should still ask her personally if she would like to take part in the competition. He looks at her and clarifies if she is going to participate. The teacher is taken aback by the question about Chuck, whether he will participate, to which he says that he heard that he will participate. Amanda looks at him and continues that in this case she will participate, to which the teacher asks her again because her body has not yet fully recovered. The blonde lowers her eyebrows and answers that she will be fine, to which he says that he understands everything. Amanda looks down and realizes that she is already halfway to becoming the head of her house, however. The girl continues that thanks to Chuck, she has another goal. She looks at him and thinks that she wants to become stronger with him. Amanda smiles at him too, because she wants to help him achieve what he so cherished desires, just as he helped her. Chuck looks awkwardly and asks what's what, because at first she speaks, then pauses and begins to laugh terribly and asks her not to overdo it, to which she agrees. The brunette stands up and continues that then for most of the training he suggests that she focus on mana control, and during the classes she should reduce all her leg activity to a minimum, to which she agrees. Chuck leaves saying that as soon as he finishes his business, he will help her a little, and says goodbye. The plot moves to the evening. Someone is bleeding and screaming. He is tied up and asks to let him go, because he will give them everything they ask for. The man with the tattoo is holding a knife. He plunged it into his chest muscle. The guy died. The girl asks if he couldn't finish him off faster, to which he says that it was funny. She hears the phone and asks if there is already a new order. The bald man asks if this is a new target for murder, to which she answers positively. She looks at the phone and realizes that in front of them is a student of Valhalla. They look at the corpse. The man takes the knife out of the corpse and says. The bald man asks why they took on the murder of a schoolboy, to which she asks if he knows, because she thinks that the client just forked over a tidy sum. The man with the tattoo asks about the deadline, and she reads that they must kill him in a month during the inter-school competition. The bald man goes and asks why they can't kill him right now, to which she replies that the security of the academy dormitory is currently strengthened and asks if he is going to break through the magical barrier to kill their student. The bald man looks at her and asks if she thinks that it will be easier during the competition, where other schools will also be present, to which she explains that she has already been told everything. The girl thinks about the forest and continues that according to the customer, on the third day the competition will be held in a place called near the Great Forest, and this in itself is a mysterious labyrinth, which is located in the forest. She puts her hands in her pockets and adds that she heard that the task for the students is to get through the maze, and he clarifies if this means that there will be no instructors in the forest. Tracy looks ahead and replies that there will be no one there except for a small flying drone for observation, and, With the exception of a few guards at the entrance to the maze itself, all instructors and teachers will be monitoring the stage from the observation room. Bob asks if their man will get in there first, and they follow her, because this is not a joke. They leave while Tracy mentions that completing this task is their priority, and he replies that he knows it. The plot moves forward a month to the first day of the inter-school competition. The students came to cheer on the participants. Rick frowns ahead. He is sitting on the couch and calling his father. Edward says that he got the money, to which Edward says that it is good. The blonde hears how he wants to say about the money, but he interrupts him, because he has already paid the commission. Edward hears that he has made an assignment to kill Chuck. The blonde man answers the question of whether he really did it by saying that he already said that his decisions will not affect his father in any way. Edward listens as his son explains that he will figure it out himself this time, and that his order has already been accepted. The voiceover explains about this organization, that it is a well-known group of murderers and eviscerators, and he heard that the team will consist of 3 people, which inspires fear just by its mention. Edward asks his son to keep a low profile, to which he agrees. The blonde man watches the game thinking that they answered him that they will deal with him during the competition. Rick raises his eyebrows and realizes that in this regard, he should not be here. He stands up and calls the girl to follow him. The man with the mustache greets everyone present, specifically the students and spectators of the competition. He says that he is the chairman of the Valhalla board. Ted says into the microphone that he believes that before the competition it is necessary to introduce some representatives of each school and notes that the first will be representatives of the Chinese school. The spectators see Chinese freshmen. Next, he announces the representatives of the United States. Ted twitches his mustache and moves on. He introduces them to the participants from Valhalla. He continues that the competition will last for 3 days, and the task of the participants for today is individual sparring. Ted raises his voice, saying that the representatives from each school should return to their waiting rooms and wait there for the announcement of the results of the match. Bill looks down at them. He frowns at them. Someone calls his name. Jack says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Bill crosses his arms over his chest and calls him third place, to which he asks him not to call him that. Gray-haired hears how he notes that Valhalla was not the only one who took first place, to which he notes that this is true. Jack smiles and continues that this year everything will be different. They look at the arena, while the American declares that this time his school will achieve first place, to which the second clarifies why he is so sure. Jack put his hands on his hips and said that the best of all contractors is the one and asks if he knows who he is talking about, to which he receives a positive answer. Bill looks at him and replies that this is the guy they call the Destroyer, Logan. Jack smiles and says that this man's son is studying at their academy, to which the gray-haired man asks again about his son. The instructor points a finger, confirming that it was he who came as a representative. Here he is. They look at him and notice that he is Logan's son. Bill raised his hand to his chin and said that then he is looking forward to seeing what this guy is capable of, to which he continues that this guy has already signed a contract with his father's Constellation. Bill, stunned, asks again about the Constellation. The gray-haired man looks down and asks if the guy uses the same permission as his famous father, to which he receives in response that to some extent this is true, but not as good as his father. Jack looks at his colleague and says that he heard that it is better not to joke with new Valhalla students, especially with that red-eyed one, and asks if he is right. Jack continues that he heard that he recently took the villain by the balls, which Bill confirms, because after that Amanda did something similar. Jack closes his eyes and says that the two of them will work well with Logan, and it is necessary to take into account that this person can bypass many adult contractors. Bill chuckles, to which his interlocutor asks why his reaction is so sluggish. Ted says that the participants of the first round have been determined. Bill replies that he will then understand why he has such a reaction. The screens show that Chuck and Logan are fighting in the first round, and the instructor continues that after he watches this match, he will understand everything. The guys stand opposite each other. Ted smiles and says that the rules are the same for all subsequent matches, so he will explain them right now. The rule is extremely simple, namely that the one who defeats his opponent wins. He presents the diagram to everyone and continues that if a contestant hits their opponent's vital points with their weapon, the system will prevent them from causing lethal damage by striking, and the pain will be replaced by an electric shock, so they can give it their all and no one will interfere with them. Ted keeps his hands behind his back and addresses the contestants. That they should keep in mind that this protection system will be in effect until the next team match, and as soon as he says they can start, they can start. Chuck wonders about the protection system, because why would they use something like this? While Barry says that he should watch his physical condition during the first 2 days of the competition, so that he can properly perform his third task. Logan frowns. Ted begins the countdown. He has only just marked the beginning, when Chuck is already attacking. He is stunned by what he sees. Logan has caught him. He asks if he thinks he is strong. Red Ice counters that he thinks he has a long way to go. Logan frowns that he is more modest than he looks. Chuck blocks the blow, saying that it makes no difference whether he is being modest or chatting now, because he is still growing. The red-eyed man counterattacks and asks his opponent how long he is going to block his blows. Logan is taken aback by the fact that he is in the air. Chuck clenches his fist to scratch his face with it. Logan gets hit in the chest. The American cringes because the blow was very heavy. Chuck smiles and asks if this is true, because he is stronger than he seems, and at first it seemed to him that one blow would be enough. The instructors look around. Bill says that he really was able to withstand his student's blow once. Jack thinks that he has already seen Chuck's fight in a rating video, which was filmed before the competition, and all his students also watched and rewatched it. He looks at the guy and notes that even then he was not so formidable. Jack frowns and thinks that this is not the end. Logan lights up, and he continues that the guy still hasn't used his legacy in the form of the destroyer. The American wants to hit him. Chuck easily dodges. The blow cuts off a couple of strands of his hair. The red-eyed man is surprised. He angrily kicks him in the body and asks what he's doing. The guy touches his hair and wonders if he trimmed the ends, and if it was a normal attack, he would never have hit him, and doesn't understand. Maybe it was some kind of devastating ability. Logan holds onto his body and notes that he only missed 2 blows to the stomach, but is already ready to fall to the ground. Opponent Chuck looks at him and thinks that if he can't deal a blow with destruction, then there is no point in using it. The green-eyed man frowns and denies. He uses the ability on the ground, thinking that he still has an option. The ground cracks. Everything around him glows and becomes covered with cracks. Chuck calmly asks what it is, and why he is destroying the floor. Logan looks at his opponent with displeasure. Chuck is taken aback by the flying stones. The green-eyed man thinks that if he can dodge any of his visible attacks, he prepares to attack him from the side and notes that in this case he will do what will make his attacks unpredictable. Chuck turns around abruptly. The American is taken aback by the look and asks himself why the hell he found him so quickly. The guy uses his ability because it is too late. He gets hit in the face with a stone. Chuck looks at him and asks if he hid behind the stove. The red-eyed man smiles and asks how much his own magic burns him. Logan gets a fist in the nose. The guy flies back. Ted notes that it looks like the round has come to an end and the winner is Chuck from the Valhalla Academy. Jack lost his jaw from the outcome, to which Bill replies that that is why he did not react sentimentally. Chuck calmly leaves, while the instructor continues that the child is a monster. The voiceover says that the next round consisted of a sparring match between a White Lotus member and Chuck, where Chuck won. Next up is his round against an American, and he also won. Next comes the individual match, Amanda versus Chuck. The blonde looks at him, saying that they both made it to the finals, even though they were both from Valhalla, and it looks like their academy's victory is still guaranteed. Chuck scratches his head, while Ted says that there is no reason for this match other than to determine the ranking. Amanda holds onto her sword and continues that the winner will get a scholarship, and notes that she does not need it and asks if she should give in. Chuck says that he does not care who wins, the main thing is for her to not give up, and since they are already at the stadium, it would be remiss of them to deprive the spectators of bread and circuses. He points at her and mentions that she should show him her progress. Chuck smirks and asks her to give it her all, but he will take her injuries into account. Amanda uses lightning, saying that she understood him. The girl delivers a slash while drawing her sword from its sheath. Chuck looks on madly and attacks. Ted watches the battle in shock. Jack holds his head and Bill is dumbfounded. The members of Valhalla are also tense. Chuck knocked out Amanda. He looks at her while Ted notes that the result is obvious, and the winner of the inter-school competition in individual combat this year is Chuck. Red-eyed listens to Barry that he is ruthless and asks if he said that he would take her injuries into account, to which the guy asks himself if he did not restrain himself and try not to hit her in the stomach. Chuck looks at the girl and notes that it was an accident to put her down like that, to which Barry asks him again. Chuck remembers how everything happened and continues that the trajectory of her blade suddenly changed and the sword was aimed at his stomach, so he punched it. To which he notes that now everything is clear to him. Red Dice is happy that he has definitely become stronger, and he can't believe that his mana reserve has increased, and now he can actually hold some of it. The guy looks down. He looks at his opponent, and notices that she has also become stronger. The plot shifts to night. In the dorm, only one window is lit. Bill frowns and notes that they are doing well. He looks at the group and asks if everything is okay, to which he receives a positive answer. Grey Eyes continues that thanks to the defense system, they were not hurt, but they should still visit the infirmary. Chuck looks at him while he is about to tell them something about tomorrow's stage. Red Ice frowns and notes that this is a waste of time, and wonders if he really has to wait another whole day before he can see the Eye of the Great Forest. Bill suggests that they finish their team meeting for today and get some rest, to which they agree. The instructor walks down the hallway. Someone calls out to him. Chuck looks at him. Bill turns and asks him what is it, and if he has any questions for him, to which the guy says that there is something like that. The red-eyed one smiles and says that there is a team battle tomorrow. The brunette clarifies that if he can finish it early, then will he be able to continue the last task after that, to which he asks again if it is about the Great Forest. Bill looks down and replies that such cases have never happened before, so he must refer to the competition rules to answer his question. The instructor found and reads that there are two main conditions, to which he says that he is listening carefully. Bill continues that the interschool competition committee sets only one basic task for the participants every day, but there are exceptions. Bill looks forward, saying that the first condition is that the task must be completed before noon and the student who is able to complete the condition can move on to the next task at the teacher's discretion. And the second condition is that if the venue was not prepared properly or the students are not in a suitable condition for this, then they can prepare to repeat the task. Or move on to the next one if the basic one turns out to be too difficult for them, and it all depends on discretion. Red-Eye asks what his teacher thinks about this, if he can move on to the next task. Chuck notes that this will be if he finishes early and comes to the teacher's room. The instructor replies that he thinks it will be even better for him, and if he starts doing the last task in the afternoon. Chuck smiles and says that he understands and bids him farewell until tomorrow. Bill agrees and wishes him good night. Chuck walks while the entity in the mask asks if he wants to go near the Great Forest in just one day, to which he replies that it is a relief for him that he knew about this task in advance. Barry thinks about the task. Barry smiles and asks if this means he's going to try to attract students from other academies as well, to which the guy says that he was talking about the second task, and he told him about the first. Chuck sighs while the entity notes that it was just a misunderstanding. Red Eyes frowns and replies that in any case, he doesn't have any more time to waste. The plot moves to the next day in the inner sanctum. Ted says that he's glad to see everyone and continues that now he will tell you about the second task of the interschool competition. His image says that today's game is a trial team battle and 5 representatives of each academy will meet face to face right here in the mountains, and it's a game played on rough terrain, and the audience will be watching a live broadcast, which will be broadcast as a hologram. The drone with the camera arrived. The Valhalla participants are warming up. Julie asks where Chuck is because they're almost there. Chuck apologizes for being late. The girl angrily asks him if he knows what time it is, to which he replies that he overslept a little. Julie insists that he should have arrived half an hour ago and asks if he was listening to what the teacher was saying, to which he replies that he was thinking about something else at the time. Chuck scratches his head and apologizes. The girl is displeased to hear that it will sort everything out. Julie asks him if he understands what he is talking about, because this is not an individual battle, but a team battle, to which he replies that he knows it. The girl in the headband gets angry, saying that although he won the individual battle, they have now become the targets of the heroes and the White Lotus at once, and asks how he is going to sort this out. She looks at the guys and asks if they have any objections to this. Amanda raises her hand and apologizes, to which she allows her, asking if she wants to add anything. The blonde asks if she can go with him, to which Chuck replies that she should just stay here and she agrees, and Julie is indignant that it was not an objection. Chuck asks her to stop talking to save some energy. Ted says that the fight will start in 5 seconds. Red Ice turns his head and continues that he has one more game to play in the afternoon, and he started the countdown. Julie, in the background of the 4, asks what he is talking about. The purple-haired girl asks him to answer, to which he notes her arrogance. The guy smiles, the count is over, and he continues that he needs to get ready for the Eye of the Great Forest. The White Lotus comes out. Red Ice crawls out from behind the bushes screaming that he found them. The girl is scared that the guy from Valhalla is in front of her, and asks everyone to get ready. Chuck smiles and says that they reacted faster than he thought. The system notifies that the White Lotus is out of the game. Logan looks at the notification in shock. He is stunned to realize that the White Lotus has already dropped out, and only 10 minutes have passed since the fight began. Green-Eyed thinks that those runts from Valhalla headed straight for them, and probably that they thought that they were going to be attacked first. A man from his team draws his attention to himself, saying that he caught traces of magic in that direction, to which he clarifies whether the guys are from Valhalla. The comrades are stunned that it is not about the guys, but about one person. Logan puts 2 people to support the magic shield. The girl is on her knee and he asks her to prepare her amplification magic. Bella simply strengthens the shield, to which she replies discontentedly that she is already doing this. The team is ready to meet Chuck. The blonde looks at him and notes that this is just one person and asks if they really should prepare for his arrival like this. The green-eyed man worries and replies that if this person is Chuck, then the answer is obvious, that they should. The girl with the bob looks at him and notes that Melissa does not know him, she has never met him, and this guy clearly does not have the skills of a high school student. The blonde continues that he does too, to which he asks her not to compare this guy to him. The guy holds up a shield and says the magic is gone. Logan asks if they're gone, and the girl asks if they could have just done their job and gone their separate ways. The team is still standing at the ready. Someone is looking at them from the foliage. Chuck looks down. Logan hears that the red-eyed guy has found them. The green-eyed guy is taken aback by the enemy being above them. The guy gets hit in the nose with a sheath. The red-eyed guy smiles while hitting him. The whole team turns around in shock. The green-eyed girl looks at him in shock and asks what the hell. Chuck turns to her and notices that she's reacting too slowly. The blonde wants to attack Chuck. The guy easily dodges and asks what the hell is going on. The guy easily knocks her down with one blow and asks if she really thinks it would be wise to shoot a cloud of magic in a situation like this. The guys want to hit him in the back. He spins around and hits one of them in the side. Chuck smiles and looks him in the face. The boys both winced in pain. Red-Eyed had destroyed the enemy team in no time. The system made an announcement that the heroes were eliminated. Chuck asked if he could now head to the Eye of the Great Forest. Ted turned around in Valhalla in the observation room and asked how this could have happened. He said that Chuck had finished the team fight in less than 23 minutes. They didn't even take into account that he had spent 20 minutes on the road. The gray-haired man closed his eyes and noted that this outcome of events ruined their schedule for today and asked what to do in that case. Bill stood at the tablet and replied that from what he had read in the rules, they were allowed to start the next stage of the competition on the same calendar day if there was enough time for it. He turned to Ted and continued that if he didn't mind, he would like to discuss with him the transition to the next stage of the competition with the teachers of other academies, to which Ted clarified whether he was talking about the next stage of the Eye of the Great Forest. He approves and says that then he should just tell him the results when they finish this discussion, to which he agrees. The instructor remembers Chuck and understands that he knew perfectly well how much he would spend on this test, and that is why he asked him the question and notes that this is simply unthinkable. Jack and Bill walk down the corridor. Jack puts his hand on his shoulder and says that they still have to talk to the White Lotus teachers, but the hero teachers do not object. The American instructor explains that he was finally convinced of this when he watched that team battle, and he does not think that the result of the competition will somehow change if they give the other participants a good rest. Jack also notes that now he understands why he called Chuck a monster. Bill closes his eyes, saying that everything is clear to him. Bill suggests talking to the White Lotus people first, to which he agrees. The Valhalla group is waiting in the break room. Julie looks towards Chuck. She lowers her eyebrows and remarks that he is crazy, because she did not think that he would seriously do this. Julie frowns ahead and continues that since the teacher asked her to become the leader of the group, she herself was going to take the initiative, and all her efforts turned out to be rattling a stick inside a garbage can. She also remembers that yesterday Amanda lost in an individual match, and she heard that she took lessons from Chuck, and is it really all because of him? The girl sadly notes that at this rate she will not achieve anything and she will not allow this to happen. Julie turns to Chuck and continues that if she gave up her pride a little, then maybe he would teach her something too. Red-Eyed opens his eye in response to the announcement to the students of the academy. The girl is displeased to hear that tomorrow's stage of the competition survival in the maze will be held a day earlier, namely today at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chuck smiles as he continues that they should be ready to start the next stage, and she notes that everything is going as Chuck said. Chuck asks everyone to wait, because before they begin, he has something to tell. The brunette looks at them and says that he himself will go to the Eye of the Great Forest, and there everyone is for themselves. Julie gets angry as he continues that if they have trouble, they can call him for help, and she thinks that he has incredibly annoyed her. Julie frowns, thinking that they have already won the previous stages, so if they get the minimum points in this one, then nothing will change. The girl opens her eyes and thinks that even if we are talking about surviving in the maze, the Eye of the Great Forest implies a separate environment, unlike the others. Chuck looks at her with confusion. Chuck asks if she has anything to say and calls her a bird, to which she asks again. Julie gets angry and asks if he finds it funny, to which he replies that she only confirms his words with her manner of speech, and Amanda notes that it is cute. The plot moves to the Eye of the Great Forest. Ted says that they have come to the last stage of the competition, and it is called Survival in the Labyrinth. The man is projected on the screens, while he continues that, like during the previous stage, the audience will be able to watch the competition using the screen. He squints his eyes and says that first of all he must tell them something about this labyrinth, because they must understand what awaits them behind this door. Against the background of the gate, he continues that near the Great Forest, where today's battle is taking place, there is a labyrinth that is an installation of a real forest. Against the background of the branches, his words are heard that inside they will be able to see something that defies any explanation, because inside everything is completely and entirely enveloped in a special environment in which it rains incessantly, and in addition, the monsters living inside have an extremely low level, so there are only two things that pose a real threat to them. He continues that these two things are the unbearable rain and dense vegetation, and these are the two true threats to their lives. Ted raises his finger and explains that all that is required of the participants is to survive. Chuck yawns against the background of a voice that says that upon entering the labyrinth, their condition will be recorded, and after 5 hours, the less significant the impact of this wild environment on them, the higher the score will be, and conflicts between members of the same team are also prohibited. The host looks into the camera and marks the beginning of the game. Participants enter the main gate. In an abandoned warehouse, mercenaries realize that Valhalla is in position. The girl with the square says that the students have entered the heart of the forest. She looks at them and suggests moving on. They warm up and discuss that they think that some kind of magic, supported by two people, will hinder them at the main gate. The bald man holds a knife and says that in that case they should first deal with these two. The magic moves them where they need to go. The cameras are out of order. Bill asks in horror what it is. Everyone looks at the huge screens with interference, and notices that all the local surveillance cameras have been disabled. Ted asks in shock what happened, because the simultaneous breakdown of several cameras by a wild coincidence seems too unlikely. He turns to the man in glasses and asks if he called the post at the main gate, to which he receives a positive answer with the clarification that no one picked up the phone there. Bill puts his hand on his chest and says that the students in the labyrinth are in danger, so all the teachers present here should enter the territory with them, to which he understands. People run to the gate. Bill tries to catch his breath. The gate is broken and covered in boulders while someone asks what the hell happened. The forest is quiet and raining. The heroes have stopped somewhere in the forest and are standing. Logan looks at a team member who apologizes. She points to the girl with the bob and notes that she doesn't seem to be in the best shape. The green-eyed girl is shaking and says that she's fine, she just got hit by a ton of water at the start. Logan holds his hand above his head and continues that if she catches a cold, she will be removed from the test, and even if they cannot take first place in the team standings, he wants them all to score high points in this stage, so in this fight they all must straighten their backs together. The guy shows his palm and suggests building a simple canopy to protect from the rain, and the blonde will have to collect larger leaves while the guys collect strong branches, to which they agree. The leader notes that for now he will level the ground and dig a hole. He looks at the purple ball in shock. The woman is indignant at the presence of rain there, and the man replies that what difference does it make to her and suggests finishing everything quickly and leaving. He squints and asks Chuck not to resist and die. Logan looks at him. The guy notes that it is not Chuck, and she replies that she teleported them to a source of moderately strong magic, because she has no other way to find it, to which the second asks again about moderately. The green-eyed man frowns and asks himself who these people are and whether they said that they want to kill Chuck. The guy gets angry and continues that in addition, the sphere that exudes black magic and discusses who they are. He understands that they are villains in front of him. The short-haired woman suggests leaving no witnesses and getting rid of him, to which he replies that he knows. Logan prepares energy. The guy angrily threatens them that they have no place in the interschool competition. The bald man smiles. He stabs him with a knife. The man stands behind him and asks who he insulted just now. The green-eyed man is taken aback, because he did not understand when he did it. The bald man asks again if he is surprised and asks him to look forward. He is both behind and in front of the guy. Logan, dumbfounded, asks if it's his double. The man with the tattoo says he's absolutely right. The one in front also stabs him with a knife, confirming that it's his second self. The guy falls face down in a puddle. The girl asks if he did everything right, to which he receives in response that for a more painful death he didn't hit the heart with the first blow. Someone screamed in horror and scared the poor villains. Bella screams the commander's name. The woman asks if he's going to clean up after himself, to which he says he'll sort it out right now. She closes her eye and hears that in any case she can just use concealment, and replies that they should finish quickly. The bald man smiles. Chuck runs against the background of the rain, and asks himself where he is at all. He looks away and remembers the condition that the eye of the great forest and attention should be paid to the fact that a village sword is required to complete the quest. The red-eyed man realizes that there was a house in this place from the very beginning and asks if there should be anything else here besides greenery. The guy notices the blonde. She denies what is happening. She is standing in front of the corpses of her comrades. The woman covers her face with her hand and notes that they have another witness, and the second asks if they have honey smeared here. The bald man is stunned. He sees Chuck. They are happy that the prey came to them on its own and that most likely he ran here because he heard the sounds of screams, and that is the point of slow murder. Chuck looks at them and asks himself what kind of prey they are talking about. The red-eyed man looks down. Logan and Bella are dead. Chuck turns to the blonde, because he will get rid of these freaks, and she must try to stop the bleeding of her friends. The guy notes that they are still alive. Chuck looks down thinking that judging by their wounds, they did not plan to commit quick murders, and with such wounds, a person should soon die on his own from blood loss. Red-Eye notes that the dogs have dog-like methods and says that he is not in the mood right now, so he will ask only one question. Chuck puts his hands in his pockets and believes that they have no right to be here, and therefore this completely unties his hands, to which the man asks again what he said. Bald smirks and asks if he is telling stories here, being on the verge of his death, and notes that this guy is funny. Chuck is taken aback by the words that the only exit was destroyed, like all the local drones. Red-Eyed asks if the instructors noticed this in their opinion, to which he receives in response that most likely he is right, and they will not be able to enter them for some time. Bald frowns and continues that, as he said, the entrance is now blocked by a pile of stones and asks him if he can calculate how much time they have. Chuck calmly replies that they have an hour, it should be no more than an hour. The red-eyed man turned his head towards the rain and continued that he only had an hour left in this wilderness, and because of a freak like him he now had no time left. The bald man took out a knife and replied that he did not understand what kind of nonsense he was talking. He went to Chuck asking him to finally die. The man happily pulled the weapon. The blow landed right on the ground. The man with tattoos was taken aback. He and his double did not understand where the guy went. Chuck noticed that he was moving too slowly. The red-eyed man was furious and wanted him dead. The mercenary got hit in the nose. He flew back. The bald man hit the ground with his head. The girls looked on in surprise. Chuck attacked them from behind. The guy hit both of their heads with one blow. The girls were knocked out. 3 severed people were getting wet in the rain. Chuck turned to the blonde and asked her to stop their bleeding with magic. She stands still and hears that if she can't do it herself, she should run to the west. There will be students from Valhalla who will help her. Melissa sits down and says that she will try to do something herself. The bald man came to his senses. He is stunned and does not understand what happened. Chuck stands in front of him and asks why such a reaction. Maybe he did not recognize his worthless friends. The bald man stares at Chuck in horror. The red-eyed man says that before his opponent dies, he wants to ask him a question about what he called him prey. Therefore someone sent them here. Who are these people? The bald man frowns and asks if he is asking this of a hired killer, and clarifies whether he looks like a simple robber in his opinion. Chuck scratches his head and says that this is strange and asks again if they drank before coming. The bald man grins and thinks that he was a little confused earlier. The mercenary attacks from behind, thinking that this time he won't get away. Red-eyed easily dodges. Baldy wonders if he dodged, because he wouldn't be able to notice his double. Chuck sullenly asks if he continues to cower the attack from behind. The guy swings and asks if he wants to see a worthy surprise attack. The mercenary prepares to attack. He gets hit in the nose again. Red-eyed looks at him. Baldy holds his nose until he is called out. Chuck looks at him and says that he is asking for the last time who his customer is, to which he shouts at him to go away and asks him not to think that he can laugh at him like that. Chuck smiles and says that it is his right. The guy delivers a slashing blow. The man flies far back, breaking through part of the forest. People were walking in the rain. One of them stepped in a puddle. Bill, Jack and Lily noticed someone. They watched as the boys helped each other, healing. Jack ran up to Logan and asked if he was okay. The guy replied that it was a little hard to move, but overall everything was fine. The man watched them thoughtfully. The instructor cried out in frustration, "Thank God." Bill approached the boys and asked what had happened here. Logan, remembering the faces of the villains, said that they were attacked by unknown people, and there were 3 of them, 1 man and 2 women. The man thought about it, wondering about the group of 3 people, whether it was Sam Sal, and asked where they were now. The young man pointed to the side and everyone turned around. He pointed straight down the path, where someone was sitting. One of the attackers was lying on the ground. The second was sitting with his head down. Logan did not lower his hand and added that Chuck had dealt with them. Bill looked at the bullies, wide-eyed, thinking about how Chuck was so bad, and how the area around him looked like it had been recently irrigated. Logan hung his head down, watching as he was being healed, and said that in his half-sleep he had seen the silhouette of the hero fighting, and it was amazing. He remembered Chuck swinging his weapon in the fight and saying that he couldn't even get close to them, and that he had dealt with them all by himself. Melissa hung her head, listening to Logan say that it was hard to imagine how much he had spared them during the competition. The guy closed his eyes and noted that all this time he thought he was stronger than everyone else, but it turned out he had simply overestimated himself. Jack looked at him and said that it wasn't his fault, because Chuck was a special case. Bill turned to them, asking that if there were 3 of them, then why didn't he see the third, wondering why the hero had dragged her away. The criminal was dropped to the ground and the heroes, hearing someone say that there she was, turned towards her. Chuck stood by the line girl and said that he had to find out who was pulling the strings on stage. Bill approached the hero and asked if he was okay. The boy replied that he was in perfect order. The man closed his eyes, saying that it was clear to him, asking him to tell him what happened on the way to the academy. The hero confirmed. Amanda, healing the girl, heard Bill say that the instructors should prepare to transport the wounded to the hospital, and the Valhalla students reported what happened to the White Lotus Association. Rain poured down on the forest, and the man declared that the school competition was over. The Valhalla dorm after sunset. The hero got out of the shower, exhaling. He sprawled out in bed and said that it was quite a day, asking if he had worked hard today. He closed his eyes and listened to Barry tell him that most likely his fatigue was due to using a large amount of mana in a short period of time. The hero replied that he was right about that, and the amount of his mana had increased, and he immediately wanted to try it out. Chuck smiled and thought that his efforts had paid off. A notification appeared about Madagearon's house, Valhalla Forest, where he had to get an orb from the house. The condition was met. The hero put his hand in his pocket. He pulled out an energy sphere and thought that it was difficult, but he still managed. Chuck began to remember how the girl was lying in the forest in the rain. She woke up and trembling, moaning about her head. She opened her eyes sharply when she heard someone asking her to get up. The hero was standing in front of her with his hands in his pockets. He sat down next to her and asked about what abilities she had. The girl asked him again. He was squatting and talking about how he didn't care who they were and where they came from, but as her friend told him, it turns out they were a group of hired killers. She listened attentively as he assumed that there were 3 people, the first DD, the second sub-DD and the last support, asking to correct him if he was wrong. The hero looked at her, his eyes wide, and said that out of the three of them, she was the only one who looked like a support. The girl frowned and listened as he continued to say that it was obvious to him that her ability was not directly related to killing, asking what she could do. The girl, shrouded in black magic, jumped up and told him to go away and was not going to answer him. Chuck raised his hand over her and wondered how she was able to stop the rupture of space. The hero looked at her with disdain. He told the girl that it was enough to look with her own eyes. The criminal looked at him, listening, and he continued that her ability was to create spaces and move between them, wasn't it? She was silently indignant. Chuck put his hand on her shoulder and said that he probably guessed right and that she could help him. He approached her, and his eyes lit up, and he told her that there was one thing he had to find, and if she helped him, he could avoid the impending punishment. Chuck crossed his legs and continued to think about how, thanks to her, everything turned out much easier than it could have been. Barry crossed his arms and reminded him that didn't he promise that she would avoid the impending punishment? Then why did she remain lying there unconscious? The hero looked at the sphere and answered that he should have answered when he asked her about who set them on him. If she had told him right away, he would not have touched her with a finger. The boss understood everything. Chuck squeezed the energy sphere in his hand and thought about how it turned out that these three belonged to a group of monotheists, and called themselves Sam Sal, and the customer. The hero imagined the smiling guy in his head and he thought it was Rick, as expected. He closed his eyes and thought about how, like last time, he planned to notify the media about the incident, and if Ventrick made a fuss again, he wondered whose head would fly next. Chuck looked at the ball and thought that in any case, the sphere was in his hands and further. A notification popped up that he needed to get the sphere from Megai Ron. The condition was met. It was said that they should encounter their lost memories in a dream. The hero looked at the notification window and said that now they can just sleep. Barry looked at the notifications and said that he thought Chuck was right, and once the guy found his memories, maybe he would be able to get some of his own back too. The boss said that he also had a notification window. The hero asked again if this was true. He reached for the light switch and asked that then it was time for bed. The guy put the ball in the bed next to him and lay there thoughtfully. He looked at the ceiling and thought that if we talk about lost memories, he didn't think that some of them could be lost forever. Chuck closed his eyes and thought about not knowing what awaited him in a dream. An incomprehensible structure stood before his eyes. Chuck clenched his teeth, holding his stomach, and cursed. He rose from the ground when a stone was flying at his head. The stone approached his head. He stopped when everything around him changed its color. The stone simply hung above the hero's head. Chuck sat with his eyes closed, and the boulders around him hung in the air. Someone's body lay at his feet. In an instant, a silhouette of a man with glowing eyes appeared in front of him. The faceless creature said that he would take away his name in the world that he protected. The hero listened with his head down. The silhouette, blazing with magic, slowly said that even then. He disappeared in an instant. Time continued to flow, and all the stones fell to the ground. Chuck opened his eyes abruptly. He jumped up in bed thinking about the question of why he had this dream. The guy grabbed his head and thought about whether it really happened and whether it was exactly what he forgot. Barry looked away when Chuck asked him if he remembered anything. He slowly answered that it looked like he was a tiger. The hero looked away and asked him again. Barry answered that it was not so cute. The hero asked again if he remembered what it looked like. The boss crossed his arms and answered that he did not remember any details. The hero looked away and thought that Barry did not remember this person, then he himself would figure out who it was. Chuck, sitting on the couch, crossed his legs and arms and asked the question if he did not remember his name, or maybe heard how it was pronounced. Barry answered that he did not. The hero lowered his head and thought about how it seemed like the only thing he had learned was useless memories, wondering why he didn't remember his name. The guy looked at the notification window and didn't understand what was happening. Empty squares appeared. A notification popped up about the office of the Great Palace of Ahala Alifredi, Johnny's secret room. Information appeared that he needed to face the truth. Chuck crossed his arms and reread what was in the message. He looked carefully and thought that this might be the last one. The sun was shining on the building and the hero thought that after today's training, he should ask Lilia about this Great Palace of Ahala. Valhalla Gym. The guy presses the barbell, training. Sean curls his biceps. He turns his gaze to someone's exclamation. Julie came up to him and asked why he was here. Sean, continuing to train, said that he should ask why she was here. The girl did not expect the question. She looked embarrassed and said that she thought her reason was similar to his, explaining that she had a strong sense of pride, but she was a little jealous of Chuck. The guy looked at her with a serious face and replied that he was not here because of that. He had been doing weightlifting for a long time and his presence here had nothing to do with Chuck. The girl asked again if this was true. Sean closed his eyes and clarified that the reason why she was jealous of the hero. The girl listened attentively as he added that it was because she lost to Amanda. Julie lowered her head and replied that it was true. She remembered her training with Amanda. She swung to attack the girl. But Amanda blocked the blow. Julie's sword blazed with pink magic. The girl struck and left a magical trace. Amanda swung her sword at him. She counterattacked. From Amanda's blow, the windows shattered, flying apart. Julie raised her weapon and thought about how her opponent managed to cut her magic with her sword. The girl suddenly attacked. Julie's blows split into 3 beams of energy. Amanda pulled the blade out of the holster. She got into a stance and energy discharges formed around her. She swung the blade, creating a magical defense. Julie watched as she stopped 3 blows with 1 cut. Amanda suddenly closed in, pulling out her sword. She hit Julie's weapon and it flew out of her hands. The girl was defeated and fell to the floor, and Amanda was declared the winner. The girl put her hand on her belt and said that Amanda had become much stronger since she saw her at the induction ceremony, and she thought it was due to Chuck's help. Julie looked at Amanda lifting weights and added that she constantly trained only her magical strength and swordplay, but the girl does strength training and no one in her family has ever taught her. Sean continued training and listened as Julie asked a question about how maybe she was the one who had developed so quickly. The guy put the bar down and said that he thought she should go to Chuck instead of him. The girl asked in surprise, raising her hand. She hung her head and reasoned that she couldn't wait any longer and that she needed to achieve real results and improve her abilities, and even if it was embarrassing, she needed to get an answer from him. Chuck was wiping his face with a towel and saw Julie come up to him, calling out to him. He asked about what it was, calling her a bird. The girl thought about him calling her a bird again. She closed her eyes and carefully asked if it was true that he was training Amanda. She wanted to ask. Julie nervously said that he could train her like Amanda. At that moment, Bill appeared from behind and asked the guy if he was busy. Chuck turned to the man and said that he still hadn't finished his training, asking if something was wrong. Bill looked at him seriously and told him to come see him after he finished because there was a man who wanted to see him. The hero looked questioningly at the teacher and listened to the man say that this was the only chance he would get to see him in a long time. The guy jumped up and said that he understood. Julie wondered, watching him go. The girl was upset and thought about how she was interrupted again, and she couldn't say anything, and she was so ashamed that she was ready to die. She opened her eyes wide after Chuck called her name, calling her bird. He stood with his back to her and said that if she wanted to train with them, she should ask Amanda about the daily routine and follow it. Amanda came up to Julie and they listened to Chuck say that if she did well, he might start teaching her. Amanda said that she would explain everything to her, calling her a bird. The girl got angry and said that she couldn't call her that. Chuck followed Bill. He looked at his back and impatiently asked who wanted to see him and if he wanted to meet him right now. The teacher continued walking and said that he must have guessed who it was and that he was waiting for you in the small hall. The hero thought about what was possible. Bill interrupted his thoughts and said that they had arrived. The man opened the doors to the hall. 2 people stood in front of the hero, a guy and a girl. Chuck looked at him and said that it was Rick. The guy began to speak worriedly. He fell to his knees in front of them and begged them to save him. The hero pointed at him and asked what was wrong. Bill asked Chuck if he was pretending not to know. The man added that he knew what Rick had done. The young man looked down sadly. The teacher crossed his arms and noted that besides, it wasn't even an isolated incident, because he had tried to kill the hero twice. He wondered how the media found out about it. Wherever you poke, now everyone is talking about Valhalla and the attempts on its students. The protagonist was focused and thought about what was expected. Chuck put his hands in his pockets and asked about whether the head of Ventric couldn't come to him again, hang noodles on his ears and disappear, why the scoundrel needed his help. Bill closed his eyes and said that the official statement of the Ventric family was recently published. The young man was shocked. Putting his hands on the floor, he heard that they were disowning Rick in their name. The heroes stood by the bowing kid and the teacher noted that it wasn't just Rick himself who had been banished, but his entire family tree, including his father. The hero said that was clear to him. They looked at the dejected scoundrel and Bill continued to say that, unlike last time, he was standing in front of him personally and asking for forgiveness. Chuck looked down and said that since he was now an outcast, all he could do was pass the time wondering what he had to save him from. The outcast looked at the floor and said that it wasn't over yet. He suddenly screamed that there was something else that could be done. Rick looked up at the hero guiltily and asked if it was true that the situation had only gotten serious because of his testimony, and that was why. He looked him in the eye and screamed that he was asking only one thing, that he make it all go away. The kid stuck his finger in his ear and calmly replied that he didn't want to. The outcast spread his arms and remembered that he hadn't apologized to him yet. He started crying and said that he was really sorry and that he would never interfere in his life again. The guy listened carefully and said that he didn't need his apologies. Rick asked him again in surprise. Bill got angry when he heard Rick ask if he would forgive him and if he needed money. Chuck said that he didn't need that either. The outcast looked at him in surprise and said that he didn't need that either. Rick turned around. He grabbed the frightened girl by the hand. The guy led her by the hand and asked how about her, offering to take her for himself. The girl looked sadly to the side. The outcast said that she was from England and the direct heir to the palace family, and that he couldn't imagine how much his status would rise when he took her to himself. Chuck opened his mouth and asked in surprise if he was seriously offering him the girl, and that people were things for him. Rick looked at her furiously and said that at the moment, she really was his property. He grabbed her by the head and asked her to look closely at her neck. There were glowing hieroglyphs on the girl's neck, and the outcast asked if he saw a shining spell. This was the proof of her belonging to him. Rick held the girl and extended his palm and asked how he liked his offer. He added that he could transfer the ownership to him, if only he said so. Bill looked tensely and thought about the fact that this was a ban. He looked at the symbols and reasoned about the seal imposed by magic. He continued to think about the fact that this seal does not allow the wearer to disobey any order. The teacher was angry, thinking that this is a seal that is almost impossible to remove. He looked at the outcast and the girl and thought about the fact that he used it on a person. The hero calmly began to tell him that the antiquity of such bastards was countless. Chuck brought his hand to the girl's neck and continued talking about how they branded people, bought and sold. He clenched his hand into a fist, activating the magic. Chuck's magic pulled the runes from her neck. He tried to dispel the seal with force. The girl sighed from not understanding what was happening. Some symbols on her neck were erased. They just began to disappear. The girl was shocked, thinking that the seal was gone. The hero clenched his fists and called the instructor. The guy heard in horror their conversation about Chuck clarifying whether he could delicately break a couple of his ribs. The teacher closed his eyes and said that as an instructor, he must stop any possible acts of violence between Valhalla students. He opened his eyes and added that if this student was a potential criminal, then this changes the matter radically. Rick, with his mouth open, looked at the heroes and listened to Bill say that he was no longer a member of the Ventric family, and therefore this time he would turn a blind eye to it. Chuck grabbed him by the shoulder and asked if he heard. He swung his fist, telling him to be patient for a bit. The guy screamed in fear for Chuck to wait. The hero hit him so hard that he flew to the side. The girl turned around, watching Rick collect the floor with his head. The evening sky. The hero, putting his hands in his pockets, walked around the city. Barry told him that he had never been so close to death, and he had never felt such anger from him. The guy closed his eyes and thought that if this had happened 300 years ago, he would have crushed his head. He looked intently and thought that among his students there was one who was treated like cattle because of the seal, and this girl reminded him of him. That's why he got angry. Barry replied that he understood. The hero stood in front of the building and thought that this had happened to him too. Barry put his hand to his chin and asked again that he was also a slave. A scream was heard in the distance. Chuck turned around and saw the girl, who was out of breath. The girl's face turned red and she said that at that moment she was confused from surprise and could not even open her mouth. She bowed to him, thanking him. The guy closed his eyes, scratching the back of his head, said that the gratitude was accepted. The girl looked at him sadly, and he said that she should forget about it and live freely. Tears appeared in her eyes and she trembled. The guy continued on his way, and the girl stood and cried. The next day after classes in the cafe of the Valhalla campus, Lily brought a spoon to her mouth and said about China. Chuck looked at her and asked again. The woman closed her eyes and said that the great palace of Valhalla is in China. She tried ice cream and continued to say that in short. The guy listened carefully to her about this being a labyrinth that belonged to the White Lotus Association. The guy put his hands in his pockets and asked if this was the school that participated in the competition. The woman replied that it was correct. He looked into his drink and wondered about having to deal with them, but in this day and age it was illegal to enter the labyrinths without permission. He began to drink from his glass and wondered why he had to ask permission at all, but in the past people had also puzzled over why animals could enter without restrictions. He looked ahead and reasoned that he could simply destroy it, but he did not want to have anything to do with the White Lotus. Chuck asked what were the ways to get there. Lilia put down her spoon and asked again. She grabbed her face and thought that perhaps you had to be their student to do this. The woman added that he should take his time and remember that soon. Lilia covered her mouth with her hand, coughing. The guy worriedly asked if everything was okay. The woman, removing her hand from her face, said that she would like to rip out her tongue. She pointed and asked a question about whether it was selfish to sit there with my clothes hanging out and not even share anything in return. Chuck asked what she was talking about. Lily held up 3 fingers. She smiled and asked him to tell her 3 things, and then she would share something else with him. The guy jumped up from the table and said goodbye, and the woman raised her hand and shouted for him to wait. The hero turned around and heard from her that she would tell him about it for free. He sat back down at the table and said that he was listening. Lily fixed her hair and began to talk about how it was impossible to talk about it, but in the second semester, there would be a world competition in that palace. Chuck leaned forward and asked if this was true, and that the teachers knew about it. The woman, putting her hands on the table, said that they did not know about it yet. The hero asked her how she knew about it. Lilia crossed her arms and said that she had one source. Chuck asked if it would be some kind of interschool competition. The woman, continuing to eat ice cream, answered that it was. She introduced the planet and explained that while the Korean interschool competition is held between Korea, China and the United States, then every school takes part in the world competition. The hero lowered his head and thought that they only differed in scale, and this was annoying. He looked at the table and wondered why he always had to wait, because the second semester was too long. Chuck asked if he could get there earlier. Lilia, with a spoon in her mouth, asked again. She leaned her elbows on the table and said that she did not know, and this should be clarified with the association owning the labyrinth in order to find a way. Lily thoughtfully looked down and continued to talk about the legal way, not knowing where he should go. The woman pointed her finger and asked if he wanted to help her with something. Chuck asked with interest to tell. She, smiling, raised her finger up and offered to go with her to the World Monster Research Society. And this is just for today, she will not bother him. North London, Tottenham, World Monster Research Society. Chuck and Lily are standing at the gate. The hero angrily shouts that for this they have come all this way. The woman laughed, specifying that they are here for only one day, so they should try to relax. She continued to chatter that they are here exclusively for the weekend, but just in case warns that she received permission to extend the excursion until Monday. The guy closed one eye and said that she was abusing her authority as a teacher. The heroes stood at the gate, and Chuck asked about their plans. In the room with the camera and the people behind the glass, the heroes stood in front of the monster. The observers were watching the events closely. Chuck calmly looked at the boar, holding a weapon in his hand. The enraged creature pounced on him, and the hero remembered Lilia's words that it was nothing special, he just needed to help her certify some documents. He pointed his sword and prepared to attack, remembering how she said that in exchange for information, he needed to kill a couple of monsters. He stuck the sword between the boar's eyes. The monster disappeared after a successful strike. He was informed that the boar's validation was satisfied and he needed to get ready. The guy turned around and wondered how many more there were. An hour later, Chuck sprawled on the bed, noting this work, asked why she always made him work overtime. He looked at her excitedly and claimed that he had to kill 3 monsters, asking if she wanted 10. Lilia, with a mug in her hands, looked away and answered that she did not really know why. The hero leaned towards her and said that in any case, it was kind of disgusting here. He remembered the eyes of those people and noticed that as soon as they entered, absolutely everyone started staring at her. They were shouting and behaving like pigs. The guy extended his hand and asked if she knew them. The woman began to drink from the mug in silence. She looked at the mug and began to tell her that the whole thing was that they were still loyal to the old monster hunting manual, based on which they had existed for many years. And then, out of the blue, she appeared with her work, which with a dull bang shattered their entire previous worldview. The heroes sat opposite each other. Chuck asked if the validation method itself was outdated, and why in any case the hunters should have a sword. Lilia answered that they considered this the most reliable way. It was the tradition of the association. The guy looked at her questioningly and asked if they were so sure about it. Why were they giving her sideways glances? The woman looked at the mug and explained that they were simply afraid of change. Their Overton window would never move up, and that was unfortunate. Introducing their building, Lilia said that the theory of monster hunting strategy was the best way to assert their power, and that the current status quo was due only to nepotism and dead weight in the upper echelons of society. The hero exhaled, looked down, and said that they were disgusting people, asking why they would publish their reports at all then. The woman, continuing to drink from the mug, said that a report without public recognition was nothing, and it didn't matter how close they were to the association, all they cared about was the perfect monster hunting strategy. The heroes settled on 2 sofas and Lilia continued that they were ready to do anything to find her. Chuck replied that he understood. The guy leaned his elbows on his knees and stated that he had helped her enough, and now it was her turn. The woman, having come to her senses, said that of course. She looked at him thoughtfully and said that coming here was the right decision, and she was here. The woman saw a silhouette behind Chuck and spoke about the chairman of the White Lotus. Lily held the mug with both hands and said what she had heard. She was a fairly frequent guest at the association, and she thought that he certainly did not go unnoticed by her. The hero asked if she was serious. He bowed his head and said that yes, he did not go unnoticed by anyone, and called her before it was too late. The heroes turned around, hearing a knock on the door. A voice was heard behind the door, asking if Chuck was here and if they could talk. The guy looked at the door and thought that it was a woman's voice, and said for them to come in. The girl apologized. Chuck jumped up, looking at her with his eyes. He smiled, silently watching her. She said that she was glad to meet him, introducing herself as Helen. The guy looked at her and said that his name was Chuck and asked how he could help. The girl bowed and said that to be honest, he was here to ask for something, could he please? The guy and Lilia looked at her in anticipation, hearing that she was asking to take care of a person. Lilia jumped up from her chair, noticing that the conversation suddenly became serious, said that they could continue without her. The hero, turning, said goodbye to her. The woman went out the door. The guy looked questioningly at the girl and tried to clarify what she was talking about. Let her explain. The girl agreed and introduced the building, telling that she was the chairman of the White Lotus Association, and was also a member of the Soul family. They were the first to get back on their feet after the era of destruction. Helen looked at the hero, continuing to tell him that they founded the White Lot and trained countless talented contractors, but she brought the fan to her face and said that there was one genius in their family. No, rather, they gave birth to a natural disaster. The girl stood on the bodies of people and Helen continued to say that at the age of 13, she surpassed many experienced contractors, and dealt with the members of her family guild Solon. The hero imagined her grabbing someone, listening to how even the head of the family was no match for her. Helen held the fan to her chin and said that the girl decided that from now on she had nothing to learn in the outside world, and locked herself in the training hall of the Soul family. The guy moved his hand to the side and asked what he meant by he should take care of her. The girl answered that it was exactly like that. The hero touched his chin and said that it had nothing to do with him, but he would still ask. Chuck extended his hand forward and asked if they wanted to bring someone to their knees, why they chose him for this. The girl looked at the finger he extended and replied that judging by his aura, he had enough strength. She lowered her head and said that he was perceptive. Even the magic of hiding the aura did not help her. Helen looked into his eyes and said that she would answer his question. The guy began to listen attentively, and she said that the first reason was that her battle style was based solely on physical strength, and the second. The heroes stood opposite each other and the girl added that she, like him, was 17 years old. Remembering all of Chuck's battles, she explained that she had been watching him for some time and therefore was completely confident in her choice, and if she was defeated by a peer, it would destroy all her notorious pride. The hero listened to her without taking his eyes off her. The girl said that she was asking him for a favor, therefore, and if he had not come here in person, she would have written a letter. The guy scratched his neck and said that he understood, while clarifying that he was not working for free. Helen raised her fan and replied that this was of course, the chairman of the White Lotus would not ask for a favor without a proportionate reward. She asked how much, and the hero raised his hand, interrupting, said that he did not need money. Chuck looked at her and said that there was a place where he would like to go, and she would help him a lot. Helen did not understand, asked again. China. White Lotus. The hero and Helen were standing at the entrance to the building. The girl proudly said that this was the White Lotus Association. The guy put his hands in his pockets and said that he did not expect to be here today, having flown in on a private jet. Helen turned to him and asked if he was free until Monday, explaining that she valued other people's time. The hero replied that it was nice. The girl looked at him attentively and began to talk about payment. The guy, open-mouthed, listened as she asked that he only needed to enter the palace, replied that it was so. She pointed to the entrance and confirmed that she understood, saying that they controlled this labyrinth, so there should be no difficulties, and invited him to enter. The hero followed Helen and people around looked at him. The girl smiled as she went inside with the guy. The hero looked at her and noted that he was still very curious about something. Helen asked again what it was. He looked at her back and said that the fate of that girl did not concern her personally, asking a question about the fact that they still wanted him to deal with her. The girl turned away and answered that she thought, you could say so. It's just that this child, many sparred with her just to find out their potential. Helen spoke about both students and teachers. Chuck listened to her silently. The girl smiled and said that that's why she wanted to knock this child down once and for all. She opened her eyes wide and said that then the Soul family would finally, and that she would personally lead the White Lotus to new heights. The guy scratched his head and said that it was clear to him, thinking that the White Lotus was in good hands. The heroes approached the portal and the girl said that it was here. A blue energy circle was blazing on the floor and Helen explained that this magic seal would transfer him to the secret training room of the Soul family, asking him to sort this out once and for all. The guy jumped into the circle and asked if he stood correctly. She answered that he did. The hero turned and said that he almost forgot, asking about her name. Helen closed her eyes and said the name of this child. The athletic girl sat, looking deeply ahead. It was Lana. She looked sternly at the hero and asked about who he was, suggesting that his family soul sent him to throw her out of here. She sat and menacingly shouted at him to fuck off. The guy closed his eyes and noted that she had a tough character. Chuck went closer to her. He suddenly accelerated. The guy swung his fist and called her an arrogant blockhead. The hero flew to attack Lana. The girl calmly grabbed his fist, stopping him. The guy looked at her questioningly. Her hand began to glow with red energy. She pressed it to his chest, throwing it back. Lana looked furiously, calling him an idiot. She held her fist to his chest and asked if he really underestimated her so much, and that's how he decided to start their fight. The hero looked at her and offered to get acquainted. Lana looked at him in surprise and asked him what he was talking about. The guy grabbed her hand. He clenched his teeth and attacked her with his second fist. The girl, angry, dodged the attack. The punch hit the target. Lana clenched her teeth in pain. She swung and blocked the next punch. The girl stood in a stance and asked what that was and who he was. The hero put one hand in his pocket and said that he was a 17-year-old high school student who underestimates you. Lana attacked with her foot in a jump. She hit the floor because Chuck dodged. The girl swung her hand, clenching her teeth. The guy calmly dodged this punch. She was annoyed and thought about the fact that she didn't even hit her. Lana opened her eyes wider and thought of what then. The girl stepped back, thinking that she should retreat and counterattack. The hero quickly clung to her, asking where she was going. His fist, blazing with energy, rushed towards her. He delivered a crushing blow to her body. The hero extended his fist and thought that this was interesting. He thought, then literally in a split second she realized that she would not be able to dodge his fist and shifted her center of gravity to reduce the force of the blow. Lana was squatting, doubled over in pain. Chuck, smiling, watched and thought that this was not bad. He felt it when he allowed himself to be hit, that even his students in the past could not control their own weight like that. The girl thoughtfully watched him. Her eyes glowed. She thought about the fact that this 17-year-old schoolboy was on the same level as her. She smiled and thought about how much stronger he was definitely than those old men. Lana jumped up to the counter and thought that she wanted to give him a good punch. Chuck watched her with a smile and thought that she was acting so cheerful and maybe he should throw her off. A blue cloud appeared around them. Helen, sitting on a chair, watched them. A man came up from behind and called out to her. He asked if something had happened. The man looked at her and continued, saying that he knew it wasn't his business, but would he be okay? He put his hands behind his back and noted that he very much doubted that the students from other schools would be able to oppose the White Lotus. The man lowered his head and said that although he was no fool, it was not enough to defeat Lana. The girl sat with her back and listened to his apologies for his tactlessness, and he asked if she herself would lose to her. The man bowed and added that of course it was because she did not use her magic power, but relied only on her physical power. Helen agreed, confirming that he was right. She, sitting on a chair, brought the fan to her face and said that she once lost to Lana. Helen lowered her head and added that even if she had used her magic power, she would have lost anyway. The man asked again what it was. He looked at the screen and listened to the girl, who said that back then the difference in magic power between the two of them was barely noticeable. The man asked again. Helen pressed the fan to her chest and noted that it was several years ago, and she was sure that she had not become weaker over the years. He spread his arms out to the sides and asked why this student was risking his life then, because he would not have been able to defeat her anywhere near. She looked up and asked him what he thought, continuing to tell him that Chuck, being an ordinary student, was capable of incredible things. Hadn't she won first place in the inter-school competition by a large margin? Helen watched them closely, claiming that he would not give in to her so easily. They watched as Lana attacked the boy. The girl said that her goal did not depend on his victory. Lana ran towards the hero. She spread her sharp claws. The girl was rapidly approaching her target. She struck, crossing her arms, and the boy crouched down, saying about God. Lana's knee was approaching Chuck's face. She struck, and a red light flashed around. The girl smiled maliciously, thinking that he had been caught. Her eyes widened in surprise. The girl screamed in pain about her knee. Lana screamed at him that he had a rock instead of a head. The hero squatted, smiling, saying that she knew better. The girl was stretching her knee and recalling that blow. The guy noted that her knee had come down on him so suddenly that he had simply slammed his forehead into it, and asked if that meant his forehead was harder than her puny kneecap. Lana looked away and thought about how this bastard was blocking her every attack and couldn't find his weakness. She looked at him with all her anger, and wondered how he could be stronger than her physically, if he wanted to humiliate her with this. The boy put one hand in his pocket, and heard her ask why he didn't use magic. The hero asked again that wasn't this how she preferred to fight. The girl remained silent at first, and then told him to stop. She glowed red and declared that she was going to fight in earnest now. The hero smiled and noted that it looked like she was starting to use magic now, and told her that she was cute when she was angry. He put his hands in his pockets and glowed blue magic, saying that he thought it was time to crush her pride. The girl watched him glow carefully. She assessed his aura and thought that this was crazy. Lana began to run, thinking that she didn't need such tricks anymore. She rushed towards him, thinking that she would finish everything with one blow. Her flaming fist flew towards the hero. The girl hit him right in the head. The fist stopped at his nose. She smiled and thought about hitting him. Chuck dodged, leaning back from her attack. He lay on the floor and, smiling, thanked her for playing with him, offering to finish now. The hero made a crushing attack, hitting her in the body. The girl screamed in pain, calling him a monster. Chuck, looking at his fist, stood by the defeated opponent. Surprised Helen and the man met the hero, who said that as she asked. The guy held her by the scruff of the neck and said that he dealt with her in a fair fight. Lana was unconscious and the hero said that as they asked. He held her with one hand and added that he pulled her out. Helen looked at them in surprise and said that he really did it. She can't believe it. The girl looked and asked if he was hurt. The hero answered that he did not know about Lana, but he was completely fine. She looked at him with interest and asked if it was hard. Chuck threw her on the floor and noted that she was not the weakest opponent, but he was a little disappointed. Lana woke up, clutching her head, and asked what the hell was going on. Helen and the man were standing in front of her. She clenched her teeth and called out to the girl. Helen looked at her calmly and asked how she felt about the air outside. She closed her eyes and said, trying to switch. Helen turned to Chuck and said that she remembered their conditions, specifying that it seemed that he was interested in the Alhala Palace. The hero put his hands in his pockets and said that this was exactly it. The girl smiled and said that he could go there right now, specifying if that suited him. The guy smiled and said that it sounded great and they would go right now. Lana watched as the two left the room. She looked at them with hatred, and the man turned to her, offering her medical help if she was injured. The girl looked at the open door and asked about the name of the one who defeated her. The man answered that his name was Chuck. Lana slowly repeated his name. She put her hand on her belt and noted that he was definitely one of the strongest people alive. The girl smiled and thought that she would definitely fight him again. The horned monster sat on the throne and asked again about the strongest. Chuck walked along the corridors and asked about this place, suggesting that it was a labyrinth. Labyrinth. The great palace of Valhalla. The guy looked at the knights in armor. The hero remembered how Helen told him that the Valhalla palace was a solid labyrinth, located at the base of the supporting structures of the castle. She pointed at the knights and warned that if he did not run into the living armor, then he would not have any special problems with his research. The guy looked at her and asked how much time he would have. Helen answered that about 5 hours, and if that was not enough, then he could come tomorrow. The hero stretched his shoulder and said that he had 5 whole hours. He looked ahead. There were many knights in front of him, and he was arguing that at first he would not run into the living armor. One of them swung his sword. The guy reacted by taking out his weapon. The hero counterattacked the body. The armor flew in different directions. Chuck exhaled, closing his eyes. He looked at the pile of armor on the floor and realized that this seemed to be all. The hero looked at the door and wondered where that office was. He had already searched more than 20 rooms. He remembered what was in the notice about the great palace of Valhalla and thought that those that looked like them were completely empty. But maybe he was here. Barry told him to look to the right. Chuck turned his gaze in that direction. He looked at the door and Barry suggested that maybe this was the office. The hero thought about it. He entered that door, full of darkness. Chuck saw the profile of a bearded man. He looked at the painting and thought that it seemed like he was on the right path. The hero looked closer and wondered if it really belonged to Alfredi, and that maybe the owner was someone else. The guy looked intently and Barry told him that he was wrong, he was the owner. Chuck looked at the plate under the painting and Barry said that the painting was signed with his name, Alfredi Johnny. The hero wondered how he read that. The boss crossed his arms and said that it was hard for him to explain. It was like an inscript transmitted to him through neurons. Maybe it was part of his lost memories. Chuck put his palm on the table and said that he needed to search this place, and he had to find a secret room. He threw his fist forward and noted that it would take a lot of time to examine each trinket. The hero launched his fist, creating a flash of magic, shouted that he would probably make his search easier. All the furniture was scattered around the room. The guy turned around, noticing something. There was a hatch in the floor, and he asked if it was her. Barry said that it looked like it. Chuck grabbed the handle and said that the hatch led to the basement. He went down, closing the hatch behind him, reported that he did not see anything, and wondered if this was the road to hell. A notification popped up about a secret room in Alfredi Johnny's office. The notification said that the conditions were met. The guy was surprised by this information. He approached the table where the girl in the hat was sitting. The hero looked at her and asked what kind of sad place it was and who she was. The girl sat without raising her head and said that she was pleased to meet him and that she would answer all his questions, so he should sit down. Chuck silently sat down at the table next to her. She raised her head and introduced herself. Her name was the guide. The hero looked at her in surprise and asked again who she was. The girl replied that it was her nickname. The guide leaned on her hands and said that her name had been taken away. The guy remembered a dream in which an unknown person said that his name now belonged to him. Chuck looked into her eyes and asked that her name had also been taken away. The girl replied that it was true. The guy looked at her questioningly and said that at first it seemed to him that this was some kind of nonsense, about a name being taken away, and asked what it meant. He continued asking questions about how one could take away a name. What kind of candy is this? The guide closed her eyes and explained that names have power. Introducing an unknown creature with bright eyes, she said that the creature's life is built on the basis of the name given to it, and talents, hobbies, achievements are the merit of the name. Whether you are good or bad, the name will decide for you, because the name, together with great opportunities, can give a person incredible power. The girl imagined this creature and said that he steals such names, along with them he takes away the power contained in them. The hero put his hand on the table and asked about what happens to a person when his name is stolen. The guide looked into his eyes and said that she was sure that they were already familiar with him. She explained that such people are called Constellations. Chuck asked in surprise about the nameless becoming Constellations. The girl put her elbows on the table and answered that it was true, it was so. The guide suggested that perhaps he was an exception due to reincarnation. The guy looked away and thought about the fact that, as expected, she knew about everything, just like Barry. The girl smirked and asked if he still doubted and added that it was she who allowed him to be reborn and carefully sent notification windows. The guide looked at him intently and said that she was joking. She also found out about it through notifications. Chuck asked again if she saw them too. The guy suddenly raised his head and said that it was enough to beat around the bush, and asked a question about what kind of vile creature tried to take his name, then in the Tower of Destruction. The girl sadly imagined him and said that he was called the Master of the Labyrinth, and as she had said earlier, his goal was to move the Tower of Destruction to his labyrinth to feed on the power of high-level names. The hero pulled his hand back and asked again about the Master of the Labyrinth. The girl crossed her fingers and said that he was one of those whose actions matched his name and asked why. The guy looked interested and said what he meant, asking if it was strange, because how could some master of the labyrinth move the Tower of Destruction? He opened his eyes wide and asked if he shouldn't be in charge of the labyrinth, and where he got this power from. The guy realized and asked her not to tell him what. The guide closed her eyes and said what she thought would get to him faster. The guy imagined the planet and listened to the girl who was saying that the world he lived in, the place he called Earth, was a labyrinth. The hero listened to her and asked if she expected him to believe it. The girl calmly looked him in the eyes and said that she was not forcing him and asked if she would lie about something like that. Chuck put his hand on the table and agreed, arguing that he had moved the tower to the labyrinth to feed on other people's names, hadn't he? The guide confirmed. She smiled and added that it was easy to accumulate karma when a crisis of destruction occurs, whether it was defeating monsters, saving a village, or using the crisis for one's own personal gain. The guy frowned and listened to her until she finished telling him that not everyone would become a constellation when their name was stolen. Karma was the only measure that could elevate a person. The hero looked and thought that in that case his students could also become constellations, because they had the right amount of karma, he was sure. Chuck leaned his elbows on the chair and said that it turned out that this master of the labyrinth was omniscient. The guide raised her finger and said that no, his assumption itself had become an unaccounted variable for him. He sprawled on the chair and listened to the girl, who said that perhaps only they had a chance to outplay him in their own game. The hero sat up straight and said that he could have learned not only about his reincarnation, but also, as a lesson, organize our meeting here through notification windows, and wondered how he should outplay such a creature. She said that the guy was wrong. The guide looked at him and explained that the one who brought him back to life and brought them together through the notification windows was not the master of the labyrinth. The guy tensed up and asked who it was then. The girl closed her eyes and replied that she did not know about it. The hero thoughtfully looked and listened to the guide, who said that since he was able to be reborn with its help, he must be somehow connected to it, and he thought that they were connected. The girl conjured a magic ball and said that in any case, this opportunity should not be missed. A ring was visible from the magic ball. She put it in the hero's hands with the words, "Here." The guy asked again about this ring. The guide smiled and reminded that they did not have much time left, because this ring would play a decisive role in their revenge. The hero held the ring in his hands and asked again that there was not much time, and now she could not tell him everything or something. The girl answered that despite the fact that she shared all this information with him, she was still being pursued by the master of the labyrinth. The girl looked at him and said that it was okay, the condition was fulfilled and they would be able to see each other more often. The girl folded her fingers on her hand and said goodbye for a couple of days, telling him not to lose the ring. She snapped her fingers and lit a magical light. The guy looked ahead in surprise. He stood by the building, not understanding why she acted so rudely. The hero looked up and thought about the main culprit who moved the Tower of Destruction, and also deprived him of his name. He strained his face with anger and thought about the fact that the master of the labyrinth was also interfering with his comfortable life. He looked at the ring and thought about how he didn't know what the hell she gave him, but it should probably make him stronger, and in that case. He thought about the stones, and how he was going to absorb all the magic power he had left, so it was time to use the last of the storage stones. Chuck was leaving the cave and thinking about how even though he hadn't regained all of his powers, it should bring him back to his previous level. An island in the North Pacific. A man was sitting on the couch, looking at his tablet. He was scrolling through the news about a Valhalla student single-handedly taking on a group of Samsal assassins. The man pressed his finger on the screen. He broke the screen with the press. The man threw him to the floor, screaming about how these worthless worms. It was the Il Shinju group leader, the Dragon King, Hannibal. The man was angry and thought about how after hearing about the Constellations, he had been watching Chuck closely and had found out that it was Chuck who had defeated Jonathan, who had signed a preliminary contract with the Constellation. Hannibal gritted his teeth and thought about how even when the Ventric offspring had ordered his death, he had sent 3 men at once for next to nothing to make sure there were no inconsistencies. He sat down on the couch, clutching his head, thinking about how he had been robbed blind, and how a whole group of hired killers had failed to deal with the boy. He turned around when someone remarked that Hannibal looked worried. The man saw Gregory sitting in front of him. Hannibal noted with irritation that he had told him to knock on the door. The man said that if he hadn't come in, he would have gotten even more furious. Hannibal lowered his head and Gregory asked him if it was because of Chuck, and he replied that he thought so. The man in the hat straightened up and said that not only that, but because of him they also lost a valuable chess piece in their game. Hannibal introduced the young man and asked again if it was Dylan. Gregory answered that it was him. He crossed his legs and said that he did not report to the organization, since it was a personal request, but he could not even complete the simplest task, blabbering about everything to this high school student. The man looked at Hannibal and said that as an informant for the Vetric family, he wanted to immediately abandon this case, but had to stop any possible leakage of information, so he sent Dylan to the prison tower. Gregory remembered the hired killers and listened as Hannibal asked him if he could help him get rid of these 3, who were also captured. He answered that if that was his order, of course. Hannibal scratched his beard and added regarding Chuck. Gregory looked at him and said that he was worried, advising them not to mess with him for now. The Dragon King asked him again. The monster was looming behind the hooded men, and Gregory explained that the hero was now a target of the first cult. Hannibal asked in surprise that he had been handed over to the first cult, those reckless bastards. Gregory confirmed it emphatically, saying that they had no right to call themselves decent, but they had principles that others did not. He pictured the kid lying on the ground, adding that no one knew what motivated them, and that they were the ones who had dealt with Logan's squad. Hannibal knelt down and said that he had heard about it too, and what a relief it was that it was not their job now. He looked at Gregory and added that besides, if they interfered, the man in the hat continued, that they would most likely become their target too. The Dragon King raised his head and said that in that case, all they could do was wait. Chuck stood surrounded by hooded men. He looked around and asked who they were. The hero turned to them, asking if they knew that this was the Valhalla dorm, and if they were fearless or stupid. One of them watched Chuck calmly and silently. The man bowed and turned to the chief. He looked at the girl and said that they were ready for the mission. Adelia heard this and said that she understood, and noted that they could have prepared faster. The man closed his eyes and apologized, adding that since it was about Chuck, they should be thoroughly prepared. The girl continued to sit at the table and asked if they had found contractors who could create space. The man confirmed and said that they had gathered several who could create such distortions. Adelia watched and listened attentively to the interlocutor, who was talking about how all the team members were personally selected by the Ventric family, and this news would not get into the press, and answered that it was good. She looked into his eyes and asked if he had taken care of what she asked for. The man answered that he had. He imagined stones floating in magic in his head and said that for sanctification, they had prepared a special storage stone, which contained a bottomless amount of magic. Adelia closed her eyes and answered that now it was her turn. She told Deacon that he should remain in the contact group and after the end of the subspace, lead the liquidation team. The man answered that he understood everything. Deacon looked up at Adelia and turned to her. He asked if they were preparing to give birth to a new constellation. The girl answered that they were. The man tensed up and clarified if she thought it was necessary. Adelia crossed her legs and asked again. Energy flared around her and her eyes lit up. She asked if he thought she was just scared of some high school boy. Deacon, scared, said of course not. She smiled and told him it was just a precaution, not to worry. The man said he understood. The girl looked into his eyes and remembered that, by the way, the constellation, which had been silent for a long time, had recently responded. A notification appeared against the background of Deacon that Mask and Beak was asking for more information, and Adelia said that this made her very wary. She looked at him and said that therefore, if they managed to call the constellation, the girl would like to take the opportunity to ask him about it. Deacon in the hood thought about why such a silent constellation suddenly spoke. He sharply screamed for the counterattack group to prepare for the distortion of space. The men in hoods grabbed the magic circle on the ground. Chuck calmly watched the energy spread around. He turned around and asked again about the subspace. The hero turned to one of them and said that it made sense. If someone saw them, they would laugh at them, noting that they probably prepared for a long time. The boy looked them in the eye and asked whose idea it was. He looked at Deacon and asked about the idea of the head of the Ventric family. The hooded man stepped forward and asked him how he knew. The boy kept his hands in his pockets and asked in response if it was obvious. The hero took off his backpack and said that among his enemies, 2 use black magic, and only one of his enemies does not. He threw the bag on the ground and asked that if it was not Ventric, then who, not the Pope. Deacon took off his hood and told everyone that they did not need to hide. Because he had guessed everything, he ordered to call the elimination team. More people began to appear around. They arrived from all sides with weapons in their hands. The villains surrounded the hero. The boy got angry and asked if they themselves were not ashamed. They called the whole crowd to deal with the high school student. Deacon swung his sword and said that it didn't matter, they were just following the orders of the chief. Chuck started to stretch his shoulders and asked with a smirk if it was true, adding that then perhaps she had no shame or conscience. The man screamed for them to get rid of him. The crowd of liquidators began to attack. The guy pushed them with his shoulders. He braced himself, looking at them. The hero blocked their attack using magic. Some of the villains flew to the side, ending up on the ground. Deacon swung his sword. He struck, missed, and Chuck called it shame. The guy, smiling, took out his weapon and asked if he had been taught how to swing his saber properly. He crouched, dodging the attackers from behind and thought. The flash from the blow illuminated the surroundings. Chuck jumped over the blows they delivered to the legs. The hero counterattacked them with a kick. He put his foot on the lying man and asked him to follow the rules, because he hadn't caught his breath yet. Deacon went on the attack, pointing his sword. He flew from behind, trying to hit the hero in the head. Chuck dodged another unsuccessful attempt in time. The man looked at him in surprise and thought about who he was. The villain tried to strike from behind again, but to no avail. Chuck ducked. He grabbed his weapon and said that these guys had tired him out. The hero pointed it at Deacon's face. Chuck smiled evilly before attacking. He looked up and pierced the man with magic. Deacon's drool flew out of his mouth. He was amazed and thought about how much he had prepared for, and that this was not enough. Next time, he would prepare more thoroughly. The man lay on the ground with a broken hull and apologized in his thoughts to the chief. Deacon flew into the ground at someone's feet. The guy smiled, seeing a familiar face, and said that she decided to crawl out after all. Adelia was heading towards him, and he asked if this was the head of the Ventric family. The girl silently looked at the dead man. She looked at him and thought that including Deacon, the liquidation team was much stronger than even experienced contractors, and something unthinkable must have happened here. Adelia began to take the blade out of the holster and thought that this would not do. She pulled out a knife in front of her, which was blazing with magic, and said that he should be proud, because not everyone gets to see the sacred relic of their family before they die. Chuck smiled and asked if she was proud of this fillet knife, and how she even knew what pride was. The girl went on the attack, calling him a loser. There was a stone next to Deacon. The stone lit up with a bright yellow light. They were burning in the hands of all the liquidators, who did not understand what was happening. Adelia turned around and was surprised to see the storage stones. Her dagger was glowing brightly with a yellow light. She looked at it and wondered what it was. A bright glow enveloped everything around. A notification appeared. The notification asked about the teacher. The boys were holding a yellow stone in their hands. They did not move. Adelia looked at the dagger, puzzled. Chuck's face was calm. He was standing in front of the girl. Looking around, Adelia thought that she could not move and wondered if this was an involuntary sanctuary activation. Turning around, the girl noted that, unlike her, who remained conscious, all the members of the liquidation group were frozen both mentally and physically. She turned her gaze. Looking at the protagonist, the girl asked why he was still okay. A bright projection appeared in front of the protagonist. It asked if this was the teacher. Chuck was surprised by such a question and asked again. The constellation appeared next to Adelia. The girl kept her hands in her pockets. She took off her mask. Smiling, the constellation called the protagonist a teacher. Golden mana emanated from the girl. The guys looked at each other intently. Chuck remembered how the girl clenched her teeth with an angry look. Smiling, the protagonist in his past life asked to look at this brat. Standing in front of her, the protagonist assumed that these eyes hated the whole world. Frowning, the girl asked him not to pretend that he understood her, because he knew nothing about her at all. Chuck with a calm face replied that although he did not know everything, he knew some things. Sitting in front of her, the protagonist said that he, too, had once been a slave. The protagonist looked at her and said that in his youth he was unable to fight back and was kidnapped by slave traders, and then, like her, lived a slave life because of the shackles and restrictions imposed on him. The girl heard the question with a serious look if she wanted to be free. Chuck answered her question with a serious look positively if he had just said that he was also a slave. The girl grabbed the collar and screamed that she did not understand why the protagonist was asking such stupid questions in that case. Because of this thing she could not even dream of freedom. The upset stranger asked him to stop annoying her and leave, because she did not know how the protagonist ended up there, but a slave trader would show up there very soon. Smiling, Chuck said that the paradoxical feature of the limiter is that it can be removed only in two ways, after the death of the owner and by his own decision. But the first method does not always work, and apparently she was unlucky. The girl was taken aback by what she heard. She imagined the man's corpse and asked if the fool was dead. The stranger watched the protagonist pick his ear and asked if she would never be free again in that case. Smiling, Chuck clarified that if he said yes, he could. He grabbed the shackles on her neck. The protagonist said with a satisfied look that by imitating the magical components of the limiter, he could reconstruct them and slowly dissolve them. Blue energy began to emanate from his hand, while Chuck said that although this kind of control was not his specialty, removing one limiter would not be a problem. The protagonist said with a serious look that he hoped to one day disembowel every slave trader on this earth. Veins appeared on his hands from the tension. The shackles suddenly broke. Tears rolled down the girl's eyes, while she thought that this thing that had tormented her so much was broken. Closing his eyes, Chuck said that now everything depended on her. Rising to his feet, the protagonist asked what she planned to do now that she had gained that notorious freedom that she had dreamed of so much. He listened carefully to what she did not know, because she had no one. The slave trader had deprived her of her home and family. The protagonist said with a serious look that today he was going on a journey. He was going to smash the heads of every fool who thought himself above other people. He imagined a man's corpse and added that what he had done today with this carrion, he would do 1,000 more times. Holding her neck, the girl heard the question of whether she wanted to join him. She lowered her gaze. Chuck smirked when he heard that the girl would go with him. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked her to call him teacher from now on. The girl was surprised by the words of the protagonist that he hoped that she would be polite to him, and there would be no more informal communication. The puzzled girl apologized. Turning around, Chuck heard her want to know the teacher's name. A smile appeared on her face. She said her name with a satisfied look, which the protagonist could not remember. The Constellations stood in front of him. Looking down, the protagonist thought that now he remembered. As expected, she became a constellation. Standing in front of her, the protagonist thought that he knew this brat much better than Adelia. Puzzled, Chuck noted that he could not remember her name. He understood what the guide was telling him. Closing his eyes, he came to the conclusion that nothing could be done about it. After all, he only called her by her nickname. Looking at his friend, the protagonist said that he had not seen the fool for a long time. Stunned, Adelia wondered if Chuck dared to call the constellation that. The girl began to walk towards Adelia, saying that before they celebrate their reunion. She grabbed the dagger. The girl waved her hand with a serious expression. A golden aura hovered around the boys. Adelia suddenly lost consciousness. The people fell to the ground. Turning around, the protagonist's student asked what he would order to do with her, and whether she should kill them. Chuck smirked and replied that he shouldn't do that, he had a better idea. The plot takes us to the next day, when the blue sky surrounded the academy. Adam was shocked. Looking at the monitor, he read that the Ventric family would be sponsoring the protagonist. The instructor looked at each column in the table. Holding his head, he asked if the Ventric family had allocated 5 billion won for Chuck's personal sponsorship. Bill approached him and asked what he had to say about this. Sipping coffee, the man said that there must be a reasonable explanation for this. He did not understand why they did this now and why they allocated so much money. Looking at Bill, Adam clarified whether the protagonist had a conflict with the Ventric family. Standing next to the guy, the man said that the last time Dylan attacked Chuck, they used their sponsor connections to shut everyone up. Then such a donation was their way to protect the image of Rick and the rest of the family. But Rick is no longer in their family. The line has been drawn. He seriously noted that if they did not do this, it would greatly damage their reputation, but this is a different case. Standing in front of Adam, Bill said that he still wonders what the real reason is why the Ventric family sends sponsorship to Chuck. The puzzled instructor added that, moreover, they still do not know whether he will accept this sponsorship. He is not himself, he can just tell them off. Closing his eyes, Bill came to the conclusion that they should ask him in person. The protagonist came to the reception. He said with a satisfied look that he agrees to accept it. Adam was taken aback by what he heard. Chuck extended his hand and asked why he was asked and if there was any reason to decline the 5 billion won. Adam extended his hand and asked him to wait for another minute and not to leave. Looking at the student, the instructor informed him that not only did he receive support, but their academy also received support, and according to Valhalla's rules, he could move into a high-class dorm. Chuck stood up from the couch and replied that he was happy with his room for now, but he would definitely move later. Adam watched him go. He calmly wondered what it was, whether he had accepted the money cordially, even though he had refused their handouts last time. Sitting on the couch, the instructor concluded that if their academies had also allocated funds, they would somehow hush it up. Chuck walked down the hallway. He remembered his encounter with the Constellation. The girl calmly asked what he would order to do with Adelia. Standing over the girl, he asked them to bring them to their senses, because he had a better idea. Adelia was kneeling, shaking. The protagonist looked into her eyes. Pointing his finger at the Constellation, he assumed that Adelia had taken in someone else's brat. The girl stood behind him and told him that she had founded the Ventric family to serve the protagonist. Adelia looked at her and asked for forgiveness from the venerable Constellation, noting that the phrase that was passed from mouth to mouth in their family was, "All for one." The enraged girl said that she meant it for the teacher. She put on a mask and said that this man was her teacher, despite the fact that his face was different. His magical aura completely gave him away. Sitting in front of Adelia, Chuck said that there were enough questions about him, and asked if she should worry more about herself. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that when he remembered how much these bugs had annoyed him, killing them would not be enough, but their power should be reckoned with. Smiling, the protagonist wondered why he shouldn't take advantage of this, noting that personally controlling them would be a pain in the ass. Sitting in front of Adelia, the protagonist asked her if she was good at managing. She calmly replied that although she was the vice head, it had been 4 years since she had been the leader of their family. She looked at Chuck and said that during this time they had regained all their strength and became the most prestigious family in Britain. She was taken aback by the request to continue in the same spirit. Smiling, the protagonist ordered them not to forget to support his activities with their own efforts. Pointing his finger at the Constellation, he asked if Adelia knew what would happen when she decided to cause trouble again. The girl, shrouded in an aura, asked not to worry, because she would personally make sure that such a thing never happened again. She began to disappear. Rising to his feet, Chuck asked where she was going. Standing opposite, the girl explained that the space where constellations can materialize usually requires a huge amount of magical power. She looked at the stone and added that it requires dozens of storage stones filled with magical power. The protagonist listened attentively that this magical power was disappearing, and since she herself had used these abilities, she thought that she would need to rest for a while. The constellation took off its mask. She smiled and said that it was nothing for the opportunity to see the reincarnation of her teacher with her own eyes. The protagonist, looking pleased, asked her to go and rest. Putting on the mask, the girl noted that she wanted to say one more thing. Looking at him, she assumed that she was not his only student who had become a constellation. His meeting with him was inevitable, and now she was asking for her forgiveness. The constellation disappeared. With his hands in his pockets, Chuck wondered if another of his students had become a constellation. He calmly noted that any of them could have become a constellation. Looking up, the protagonist thought that he had personally seen two constellations, that idiot Barry and the idiot. Tilting his head, the protagonist added that they had met Barry thanks to the notification window, but the meeting with the idiot was pure chance. Moving on, Chuck emphasized that, moreover, right now in this world of constellations there are a lot of them, it is pointless to try to meet everyone. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist came to the conclusion that Barry had somehow become quiet after meeting the guide. Barry crossed his arms and asked if he had called him, after which he said that he was putting his thoughts in order. Chuck listened seriously as his memories ended at the moment, when he entered the secret room, after which the protagonist asked if he knew what happened next. Holding his chin, Barry replied that this was not so, his mental subspace had stopped functioning after his visit to the basement, albeit briefly, but his memories had returned to him. Chuck suddenly looked surprised and asked if he was talking about the tiger again. Barry opened his mouth wide and asked not to underestimate his past. He had studied the concept of a name, which he should have already known. The protagonist frowned. The guy imagined a dark outline of a man and stated that the master of the labyrinth was the one who named him Barry. Chuck opened the door to the office. Julie looked at him. The protagonist with a serious look summed up that the master of the labyrinth was not only the thief of his name, but also Barry's father. Crossing his arms, the guy noted that the protagonist would say that he gave him not only a name, but also the power of the boss of the Tower of Destruction. Looking away, Chuck clarified whether this power affects a person's personality, to which he received the answer that it does. As soon as this power was in his hands, he completely renounced his old personality, but now he has returned to it. Barry calmly listened to the question of how this freak is able to give and take away names, after which he replied that he does not know. The protagonist calmly stated that considering that they were living in his labyrinth, he could be capable of anything. Barry asked him what he meant with a serious expression. It was evening. Walking down the street, Chuck stated that it was sad but true. Looking up, he noted that, however, the guide had mentioned that they would still have a chance to counterattack. They just had to wait for it. The next day, the guide was sitting at the table. The surprised protagonist asked what else was that. He was holding a tray in his hands. The girl pointed at the tray and asked what that shiny silver thing was. An enraged Chuck cried out that it was a food tray, then asked why they had to meet during lunch and if there was nothing sacred about her. Sitting opposite, the guide apologized, because she did not know. Folding her hands, she asked if he had brought a ring. Chuck showed the ring in his hand. Smiling, the girl said that it was great and now they would try to use it. The protagonist, with a serious look, said that this ring did not look like those he had seen before, then asked how they should use it. The guide, with a satisfied look, said that it was simple. You need to put on the ring and destroy the labyrinth. Puzzled, Chuck clarified what labyrinth she was talking about. Putting his hands on the table, he said that now there are almost no naturally formed labyrinths left, and those that are left have their owners, to which he received the answer that he cannot just go and destroy someone else's labyrinth. The guide, looking pleased, told him that the owner of the labyrinth would soon create a new one and asked him to remind her what he called it in the language of his world. Chuck was taken aback by the question of whether he called it a dungeon breakthrough or a catastrophe. Frowning, the protagonist imagined a horde of monsters and emphasized the fact that as soon as a labyrinth is born, monsters rush out of it, leaving a catastrophe behind them. Long ago, even before his reincarnation, they climbed literally from everywhere. The enraged protagonist said that this is why there was not a single safe corner in the world. After reincarnation, everything settled down a little, life more or less entered a stable channel. Chuck sat opposite and began to ask where and when he would break through now, how large-scale this labyrinth would be. The guide, looking pleased, said that it would happen in about 3 months. She still did not know the scale, but she already knew that it would be in Korea. The protagonist listened with a smile that he should not judge strictly, because she was looking for information in secret from the owner of the labyrinth, so it is very limited, after which Chuck asked what the labyrinths inside the world are, if it was a labyrinth from the very beginning. The girl answered with a smile that the owner creates them on purpose. Frowning, the protagonist clarified whether he was going to hand out and select names again. The guide introduced the tower and said that before the appearance of the Tower of Destruction, it would probably be correct to say that he was trying to adapt the human essence. Looking at the girl, Chuck asked if he should solve all the problems of humanity with this ring. The guide, with a slight smile on her face, asked how he usually dealt with labyrinths. The protagonist imagined how the crystal hits, and said that it is not easy to deal with the boss born with the labyrinth. Usually he scored on it and destroyed the stones of the labyrinth. Without feeding, the labyrinth will disappear. The girl folded her arms and said that it was usually the surest way, but it wouldn't work this time. Pointing her finger at the protagonist, she ordered him to put on the ring and defeat the boss. Confused, Chuck asked if there was a sensible reason why he should do this other than to please her. Sitting opposite him, the guide replied that despite the fact that they all lived under the master of the labyrinth's roof, his power was not unlimited. He drew it from people's names. The protagonist was taken aback when he heard that the master created labyrinths using names. Closing her eyes, the guide noted that if the labyrinth were to be disassembled as a whole structure, its core would be the boss that needed to be killed, and by putting on the ring and defeating the boss, he would receive the name left by the master of the labyrinth. Chuck glanced at the ring. Smiling, the girl emphasized the fact that this would be the starting point of their counterattack. Frowning, the protagonist asked if this creature had absorbed more than one or two names. Sitting opposite, he asked if he should care if there were hundreds more names like his. Looking at Chuck, the guide replied that his goal was to adapt the human race to the changes happening on their land. The protagonist listened carefully as she told him that the secret of the plan was not only to kill the boss, but also to clear the labyrinth. She opened her mouth and added that when the master of the labyrinth realized that his brainchild had been trampled before it had adapted, he would immediately take action, in which case he could send several names from his collection to form disasters around the world. Resting her chin on her folded hands, the guide said that this would be the right moment for their mass absorption. The absorbed names would become their leading force. Holding the ring in front of him, Chuck said that a name was a kind of catalyst for power for the master. He asked with burning eyes what then distinguished them from him. Sitting at the table, the protagonist asked not to look at him like that, because he also needed an adequate motive for action. The girl, with a thoughtful face, said that they would start with the fact that absorbing the names scattered by the owner would not harm anyone, if he took the name from the owner of the labyrinth, or became a saint, or became attached to him, and lost the opportunity for reincarnation. Regardless of the outcome, the material shell would be trapped, an ephemeral trap in which the owner caught himself. Chuck frowned. Closing his eyes, the guide added that, moreover, if he used the power of the absorbed names, when the restrictions were lifted, their owners would finally be able to free themselves. Looking at the guy, she said that if he did not care, he could not follow her plan, he would anyway understand whose name he absorbed. The protagonist put the ring on his finger with a satisfied look and asked if they just needed to wait for the dungeon to break through. Sitting in front of him, the girl replied that it was so. Soon she would tell him the exact location and date, and before that he should gather a normal team. Snapping her fingers, the guide said that when the labyrinth disappeared, the monsters inside the labyrinth would die. However, those who got out would not go anywhere, they would have to intervene. A pink flash appeared in her hands and she said that she would see her later. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. He stood in front of the cook, who asked if he would take it. Evening came. Enraged, Chuck thought that the guide had disappeared again with a snap of her fingers. He calmed down and noted that she told him to gather a team. If you think about it, even before reincarnation, he always traveled with his students. Such missions take time, and here you also need to think about collateral damage. Noticing Lana standing in front of him, Chuck came to the conclusion that he should find himself new students. The girl's face was pleased. She stood with her arms crossed. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist asked why she was there. Standing in front of him, Lana said that she had been thinking for a while since that defeat. She raised her finger, indicating that she understood. Grinning, the girl said that Chuck was stronger, which was why she lost. The protagonist was unhappy with her words, that she thought she was very similar to him. Lana, with a smile on her face, said that a person who amazed everyone with talent alone, never losing, which is quite rare in the adult world. Holding the back of his head, the protagonist replied that if she thought he was like her in this regard, she was very much mistaken. Personally, he considered himself a rather diligent person. Crossing her arms, Lana cried out that she thought so at first, but now she understood. She remembered Chuck delivering a crushing blow to her and stated that the moves that had struck her were far from ordinary techniques, as if all his years of experience and diligent training had penetrated her. Standing in front of him, Lana said that at first she was angry, but then she came to terms with it and realized that she lacked experience. Clenching her hand into a fist, Lana said that it then dawned on him that if he fought her again, he would definitely gain experience. Turning her gaze to Chuck, she asked him to fight her. The girl pointed at him, saying that she would crush him. Turning around, the protagonist asked her to go participate in a competition for gifted children. Lana tried to stop him and said that she had come all the way from China for him, to which the protagonist replied that he did not care, it would be better if she did something useful, like martial arts. The guy looked at her. Looking down, Lana said that she studied diligently until she was 6 years old. From that age she trained on her own, and then Chuck defeated her in the lunar year. He asked with a serious expression if he defeated her in the lunar year, before she took control of those contractors. Standing in front of him, the girl said that he did. Apparently the contractors were not wildly delighted with her either. She was the first one to engage in self-study. She imagined the bandits surrounding her and told her that she kept being excluded from regular family training, so she asked them to find her sparring partners so that her skills wouldn't ossify, and they ended up sending adult contactors after her out of nowhere. Putting her hands on her hips, Lana said that was why she got good at it. It was good that there weren't that many of them. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that this matched Helen's words. The nuance was completely different. Looking at Lana, Chuck emphasized that she clearly had talent, but her only problem was that she couldn't do anything except fight. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked why she had been locked up all this time, to which he received the answer that to some extent it was a forced measure. Looking at her hand, the girl said that she was just tired, that she was always ruining everything for everyone. She was stronger than her entire clan, and she had nothing to do. Lana clenched her fist and screamed that it was no big deal. She pointed her finger at Chuck and said that she had found someone stronger than her. The girl happily said that she could become stronger through regular battles and that she would not have to endure her family's lectures. Disappointed, Lana began asking him to fight her. The protagonist was puzzled and wondered if it was strange. Looking at Lana's face, he noted that she was an outcast who had been imprisoned in the White Lotus Palace, and he did not understand why they were trying to bring her back. The protagonist, with a serious expression, wondered if she should first sort out her family's squabbles. Chuck waved his hand and asked to let him go finally. Enthusiastic, Lana listened as he said that it would be unsafe to fight in the middle of the academy, and that she should follow him. They arrived at the gym. Julie and Amanda were training at the time. Sean was holding a dumbbell in his hand. Turning around, the protagonist said that he would change and come back, and that she should wait a minute. Amanda approached him. Standing in front of Amanda, the protagonist said that a crazy woman he met in a White Lotus came with him. She said that she flew from China for him to fight her. Looking away, Amanda clarified if this was true. She looked at Lana. The furious girl asked if Lana had come all this way for him. Lana approached her and clarified if she wanted to fight too, to which she received a negative answer. Watching this, Julie thought that judging by the color of their hair, they could be related. It was great that she came from China to fight Chuck. The protagonist stood on the Valhalla training ground. Closing his eyes, he said that he was sure that they agreed to spar in private. The furious protagonist asked why there were so many spectators, to which Amanda replied that she was keeping an eye on her to make sure she didn't do anything weird. Julie was with her for company, and Sean was not worth paying attention to. Warming her arms, Lana said that she was looking forward to their fight. He should keep in mind that she had become stronger since their last meeting. Smiling, Chuck said that then he could fight at full strength. He seriously remembered the guide's words about having a normal team. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked if she had said that she wanted to become stronger, to which he answered in the affirmative. He contentedly emphasized the fact that if Lana lost, she could become his student. Taken aback, the girl asked if Chuck knew that she was trying to become stronger so she could beat him up. The guy's fist was enveloped in red mana when he said that he was offering her this power by becoming his student. Lana got into a fighting stance, saying that she hated teachers. The girl swung her elbow. She hit the protagonist in the body. Chuck smiled and noted that she had indeed become a little stronger. A red aura enveloped Lana's body. The energy began to increase as she screamed that this time it would not be possible to block her blow. Covering herself from the gusts of wind, Julie asked if they had warmed the monster in the White Lotus. Sean calmly explained that it was a huge amount of mana. Its concentration was even higher than Chuck's at the recent competitions. Lana rushed into battle. She reasoned with glowing eyes that the protagonist would die from one blow, even if he blocked it. She was suddenly taken aback. The protagonist got into the same pose. He said with satisfaction that he also liked to sort out problems himself, face to face. The girl ran at him. Their fists were close to each other. They collided. Lana tried to push him. Looking at his shaking hands, the girl wondered if she was being thrown back even when she had squeezed all her mana out of herself. Gritting her teeth, Lana came to the conclusion that Chuck was much stronger than he was back then. Looking at the guy's face, she noted that she was ready to do anything for the opportunity to fight him. Lana was taken aback by the protagonist's words that he only takes a blow once. Swinging his leg, the protagonist cried out that starting with the second one, he blocks and hits back. The girl covered her body with her hands. Stunned, Lana came to the conclusion that she had screwed up again. She fell to the floor. Chuck, with a satisfied look, assumed that he had another student. Lana was asleep. She suddenly opened her eyes. The blonde stood up with a scream, to which Chuck noted that she had woken up. The girl felt pain and swears, because she lost again. Red-Eyed calmly replies that she has more than enough strength, because who can even think that she will wake up right now, and not in a few days, to which she asks if this can be considered a compliment. Chuck does not answer the question and continues that enough with this, because less words and more action. Lana smiles and says that this time she was going to offer to fight without any magic, like then their first time, but now she understands that the outcome of their battle will not change. She stood up and continues that, as she promised him earlier, she will become his student. Lana points her finger at him and clarifies if this means that she is his first. Chuck looks at her from below and says that in fact this is not true. The white-haired puts her hands on her hips and asks again, because this cannot be, and asks how he already managed to have students in middle school, to which he says that this is not entirely true. Amanda bursts into the conversation saying that Chuck is right. Chuck looks at her as she continues that since she started studying with him before she did, she is officially his first student. Chuck awkwardly thinks that he feels sorry for her, but she is far from first either, but he shouldn't tell her that. Lana glows blue and asks if the girl is asking for trouble. Amanda frowns and glows in response, asking why she is so mad. Lana says that her name is not what she called her and asks her to keep her stupid nicknames to herself, to which she asks her to stop being mean, because she picked a cute name for a cute girl. Chuck watches as the first one asks who is cute and if she wants to die, to which the second one asks if she likes it. In general, she can go home. The guy stares at them thoughtfully as they continue to argue. Red Eyes thinks that when he looks at them, he involuntarily thinks about his past life. Lana points her finger at Amanda. Chuck smiles and notes that before his reincarnation, he had the same warm feelings for his students. The guy turns to the blue-eyed girl and asks her to stop, to which she gets angry and asks if they are in cahoots. The red-eyed man calmly retorts that Amanda actually became his student before she did, so she shouldn't be rude to her. He turns to the second one and says that since she has a man with whom she studies, she should be more polite to her. Amanda is embarrassed, because this man recognized her as his first student. Amanda replies that so be it, as befits the first student, she will endure everything, to which Lana gets angry. Chuck crosses his arms over his chest and calls on them to stop fooling around, because today they beat each other up pretty good, so now they can go rest, to which the blue-eyed girl retorts that in fact it wasn't that painful. She turns to him and asks where she can sleep. Amanda clenches her fists and asks if she has found a place to live, to which the other says that she did not think about it and just wanted to fight him, and that is why she flew in. Lana continues that Helen told her a lot about him, because if it were not for her, she would not have found out about Valhalla. Chuck grabs his head and asks again if she flew here right after that, and then he himself realizes who he is asking. Amanda looks displeased while Chuck says that the academy decided to give him a room, so she can stay there for now, to which she agrees. The violet-eyed one asks what does not suit her, to which she is indignant, because she is clearly the first in line for death, and Chuck wonders if he should wait until they calm down. Chuck walks to the dorm at night. The guy frowns, thinking that he should lie down now and that they were arguing the entire training session, therefore all this time was wasted. Chuck looks down and thinks that in any case, since things turned out this way, he already has several students, but Julie is currently focused on developing her endurance, and is still far from fencing training, and as for Sean, he has not shown any particular interest, and is training on his own. The red-eyed man looks at his phone and continues that at the moment only 2 people can help him prevent a catastrophe. He sees that Adelia is calling him. He picks up the phone and the woman asks if it is Chuck, because she is Adelia, to which he says that he is listening. She raised her eyebrows, saying that the funds for donations that he requested, and goes on to say that the matter is this: that she is currently dealing with a number of other important issues, and first she would like to report that the assignment has been completed. The blonde is stunned to hear that he has already checked the donations and scholarship funds this morning. The guy hears a question about how else she can serve him, to which he tells her that he asks her to publish a notice about attracting experienced contractors. Adelia's mouth is open in surprise, because the guy informed her that a catastrophe will happen in 3 months. The guy goes ahead saying that it does not matter, and that what matters is that big changes are coming to the country. The blonde looks at the phone and clarifies whether this will happen in Korea, to which she receives in response that she understood everything correctly. Chuck looks up and hears an agreement to agree with the contractors from the Venturgan and the Korean guilds, while the guy asks to keep it a secret if possible. Adelia awkwardly turns to him. She asks him if he could praise her when the patron Constellation wakes up. The blonde pokes at the screen while he asks if she is still asleep and pretends not to notice her efforts, to which he answers positively and that she tried to contact her, but she failed. Chuck remembers this and thinks that she then mentioned a short break after using a huge concentration of magical power, and wonders if one day is not enough. Chuck goes further and agrees to talk to her, to which she thanks him. The plot shifts to the next day after classes in the Valhalla training room. Red Ice is jogging. Amanda frowns after him. Lana is barely breathing during the run. Chuck stopped and exhaled. The guy looked away. Lana is lying on the floor trying to catch air. The girl, horrified, notes that she cannot breathe and asks if she is dying. The Valhalla students look in confusion, while she complains that she almost died, and Chuck congratulates her on the fact that she survived. Lana looks up with a frown as he continues that she is holding up well, better than he expected, and he thought she would fall off halfway through, to which she replies that of course she did, since her cat honor is at stake. Red Eyes smiles and thinks that her base stamina is fine, but they should slow down a bit. Someone calls out to him. The woman looks at him and asks if Lana showed up. Chuck looks at her and wonders who she is and why she looks so much like Haley. The girl looks down. She looks at Lana and asks if she came all this way and didn't tell her mother, and asks if she is right. Lena grins and calls her mother by name. Red Eyes looks at her and realizes that she is her real mother, since he had already thought that this shaman was just her guardian, to which she asks if he is the Chuck that brought her daughter here. Blue Eyes looks at him and asks for permission to introduce herself. She stands half sideways and continues that her name is Haley and she is the head of this family, which is currently looking after Lana. She also mentions Helen, who is the head of the White Lotus. She is her younger sister. Haley looks down and notes that this is all a bit strange. Lana grins while she continues that Helen promised to contact her when her daughter leaves the White Lotus Palace, but instead she sent her here. The woman continues to look at him saying that she will figure it out later, and for now asks her daughter to follow her. Lana gets angry and asks her to get lost, because how dare she ask her to follow her, because she hasn't cared about her all these years. She looks at her mother and adds that she should stop calling her daughter, because it pisses her off. Haley frowns and justifies herself by saying that the Constellations ordered her to leave her, and clarifies if she still doesn't know about it. Lana bares her teeth and replies that she knows, because she heard it from the maid even before from her personally, and notes that she repented very timely. Haley extends her hand to her, saying that she sees that she already knows everything, and continues that this time the Constellation was interested in her, to which she is taken aback. Her mother says that she finally has a chance to be noticed, and therefore she can no longer disgrace her mother. The blue-eyed younger one, shocked, asks if she wants her to come back, because is this why she constantly pestered her? Haley looks calmly and replies that everything was exactly like that. Lana screams at her to get out of there. She looks down and continues that Chuck's students train here, and that she does not belong here. The daughter looks at her mother and says that Valhalla, Salt or White Lotus, in any case, she is not going to listen to her. Haley closes her eyes, asking if she knows why she came here without bodyguards. She looks at her seriously, and continues that she came without them to do the job cleanly. The woman extends her hand. She tries to touch Lana. The girl flies back. The daughter blocked the attack and asks what she is doing. Haley sullenly asks again, didn't she just say that? Because she does not intend to be delicate. Lana gets angry and asks if there is any point in this, because she does not intend to hold back either. The girl goes on the attack. She runs and shouts that does she remember that even the last time she challenged her, she still defeated her. The daughter goes on the attack from above. Haley looks at her calmly. She blocked her blow and notes that she has definitely become stronger, and in the lotus she kicked a man who was down. The blue-eyed girl looks down and says that she agrees with her, because she trained hard so that she would stop considering her a nobody. The woman holds her fist and replies that in that case she should go back to Salt and train properly there. Lana spins. The girl looks ahead, confused, and asks herself what happened to her during this time, because why is her mother so strong? Lana lands. She runs forward and asks her to let go. Haley steps back and notes that she has barbaric movements. The daughter goes on the attack and asks her to shut up, because all she needs is victory. Amanda turns to Chuck and asks if they should call an instructor. Chuck looks at her and replies that the statement seems to be the head of the Soul family, causing a stir in Valhalla, saying that he wants to take his daughter from there, and asks how she thinks the instructor's reaction will be to this, to which she understands that it is not very. The red-eyed man lowers his eyelids, saying that in any case, he does not like her. The blonde looks ahead and adds that she does not like her either, because she abandoned her daughter on the street and still has the nerve to call herself a mother. Amanda looks at Lana and notes that she probably feels uncomfortable around her mother. The daughter attacks furiously. Haley ducks and asks her to stop this senseless rebellion before she hurts her. Lana prepares to jump and asks again about the word hurt. The girl gets angry and retorts that she is going to hurt her now. Haley holds her stomach. Lana smiles and thinks that she kicked her hard enough and asks her not to pretend, because she knows that she is in pain. The girl looks down in horror. The girl is taken aback by the fact that her leg was frozen. Haley asks her if this is the first time she has seen something like this. She stands in front of her constellation and enlightens her daughter that this is the power of the constellation of their family, the king of the snowy depths. Lana kneels and listens to what if she returns to the family, then her mother may not immediately, but she will also have the opportunity to use this power by making a contract with him. Lana sullenly replies that she has become stronger since their last meeting and now understands where the root of her power comes from. Mother asks if she finds this shameful, for such is the nature of their world. If a person is under the protection of a constellation, then this is his unshakable prerogative. Lana is displeased to hear that he should look the truth in the eye. Haley frowns and declares that she will ask her again. Lana stands up and hears the question of whether she will return to their family. Lana angrily screams that she is not going to do this. Mother exhales displeasedly and says that she is not mature yet. She approaches her and continues that she should not even think about returning safe and sound. Lana frowns and realizes that she can't do anything because of her frozen leg. Haley reaches out to her, saying that she will freeze and crush her right hand and asks her to repeat after her that she will never challenge the constellation and family again. Chuck kicks her in the hand. Lana is stunned that he helped. Red-eyed frowns and asks what she is doing, because is she seriously trying to take her daughter's hand now? Haley looks at her with displeasure and replies that the mother is teaching her daughter a lesson and she doesn't think it concerns him. The brunette clarifies if this is some kind of modern parenting method, because some guy recently told him something similar, that you can't interfere in family affairs and stop him from beating his sister. The mother, perplexed, says that this is interesting and asks herself why his leg is not frozen. Haley holds her shoulder, asking why it hurt at all. What does it mean? She looks at Chuck and notes that even when she imbued the attack with the power of the constellation, it was not enough to harm him. Red Ice frowns and calls Amanda to protect Lana and stands behind him, to which she agrees. Lana furiously retorts that he is crazy, because she also wants to fight, because she said that this is their family business. The girl is displeased to hear the remark that she should first look at her right leg, and then tell him again about family business. Amanda holds her back while he continues that what kind of teacher would stay away when his students are in danger and asks him to step aside. Lana embarrassedly realizes that this is what it means to have a teacher. Haley stands aside and asks again if he is a teacher, because how can her daughter's teacher wear sports clothes and go to school? It is interesting. She looks at him and notes that he did not like her and clarifies if she is right, because the woman does not understand why in this case he calls himself her teacher. The red-eyed man sullenly replies that nothing of the sort, for it is simply a matter of mutual interest. Haley, perplexed, asks if this is what the teacher is telling her, and what in that case. Haley goes on the attack, asking if she can then test his competence. Chuck stands at the ready, thinking that this matriarchal lady, although she looks balanced, is in fact hot-tempered, just like her daughter. The guy looks at the attack and continues that earlier he somehow managed to block her attack with his foot, but he will not be able to absorb such an amount of magical power every time. Chuck dodges to the side and thinks that his strategy for the near future is to dodge and aim for her joints. The blue-eyed woman looks to the side. She attacks her head, but Chuck crouched down. Ice broke through the door. The barbell and bench are also frozen. Chuck looks around and thinks that without direct contact she can affect objects, and it seems that she has never kicked a man who is down either. Red Ice makes a remark to her that sports equipment is the pride of his academy, and he hopes that she will act wisely and compensate them for all the damage caused. Haley sullenly continues to attack, saying that she will think about it if he defeats her. Red Ice calmly watches the attack. He does not move and thinks that even if he dodges this blow, she will simply release even more icicles and her magical power is many times greater than the norm, while she can feed it from the constellation, and if he is going to waste his in vain. The guy wants to kick and realizes that it would be wiser to do so. Chuck hits her on the forearm and redirects her blow upward. Haley looks at the icy ceiling with displeasure and notes that she spent so much strength in the air. Chuck is standing right in front of her. He hits her with a fist with a smile. Blue Eyes was taken aback and winced in pain. The woman flies back. He looks at the fallen girl. Lana is shocked to realize that he knocked her down and that her constellation power did not help her. Haley gets up and notes that this is incredible, and now she understands why he called himself her teacher. Despite this, Haley continues that she is still going to take her daughter home, to which Chuck did not understand. The blonde declares that this is the order of her constellation, and even if she fails to do this, others will take her place. Lana asks in surprise what this means, because someone is going to ask her here at all. Haley unequivocally answers that no one will ask her, because the order of their master is above all and this is the postulate of their family. Lana sadly asks if she will have to fight them again, and what if she does not want to. The blonde screams that she does not want to. Chuck frowns. Red-eyed asks her what he needs to do to meet their constellation, to which she does not understand what he is getting at. The guy looks at her and explains that her place will be taken by others anyway, and then it will be easier for him to simply defeat her constellation, and asks what he is doing wrong. Haley, horrified, asks again what he is proposing to do and hopes that he is not serious. The older blonde replies that ordinary people can meet the constellation through sanctification. For this he will need a huge concentration of magical power. Haley looks at him and adds that her family is not so stupid as to allow someone to do this, especially someone who poses a threat to them. Chuck looks back and says that there is another way. The red-eyed man explains to her that she can communicate with the constellation through her neurons when she comes into contact with the sacred relic. The blue-eyed woman is taken aback by the information and clarifies whether hunters are simply taught here, because how does he even know such information, because it is really so. The blonde continues that the sacred relic serves as a bridge between worlds, and if a person comes into contact with it, he will immediately appear before him, the king of the snowy depths. Haley sullenly says that, however, unlike their world, where his power is limited, the pleroma of the mental image is a subspace completely under his control. The blue-eyed girl continues that a human essence may not withstand the divine aura and will split into atoms if it ends up there. Chuck listens to her attentively until he is asked if he still wants to fight him, to which he agrees. Haley gets up and answers that she understands everything, but in any case, he will have to wait. She cannot trust him with the sacred relic just like that. She looks at him and says that they will send an invitation in a week, and until then he assures her that her daughter will be safe, to which he agrees. Haley angrily asks what he is going to do if he gets lost in the pleroma of the mental image. Lana asks what nonsense she is talking about, to her words that despite all the restrictions they must make a deal. Chuck sullenly answers that he agrees. If he loses, then his life is completely in her hands. Lana is stunned by the fact that he put in contrast that if he defeats their constellation, then she will stop calling herself the mother of her student, and leave her alone forever, and he will take care of her. Haley does not understand why he is so self-confident and agrees to the conditions. The woman leaves the room. Chuck looks after her, stunned. The plot moves to a week later. The guy is standing in front of the king of the snowy depths. The constellation looks at him discontentedly. Chuck looks back. The plot explains what happened a few days earlier in the Valhalla dorm. The lock opens. Chuck says that the door is open. He turns on the light. The guy looks into the room and says that she can stay here for now, to which she says that this is good. She looks around confused and wonders what kind of dorm this is, because it looks like a rather well-off family home. The girl turns around and asks if she can really live here. Chuck stands with his hands in his pockets and gives a positive answer, explaining that he initially planned to move into a premium room, but he was given these square meters to use. She looks at the floor confused. The girl asks why he cares about her so much. The blue-eyed girl looks at the floor and continues that whether they attack her or not is only her and her family's business, and does not understand why he should worry about it. Chuck listens to the question about whether he is really ready to go so far for his students. The red-eyed man scratches the back of his head and explains that the fact that she is his student is only one of the reasons, and the whole point is that he hates people like her mother. He recalls her behavior and continues that they behave in such a way that you should listen to them, because this person is higher in the hierarchy and if he wants, he will tear off your hand and he is sick of such arbitrariness. Chuck says that this is exactly why he decided to intervene and asks if she is embarrassed, to which she awkwardly replies that it is not so. Lana scratches her cheek and says that no one has ever finished before and decides to simply thank him. Chuck smiles. He looks at her and continues that the upcoming training will make her regret these words of gratitude. The guy looks at her and declares that now he will ask her something, to which she clarifies what. Chuck asks again if the king of the delicate depths is her constellation, to which she corrects him by saying that it is the king of the snowy depths. Red Ice has realized the mistake and asks what he is. Lana thinks about it, and replies that she only knows that he commands ice and that her knowledge of him is very limited. She spreads her arms out to the sides and says that however, she has heard that he never interferes in the affairs of the family, and therefore some of its members do not even know who he is at all, to which he asks again if this is true. Red Ice retorts that this is strange, because didn't that matriarch say that he ordered her to take her? Lana looks down and says that it is true, but as far as she remembers, she has not had any contact with him. Chuck listens carefully to her that she has never received the notorious protection of the constellation that her entire family is enveloped in simply by right of their birth, and that she is at a loss. Chuck closes his eyes and begins to speak. He smiles and says that if this is so, he will beat all the nonsense out of him, and then have a heart-to-heart talk. The guy turns away and offers her to rest for now and come to her senses, because soon she will have to show him the way to this family, to which she agrees. Red-eyed leaves the room. Lana looks after him. The girl is embarrassed. She clenched her fist on her chest. The plot moves to Chuck's room. He is talking on the phone and hears that it is Adelia and asks how she can help him. And he says that he has a request. Adelia is stunned by the fact that he said that he fought against the matriarch of the family with the patronage of the king of the snowy depths, and she asks again what happened. The blonde clarifies what happened and receives in response that she came to him looking for her daughter, and they had a slight quarrel. Adelia clarifies whether this means that the direct descendant of their family is now in Valhalla. He recalls what happened in the hall, saying that the equipment there fell apart, and asks if she can solve it, to which she replies that she can, because it's probably nothing serious. Chuck asks her to do it for him, to which she replies that she understood him and maybe he needs something else. Chuck says that he has a question: does she know anything about their constellation? The blonde replies that she just heard that he does not interfere in family squabbles, as does their constellation, and since the family itself is indifferent, they know very little, to which the guy asks how that is. Chuck looks down and clarifies whether their constellation has woken up. The blonde sits at the table and gives him a negative answer, explaining that, like last time, there was no answer. The guy looks away and asks himself if meeting with mere mortals is really so detrimental to the constellation, not even going to their party. Adelia is embarrassed and wants to ask for something. Chuck sullenly hears the request, as last time, to tell the patroness about her participation. Chuck says that he sees that she is no longer suffering and hangs up, and then asks him for forgiveness. Chuck pokes at the phone and no one knows anything. Barry says that this is not like him at all, to which the guy asks again. The man in the mask notes that it is not his style to ask questions, because he usually did this after he beats a person's face, to which Chuck understands that he is right. Red Ice feels his biceps and answers that, nevertheless, although he is getting stronger, he is still not even close to his previous level and asks if it is not stupid of him to attack the constellation without knowing anything about it, to which he says that he did not expect to hear such a thing from him. Red Ice continues that, moreover, they will fight in the pleroma of the mental image, where the constellations can kick ass and thought. He asks why Barry was so weak in this dimension. With his power, he should have the same power as any other constellation. Barry thought about it, saying that if he was going to fight him in the pleroma of a mental image, then he could give him some advice. He starts by saying that the power in this space is not connected at all to his power in the real world. Chuck asks what he should do then, to which he says that the power in the pleroma is subject only to your idea of \U200 be \U200 by your own power. Barry crossed his arms over his chest, while the guy gets angry, because he mocks, because it is literally the same thing, and the guy notes that for an ordinary person there is really no difference. Chuck looks at the ceiling and hears that he is special and should not forget it. The guy smiles and says that he thinks he understands everything. He opens his eye and thinks that there is only one thing left to do, to talk to the constellation in the language of pain. The plot moves to a few weeks later in China, the Lana family estate. Chuck and Lana look at Haley. She frowns and asks if he really came, because she is a little surprised and even flattered. Chuck asks how he could not come and clarifies if she did not receive her permission. The woman frowns and asks him to follow her. Red-Eyed says that this is great and that he will return soon. Lana watches him go. He went to the doors. Haley opens them. They enter the hungry wilderness. Chuck looks around and asks himself what this place is and where the room is. Haley lowers her hand into the snow. The woman took out a chest from there. She calmly opens it and says that when she returned from Valhalla, she kept thinking about what she would do to him if he lost. Oba turns around and clarifies if he wants to become a slave of their family. Chuck frowns and replies that he already told her that she should come up with a punishment herself, and asks to give him the glove. She hands it over and asks to take it. Chuck squeezes it in his fist. He stands before the king of the gentle depths. The constellation asks who he is. Chuck readies his fist and asks him to introduce himself first. The guy stares at him. He realizes that this is not his student, but he looks familiar. The constellation clarifies who he is. He clutches an ice block in his hands and states that he seems to have been annoying this family quite a bit. Chuck smiles, saying that he seems to be insightful, and offers to introduce himself. The king goes on the attack and will do so if he survives. Red-Eyed asks if he is going to attack from afar. The guy looks at the icicles in front of his face. They hit something. The king is sitting on his throne. He looks down. Chuck is standing in place, unharmed as ever. The king frowns and notes that he did not think he would dodge. He replies that this attack cannot be dodged with a normal jump and even normal magical power would not be enough for him. The king stands up and says that he sees that he is not some kind of insignificant person. The blonde looks down and says that he was going to tell him his real name, but he forgot it when he was locked in this place, so he will tell him his nickname. Chuck covers his face with his hand while he continues that many know him as the king of the snowy depths, and Chuck does not understand where the blizzard comes from. The king is covered in ice, saying that his followers called him the god of chaos. He frowns, saying that those who feared him called him a snow demon. Chuck smiles and notes that this is all interesting and introduces himself as Chuck. Isaac repeated his name and says that this is great. He is going to attack him, saying that he will remember his name. Chuck looks back and sees Ice. Red Ice wonders if this guy really thinks he is going to escape. Isaac wants to attack him with his fist. He goes on the attack. Chuck calmly looks at the ice at his feet. Red Ice asks what kind of icicles are, but he does not particularly want to fight them off with his bare hands. He takes the weapon, because in this case there is no other way. Isaac wonders if it is a sword. Chuck crushes his ice with his sword. The ice flow shatters into pieces. The king stops the ice spikes. He looks at his opponent and asks if he is going to counterattack with ice. The king decided to explain to him that all the ice and snow in this place is under his control. Chuck smirks and asks if that is true. He strikes from below upwards. The king blocks his sword. Isaac lowered his eyebrows and realized that he was just trying to confuse him and get closer, and says that the idea was not bad, but just not enough strength for this. Red-Eyed asks if he is sure. The king's hand is shaking, and he asks if it is not just enough strength. Chuck uses his ability and asks why he does not take this blow, because who knows what he lacks. Isaac gets it in the solar plexus. Chuck hits him contentedly. The Ice King flew back. Isaac flew backwards into his own throne. Chuck happily declares that he sees that he hasn't been thrown anywhere for a long time. The king coughs and notes that his power is incredible. Isaac frowns and notices this sword and says that now he understands everything. In front of him is the god of war. Chuck smiles and looks at him. Red-Eyed looks at him and says that although this nickname was given to him by his students, he is absolutely right. The king thought about it and began to remember about the god of war Chuck. He can't say that he knows him well, but about 300 years ago he personally witnessed his power. The plot moves to the snowy mountains 300 years ago, where the king notes that he was attacked by a large number of monsters. He looked at the corpses of the monsters and thought that he had dealt with them to the best of his ability. The king stands surrounded and understands that he is left alone against a countless army of creatures. The goblins look at him. He frowns at them and understands that he will not survive, but he decided to take as many of them with him as possible. He saw something amazing. Isaac looks at the back of the god of war, who appeared there. The blonde is stunned and remembers that he already wanted to ask him why he came to his aid and why he stood unwaveringly in front of these monsters. He sees how he swung his sword and the king notes that he had enough to look at it. With one swing he killed the army, and he sums up that they were left alone, and he could not utter a word. Isaac looks at him and understands that such magical power cannot be confused with anything. Chuck looks at him, and he thinks that no matter what he looks like, this is undoubtedly the god of war. Red-Eyed suggests continuing, or maybe he should start this time. The blonde says that it should be as the god of war tells him, for he has been waiting for this day for a long time. He straightens up and agrees to fight him. Isaac spread his arms and added that he will do it with all his might. Lana is waiting in the reception area. She is sitting with her arms folded. The girl notices something ahead. There are a lot of people behind the doors. They are staring at her through the parchment. More people are looking. Lana looks down and notes that this is exactly why she did not want to come here. She remembered how Chuck asked her to rest and come to her senses for now, for soon she will have to show him the way to this family. The blonde thinks about Chuck's request and gets distracted. Marilyn and Betty look at her. She stands at their displeased faces. Lana asks what they want, or did they come to get punched in the face? Betty gives a negative answer, for they just came to see her, and the second asks why they would start a fight with her if they would not be able to defeat her anyway. Lana shows her eyes and says that if they just came to see her, then they can stand with those idiots and stare at her like an animal. Marilyn scratches her head and says that she wants to apologize for the misunderstanding between them, because apologies are always made in person. The blonde is stunned that she is apologizing. Betty looks at the floor and notes that since she ended up in the castle right after a fight, they did not really have time to talk and therefore she would like to do it now, because better late than never. Betty sadly says that she knows that these words are worth nothing, but asks to forgive her for her imprisonment. Lana asks what they wanted. Well, they apologized, and what will they do next? The blonde gets angry and asks if she should believe that the apology was sincere and not out of fear. Marilyn put out her hand and asks her to wait, because she knows that it might seem like they are just trying to get out of this dry, but she just needs to listen to them. The older one looks at her and notes that previously all their attempts to see each other were stopped by their mother, to which she is perplexed. Marilyn continues that this is not all. Lana is stunned to hear that they suspended her from training also on her orders, to which she does not understand anything. She asks if they avoided her because of envy, but because of their mother, because she always thought so, because of envy. Betty looks down and notes that they really were envious of her, but this envy always remained good envy and they were proud of it. Betty continues that thanks to her, their family is taken seriously. Marilyn hugs her sister, saying that while they were deciding to talk to her, their mother gathered them for an important conversation, that from now on. She remembers that her mother made them not allow Lana to take part in training. Marilyn stands and continues that she told them that she is a threat to them in the fight for the place of the next head of the family, and even if she promotes them, the elders will still choose her. Lana remembers how angry she was while she says that in the end they were forced to agree with their mother, and do everything as she said. Marilyn notes that their mother was still wrong in one thing. She looks at her, and says that they were never interested in the place of the head of the family. Lana hears that they were never interested in this, but it would be more accurate to say that they should not have been, to which she asks what they are talking about. Helen comes to the door. She asks if she wants to tell her everything in more detail. Isaac attacks the god of war with spikes. He lowers his hand. Chuck runs away from under the spikes. The guy takes a step. The god of war is about to attack the god of chaos. Isaac has prepared an ice flower for him. It grows in different directions. Chuck sees ice spikes in front of him. Red Ice breaks them with one movement, asking what it is, because it clearly pisses him off. He madly attacks the ice god, asking if he is going to continue playing with these icicles. Isaac indifferently replies that he already wants a stronger attack. He throws a snowflake at him, saying that he can have it. Red Ice stares straight at the center of the snowflake. It explodes in front of his face. Chuck asks what he can do and what not, because he is impressed. The king says that he was going to freeze him from head to toe, but he was only covered in snow, which is to be expected from the god of war. Red Ice raises his hand and says that he should not compliment his enemy like that, because it embarrasses him. Chuck notes that his opponent is different from the others. The guy looks at him thinking that he should have remembered him if he was as strong 300 years ago, and he must have been trying to break his limiter that operates in the mental image pleroma all this time. He looks at the king and sums up that this is why he became stronger. The red-eyed guy looks at him emotionlessly and thinks that it is interesting that power in the mental image pleroma obeys special rules. As Barry told him, your own idea of power is important. He looks at his enemy and notices that this little leopard is different. Isaac frowns as he continues that he is most likely a reincarnation of his former personality, and his real body has long since decomposed, like his. Chuck smiles because he is fighting a truly interesting opponent, and says that he would like to meet him sooner. Isaac looks at him and clarifies what he is talking about. Red Eye smirks and says that it was just a mutual exchange of compliments. The king smiles. He trembles and says that he has something as a thank you. He clenches his ice fist. Isaac prepares to attack. The blonde sternly declares that he will defeat him. Snow Leopard goes on the attack. Chuck does not give in to him. Red Ice was behind. The king smirks and says that he should forget about it. His ice flies apart, and he notices that he is not even standing next to it. The glove hovers above the ground. Chuck stands in front of it with his eyes closed. Haley notes that it took her longer than she expected and continues that he really used some strange magic, and that is probably why Mr. Constellation is playing with him for so long. She looks stunned. The magic from the glove has increased. The blonde does not understand what is happening, especially since this guy looks completely normal in the pleroma of the mental image after so much time. The guy answers on the first try. Red-Eyed says that he defeated her little panther, which she does not understand. Haley asks again if he is joking. She sees that Isaac is grateful to Chuck. The blonde reads in bewilderment. The girl looks at him in horror and asks herself if he really did it, while the king continues that he declares his sincere respect for him. Haley extends her hand, saying that it is unthinkable. How could a high school student defeat their patron Constellation, and so easily? Chuck goes to her and replies that she can ask him herself, because he seems to respect him. The guy takes her by the shoulders and remembers that she seemed to promise him that she would not touch Lon anymore. Chuck looks angrily and says that he wants to make adjustments to the conditions. Red-Eyed enters the room, saying that it is time for them to go. The brunette looks at the family and asks why they are here. Helen smiles and says that it is incredible that they met again, because she would never have thought that he would just show up to them. Chuck sullenly replies that he recognizes her as Mrs. Helen, the chairman of the White Lotus, and notes that he also never thought that he would see her here. Lana turns around and asks if he has finished his business, to which he answers positively, clarifying that he will tell him everything on the way home. He turns around and notes that the looks here are too intent. Chuck and Lana walk towards the sunset. She looks down and says that he returned faster than she expected and asks if he lost. The blonde continues that it must have been difficult, and not only did he fight the Constellation, but also without divine protection, to which he notes that she is right. Lana clarifies what condition her mother put forward, to which he replies that he must become a slave of their family. Blue-Eyed is indignant that he will now be a servant of the family, to which he says that who knows. Red-Eyed smiles smugly, thinking that she is naive and should catch her jaw when he tells everything. Lana looks at the floor, saying that she should have stopped him, because her aunt and sisters told everything. She imagines her mother, saying that she is abnormal and is ready to lay down her life for the place of the head. Lana retells her aunt's words that she wanted to become the head from a young age, but even then she advised her to slow down. Blue-Eyed says that, however, even after Haley became the head of the family, she did not slow down at all and she needed to remain the head until her death, until she completely dried up. The girl remembers herself and her sisters as little children, saying that even the elders began to look after her, and she never loved her children. Lana introduces her mother and quotes her aunt that for her, children are just an obstacle that threatens her position. She goes on and says that she always punished them, absolutely always and for any little thing, and she treated her the worst, in particular because of her talent, and that's why she was imprisoned. Chuck listens as she notes that the king thought the same, but for some reason did nothing. The blonde sadly asks if this is funny, because she didn't even want to become the head and does not understand why she did this to her. Chuck asks again if this is true. The brunette goes forward and says that they ate glass normally and she really likes to escalate the drama and asks permission to interrupt her depressive monologue and make her happy a little by saying that he won this battle, to which she is taken aback. Lana looks at him and asks if he is playing a joke on her, to which he asks if today is April Fool's Day. Red-Eye looks straight ahead and asks again if all this madness started because the Constellation called her to the carpet, to which she answers yes. Chuck continues that something about this doesn't add up, as from her explanation it followed that the Constellation was not interested in leaving the family. The king lies on the ground while he continues that he asked him personally. Chuck punches him in the face. Red-Eye looks at him and says that he is not going to die anyway, so he should get up, as he has a question for him, to which he clarifies what it is. Chuck says that he heard that he called out to Lana and asks why he needs her. The king replies that it was a request from the current head of the family, as her youngest daughter needs his divine protection and continues to refuse it. Isaac looks at him and continues that she told him that her daughter would not contradict the Constellation, and that is why he gave such an order. Red-Eye looks at him in surprise, as he already thought that he abandoned her. Isaac frowns and replies that he is hearing about it for the first time, and also for the first time he is hearing that the head of the family's youngest daughter is called Lana. Red-Eye asks if he is serious. Chuck smirks and notes that the head of the family simply used him. Lana looks stunned and understands what is what. Chuck smiles and says that her mother confused people, lied to their faces, fed them empty promises, and in addition, she used their immediate patron only to achieve her own selfish goals. Lana gets angry and calls her mother by name, because is there anything sacred in her at all if she deceived her family and even the Constellation? Blue Eyes looks at her feet and asks why her mother ruined her life, just for the sake of the post of head of the family, and notes that she is simply disgusting. Chuck looks at the sky and says that he asked the Constellation to terminate the contract. The blonde asks again what contract he is talking about, to which he replies that the contract he made with the head of the family, and possibly already now. Haley receives a notification that the king is returning all the power he granted to himself. The woman is horrified by the message that her contract with the king of the snowy depths has been terminated, while Chuck continues that he is not talking about after the chapter, because now she will not even be allowed to clean shoes. Lana is stunned to hear that now she will not have to dirty her hands. The blonde embarrassedly asks if he did all this for her, because he should not have gone so far, and thanks him. Chuck watches as she lowers her head and thanks him again. Chuck smirks and asks her to stop. Red-Eyed goes further and says that since the issue with her family is resolved, She can calmly focus on her training, to which she replies that she understands him. Someone is watching them from behind. A man with a mask on his face asks the master if he should continue to follow the guy. The gentleman gives him a negative answer. The creature with horns says that he had better look for his enemies. The scene moves to the evening city. People are sitting at a table in the hideout of the great cult. 2 people in hoods are looking forward. 2 more are sitting opposite. The girl asks for what purpose they have gathered. The man says that the gentleman Constellation called them, to which she agrees. She looks at the man opposite, asking if the Constellation ordered them to kill Chuck and why he suddenly needed to look for his enemies, to which he replies that perhaps he changed his mind. The girl asks who was the first to arrive at the scene after receiving the order, to which he says that it was him. The pink-haired girl asks if he has anything he could share, to which he states that this Chuck is kind of strange. He looks down and notes that he made inquiries about him. He remembers reading the paper. The man in the suit is standing and he remembers that he was surprised that he could not find any information on him. The man stands by the window and continues that the only thing they managed to find out was that he grew up in an orphanage and nothing more interesting. He looks at his colleague and says that this information was provided to him by his reliable informants, and they can definitely be trusted, and she asks if he is serious. The girl is stunned to hear that after that he was just waiting for the order to eliminate him and did not wait. Either the youths of the family of the king of the snowy depths, nor the head could defeat him. The man in the mask extends his hand and says that after that the order was postponed, and when Chuck defeated the Constellation of the patron of their family, they were given a new order, to which someone is perplexed that he defeated the Constellation. The guy pokes at the screen and continues that this is not all. The warlike devil asks him if the storage stone is ready, to which he gives him a positive answer. He takes out the stone. The man squeezes it in his fist. The stone was crushed into smaller pieces. The gentleman asks them if they found his enemies. The masked man looks ahead and replies that he found them, that there are 3 organizations that are on hostile terms with Chuck. Constellation hears about the Ventric family, the Samsal organization, and the Master Race. The man crosses his arms and notes that 2 of the items on the list are gangster organizations, and the Ventric family is a prestigious English family, and as for this family, they suddenly sided with him. Another man suggests that they may have made some kind of deal with him, so they can't declare this family his enemy. The girl states that although there is no official confirmation yet, there are rumors that an organization of thugs called Full Burial is targeting him. The masked man asks if these freaks are trying to increase the value of the name, to which she notes that he is most likely right. Constellation grimly says that he will give them new orders. They look at the black stones, while he continues that they will have to eliminate his enemies. The plot takes us to the morning. Chuck is looking at his phone. Amanda wrote his name 3 times. The girl continues that she will skip training today because she needs to go back to her house and pick up something there. Red Ice agrees and thinks that she can pick it up, but probably something important. He puts the things in the box thinking that it would be great if she went there to return the sacred relic, because after all, her family's Constellation could be her disciple. The guy remembers that after the battle with the king of the snowy depths, he looked at their family relics, but none of them were special. They train while he thinks that a catastrophe is just around the corner, then a new tower of destruction will appear and therefore each of his disciples will appear to him, but they have very little time. Red Ice stares at one point with thoughts that he heard that there are many sacred trinkets lying around in the White Lotus Association and thinks about looking at them, and he is irritated by this. Someone asks him if he is Chuck. The masked man looks at him. Red-Eyed sees a mask with a cat's face in front of him, and guesses what it means and asks who is talking to him. The man says that due to 4 extra eyes and ears, he offers to talk to him outside. Chuck goes to him and agrees. The guy says that while he is gone, those 2 can beat each other up. Julie is taken aback and says she won't do it, and Lana asks again if she needs to be beaten and that it will be very easy. Chuck smiles while Julie asks her to apologize, and the second one suggests fighting first. They are standing in the corridor. The masked man says that he is a representative of the market. The guy replies that he already understood this from his pretentious form and asks if the market did not guarantee him anonymity. The brunette begins to scold him, saying that he is sorry that he was not warned that sometimes people in cat masks can break into the academy, and clarifies whether he wants to undermine the reputation of his market with such actions. The masked man asks him not to escalate, and that according to the order, he must give him something. The red-eyed man clarifies about the order, to which he receives a positive answer. He hands him an envelope. The red-eyed man asks what it is, maybe a letter, to which he replies that he is right. Chuck hears that this letter is from the true owner of the market. The red-eyed man raises an eyebrow and asks about the true owner of the market, not the so-called hidden ruler, to which he also receives a positive answer. The representative asks him to familiarize himself with the contents of the letter, and if he has the opportunity to answer it, then he should come to the market in person, to which he asks what the phrase "if there is an opportunity" means. The man says that everything is exactly as he understood it, because in addition to Chuck, he gave such a letter to several other people and their constellation is looking for someone who can read it. The guy continues that since he himself does not know the contents of this letter, then if he can read it, then he asks for mercy from him to come in person. He turns around and says that their constellation will be waiting for him, and says that they will see each other at the market. The guy walks down the corridor. Barry asks him if he received a letter from the constellation, to which he answers positively. Chuck reads, while Barry clarifies if he can read it. It looks like a child invented his own language. The man in the mask stands while the red-eyed man says that he must get to the market. He smiles and says that he created these symbols. Chuck walks in a hood. Barry notes that he has been leaving the academy quite often lately, to which the guy agrees. Chuck says that he himself knows that he made a deal with that creepy gray-haired woman and remembers her words that at the last conference she made a real splash and therefore asks to continue to supply her with information, to which he remembers who the creepy gray-haired teacher is and understands who. Chuck walks forward, and Barry asks if he invented these scribbles, to which the guy gives a positive answer. Barry leans on his hand and asks why he did it. Did writing not exist then? Chuck closes his eyes and replies that he thinks he can call it part of his training. Barry crossed his arms over his chest, while he continues that he does not have to remind him of this, unless he wants him to flatten him, to which he agrees. The door swings open. Chuck goes inside. He asks if the entrance is behind the iron door. The guy takes hold of the handle, thinking that he never thought he would ever come back here. He enters and notices that he is here again. Chuck thinks that it is by the way. Red Ice looks at the sky and thinks that the sky is hinting at a grand meeting. He looks at the building and remembers that the last time he saw it like this was about 300 years ago. Someone recognizes him. The man in the mask asks if he came because of the letter. Red Ice looks at him and says that he is right in asking where to go, to which he asks him to follow him. He will take him. Chuck stands with his hands in his pockets and asks if he needs a mask, to which he replies that he will take him through a secret passage, so he does not need to bother. They look at the market in district number 7. Chuck looks out the window. He lowers his eyelids and wonders if the black cat is here, to which Barry asks him to look at the building behind the glass. Red-Eyed looks there. The entity continues that all the yellow parts of that building are banknotes. Red-Eyed is taken aback, while he asks if there was a skyscraper here last time, and he replies that he does not know, because he does not remember. The man in the mask notes that he did come. He asks if he was able to read the given letter. Chuck closes one eye and replies that he believes that he was able to do so and retells that no specific answer can be given to the contents of the given letter. The man in the mask asks for forgiveness, but does not understand what he means, to which he asks him to bring him paper and a pen and he will explain everything. The man hands him what he asks for and receives thanks. The market representative wonders if this is another failure, because all 5 sold their rings and 3 of them had already been here before and their lies only angered the constellation. Red-Eyed shows 2 symbols. The man in the mask understands that this is very similar to the symbols from the letter and asks what this means. Chuck replies that it means no. The masked man takes out a board of communication with the constellation. The hidden ruler asks again about the meaning. The man is stunned by the violent reaction. He looks out from behind the screen and notes that it seems that he was right and therefore he should meet their constellation as soon as possible, to which he agrees. He hands him the scepter. He explains that if he touches this object, he will find himself in the pleroma of the mental image, to which he replies that he understands everything. The red-eyed man reaches out to the object. He touches it with his fingers. The guy found himself in the pleroma of the mental image. Chuck sees a long-haired silhouette. The entity recognizes this magical power. Chuck smiles and hears that although he has changed in appearance, this power is incomparable. The guy looks at her and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Stephanie recognizes her teacher. She falls to her knees and says that she is his humble student. The girl sits on her knee and continues that she greets him with all honors. Chuck closes one eye and says that she doesn't have to fall to her knees and asks her to stand up. Stephanie looks at him contentedly and obeys. She continues that she didn't think he still remembered those symbols. Chuck puts his hand on her neck and asks if he could forget them, since he came up with them for one purpose only. He remembers her sitting behind bars. Stephanie hid her eyes behind her bangs. Chuck opened her cage. The guy reaches out to her. Red Ice pushes her bangs aside. He frowns and says that when he took her into the ranks of his students. Chuck remembers her and continues that then he realized that she was not socialized at all and did not even know how to communicate, and the only language she knew was the language of her own emotions. Red Ice frowns at her and continues that this was the first time he taught someone like her, and that is why they came up with those symbols together. He hands her a piece of paper. She looks at him blankly, and he says that she was very persistent in refusing to learn. Chuck opens his eye and says that he tried to instill in her a love of writing, so that learning hieroglyphs would become a little easier, because as soon as she mastered the language, he would be able to teach her the art of battle. Stephanie clapped her hands and replies that it was all thanks to him, because it was only for him that she studied then and all for one thing. Chuck looks at her while she asks if he understood what was written in her letter, to which he gives a positive answer with the explanation that she wrote to him, that she misses him and asked if he would marry her when they meet. Chuck looks at her and says that that is why he answered no, to which she replies that she waited a very long time. Red-Eyed says that now is not the time for this, A little later he will bring her up to date, but the current world is as dangerous as 300 years ago. Stephanie looks down and says that she understands, because in this case there is nothing to be done, but that's for now. She smiles and asks if he has seen the building from the outside. Red Ice asks if she is talking about a skyscraper made of money and notes that it is not bad. Stephanie smiles and says that it belongs to him, from now on it is only his. Chuck asks again and says that he does not want this. The girl smiles and asks why. She is distraught and asks this question many times. Red Ice looks in horror and understands that she has gone completely wild and that no one has tamed her for too long. The girl's eyes widened and she asked why many times. The hero clenched his teeth in anger. He looked at her with hatred and thought that this was why he called her a maniac. She was completely out of control. The guy brought his hand to her forehead, she continued to repeat under her breath. He hit her in the forehead with his finger and shouted for her to come to her senses. The hero crossed his arms and told her that she was too excited, let her think clearly. The girl kept her hand on her forehead and asked if he liked her gift. She clarified whether she had made a mistake and whether she had done everything right. The guy imagined a tall building and asked if he had ever wanted a skyscraper made of dough. The maniac answered that he had. She sighed, imagining something. The girl remembered how the hero stood behind her and said that he wanted a skyscraper made of dough. The maniac turned to him and asked what the skyscraper was made of. Chuck looked at her and said that it was as tall as Everest. She looked at him carefully and asked if it was his dream. The guy scratched his head and asked again, answering that he thought so, you could say so. He crossed his arms and looked at the girls, declaring that when peace came, he would like to drown in luxury and previously unrealistic dreams, adding that it was still a long way off. The girls looked at him with interest and listened as Chuck said that this is why they should become stronger, because only through work can they save their generation. He looked at them and said that only then will he be able to breathe deeply, then told them to continue training. The girl grabbed the weapon and flared with magic, thinking that she should become stronger. She looked forward and told herself that she would make her dream come true. The maniac closed her eyes and said that even though she had failed to please him then, she put her hands on her chest and said that after 300 years she finally had the chance. The guy understood what was going on. Chuck put his hand to his chin and asked her if she knew he would come back. The maniac smiled, crossed her arms, and said that she did, and that someone had notified her that he had reincarnated. The girl continued to say that if it weren't for that window, the hero would have raised his hand and asked her to stop and not continue. The girl laughed and said that she would have gone crazy. Chuck stood up and thought that she couldn't go any further. She looked at him blissfully and listened as the guy said that in any case, she had chosen the wrong moment. He put his hand in his pocket and notified her that now was not a peaceful time. The maniac bit her nails irritably and said that the Tower of Destruction would appear again, and a catastrophe would happen again. She looked at him attentively and asked about the fact that he had just been reborn and why he had to save the world right away, and began to repeat that it was annoying. The hero put his hands in his pocket and said that he had to refuse her gift. In response, the girl sighed. She lowered her head and answered that she understood, adding that nothing could be done. The maniac asked him to hold out his hand. The hero, asking again, held out his palm to her. The girl conjured a ring in her hand and explained that it was the ring of the market master. She put it in Chuck's hand and said that thanks to it, he would become its new owner, and he would have the rights to everything, absolutely everything. The maniac smiled and said that it would be much easier for him if he moved here, and she was ready to help him at any time of the day or night, so he needed to use this ring to the fullest. The boy presented the ring and thanked the girl, thinking that he had been given rings too often lately. He announced that he was leaving. The girl accepted it with a smile. Archie stood by the door waiting. He looked at the notification window. The message said that the hidden ruler was asking if this man had left. Archie looked away, thinking about this man, and replied that he had returned to Valhalla Academy. 3 dots appeared in the window. The black cat looked at the window, where it was written that the hidden ruler exclaimed that she should buy Valhalla. Archie looked at the window and clarified about buying the academy, and wondered why this was, if it was because of Chuck. He looked ahead and thought that she even gave him the market master's ring, and wondered who he was, this 17-year-old boy, and why the Constellation was so interested in him. He lowered his head and asked if he could ask what connected him with Chuck. A notification appeared with the answer that it was heaven. The girl looked at the cloudy sky and said that it was her heaven. An island in the ocean. Someone gets hit in the face with a hand. A powerful blow to the head covered the man. A group of people tried to defend themselves, standing in anticipation. An unknown person walked towards them and slowly said that the Il Sinjo Samsao were worms. Logan was angry and asked how they dared to do such a thing to his son. He swung, flashing with magic, said that they were insects. His eyes lit up and he added that they must die. Logan dealt a crushing blow to them. The blow caused an explosion. People and weapons flew apart. He sat on one knee, watching the fallen. In the shadows, 2 people watched what was happening. Mary held the door and asked why he was there, and if this wasn't the first one. Richard replied that he thought he was there to avenge his son. They stood behind the man, and Richard suggested that they could leave the riffraff to him and focus on their leader. Logan, hearing, turned around and asked what kind of rats were whispering here. He looked around carefully, but there was no one. Hannibal was standing in a dark place. He looked around, not understanding where he was, remembering that he heard a sudden explosion, and when he came to, he was already here. The Dragon King walked through the darkness and thought about how this definitely didn't look like an office, wondering if he was in someone's space. He turned around at the sound of someone's voice, saying how annoying. The monster's eyes lit up and he explained about his heartbeat. Something caught fire in Hannibal's chest. There was a large hole in it. Hannibal snorted in horror. The monster held his heart in his hands, watching as the man fell to the ground. Hannibal looked at his hand and listened as he spoke, telling him not to worry, because until he wanted to. The monster looked at him menacingly, and continued that in the pleroma of the mental image, he would not die. The Dragon King stretched his chest and groaned in pain. He clenched his teeth and wondered what kind of space this was and what was happening to him. Hannibal opened his eyes and wondered if this really was the pleroma of the mental image, and to top it off, he examined the monster and reasoned that it was an inconceivable magical force, a goat mask. The man looked at him and asked if this was the constellation of the Ilgio clan, and if he was Tyler. The masked man replied that he was glad he figured it out. He sat on the throne and noted that he was absolutely right. Hannibal slowly stood up and asked about what he heard. There was a commotion outside. Were his clansmen the ones who attacked them, and why they targeted them? Tyler looked at him and explained that it was the first one's doing. He found out that they attacked his son. The Dragon King remembered the man and thought about it, wondering why Logan was here, and now all he could do was crush clay. The monster in the mask folded his arms and warned him to prepare for the worst. The man looked at him confused and asked why. He wanted Chuck too, and didn't their goals align? The eyes in Tyler's mask went dark and he explained that it was like that at first. Chuck was his target. He asked if Hannibal knew why him. The man clenched his fists and said he wanted to know. Tyler lowered his head and told about how he was once called one of the strongest. He continued to talk about how he was cleaning the world of those whose minds were clouded by the notorious pride, those who allowed themselves to freely consider themselves better than others. Hannibal looked at him, not understanding what he was talking about, and asked again. The man asked about why the previous first was killed. Tyler answered that because he was a loser. He continued to sit on the throne and said that he was only strong enough to think himself strong. Hannibal looked at the monster and said that he did not understand anything, asking if he called himself omnipotent. Tyler opened his mouth and said that no, but they made a mistake. His eyes flashed with light, and he said that they sinned against the one who deserved the title of the strongest. The man looked at him carefully and thought about why they sinned, and what it meant. Hannibal gritted his teeth and thought that now was not the time to think about that. Now was the time to not die at the hands of this crazy saint. Black magic appeared in his hands and he thought about conserving as much power as possible, because here he had no advantage and he had to be able to strike, with the help of relics, the magic of their constellation, anything. Sweat broke out on his face, and he thought about how he could find a way out of here then. Hannibal attacked Tyler. The monster opened its mouth and spoke about the sacred relic and that he had taken it with him when he transferred him to the pleroma of the mental image. The man flew at his opponent, attacking. He threw a punch that caused a cloud to flare up. Hannibal extended his fist forward in anticipation. He saw the broken throne and thought that he had dodged. The man turned around abruptly, thinking that Tyler was behind him. He looked around and realized that he was not around. Hannibal looked in surprise and wondered where he had gone, and noted that he did not feel his presence. The man looked into the darkness and wondered if there were any restrictions here and that it was so easy to hide such a powerful aura. He clenched his teeth and wondered where the horned devil was when the opponent was approaching him from behind. Tyler said something about his strongest, his teacher. He swung his hand and said that these bugs raised a hand against him. The monster pierced him with his hand, taking his heart. Tyler hugged him and said that this is why he will not kill him so easily. The next morning, Valhalla dormitory. Chuck is looking at his phone, wiping his head with a towel. He looked closely at the screen, wondering what the hell is this. Barry asked what it was. Chuck was scrolling through the main news and said that the Isle Sinjo Samsal and Ilgio gangs were completely destroyed. Barry asked about what was happening suddenly. He crossed his arms and asked if he was going to clean up after them. The hero said that was the point. Chuck sat on the bed and said that he wanted to get rid of them when he left Valhalla, but it seemed that the problem solved itself. Barry noted that this was amazing. He put his hand to his chin and asked Chuck again if he was going to leave Valhalla and didn't want to graduate with everyone else. The guy said no. He remembered the notice about finding weapons and memories, and explained that this academy was just a resource for him, and he came there for other purposes. And now that the conditions were met, he had no reason to stay here. A view of the building during the day, and the hero continues to talk about how he will not leave right away, but only after the end of another catastrophe. Barry understood everything. The chairman's office. Ted was sitting in a chair and asked with surprise who he was. In front of him stood the guy in the mask. It was the black cat, who introduced himself to him. He looked closely at the chairman and said that perhaps he would get to the point. Archie asked to sell him the academy? Ted looked at him in bewilderment and asked him again. He looked at him and asked about what he said, that he was the owner of the market. The black cat lowered his head and confirmed that he knew what market he was talking about. The chairman put his hands on the table and said that although he had not personally visited it, he leaned back in his chair and said that in any case, he could not sell Valhalla to such a dubious person. Archie extended his hand and asked if this was true. The guy snapped his fingers. A suitcase with money opened on the table in front of the chairman, and he said, "How about this?" Ted folded his hands and explained that he did not need the money, and he was not going to say goodbye to the academy so easily. He looked at him sternly and asked if he had any idea how hard it was to achieve all this. The monster is cut in half. The guy does it with one blow. Ted remembered himself in his youth, when he was a hunter. Then Korea was very depressed by labyrinths and monsters. He watched the negotiations between the people and the orcs, saying that when it came to crimes committed by people, the regular police could handle them, but in the case of monsters, the government asked the guild for help, and some hunters responded to these requests. Before his eyes stood someone in spacesuits. He continued to talk about how the government also established a unit of contractors aimed at confronting monsters, but anyone could get in there, and therefore they were no match for the members of the guilds. He crossed his arms and continued to talk about having made a decision. The man looks from the cliff at the construction site, and continues to talk about having made a decision to create the academy and raise contractors who are in no way inferior to those abroad. Ted looked at Archie and said that the academy continues to function successfully to this day, and their contractors will find a place everywhere, and that they were able to achieve record speed of response throughout the world. The chairman opened his eyes wider and asked if Archie now understood what he was talking about. The black cat put his hands behind his back and noted that this was truly amazing, but he was not going to change the course of the academy. He looked at Ted and explained that the functional policy would remain the same, but he would be its owner. The chairman clarified that Archie wanted him to believe this. The black cat snapped his fingers again and suggested that it was possible. There were already 2 suitcases with money on the table in front of him, and Archie asked if he did not have enough money. The man looked at the bills and claimed that he really did not need money. The black cat snapped again, clarifying if this was true. The chairman, his mouth open, looked and spoke about this money. Archie snapped his fingers again, clarifying that even so. Ted opened his eyes wide, speaking about money. There were a large number of suitcases with bills on the table. The chairman closed his eyes. He happily exclaimed with a request to take care of his academy. The plot said that he was finally able to retire. Archie grabbed the sign and said that it would be necessary to change the sign. The black cat sat down in the chair and addressed His Majesty, saying that as she asked, he purchased the Valhalla Academy. Archie carefully looked outside the notification window in anticipation. A notification appeared, which said that he should connect the shop with Valhalla. The black cat looked up and asked the shop again, clarifying that it was a market. The overlord answered that it was. A new notification said that Archie should not forget to install cameras. The guy put his hands on the table and asked again about the cameras, clarifying if they were not enough. A notification popped up that the hidden overlord insisted that he install them. The black cat agreed with this. The maniac folded her hands in anticipation and said that now she would finally see with her own eyes who was flirting with her teacher. The sun was on the horizon and Chuck was walking down the street. He looked to the side and heard Barry say that today at the academy it was somehow restless. The hero asked him if it bothered him. Barry touched his chin and suggested that it was as if the teachers were busy with something and asked a question about how independent work could last so long. The hero got angry, answering that he should not suffocate. Chuck turned around after someone called out to him. Amanda was standing in front of him, and he asked her if she had finally returned from her nest. The girl answered that it was so. They walked along the alley and Amanda asked about being here since the morning. Did he not notice? The guy put his hands in his pockets and answered that he was sleeping. She turned to him and asked if he was going to the hall. The hero answered that he was. He watched her carefully as she said that she was going with him because she wanted to show him something. The sunset was reflected in the windows of the hall. Lana and Julie were standing behind the hero. Amanda opened her bag, reaching for something. She took out a katana. The guy opened his mouth and asked what it was, a brand new sword. The girl looked at the weapon and answered that she was, saying that in fact she was returning to her hometown specifically for it. Chuck grinned, listening to Amanda. The sword in the girl's hands flashed red and the hero clarified that this was the magical power emanating from it. Amanda confirmed and said that it was her family heirloom. Julie exclaimed in surprise in the background. She asked about it being the heirloom of the Choijin family, the Blue Moon Radiance. The sword glowed red and Amanda said that it was. Julie looked at her in surprise and asked where she got it from. The girl turned to her and explained that after passing the test, she became the rightful heir of her family. Julie spread her arms out to the sides and replied that, however, it was not often that relics were entrusted to high school students. Asking that wasn't it so, Amanda calmly replied that her father had given the go-ahead. Why not? The girl looked at Chuck and asked him if she could practice with him. The hero scratched his head and replied that it was up to her to decide. He fixed his gaze on him and said what he had said before. The guy extended his hand and asked if he could touch it. Julie grumbled in his ear that it was a family heirloom with the power of a constellation, an intimate thing. How could you ask for such a thing? Chuck got angry thinking about how to make it quieter. Amanda walked up to him, holding out the gun, and said sure he could take it. The guy thanked her. Julie whined about how she gave it away. The boy brought it closer to him and smirked, thinking that it was strange. He looked at the sword and thought that its magical power seemed very familiar. Memories suddenly came flooding back to him. Chuck was standing in a clearing with a bunch of weapons stuck in the ground behind the young man, who noted that they hadn't seen each other in a while. The hero didn't recognize who was standing in front of him. In a moment, Chuck realized, pointed his finger, and asked if he was the same kid. Dustin looked at him with a sly smile and asked how long he would call him that, saying that he already knew that he was grown up. The young man closed his eyes and wondered that, come to think of it, he had ever told Chuck his name. The hero gritted his teeth and reminded him that all he had done was rush at him with his sword. Dustin smiled and said that anyway, as soon as he became a constellation, he forgot it. Chuck smiled and said that he would still call him kid. The young man asked him to be more serious. The hero looked at him and thought about how this little brat had become a constellation. Dustin scratched his chin and said under his breath that Chuck was older than him. No matter how you look at it, the guy noticed that he had always been a fidget. In the memories, a teenager stood in front of him and offered to fight. It was about the King of Blades 300 years ago. The hero stood in front of the girls and asked what this kid was talking about. The boy looked at Chuck and asked if he was the strongest among the local adults, offering to fight. The girl in the hood noted that the kid called her teacher Mr., asking whether to kill him right away. The hero looked at her and asked her to calm down. The guy kept his hands in his pockets and asked why he wanted to fight so much, whether he liked fighting. The boy looked at his sword and explained that he wanted to become stronger than anyone, regardless of gender or age. Chuck listened attentively to the kid, who was talking about how the monsters killed his family only because none of them could defend themselves. The boy gripped the hilt of the sword tighter and said that this is why he wanted to become stronger, so that no one else would have to go through what he did. The kid held out his sword and shouted for him to fight him, because his weapon mastery would soon be the strongest in the world. The hero stretched his shoulder and noted that he was brave, but at least he held the sword correctly. The girl watched them silently. The hero asked her to tell him to ask for a fight correctly. The boy shouted at him to fight, addressing Chuck. The boy smiled, saying that this was great. He ran up, attacking the kid, and said that he was not going to give in. The guy put his hands in his pockets and remembered that at that time he did not have time to rest, because he forced him to take up the sword every week. Dustin raised a finger and said that he did not think that at least once it was possible to give in. The hero clenched his teeth and asked what he was hearing from an ambitious swordsman who wanted to amaze the world with his swordsmanship. The young man looked at the weapon and said that indeed, thanks to endless defeats, he was able to improve his sword technique. Chuck took his hand to the side and asked if he was talking about the invincible blade. Dustin answered that this is exactly it. The hero looked into his eyes and said that if he became his student, he could constantly keep an eye on him, asking if he had thought about it. Dustin threw the sword over his shoulder and said that not that he thought, but if he were his student, it would be blasphemy to call this technique his. He looked up and told Chuck that he simply had no choice. The guy smiled and noted that the kid had grown into a man. He added that now he understood where this nostalgia came from. The hero looked at the young man, behind whose back he was introducing Amanda. Dustin said that when he became a constellation, he taught contractors his sword technique. Chuck looked at the weapon and noted that it was strikingly different from the blade he knew. The young man looked at the sword and asked again. He spoke with interest about how, as the hero knows, in their days, training in magical power is more important than training the body, and they will not withstand his blade as it is. Dustin stood in front of Chuck and said that that's why he made some changes to make it easier for them to learn, although it was still far from the level of the strongest technique. The young man examined the hero and asked about the high school student's body. Chuck asked if he had received a notification too. Dustin looked at him confused and asked again about the notification. The hero thought, imagining the maniac, and chased away in his head the fact that it was strange. She said that she found out about his reincarnation from the notification. He did not ask the fool, and Barry saw it too. He looked at the young man and wondered if the notifications were really sent only to those who were directly related to him, and then everything would fall into place. Dustin held the sword on his shoulder and told him that this could also be considered fate. He lowered the weapon down and asked if they should cross swords. Chuck pulled out his weapon and, smiling, agreed and offered to see how much stronger the kid had become. Dustin's sword sparkled with magic and he said that it was great, because he hadn't been so excited for a long time. The hero rushed to attack. The young man swung his sword, gritting his teeth. Chuck held the blade, looking at it with a warm smile. He handed it back, thanking Amanda. He pointed his finger and said that her constellation was a good guy, so he should contact him more often when she had questions. Amanda, after listening, said that it was good. Dustin smiled and did not believe what had happened. He lay in the plowed ground after the battle and exclaimed that this was unthinkable. China, The Shui family. The members of the family were sitting at the round table. Helen looked up and turned to the elders with a question about why they called her. The three elders looked at her silently. The woman began the address, saying that as the girl knows, the head seat is still empty, and they called her for this very reason. The man crossed his arms and added that they would like her to be the head of their family, but tradition dictated that the leader of the association could not claim the position. The woman raised her hand and asked if Helen had any other candidates in mind. The grandfather looked at her and said that whoever it was, they should choose someone better than Haley, someone who would not use the power of the constellation for personal gain. The girl lowered her head, thinking. She said that she understood them. She hugged her fan and announced the candidate she would like to recommend. Lana was in a stance before the battle. She had been training with Amanda in the gym. The girls stood opposite each other. Amanda placed her hand on the hilt of her blade. Lana was in a fighting stance. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest when he said that, as he had already mentioned, they should refrain from using magical power if possible. The blonde girl stood in front of him when he added that it would be better for her to leave that sword in its sheath, to which she replied that she understood. Lana turned to the protagonist when she exclaimed that she did not mind if she took it out. Then Chuck asked about what would happen if she cut herself, warning that he would not bandage her, and that he wanted to avoid accidents. Julie looked at the brunette, who asked why she was there, to which she replied that he did not mind then, when she watched their sparring, and then asked about whether it was impossible now. Sweat appeared on the girl's face when she thought about what else she was curious about. She remembered standing behind Lana when she thought about how she had beaten her in a fair fight, and now it was Amanda's turn. Julie watched the blonde wondering if she was stronger than the protagonist's training and the sacred relic, but would she be able to stand up to such an enemy? The blonde girl's mouth dropped open as she advised her opponent to listen to the protagonist, because if she pulled the sword out of its sheath, she would surely get hurt, and called her a cat. A shadow fell on Lana's face as she asked her to shut up. The girl bent her hand in front of her, exclaiming that she was not a cat. Amanda looked ahead carefully. A fist touched the hilt of the blade. The opponents were opposite each other. Chuck crossed his arms over his chest. Lana looked ahead with disdain, snorting. She swung her hand, striking. The girl raised her hands up. Amanda dodged, looking ahead. The opponent was in front of her. Lana was hit from the side. The long-haired girl held the sheath in front of her. Amanda looked ahead determinedly. The opponent ducked, dodging her attack. Lana looked at the crack in the wall. Blue eyes were shown close up as she thought about how strong her opponent was. Light energy enveloped the blonde's body. Her foot hit the floor. Lana rushed forward. The girls looked into each other's eyes as she wondered when she had time. The blonde gritted her teeth as she swung her sword when she thought about how she didn't know her moves. She thrust her arm forward, striking. Amanda stood there, holding her sheath in front of her. Lana clenched her fist when she thought about how she had watched her fight the protagonist several times. Sweat broke out on the girl's face when she realized that she was much weaker back then. The long-haired blonde stood in front of her when Lana thought about how her movements had changed dramatically. Amanda held the hilt of her sword with both hands. She swung it at her opponent, who screamed. A red mark was left on her stomach. Lana touched the wound. The blonde was in front of her when she said that she almost dodged, then she said that she didn't even feel it. The blue-eyed girl looked ahead worriedly when she thought about how she could see through all her attacks and that her brute strength had its limits too, deciding that she had to use it wisely or she would lose. Lana got into a fighting stance when she realized that she had to get a chance to counter. Amanda stood sideways, holding her blade. She was shown in profile. The girl held her sword out in front of her opponent. Lana gritted her teeth, looking ahead. The blondes looked into each other's eyes. One of them clenched her fist. The long-haired girl flew back from the blow. Amanda's eyes were closed. She fell to the floor in front of her opponent. Lana looked down carefully, breathing heavily. The blonde was wounded in the chin. Amanda stood up abruptly. The girls stood in front of the brunette, who said that was enough and that the sparring was over. The protagonist looked at the blonde when he added that they should stop hurting each other and go get a first aid kit, and then he would give his comments. Then she agreed with him. The protagonist looked away when he thought that it was not bad. Amanda stood straight with the sword in her hand when he thought that it seemed that she did not neglect communicating with the boy, and that in such a short period of time her skills had improved significantly. Chuck's red eye was shown up close. He was standing in front of Lana. The girl was sitting in front of the brunette, who asked if she was okay, to which she answered affirmatively. The blonde brought her hand to her face when she thought that it was dangerous, and that she was not mistaken when she rushed at her sword. She remembered the opponent standing in front of her, realizing that if she grabbed the tip of the blade where the most force was, she would not be able to stand, and that she grabbed the right area around the guard and only then blocked the blow. Lana watched Amanda, thinking that most likely it was because of the relic that she became stronger, and that she was sure it was because of her. The girl imagined a white glove. The blonde was shown in profile, thinking about the sacred relic. There were lanterns burning near the building. When someone announced that in any case they were done for today, then they agreed with him. The full moon was shining in the sky. The silhouette of a tree crown was visible. The protagonist stared ahead of himself a few days later. In front of him sat a girl in a hat, who said that she finally understood where the disaster would be. The protagonist stood in front of her as she repeated her words. Chuck sat down, looking ahead as he asked where. The guide lifted her finger, saying Sejong, and that was the name of the place. The protagonist sat across from her as he asked if she knew the exact date, to which she replied in 3 weeks. The protagonist's mouth dropped open, looking ahead as he said that last time she said there were about 3 months left, and that sounded plausible. The red-haired girl looked at the brunette, who asked if the main idea was to get through the labyrinth as quickly as possible, to which she replied that it was. Chuck looked ahead carefully as he wondered what he should do with the monsters that would break out. Sweat appeared on the guide's face as she asked if he hadn't gathered a team yet, adding that he should have people who could help. The protagonist silently remembered the faces of his comrades. He crossed his arms and put them on the table when he answered that he thought there would be a couple of them, then the girls said that was good. They were sitting opposite each other when the protagonist asked about why not recruit a few contractors in advance, then the guide said that it would be good. The girl in the hat looked at the guy when she added that since he was the only one who had to kill the master of the labyrinth, it was better to focus on that, then he agreed with her. Chuck closed his eyes when he asked her to say everything again. The brunette was holding a ring in his hand when he said that he would put it on and solve the problems with the labyrinth, and that instead of destroying it, he should capture that thistle, the master of the labyrinth. The guide and the protagonist were sitting at the table when she answered that everything was correct, then he asked what he should do next. A glow appeared in front of the girl. The protagonist was handed a crystal and advised to use it, then he asked what it was. The guide folded her hands in front of her, as she explained that it was a one-time teleportation crystal, and that if he filled it with his mana, it would transport him there. Chuck was shown in profile as he asked her again, and then asked if she could transport him there herself. The girl closed her eyes, explaining that it was possible, but the process was too labor-intensive. The guide in the hat sat in front of the brunette as she added that she did not want to be distracted from watching the master of the labyrinth, and that the ring would do the job for her, and he replied that it was good. The girl in the hat snapped her fingers as she advised him to be ready, reminding him that they would meet in 3 weeks. A bright flash occurred above her palm. The protagonist was walking down the street. The protagonist was shown in profile as he thought about contacting Adelia first and recruiting their contractors. Chuck looked at his phone as he thought about how the kids he was looking after weren't skilled enough yet, and how it wasn't their time yet, and how since there was a weekend in 3 weeks, he would make a request to go outside the academy. The number flashed on the display as he decided to call Lilia. The protagonist held the phone to his ear when he was answered, and informed her that he would need to go outside the academy in 3 weeks. The protagonist moved his hand away when the girl screamed that she was in big trouble. Lilia was shown in profile when she was asked what happened, and then she began to answer. The blonde in glasses opened her mouth wide when she exclaimed that she had been fired from Valhalla. Chuck closed his eyes, saying that he understood. The guy took a step forward when he was asked twice, to which he replied that she had driven the mustachioed man crazy. The girl was sitting at the table when she said that it was impossible and that she was a good instructor, although she looked stupid when she begged him. The protagonist looked away when Lilia added that she had a great instructor grade and that she always submitted reports to them on time, and without arguing. The brunette's eye was shown close up when he thought that she was right and that he doubted that it would be rational to cut a teacher in the middle of the semester. The blonde in glasses wiped away tears when she said that even their chairman had changed, then he asked her again. The protagonist stood with his back turned when he asked whether the academy had really changed its chairman, then she answered that the students didn't know yet, and that she also kept silent because she didn't want to feed the journalists. Chuck held the phone to his ear as he thought about how something had actually happened in Valhalla, and how okay Lilia, but the chairman wouldn't just leave. The boy's pupils narrowed as he thought about how since she had been kicked out, he wouldn't be able to parasitize on her anymore and walk freely outside the academy, and how this wouldn't be the best time to drop out. Sweat appeared on the girl with glasses face as the protagonist said that he thought he should visit the chairman, and that he would just ask what was going on there. The protagonist held the phone in front of him as she turned to him, and said that he didn't have to. Chuck's mouth dropped open, looking down. The conversation was shown, in which Lana reported that she had been kicked out of Valhalla. The protagonist looked at the device in his hand as he wondered if it was hers too, and why Valhalla had started throwing people away. The protagonist lowered his gaze as he thought that there must be a reason for this, and that, oddly enough, there was a whole series of incidents happening around him. The back of the brunette was shown, deciding that no matter what happened, he had to meet the chairman as soon as possible. Clouds were floating in the sky. Green leaves were shown. Archie was sitting with his hands folded in front of him, when it was explained that he had become the chairman of Valhalla. Chuck looked down carefully, when he said that no one doubted it, and that it was understandable why people started leaving there. The man in the mask was sitting in front of the guy, when he answered that he had misunderstood. The chairman's mask was shown up close, when he explained that he was only an external manager, and that the true chairman was his Constellation. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, when he asked if it was really her who kicked out his friends, to which he answered that it was. Archie pictured the smirking girl when he was asked why. Then he replied that she said that they really decided to act so insolently in front of her teacher, and that they should thank her for not killing them. The protagonist stood in front of his desk when the chairman said that she asked the teacher about expelling Amanda, who was next in line. Then he asked her to calm down and bring everyone back. Chuck closed one eye when he added that he only trained them and never used them for personal purposes, except for Lily, but he did not train her, and that they did not deserve to be expelled. Archie had a system window in front of him when he replied that she agreed. The brunette stood in front of the chairman when he asked why he bought Valhalla. Then he explained that it was a sudden order from the Constellation. The protagonist introduced multi-story buildings when Archie said that he heard that he didn't like her skyscraper made of money. Then he replied that it was not so, and that he simply already had a room. The chairman bent one finger when he wanted to talk about it. A guy in a mask was shown, who said that she said that if she bought Valhalla, the teacher could live with her. The protagonist looked confused when he asked if that was really the only reason. Archie sat in front of Chuck when he replied that he combined one of the rooms of the academy with the market building, and that not everyone could visit this room, and also that if he wanted to go to the market, he could use it. Then the brunette agreed with him. The dark-haired guy looked away thoughtfully when he was asked if he needed anything else. The masked chairman was in front of the protagonist, who asked if that meant the academy was at his disposal, to which he replied that he was not going to infringe on his rights, but he still had to. The protagonist smiled while looking ahead as he asked if he wanted to do a good deed. The sky was red 3 weeks later in Sejong. The blonde boy's face sweated as he wondered what it was. There were monsters in front of him. An ogre swung his club. Goblins were sitting on top of a car. A golem was chasing a man. Sean was shown in profile as he asked what it was. The boy looked ahead in shock, thinking about how he only came there because of his family, and where these hordes of monsters came from. The blonde boy looked away. The goblin grabbed the girl's purse, then she screamed. The monster grinned vilely. Sean stopped its dagger with his hand. The blonde boy clenched his fist. He thrust his arm forward, striking the enemy. Behind the blonde was a girl who thanked him when he warned her that more goblins were coming soon, so she should run away from there. Sean looked down, worried. The monster was lying on the ground, as the boy thought about how these were not the same goblins he remembered, and how they seemed to be faster and stronger. Sweat was running down the boy's face, as he realized that the momentum from the blow was making him feel tremors. The crowd of monsters was in front of the blonde, who thought about how he managed to get rid of one, and what to do with the rest. Sean clenched his fists and cursed in his head, as he decided that he should at least deal with some of them. 2 girls appeared next to him. Lana thrust her arm forward, striking. Amanda swung her blade in front of her. The bodies of the goblins were lying in front of the boys. Sean looked at Julie, who said that she didn't have time, then he turned to her. The blondes were standing in front of the guy, who said their names and asked why they were there. Lana pointed her finger in front of her when she answered that she thought Sean should ask him that question, then he asked her again. Chuck appeared next to the blonde. The guys were standing in front of the protagonist 2 weeks ago in the Valhalla office. The blonde girls looked in front of themselves when Lana asked why he called her, and that shouldn't they be focusing on training. The protagonist put his hand behind his head when he answered that it was important, and then asked if they saw the guy there. The man in the mask stood straight. Julie looked at the brunette and asked again when he said that he was their new chairman. The girls were in front of Archie when she asked how they would cope without the mustachioed chairman, and he explained that the previous one had resigned and he had taken his place. The dark-haired girl's face sweated when she asked why they hadn't known about it until Chuck told them, and the masked guy replied that he hoped they understood that they had been kept in the dark for a reason. Archie was shown up close when he added that they would have found out about it sooner or later through the announcement anyway, and that thanks to the protagonist, it had happened a little earlier. Julie looked at him worriedly when he said that, for their information, his name was Black Cat, and that he hoped they would work together. The protagonist stood next to the chairman when he explained that the reason they were gathered there was because they had decided to establish a new direction for training students, and that the cat had given his consent. The boys were standing in front of the girls when Chuck explained that this would be a special class that would be given autonomy to participate in activities outside the academy with all that entails, and then asked if they wanted to be a part of this class. Lana pointed to herself when she asked again about the autonomy, saying that she didn't understand, and the brunette offered to explain. The girl smiled and said that she was okay with it when the protagonist explained that she would continue to train, but would also be able to go outside the academy and hunt monsters, and then asked if she liked it. Amanda was standing next to the brunette when she exclaimed that if that's what the protagonist wanted, then she was okay with it too, and Julie asked them to wait, saying that she didn't quite understand. The boys were in front of her when she asked about the black cat running the market, to which he replied that he was, and then asked if she knew anything about the market. Sweat was pouring down Julie's face as she said that she had just confirmed it, and that she didn't know that it really existed, and then asked about how the black cat, the owner of the black market, could possibly walk the catwalk of light. Archie looked ahead as he replied that he didn't want to, but that's exactly what happened. The girls stood in front of the boys as the brunette asked how Chuck knew about it before them, and how he managed to agree on the creation of a special class, summing up that he was up to something again, to which the protagonist replied that it might be just a little. The protagonist looked at Julie, who was thinking about how no one could have imagined that he also knew the owner of the market, and how it was simply unthinkable. The dark-haired guy's mouth dropped open as he asked her if she would be part of the special class. The brunette smiled tensely as she answered in the affirmative, wondering how she could possibly refuse such a privilege. Archie turned to Chuck and informed him that there would be special rules during the compulsory classes and written exams, and Chuck asked him again. The chairman turned his head to the side when he explained that they would have to participate in a debate, or a practical demonstration. The protagonist stood in front of him when he replied that he had never heard of it before, and Chuck explained that at first he had been in full support of his proposal, but that he had recently had some interesting thoughts. The masked youth looked straight ahead when he asked if it was true that in some way, the students of this class would receive great privileges, and then said that points should be added that would seem reasonable to those outside this special class, so that they would not consider it someone's prerogative. The girls stood in a line when the chairman added that the students who joined this class were already strong in their own right, and all the teachers knew this, so there was no problem in this regard, but from the academy's point of view, creating an elite class was a direct path to bureaucracy in the institution. The protagonist looked at Archie, who said that he would be extremely grateful if they represented the interests of Valhalla outside the academy by doing some activities aimed at raising the status of the school. Chuck's mouth dropped open, looking away when he concluded that he would not let them hunt just like that. Then he began to object, answering that they could walk around freely, and that they should not forget that they would greatly help the academy if they participated in his events, that is, a favor for a favor. The masked chairman stood in front of him when he added that this was not the request of the Black Cat, but of the manager of Valhalla. The protagonist looked serious when he thought about why he was so fussed, assuming that the sense of responsibility for his brainchild had awakened. The protagonist put his hand behind his head, closing his eye when he answered that in any case it was worth asking if there were any of them who had changed their minds. The three girls stood nearby when Lana answered that since nothing would change significantly for her, she was fine with it, and then asked the other guys if they thought the same, then they agreed with her. Chuck looked pleased when he said that it was good, and then began to talk about what the first task of this special class outside the academy would be. Sean turned towards the brunette. The protagonist looked away, studying his gaze. The blonde stood in front of him when he asked about what it was and why he was there, then the guy answered that he wanted to ask him. The blonde boy's mouth dropped open as he explained that he was there for the weekend because his parents' house was there, and then this happened, summing up that it was their turn to answer. The protagonist held the sheath in front of him as he asked himself why, and then asked the students to get ready. Amanda looked away confidently, agreeing with him. Lana turned around as she exclaimed that it was done. The boys looked in the same direction. The monsters with red eyes opened their mouths. Stone hands reached out to Chuck. The brunette opened his mouth, looking forward as he explained that they came there to do this. The boy swung the blade in front of him. The protagonist looked forward with a smirk. The ogre and golem were attacked. The bodies of the monsters were lying in front of the protagonist. Chuck put his hand on his shoulder as he said that it was not bad. The boys standing behind him remained silent. Sean looked at the monsters' bodies, thinking that while he knew he was strong, he never would have thought he was so far behind, and that one blow was enough for these monsters. Mike appeared next to the brunette and addressed him by name. The hooded man introduced the monsters when he said he had discovered the labyrinth that was the source of the disaster, and that he was 5 kilometers away, surrounded by a dense ring of monsters. The protagonist looked at him seriously when he asked about the other Ventric family agents, to which he replied that they were evacuating civilians and doing damage control. The protagonist looked away when he asked Mike if his constellation had woken up yet. The man looked down guiltily when he said that there was still no answer. Chuck imagined the hooded girl when he thought about how it had been more than 3 months since they had met, and she still had not made a sound. The sword was enveloped in a blue aura when he decided that in any case, catching monsters is not that difficult, and that she should take care of all the little things. Mike looked at the brunette, who replied that he understood, and then asked him to tell the Ventric family members to stop this masquerade and try to heal the victims a little. Then he was asked again. The protagonist turned his head to the side when he added that if he wanted to clear his family's name, then he should act. The man took off his hood, agreeing with him. The guys looked at him when he asked if they should move to the center of the disaster in that case. Then the protagonist asked him to wait, and then told him that they, together with the girls, would be engaged in evacuating people, protecting them from monsters along the way. Lana smiled, answering that she understood. Amanda looked serious when she answered in agreement. Julie stood behind Sean when she was ordered to clear a path to her family's house with him. Then she asked why she was paired with this muscle man, then added that she agreed. Chuck looked ahead confidently when he summed up that they were then heading to the center of the disaster. A crowd of monsters was shown. Mike stood next to the guy when he said that this seemed to be the entrance to the labyrinth. They watched the monsters from above, when the man added that the high-level evil spirits had diminished, but there were still too many of them, and then asked the boy to think of a plan, thanks to which their family members could gather and carry out a pinpoint strike, and only then should he follow them. Mike looked at the protagonist, who replied that it sounded simple, but it was too tedious to do. Then he said that nevertheless, this was the best way possible, and then asked if he was really going to do otherwise. There was a smile on the guy's face when he answered that there was one option. The man was standing behind him when he addressed him. The protagonist jumped off the edge of the roof. The ogre opened his mouth and growled. A shadow fell on his face. Chuck hovered in the air in front of him. The brunette swung his sword. A crowd of monsters appeared in front of him. The protagonist swung the blade again. The space around him distorted a little. Mike looked shocked when he wondered what happened and whether one blow was enough for him. The man's pupils narrowed greatly when he thought that this was truly one of the strongest contractors he had ever seen. The protagonist stood with the sword in his hand when he thought that perhaps he was stronger than the constellation itself. Chuck looked at the hilt of the blade when he thought that this was great and that, just in case, he had made a contract with the maniac in advance and used part of her abilities. The guy introduced Stephanie when he realized that it came in very handy. The brunette was facing the entrance to the labyrinth when he thought that he should hurry up and get inside now. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket when he remembered something. He was holding the ring when he wondered if the guide hadn't asked him to wear this jewelry to defeat the boss of the labyrinth. The protagonist put the ring on his finger when he realized that now all the preparations were finally complete. He headed towards the entrance when he thought about going in and out and that it was a matter of 2 minutes. The blue sky was shown. The lights were on in the Ventrick family estate in the UK. The blonde was sitting at the table. Sweat appeared on Adelia's face when she thought about how it seemed like the information about the occurrence of the disaster had just leaked to the media and that the Korean government was finally beginning to realize the seriousness of what was happening. The blonde girl was shown in profile as she pondered the fact that according to the latest data she had received, about 50% of the civilian population had been evacuated at this point, and that Chuck was rapidly advancing towards the center of the disaster. The blonde's face was shown close up as she questioned whether he was going to go there alone, and whether he really wanted to deal with this alone. A system notification appeared in front of Adelia, where the constellation asked how much time had passed. The girl looked down sadly as she exclaimed that the saint had finally woken up, and then answered that it had been about 3 months. The blonde looked up at the system window, which showed what the constellation was thinking, and then it asked where the teacher was. Adelia looked confused as she began to answer. The ogre was attacked in the face. The protagonist swung his sword, looking forward. The bodies of monsters lay on the ground in front of him. Sweat was running down the protagonist's face when Barry said that from the outside you might think that he was just playing with the blade, only for some reason the monsters were turning into mincemeat, and then he asked if this was really the Wu Xian style. Then Chuck asked what kind of style it was, assuming that he had just come up with it. The guy in the mask crossed his arms over his chest when he told him that this style was used by his students when they climbed the Tower of Destruction, and that he was still its master back then. Then the protagonist asked him again. The protagonist held the sword in front of him as he said that they came up with the name themselves and that these kids need to name everything, adding that they could have tried with the name. The brunette's red eyes were shown as he thought about how the labyrinth was much bigger than he thought, and that if he wasted time on the monsters, he wouldn't have time to do anything. His hand reached forward. A rift appeared under Chuck, then he was asked if he was meditating. The protagonist's eyes were closed as he asked Barry to shut up, explaining that he was trying to find the core of the labyrinth. The young man's face was shown up close as he thought about the core being the arena with the boss, and that a large flow of mana would be very easy to track. He suddenly opened his eyes as he said that he found it. The protagonist turned his back as he added that it was below. Then Barry said that as far as he knew, the space inside the labyrinth was not that easy to destroy. Chuck smirked, holding the blade as he agreed with him. The blade of the sword was enveloped in an aura as he added that the maniacs shared something with him. The guy took a step, swinging the weapon. Small cracks appeared. They suddenly grew larger. The brunette landed deftly, raising his hands. The protagonist looked in front of him carefully as he asked someone if he was the boss of the labyrinth. In front of him stood a warrior in armor. He was enveloped in red energy. The protagonist stood straight, looking ahead. Chuck's face was shown up close as he realized that it was a humanoid swinging his spear there. There was a purple aura around the blade as the guy thought about how although his sword was not that good in long-range combat, thanks to some of the maniac's techniques and abilities, he would level it out. The brunette looked at the enemy in front of him as he remembered that his mission was to destroy the crystal behind him. The protagonist turned his head to the side, thinking about whether he should focus on a counterattack or deliver one pinpoint blow. The boss in red armor put his hand forward. The warrior swung, gritting his teeth. He pointed the spear at the protagonist. Chuck deftly dodged, asking if he really thought that closing the distance would help him. The boss's eyes lit up. He swung the spear in front of him. The brunette looked ahead intently, thinking that his swing was no joke, and that his weapon was like a blade, and the tip was imbued with mana. The warrior in the helmet extended his hand forward. The boss in armor rushed towards the guy. The humanoid gritted his teeth, quickly attacking. The protagonist parried all his blows. The protagonist looked ahead with red eyes, thinking about how annoying it was, and how it wouldn't move away from the stone even after the attack, and how much trouble was ahead. The warrior in the helmet pointed the spear at his palm. An explosion occurred in front of the brunette. Chuck jumped back from the humanoid's attack. Crystals appeared in front of the boss. The protagonist easily cut them. The warrior's foot rested on the ground. The boss put his hand with the spear behind his back. The humanoid looked ahead, swinging it. The protagonist stopped the spear with his sword. The warrior in the helmet gritted his teeth in anger. He was in front of Chuck. The brunette stared ahead, holding the blade, then Barry asked if he really had any problems. The protagonist looked focused when he asked if he was crazy. The boss in armor took a fighting stance when the protagonist explained that he was playing with him for only one reason. The blue crystal was behind the enemy. Chuck smiled when he added that it was all to divert his attention from the stone. The brunette held a weapon in his hand when he spoke. The guy crouched on a bent leg when he said that it seemed like it was time to play by his own rules. The boss in the helmet looked ahead with empty eyes. The protagonist was in front of him. There were several swings of the sword. The protagonist ended up behind the enemy. The warrior held a spear in both hands. The boss gritted his teeth in rage. There were cuts on his body. Chuck looked at the disappearing enemy. The ring on the guy's finger sparkled. Streams of blue energy rushed towards him. Then Barry said that he seemed to be sucked into the jewelry, and then asked about what it was. The brunette looked closely at the ring when he thought about how it seemed to have absorbed another name, and that he himself did not know. Barry imagined the creepy face of the protagonist, who asked about what he said a minute ago, and that he had forgotten how he had beaten him 300 years ago, and then told him to apologize. Then the guy in the mask apologized. The protagonist turned around, thinking that he should leave quickly before the labyrinth finally collapsed. There was a spear on the ground. Chuck picked it up, deciding that it was his trophy, and wondering why he hadn't been sucked in with it. The weapon was enveloped in red energy. Then he realized that it belonged to him now. A thick tree trunk was shown. The man in the cloak stood with his back to him. He opened his mouth and addressed the owner of the labyrinth, saying that the catastrophe had come to an end. A dark silhouette was shown, who asked if this was true, and how many days it had lasted this time. There was a red screen in front of the man. When he answered that it was about 2 hours, he was then asked again. The hooded man opened his mouth and answered that it was about 5 days. When he was asked how long the last one was, the dark figure's eyes glowed when he said that it was quite a significant difference. The cloaked man was in front of the owner of the labyrinth, who added that its level had increased significantly, and that it must be because of the names whose owners did not undergo reincarnation after death, but became constellations. Then he answered that it was so. The hooded man stood in front of the shadow, when he was asked about what anomalies had been detected, to which he replied that it was unclear yet, and that the labyrinth had disappeared too quickly for him to figure it out. The chin of the dark figure was shown, who asked him not to rush, because sooner or later they would figure it out anyway, and then offered to begin implementing the process. The man's face was hidden by a shadow. The eyes of the master of the labyrinth lit up as he said that they would distribute the names differently, and that it would be a disaster of a different level. The man in the cloak bowed to him and agreed with him when he was asked to be prepared for it. The dark silhouette was shown in profile as he thought about how little time was left. His eyes were shown close up as he thought about how even the strongest could be killed. The stranger was looking at the news page that said that Chuck from Valhalla Academy had followed the villains in getting rid of the disaster. He was studying the article closely. The guy folded his arms. He was looking at the projection with a thoughtful expression. Looking at the face of the protagonist, the stranger asked if he had dealt with the assassination squad alone, and also eliminated the disaster. Smiling, he said that it was amazing. The guy frowned and said that the protagonist would be the perfect sacrifice to increase their name value, after which the plot introduced us to the alchemist Nate. Looking at his comrade, Nate asked if he agreed that they could reap some good laurels from Chuck's death. The mysterious stranger stood in front of him and answered that Nate was right, but the protagonist should not be underestimated. Holding his chin, the guy said that of course, a lot has changed since they first noticed him. Looking at the screen, he added that if they assigned Chuck an A rank during the entrance ceremony, now he is obviously an S rank annihilator. The stranger was taken aback by Nate's words that he thought he should take up the matter himself. Smiling, he ordered the others to gather, adding that they were going after him. The night sky surrounded the Valhalla dorm. Entering the room, the protagonist sighed. He fell on the bed, saying that he would like to sleep for 30 years. Chuck calmly began to reason that he had collected all the magical power from the remaining stones, and his overall mana level had increased dramatically, but this was still child's play. Looking at his hand, the protagonist noted that although his magical power had increased, he could only release a limited amount of mana. Putting his hands under his head, he thought that he had dealt with some kind of bald catastrophe, and it felt like he had been plowing in his grandmother's garden all day, in the summer, in the heat. Chuck imagined the boss and wondered if it was the power of the bestowed name, because it was not so easy to deal with him. Looking at the ceiling, the protagonist added that, nevertheless, thanks to the maniac, it seemed to have worked out. Now he understood mundane human desires. A contract with a constellation is the only way to withstand competition. Lying on the bed, the protagonist thought that constellations are formed after death. He frowned when he heard Barry's voice asking him what he was thinking about and replied that he was tired of the constellations. Chuck listened silently to the question of whether he should go to the guide after finishing the labyrinth. The girl noticed that the protagonist had appeared in front of her. A smile appeared on her face, after which she asked if the disaster was over. Holding the crystal in his hand, the protagonist answered her question positively. The crystal in his hand crumbled and the guide said that everything was fine. It was a disposable crystal. She pointed her finger at the weapon and asked what kind of spear it was. Examining the spear, Chuck said that it was his trophy from the boss of the labyrinth. For some reason the ring did not suck him in with it. Stretching out her hand, the girl asked to show the ring. The protagonist held the ring in his hand. The guide began to examine it. Stretching out her hand, the girl said that everything was fine with the name. Folding her hands, she emphasized that from this moment on, everything really begins. As she had already said, big changes are coming. Putting the ring on his finger, Chuck listened as they began to come across high-level names soon, and she would try to be cunning and find out what kind of people would be the owners of these names. The guide introduced the tower, and said that it should be taken into account that these could be his acquaintances from the Tower of Destruction 300 years ago. The protagonist imagined the angry faces of the people and thought that it was a pity that their names had not rotted along with them. Clutching his head, the protagonist said that just the thought of it was already making him nervous. Snapping his fingers, the girl said that they would see each other again soon, before the names were revealed. Lying on the bed, Chuck said that, to summarize her words, there would soon be more trouble. Holding his chin, Barry began to say that he was the owner of the tower and asked if he was also a fool. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist replied that he was talking about the monsters on the first floor. The guy thoughtfully noted that he doubted that they had names that could be taken away only if it was an opportunity for them to move up to a higher floor. The protagonist seriously stated that he was becoming more and more of a fool every day. Lying on the bed, Chuck asked if it meant that Barry was another of the master of the labyrinth, since these henchmen were from the Tower of Destruction. The dumbfounded guy asked again. Having gotten up, the protagonist heard Barry ask if he had told him that it was the master of the labyrinth who forced him to become the master of the tower, after which he said that his uncertain speech only sowed more doubts in him. The enraged guy began to shout that the master of the labyrinth was a fool and he would spit in his face. Confused, Barry sighed. Frowning, Chuck thought that his name was very valuable, but did not understand why after death he lost his powers. The protagonist introduced his friends and emphasized the fact that he looks at his students and sees that they have so much power that they can share it with ordinary people. It turns out strange that Barry is so useless. Chuck calmly thought that his name was also stolen, and he was reborn without ever becoming a constellation, but people who knew his old self call him by his old name. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he did not want to think about it now. Frowning, he came to the conclusion that his concern now is training, endless training until he gets closer to his maximum. The night sky enveloped the dorm. We are transferred to the Valhalla Hall. The next day, after classes, Sean walked down the hall. He thought about Chuck with a serious expression. The guy imagined the protagonist fighting. Lowering his head, Sean noted that he knew that he was strong, but deep down he did not want to admit it. The puzzled boy reasoned that when he saw his superiority with his own eyes, he had no choice but to accept it. Sean introduced the girls and noted that not only was the protagonist strong, all of his students had easily dealt with the monsters. Clenching his hand into a fist, Sean thought that he would be glad to learn from him. Opening the door, he called the protagonist. He was shocked by what he saw. An embarrassed Lana was sniffing a handkerchief. She was sitting in front of him. The surprised guys looked at each other. Sean was standing in front of her. We were transported 30 minutes back, when the girl was running on a treadmill. She sighed when Chuck said that they would finish here. The protagonist gave her a towel. Wiping his face, the protagonist said that he saw that she had already acclimatized. An enraged Lana screamed that she really almost died when she heard Chuck say that on the first day she kept whining that she was going to die. Looking at the dumbfounded Julie, Amanda noted that, unlike her, Lana was holding up well. Beads of sweat were running down the girl's face when she said that she was going to die. Standing over her, the protagonist asked if this was what she wanted, adding that she could refuse at any time. Smiling, Julie replied that she did not want it, she liked it there, she would try harder. Chuck listened with satisfaction as his students argued. Standing in front of them, he said that after sparring, he was going to work on their technique, but the disaster had exhausted them all. It would be better if they first put their bodies and minds in order. Amanda stood in front of him and asked what he planned to do then, to which she received the answer that he was going to go back to his place and work on mana control. Lana listened attentively, saying that they shouldn't torture themselves, they had some free time. Throwing a towel on the floor, the protagonist said that if they were interested, he had upper body endurance training scheduled. Turning around, the protagonist said that even though it wasn't often that anyone came, they should clear the room every now and then. Standing up, Julie noted that she would be going too. Looking at Lana, she asked if she was staying, to which the girl replied that she wasn't tired, and she would train some more. Standing in front of her, Julie asked her not to kick the bucket. Lana put her hands on her hips. She looked down. Looking at her hand, the girl thought that she felt herself getting stronger. Even during the disaster, she perceived what was happening as another training session. Confused, Lana wondered why Chuck was so much stronger than her. She remembered how the protagonist fought, and noted that she had never seen such a merciless massacre of monsters. Smiling, she came to the conclusion that if she was getting stronger, then so was he. Chuck was beautiful. Standing in the middle of the hall, Lana asked herself again if he was beautiful. Looking at her hand, the girl mentally asked if she had become a student so that she could one day become stronger. Looking down, Lana clarified why she so humbly accepted his superiority. The puzzled girl added that she had already stopped counting on winning sparring matches, and she did not understand whether she really needed to become stronger. A drop of sweat was running down her face. The embarrassed girl remembered how the protagonist protected her. Closing her eyes, Lana began to reason that Chuck also helped her sort out her family, and even provided housing. Thanks to him, she can eat for free. Clutching the towel in her hand, the girl stated that this is why she continues to study with him. She threw it on the floor. Lana was confused. Holding her head, she began to ask herself why her heart was pounding so much at the thought of him. She wanted to see him and train with him. Covering her face with her hands, the girl thought that it was not that she was not serious about training, she just wanted to train only with him. Her face turned red when she noted that they had just trained together. She was not an nymphomaniac, so she did not understand where these perversions in her head came from. Lana imagined Chuck wiping his face from sweat. She began to pull her hair and asked him to stop thinking about him. The girl suddenly turned her gaze. She noticed the protagonist's towel. She walked towards it. Her face was puzzled. Taking the towel, Lana began to repeat to herself that she just wanted to wash it. The girl closed her eyes and thought that since the protagonist sometimes forgot to wash his towel, she would please him. She suddenly stopped. Lana was staring at him. The embarrassed girl asked if no one would know. The student held the rag in front of her and noted that it was just a little bit. She began to sniff it. Sean stood in front of her, surprised. The trembling girl stated that he had seen. Standing in front of him, Lana said that he had witnessed her weakness. She raised her fist and screamed that he had seen everything. The girl delivered a powerful punch to his stomach. Sean was shocked by what had happened. He fell to the floor. Lana was suddenly taken aback. She ran out of the gym screaming. We were transported to the Valhalla dorm. Chuck was meditating. The protagonist suddenly shifted his gaze. Looking at his vibrating phone, he wondered if it was spam. He brought the phone to his ear and asked if Adelia had seen the time. The girl, looking puzzled, apologized and asked if it was night in Korea. Chuck, looking serious, heard that Mrs. Constellation had woken up. Sitting in front of her laptop, Adelia said that she was always free for him. She was surprised by the request to take the relic and not go anywhere. Chuck smirked and said that he hadn't seen the idiot for a long time. A lot of notifications popped up saying that the hidden ruler was furious. Archie was taken aback and asked if the Constellation didn't like the surveillance footage. He saw a lot of messages again saying that the hidden ruler was furious. Archie was dumbfounded and noted that this shouldn't have appeared on the screen. 10 minutes ago, Archie was sitting at his laptop in the Valhalla chairman's office. He was working on something inside. Turning around, the guy asked if it was night already, noting that working for the good of society was quite tiring. Snapping his fingers, Archie concluded that he would check the offices and go home. He imagined the girl who ordered the surveillance cameras to be checked regularly. Holding his chin, the guy assumed that she was just curious about who Chuck was hanging out with. She was too sentimental. Archie was suddenly taken aback. He pointed his finger at the gym camera and asked if the protagonist was still there. He saw on the camera that Sean was lying on the floor. Archie suddenly became scared. Looking at the guy, he noted that Sean was just lying there unconscious. A notification appeared in front of him, saying that the hidden ruler was telling him to watch the video. Archie looked at the screen. He began to rewind the recording. He reached the moment when Sean was standing on his feet. Lana was standing in front of him. She threw a towel on the floor. The girl hit him in the stomach. She started to run away from there. Holding his head, the guy asked why she did that, and why the cameras weren't recording sound. A message popped up asking him to rewind again. The enraged girl said that Lana stole the teacher's dirty towel and even sniffed it while no one was looking. Spreading his arms, Archie added that Sean had paid for witnessing her dirty deeds. The guy saw a message where the Constellation wrote numerous threats to Lana. Holding his hand in front of his face, he wondered where so much cruelty came from in the Holy Constellation. Sitting at the table, Archie noted that he couldn't count how many times he had to listen to her sadistic hysterics. With a thoughtful look, he began to reason that the Constellation said that she knew Chuck well, even called him a teacher, so it turned out that it was true that he was the teacher of his constellation. The puzzled guy wondered if an egg could be a chicken's teacher. Looking at another projection with threats, Archie asked when it would end. He looked out from behind the screen when he heard someone calling him. Chuck entered the office and apologized for disturbing him in the middle of the night, but he needed to move. Approaching him, the protagonist asked if he had spoken to the maniac. Standing in front of him, the protagonist stated that he was there and back, a 20-minute trip. Smiling, Chuck said that he needed to go to the UK. The night sky surrounded the estate. People in dark cloaks sat at the table, and Nate was at the head. Folding his arms, he asked if everything was going according to plan. The guy looked at him and answered that it was. Valhalla was protected by about 200 magic circles. Sitting next to Nate, he continued to tell about 100 of them in the dorm where Chuck lived. Grinning, Nate said that these were trifles. Thanks to the Constellation skill, they would be useless anyway. Extending his hand, the mysterious stranger said that when it came to something of such a large scale, they would not do without his power. Putting his hand on the documents, the man emphasized that when the circles were neutralized, he and the leader would head to the main character, then they would use the concealment spell, and their comrades would pick up the baton and deal with his comrades. Holding his hand in front of him, he noted that he meant the students who had prevented the disaster, adding that if they dealt not only with Chuck, but also with his company, they would definitely glorify their name. Nate, with a satisfied look, said that they would either earn the stigma of a gang of cowards who were only good at bullying schoolchildren, although for villains this was a compliment. A smile appeared on his face. Nate looked at his subordinates and suggested that they begin eliminating Chuck and his lackeys. He was taken aback when he heard the voice of the girl who said that she knew it. The people in front of him began to disappear. Mary looked at him and said that she only watched and listened to his nasty speeches. Before it was okay, but now Nate was going to kill the protagonist. The warriors appeared before him. Holding the scythe on her shoulder, Mary screamed that it was him who should be finished off. The guy calmly added that the Constellation ordered them to do this. They will honor his memory on this day. Stunned, Nate asked again what they said. Pulling back the hood, the girl asked if it had just dawned on him. Nate's gaze fell on her neck. Frowning, he asked if it was Mary. The girl calmly said that it couldn't be. Nate's neurons were still working. The guy pounced on him from above. He swung the blade. The guy was unable to break through the barrier. Nate was enveloped in a powerful aura. The surprised mercenary mentally asked if his strength was not enough to break through the barrier. Nate stood still and said he didn't know why they were doing this. A powerful energy threw the attacker back. He stabbed the knife into the floor. The guy stopped. He watched Nate, who said that they were now responsible for what they had done. Taking a fighting stance, he suggested that they try to compete with the power of an S-rank constellation. He touched the ring on his finger. His face was furious. Watching this, Mary asked about the S-rank constellation. Turning away, Tom said that it was the constellation he had made a contract with, this century alchemist. Nate was taken aback by what he heard. Richard stood behind him and asked why Nate made such a face and whether he thought he was surrounded by idiots. He seriously stated that the sacred relic in his hands belonged to the Age of Destruction. The ring on Nate's finger glowed brightly. Mike held the katana in his hands and said that artifacts from the Age of Destruction were known for their unrivaled power and exceptional rarity. Looking at his opponent, he noted that this dependent had gotten his hands on this relic along with the power of the constellation by chance, which made the relic market very volatile. He pointed out with an angry face that despite all his newfound powers, all Nate had done was create this Shirashka. The guy was furious at what he heard. His fingers emitted powerful mana, and then asked who he was hearing this from. Nate waved his hand and cried out that he was hearing it from pathetic insects. Magic seals appeared above Mary. Chains flew out of the barriers. The guys jumped back from the impact. Mary, with a calm face, asked if this was a magic circle and if it had always been at this base. An angry Nate extended his hand. He waved it again. A magical barrier appeared behind the girl. She ducked from the attack. Standing in front of the guy, Mary said that magical barriers irritate her. Nate frowned and thought that these bugs sensed the direction of his mana. Watching his opponents, he added that he did not know that they or their constellation could do this, but he thought that so far everything was in his favor. Standing in front of the warriors, Nate reasoned that there were about 1,200 magical barriers in this estate. They would not escape. A smirk appeared on his face when he thought that if he used absolute defense, then he would definitely stay on his feet and not die from their dirty hands. A glow emanated from his fingers when he thought that if his comrades were alive, he would never stoop to such a method. He waved his hand. Nate cried out that he wished them death. The guys stood motionless in front of him. Mary raised her hand and asked if he wanted to kill them, and why she was still standing. Nate was surprised and wondered what was going on, and if he hadn't activated another circle. Tom looked at him and said that he had noticed this magic circle from the very beginning. Watching the enemy, he said that over 1,000 barriers were creating chains of spells. He said with a serious look that he had blocked each of the barriers. Nate was taken aback and asked if he was joking, because if these barriers were neutralized, he would have felt it. Standing behind the girl, Tom answered that Nate was wrong. They were blocked, not destroyed. Energy surrounded Mary. She swung her scythe. The shockwave began to move towards Nate. Jumping back, the guy came to the conclusion that this attack could flatten him. Cuts appeared on his arms. Blood began to spurt out. Holding the scythe in front of her, Mary said that this was not enough. Nate, dumbfounded, wondered what was going on. Looking at his hands, he noticed that the absolute defense was not working. He saw the blade of the katana heading for his face. It left a cut on his cheek. Mike charged. Nate suddenly turned. He swung his fist. On one knee, Mike reported that Nate could move. He thought he was just a hack hiding behind a constellation. Trying to catch his breath, the guy thought that they were pretty strong. They would hardly be able to dodge or block his blows in a direct collision, but they seemed to be overflowing with energy. Frowning, Nate added that besides, if the absolute defense did not work, he was powerless against them. The girl was surprised when she heard the question whether they thought that he would go so far. Looking at the corpses of his comrades, Nate noted that he could not understand their motive. The attack on his comrades could be considered mass murder. Except for him, every member of the white squad died. Spreading his arms, he asked if he was a villain there, and if they were tired of imagining themselves as saints. Richard looked at him and said that they did not divide people into good and bad. Nate and his comrades committed a mortal sin. The guy frowned after hearing this. He thought with a serious expression that they had come because of a contract to kill Chuck, the most ruthless killers there to defend the school's name. His ring began to glow even brighter as Nate came to the conclusion that he would never be able to resolve this issue with diplomacy. Mana surrounded him. Mary, frowning, asked what kind of mana emission it was. Furious, Nate saw a message that the Age Alchemist had answered his call. Gritting his teeth, the guy noted that using a large amount of magical power to create a sacred monster between spaces was simply madness. But now he had no other choice. A constellation appeared behind him. Richard turned his attention to the purple projection. Looking at the constellation, he stated that they were very sorry for disturbing the Master Alchemist at such a moment. Disappointed, Richard said that he had received a message from their holy constellation, Tugay, who said that this idiot had tried to harm their benefactor, the god of war. The alchemist was taken aback by what he had heard. Looking at Nate, he asked if it was true. Looking at the constellation, the guy cried out that he had not harmed the protagonist. He had come to his senses in time, and that it was unfair. The constellation began to disappear from there, saying that he was a fool. Looking at his hands, Nate saw a message that the centuries-old alchemist had broken the contract. The guy was shocked by what had happened. Richard looked at him and said that His Holiness, their constellation, had just declared that he would personally execute him. The demon sat with his hands folded. Confused, Chuck asked again. Archie stood in front of him and said that everything was exactly as he had said earlier. Stretching out his hand, he said that the protagonist could not meet with her now. The protagonist grabbed his head. Looking at the guys, he asked if sanctification was necessary to meet her. Archie looked at him and replied that sanctification would not solve the main problem, due to the fact that several contractors were calling for sanctification at once. A huge amount of mana would be required. One could sacrifice one's life force, but he would not advise resorting to such a method. Chuck calmly asked if this was possible. Raising a finger, the protagonist clarified what about the simultaneous use of two sacred relics. Would this not allow them to meet both of them? Adelia, looking puzzled, explained that meeting a constellation implies the transfer of consciousness into the pleroma of a mental image. Standing opposite, she added that these subspaces are unique to each constellation, and they cannot intersect, so it will not work. The girl extended her hand and added that, despite all their superiority, the constellations were strongly attached to their relics, so in order to transfer consciousness, the vessel had to be freed first, and the last reason was that even if he had 16 relics in his hands, his consciousness was still one and could only interact with one subspace. The protagonist listened to her in silence. Frowning, he asked Barry if she was right, to which he replied that it was. They had taught him about it in class. Enraged, Chuck asked why he hadn't told him before, noting that he promised he would learn to cry in the pleroma. Barry was frightened by these words. Extending his hand, the protagonist asked if he could use them to talk to them, even if they couldn't meet at the same time. The boys looked puzzled. A multitude of notifications appeared in front of them, and they told him that after they met, they had been receiving a multitude of messages. Archie introduced the constellation and said that his mistress had said hello. Adelia said upset that her mistress had answered. Chuck closed his eyes and grabbed his head. He opened one eye and remembered that the two had never gotten along. No matter how much he had taught them back then, they had never learned to talk. Looking at the boys, the protagonist ordered them to tell them to close up and listen to him. Standing in front of Adelia and Archie, the protagonist assumed that the fool and the maniac knew that the one who had started it all had become very active lately. Chuck said with a serious expression that he had been the cause of that catastrophe. Looking at the boys, the protagonist said that now everything was much worse than before, so much worse that everything they could see was just a bright wave of light, followed by a nuclear explosion. He added with a slight smile on his face that that was why he needed their help. Adelia answered with a smile on her face that his mistress agreed. Archie held out his hand and said that the Holy One clearly did not mind. Chuck closed his eyes and noted that it was wonderful. The protagonist smiled slightly and thought that there were 3 students left. Before the owner of the labyrinth made another fuss, he was going to find the remaining guys. Pointing his finger at Archie, the protagonist ordered to create a passage and connect the academy with this place, because he would be there quite often. Pointing his finger at the door, Chuck asked if there was another passage with which they got there, to which he received the answer that it was still connected to the front door. The protagonist with a satisfied look said that then first he would return to Valhalla. The two of them could stay there and get to know each other properly. Since they were both contractors of his students, they had quite a lot in common. Surprised, Archie replied that he understood everything. They stood quietly. Adelia looked at him and asked if he was the Black Cat, the owner of the market. The guy paid attention to her and answered that this was exactly so. In addition, according to some circumstances, he was also the chairman of Valhalla. Standing next to him, Adelia noted that she had heard about it from the secretary and asked what the circumstances were. Archie calmly stated that it was for the same reasons that she served Chuck. It was morning in Great Britain. The night sky enveloped the city. The killers were sitting at the table. They were examining the purple crystal. A voice came from the crystal, saying that they had taken care of most of the enemies. The constellation opened its mouth and said that they should listen to the new order. The guys listened with a serious expression as they said that they had to protect the main character, no matter what. Holding his chin, Tom clarified whether it meant that they should always be near him. Sitting at the table, he suggested that they should first get acquainted. Because Chuck is not a fool, he has eyes in the back of his head. The crystal spread a glow, from which the guy asked to spit, adding that they should watch him only when they felt that he needed help. Mary held out her hand and asked if they should hide all the time, but at the same time be nearby. The guy's face was serious. Looking at the guys, he said that when Chuck said these words, they could reveal their identities. Folding his arms, the guy said that they should wait for the protagonist to say, "Oh." Surprised, Richard asked if this was it. There was a smile on the face of the constellation. The next day, they were transferred to the Valhalla Hall. Holding a towel in his hand, Chuck asked what was wrong with Sean's face. Pieces of cotton wool were sticking out of the guy's nose and he asked not to worry about it. Pointing his finger at himself, Sean asked to be allowed to become his student. The protagonist was taken aback by this. Standing in front of him, Chuck replied that he did not want this. The upset guy asked again. Lowering his head, Sean said that the rumors were true that the protagonist was collecting a harem of students. The enraged protagonist asked if anyone had had a body jacked open recently. Pointing his finger at the girls, the protagonist said that, firstly, they had asked to come to him. He glanced at Lana and noted that she was the only one he had offered anything to. The angry Chuck said that he didn't care where Sean had heard it, but he shouldn't dare denigrate his students. Standing opposite him, the protagonist asked if he thought there would be enough room for him, if there were already 3 people sitting on his neck. The protagonist thoughtfully thought that he was sorry. He had refused him for only one reason: he had really been busy with training lately. Looking at the upset guy, Chuck added that, nevertheless, he was a very smart guy and hoped that he would join him in the future. An idea suddenly came to the protagonist's head. Lana turned around when the protagonist called her. Chuck, looking pleased, said that she would teach him. Standing between the guys, the protagonist said that they were birds of a feather. Both fought hand to hand, mainly using brute force. Leaving them, the protagonist said that they could chat for now, and he was going to training. Sean frowned. Confused, Lana asked if he wanted to say something. The guy remembered how Lana beat him up and said that she came back and stepped on his face when he was unconscious. It was something unhealthy. Looking at the surprised girl, he said that he did not know that he was not allowed to watch her wipe her face with a towel. From now on he would close his eyes. Holding her face, Lana came to the conclusion that Sean did not understand anything. She hit him in the pelcha and screamed that it was indecent on his part. Closing his eyes, Chuck began to train. Amanda stood next to him and turned to him. Looking at him, she asked what he was planning to do, since the holidays were starting next week, after which the protagonist clarified whether they had passed their exams, noting that they had something like a quiz, that's all. Wiping her face, Amanda said that this was the final exam. Standing in front of him, the girl said that initially the final exam was focused on practical skills, so the written test was much easier, and asked if Chuck knew that they were exempt from practical classes. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, said that this was not bad and now he remembered. Continuing to train, the protagonist noted that, however, this did not change anything. He would still continue his training there. He should move on to more intense loads, to which he received the answer that Amanda would also move on to them. Looking at her, Chuck asked why she needed this. Because she was not his tail, she did not have to constantly share responsibilities with him. The protagonist was taken aback when the girl replied that she just wanted to do the same as him. Smiling, Amanda said that she wanted to work out and get stronger with him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist agreed with her. The evening sky enveloped the gym, in which the girl said that she was still going to visit her family a few times. She had a couple of things to do there, after which Julie intervened in the conversation with the words that she would also stay and train. The plot takes us a week later, to the Heroes Building in the United States. The man was sitting at the table, and we were introduced to Beck, the president of the Hero Academy. His gaze fell on the blade emitting red energy. Beck looked at it intently. He lowered his gaze. The man remembered how he entered the office a week ago. He was surprised. Looking at the guy, Beck asked if it was Harry. Turning around, Harry said that he was waiting for him. Stretching out his hand, Beck asked if he had come to see his child before the holidays. to which he received the answer that Harry did not want to distract him from his studies. Standing opposite, the guy said that in any case, he had recently dealt with the villains who had attacked his son. Closing his eyes, Harry noted that there was nothing special about it. The only interesting thing was that he had found their leader already chopped into pieces. Dumbfounded, Beck asked if this was some kind of internal conflict. Holding his chin, Harry emphasized the fact that he knew nothing about how this had happened. The work had been done for him. Opening his eyes, the guy said that he had tried to find information about the blood messengers, but had found nothing. Beck introduced the evil bandits, and told us that the blood messengers were a mysterious villainous group that had killed Harry's father. Beck looked at the sword and asked what it was. Examining the blade, the guy said that it was a furious sword. Dumbfounded, Beck asked if this was the blade that had forced its owner to slaughter his entire guild. Looking down, Harry assumed that this sword had recently spoken to him. The man held his hand out in front of him and asked him not to say that he had tried to cultivate him too, to which he replied that if he had, either he nor the academy would exist now. Holding the sword in front of him, Harry said that he was still thinking sensibly. He was just annoyed that the blade was sticking to him. Standing opposite him, the guy said that this was why he had come. He wanted to use the academy's tomb. Beck asked with a serious face what the sword was talking about. Harry held the katana in front of him and replied that it was asking him to find his teacher. Looking at the furious sword, the man began to think that he had tried to leave it in the repository of holy relics, but the constellations imprisoned in other relics seemed to reject it. Holding his chin, Beck mentally asked if this meant that even madmen were taught by someone. He was suddenly taken aback. Turning around, he asked what was happening. The buildings on the street were burned down. Beck was dumbfounded and wondered if the explosion came from the classroom, adding that it was vacation time and there shouldn't be any students there. The demon landed behind him. It was enveloped in bright mana. Beck was horrified by what he saw. The demon crouched down, preparing to attack. The man looked at him in surprise and asked who he was and if it was his gang that attacked the academy. The monster stuck out its tongue and asked about the gang, saying that it didn't hang out with gangs. Beck watched it and wondered if it was the one who attacked, and if their defense was that weak. He looked closer and thought that it was clearly not a human, more like a devil, and asked again who he was. The demon raised a finger to his temple and asked if he was interested in his name. He said that before he would have torn out the man's tongue and not even let him ask this question, but since he had his name back, he should let him answer. Beck thought about the fact that he had his name back. He opened his mouth and listened to him talk about how this body belonged to Lester from reincarnation. Beck talked about reincarnation, that he had already heard about this villainous group. The demon raised his palm and said that his real name was Red Oni. The man straightened his jacket and said that it was interesting. This is a very non-trivial name for these parts. The monster gritted his teeth and looked questioningly. The man said that he would also introduce himself. He rolled up his sleeve and said that his name was Beck, and he was the president of the Hero Academy. The man clenched his fist, which flared with green magic, and said that he was still in his prime. He frowned and said that he was called Bombak. Beck made a lightning attack, swinging his fist. He punched the monster in the body. The energy pierced the demon right through. The man watched in surprise and listened to the monster being impressed, and wondered if Beck had received powers from the constellation. Hongwei smiled menacingly, and said that he could do the same. The man was shocked and wondered why he wasn't even injured, thinking that a human in his place would have turned to dust and been blown away by a gentle breeze. The demon swung his hand, gathering red energy. He struck Beck's chest. Hongwei's palm melted everything in its path. The light spread around, enveloping the building. The man covered his face with his hands from the explosion. Beck stretched his arms out in front of him and thought that he was going crazy. The demon suddenly pressed himself closer to him. He raised his leg, aiming. The monster delivered a crushing blow to the chest of his opponent. The man screamed in pain. Hongwei recoiled, flying high above the magical explosion. Beck was pinned to the ground, groaning. The man looked up and saw the demon land next to him. He was sitting up and thinking about how strong he was, asking where he got his strength from. Hongwei watched, smiling, and asked if he was still alive, a strong, sinewy man. The man looked around at the corpses around him and heard that he was not like the others. Beck gritted his teeth and turned around, thinking that no one cared what was happening within the walls of the academy. The demon had already killed so many, and no one even came. The man clicked his tongue in annoyance and gritted his teeth. He clasped his fists, which lit up with green magic. The man pulled his hand back. Beck slammed his fist into the ground, transferring the energy. The demon was surprised to see an explosion of green magic in front of him. The wave from the blow flew forward. The man clasped his hands and thought that he knew it was useless, but this attack had a completely different motive. Beck swung his arm, thinking that this was the real punch. He hit the ground and the energy spread around. The man looked forward, his fist outstretched, and laughed evilly. Beck was shocked by what he saw, when the demon said that it was not bad. Hanvi stood in front of him, smiling, and told him that he would have screamed in pain, saying that he was surprised. The monster swung his hand. Beck managed to block his blow, putting out his hand. The man looked at his hand covered in blisters. Hanbi was burning his opponent's hand with magic. Beck closed his eyes in pain, stepping back. The man fell on his back unconscious. Monster smiled evilly, watching what was happening. He approached Beck, who looked at him, opening one eye and called him a cockroach. Hongwei glowed with red magic, standing in front of the man, and remarked that even as a constellation, he had never met such a steadfast contractor, and that was not bad. The man, exhausted, lay on the ground and asked if he was a constellation. The demon smiled and confirmed. The monster told him to remember his name. It sounded like Tyrant Destroyer. A notification popped up in front of Beck's face. The message repeated that the connoisseur of the art of destruction was shocked. The man couldn't believe his eyes, wondering what was happening to him. Beck looked at the demon and thought that it couldn't be him. Hongvi looked at his hand and said that since there was no one to play with, he attacked the man, telling him to die. Someone called out to him, calling him horned. Chuck stood behind the monster and asked him to play with him instead. Beck narrowed his eyes and wondered who it was. He looked familiar. He opened his eyes in shock, realizing. The hero stood in front of him, putting his weapon on his shoulder. He wondered if it was Chuck. Hanvi turned around and asked him again what he said, offering to lay him down next to him. The hero smiled and asked if he could and let him try. Chuck looked at him and tried to stop him, saying that he knew him. The guy looked him over and listed the twisted horns, sharp ugly fangs and blood-red skin. The hero screamed that this was Hongwei, the same bolt from the second floor of the Tower of Destruction. The demon got angry, asking what he called him and who he was. Chuck closed his eyes and grinned. The hero pulled out his sword, flaring with magic, said that he was going to get a beating and immediately remember. Hongwei looked closely and thought that this power was painfully familiar to him. The demon attacked, shouting that no matter what, let him die. The monster swung his flaming hand. He looked closely at the enemy. The hero smiled, swung his hand. Chuck counterattacked, beating off his opponent. The demon looked at his shaking hand and said that he remembered this feeling. He frowned and said that he was that hero. The demon looked at him and said that he never thought that he would see him again. The guy brought the handle to his head and clarified, saying that he also never thought that such a weakling would become a constellation. The monster smiled and asked again about the constellation, explaining that when his name disappeared, he disappeared with it, and they began to call him a constellation whether he wanted it or not. The demon grinned and continued talking about how now that he had his name back, and now that the hero had reminded him of who he was. He extended a finger, pointing at Chuck, and said that he realized something. He smiled and said that he had become weaker than ever. The guy smiled and asked if it was true, and then he would take offense now. Hongwei looked at him and said that if so. Magic ignited in his hand and he explained that this was a great opportunity. The demon swung his hand and continued to kill him. Chuck defended himself with the sword, next to his face. He saw how his hands melted the blade. Hongwei struck with force, causing an explosion. The hero ended up on the ground, thrown to the side. The demon quickly clung to him closer. He struck Chuck again. The monster smiled evilly, looking around. The guy stood to the side crouched, and Hongwei asked him how long he was going to dodge. Chuck looked at him and thought that this was still his limit. He recalled the battle that took place earlier and thought about how he could only use his true power in the pleroma of the mental image, and fighting the manifested constellation, given his strength, was problematic. He looked at the approaching demon and thought that he did not know how strong the others were, but if he had such a hard time fighting the loser from the second floor, it would be worse from here. The monster ran towards him and shouted at him not to try to escape. Hongwei extended his red-hot hand at the hero. The demon's hand was filled with magic and he reported that this was his strongest attack. The energy strike illuminated everything around. It was quite powerful. Beck lay to the side and was shocked by the explosion, thinking that the demon did not even fight at half strength when he almost killed him. The man raised his head and watched, running through his mind that the youth was very good at dodging, but he would never believe that someone could dodge such an attack. The hero smiled and said that he should accept his apprentice's help after all. He swung his sword. The blow hit the surprised demon. Hongwei's hand and one horn fell to the floor. The monster bared his teeth and clicked. He fell to his knees in front of the hero. The demon held his shoulder and asked how he managed to dodge his blast, adding that it was impossible. Chuck smiled and replied that he hadn't dodged it. He said that he had simply cut it, and Hongwei clenched his teeth in anger. The monster looked at him and thought about feeling an alien force, wondering if he had borrowed it. The demon lowered his head. He turned sharply and flew to the side. Hongwei stared ahead, thinking that he should get out, because he had only just gotten his name back, and hadn't even had time to live properly yet. He looked ahead and thought that he had to survive, spitting on his pride, for the sake of his bright future. The guy looked after him and said that he was the devil, because he destroyed the academy, killed everyone, and now, when he was about to die, he just took and ran away. The hero swung his sword, saying that this was the reason he did not go higher than the second floor. He looked at him and called him a red devil. Chuck, smiling, swung at the demon. Hongwei did not lose hope of escaping. The guy cut his head, and the monster managed to curse. The hero, turning around, threw the sword over his shoulder, and Manhwa flew apart in front of him. The monster's body lay on the ground. Chuck extended his hand and the ring glowed. He directed magic at the demon's corpse. The energy disappeared along with Manhwa's body. Chuck looked at the glowing ring and thought that it seemed to mean that everything was collected. The hero looked away, lost in thought. He sat down next to the wounded man and apologized, asking if he was okay. Beck put his hands on his chest and replied that he survived and that was good. The hero put the phone to his ear and said that he could patch him up, of course, but it would be better to call emergency services. The man turned and thanked him. He looked at him and clarified that his name was Chuck, wasn't it? The guy looked surprised and confirmed, wondering why his name was known even here. Beck stood up, coughing, and asked why he was surprised. Chuck noted that it was better for him to stay here and wait for help. The man grabbed his stomach and said that everything was fine, noting that he did not introduce himself, said that his name was Beck and he was the chairman of the Hero Academy. Beck continued to say that maybe now is not the time for such a conversation, but he wants to thank him for destroying that monster. The hero looked up from his phone and said that it was not worth it, because he could hurry. The guy got to his feet and informed that rescuers would be here soon. The man accepted this. The hero said that it was time for him to go. Beck looked at him carefully and asked where he was going. The guy stood by the portal and said that he had nothing more to do here, saying goodbye to the man. Chuck went into the portal, which closed behind him. Beck watched him silently. The man turned around, hearing someone call out to him. Harry was running towards him and asking about what happened here. He looked at the wounded Beck and said that he learned about the attack from the news, so he immediately came here, asking if he was okay. The man looked back, seeing help approaching, said that now was not the time and he would tell him about it later. Sunset with a hospital in the background. 2 people were lying unconscious on their beds. Beck looked around and thought that everyone was seriously injured, but many had survived, all thanks to him. Harry crossed his arms and asked him to tell, not to drag it out. The guy looked at Beck in surprise and asked what he was saying. The offspring of Valhalla appeared here and dealt with the manifested constellation. The man scratched his beard and answered that that was exactly it, and he was not sure if he really was a constellation, but the facts speak for themselves, and if it was a low-level constellation, even in a manifested state. Harry stood by the bed and claimed that a strong contractor could have dealt with him, but not a 17-year-old brat. Beck agreed and asked if he had ever heard of him. Harry looked away, remembering the hero, replied that of course he had heard. After all, he had defeated his son in a fair fight, and had also laid out a couple of bastards, and that every high-ranking contractor knew his name. The guy looked at him and continued about how any power should have a limit. The man scratched his beard and remembered. Beck looked at Harry and said that when he fought the constellation, the air was filled with mana. Most likely, it was the power of the constellation that had made a contract with him. The guy looked at him in confusion and wondered about the fact that he had also made a contract at the age of 17. Beck was discouraged and stated that it was obvious from him that this was not his first time. Harry asked him again what he meant. The man closed his eyes and said that if he was not mistaken. He remembered the dark buildings and said that he felt the same magical power at the black market. The guy opened his mouth and said that he heard that this place belonged to the Hidden Lord and asked if he had made a contract with her. Beck looked up and said he wasn't sure, and it was just his guess, nothing more. Harry closed one eye and asked where he was now. The man bent his leg at the knee and suggested that he had most likely returned to the academy. The guy told him that Valhalla was located in the other hemisphere, asking if he had teleported. Beck confirmed. Harry opened his eyes wider upon hearing this. He replied that it was unbelievable. The man lowered his head and said that he had used the portal when he left. He looked up and said that it could have been the power of the constellation, but Harry lowered his head silently and Beck called out to him. The guy explained that there weren't that many constellations that had teleportation. The man excitedly replied that he knew about it. There were slightly more than 0. Harry squeezed his hand and said that it was simply unthinkable, simply unbelievable. The boy got angry and shouted that he was the one he was looking for. Harry thought out loud that he had to figure it out right now. Valhalla Academy. It was dark. The black cat was standing with his hands behind his back. A portal opened in front of him. The hero came out of it and exhaled. He saw Archie and asked if he was guarding him. He confirmed. The black cat looked at him and stated that he had received orders to watch near the portal. He was watching their battle to avoid inconsistencies. Chuck put his hand on his belt and asked again what he was doing. Archie stretched out his hand in front of him and explained that he had created a small alternative portal and was watching through it. The hero replied that this cat had obscene habits. The black cat was indignant and noted that it was thanks to this ability that they discovered the constellation's activity. Chuck remembered the conversation with the guide and replied that okay, it was true. The hero remembered how the girl said that next week another name would be returned. The guy sat in front of her at the table and asked about the one from the Tower of Destruction. The guide answered that it was exactly so. The hero was surprised, asked again, noted that she answered uncertainly. The girl closed her eyes and apologized, adding that the surveillance from the master of the labyrinth had increased. She looked into his eyes and told him that although he had not yet noticed that she existed, recently it had become more difficult to extract information from her. The guide asked if he had heard of the Hero Academy. The hero answered that of course he had, and that he would look for more information about it. The girl told him to just keep an eye on this place, and if a constellation invaded it, let him deal with it the same way as last time. Chuck, smiling, agreed. She looked at him and added that after this meeting there was a chance that they would not see each other again very soon. The hero, surprised, asked that it was because of surveillance. The guide leaned on her hands and confirmed, saying that for now she had to hide, so that at the decisive moment she could sit down with him again at the same table. She said that she would tell him how to use the ring and asked him to get it. Chuck pulled the ring out on his palm. The girl raised 2 fingers and explained that the ring could only be used in 2 ways. The power of the ring was divided into blue and red. She said that you can transform the power of the name into your own, or use the power of the name itself. The guide raised her finger and said that each method has its drawback. In the first case, he loses some of the power during the transformation, and unlike the master of the labyrinth, who absorbs names entirely, he will only be able to eat the breadcrumbs from the table. The girl continued to talk about the disadvantage of the second method, that the ability does not improve with him. The guy looked at her with interest, and interrupted, saying that nothing can be done with it, right? Silhouettes are depicted, with a ring shooting water, and the guide says that if we assume that thanks to the name he learned to shoot water from his finger. She looked at him and continued to say that it does not matter, even if he is 3 times stronger than the constellation, he will not be able to cut metal with his pressure. His maximum is a sheet of paper. Chuck looked at the ring and heard that the choice is his. The guy watched the ring on his finger. He looked at it carefully, and thought that his goal was to return to his previous level, no matter what. The hero smiled and looked at the ring, thinking that he will absorb the power of this name himself. The ring on Chuck's hand glowed blue. He looked at it intently, and wondered if it was it. The hero stretched out his palm and thought about whether he really became stronger. He did not feel that anything had changed. Someone apologized and called out to the guy. Black Cat stood in front of him, and Chuck apologized, saying that he was so lost in thought that he did not notice him. Archie replied that it was nothing to worry about. He looked at him in amazement, and asked why he called him. Black Cat looked at him and began to talk about what happened in the battle against Hongwei. He recalled the hero's blows and clarified that he used the technique of dismemberment of space, didn't he? The guy calmly answered that it was exactly that. Archie watched him and ran it through his head, which was as he thought. Black Cat continued to ask that perhaps he used it on purpose to show him. The hero asked again in surprise. Chuck spread his hand to the side and asked about the fact that he could not use the technique, because he had a contract with the Constellation. Archie confirmed. But he was saying that he was embarrassed to admit that he lacked the skills to use this technique, and therefore asked if he could teach him if it was not too much trouble. The guy scratched his head and said that it would be better if he asked for a constellation, but oh well. Archie bowed and thanked him. The night moon hangs over the mountains. Chuck and Archie were making their way through the bushes. The hero saw something and said that they would stop here. The Black Cat followed the guy. Chuck took out his weapon and said about cutting space. Archie watched silently. The blade in his hands glowed and he explained that first you need to concentrate the power in your sword. The hero ran the weapon, leaving a mark, said that then you need to twist the upper part of the body and release the energy at the moment of impact. The guy drew a line with the sword. He swung towards the forest. The tree was cut. Chuck closed his eyes and explained that this is roughly how it works. He threw the sword over his shoulder and asked about it. It was simple, wasn't it? Archie looked at him carefully. He remembered his communication with the Overlord and thought that when the Constellation taught him this technique, the explanations were vague, so it seemed to him that it would be better to learn it from Chuck, the teacher of his constellation. He thought that it seemed like the apple didn't fall far from the tree. The hero looked questioningly and asked again whether to show him again. Archie answered that it was not necessary. Everything was fine. Chuck heard something and turned around. The mountain trembled with a crack in the valley. The guy looked at what was happening carefully. The Black Cat tilted his head and clarified that his technique really cut the mountain. Chuck tensed up and answered that it did. But the hero looked thoughtfully in that direction, and thought that he understood that he could touch the forest, so he controlled his magical power, but the technique reached even that mountain. He looked at the ring on his hand and wondered if it was because he absorbed the name of the ring. Chuck smiled and reasoned that he did not think that simple absorption could have such a strong effect. The hero looked at Archie and suggested that he finish for today and next time he will demonstrate this technique to him properly. The Black Cat agreed, offering to return. Archie walked through the bushes and talked about allowing him to clear this path first next time. Chuck looked at the ring and thought that at first he was quite skeptical, but in the end everything worked out, amazingly. He fixed his gaze in front of him and reasoned that as soon as those bastards from the Tower of Destruction came down, he would absorb their power. The entrance to the tree was illuminated. The wheel of reincarnation. The young man approached him. He looked at it intently. The dots on the ball were lit up. The boy was thinking about something, looking at it. He looked away when he heard someone call him. He saw a hooded man walking towards him and asked again, The stranger took off his hood and asked if he was finished with the names, to which Brian replied that he was. The boy spun the ball and noticed that it distributed the second-level people quite evenly. The young man noticed his weapon. He asked Brian if there was a reason why he was holding on to this spear, and he remained silent. The boy tensed up and asked if he was going to answer. Brian looked away and replied that he didn't think he should know the reason, and asked if he had a weapon. The boy grabbed the hilt of the sword and explained that holding it in his hands and on his person were two different things. Brian calmly replied that it wasn't that important to him. The young man was angry and was arguing that this guy had only been chosen as the master of the labyrinth 300 years ago, but he was already allowing himself to talk to him casually just because they were in the same position, calling him a fucking bastard. He was looking at him with hatred and was thinking that if it weren't for the master of the labyrinth's favor, he would have killed him right now. The guy was distracted by the globe, noticing something. He was looking at the globe and cried out that it seemed like one name had disappeared. Brian calmly replied that it was, and he thought it was from the American side. The young man looked at him and asked if he was sure he had arranged them in the right order. Brian confirmed, saying that it was as the master of the labyrinth had ordered. The young man looked at that spot and said that it was expected, wondering if it had happened too early. The boy turned and walked away, saying that he would go and report this to the master of the labyrinth, and deal with him later. Brian looked ahead and told him to do as he wished. He was focused. Brian held the weapon tightly in his hands. The black cat leaned back in his chair and asked. Harry stood in front of him, and he asked how he could help him. Harry's face was serious. Archie sat in front of him and asked what brought him there. The boy crossed his arms and said that he wanted to ask about a student from their academy. Looking at him, Archie wondered if he was related to the incident at the Hero Academy when Chuck defeated the Constellation, noting that he thought he had eradicated all rumors. But it seemed that Harry already knew about it. The boy stood up and offered him a seat, because they had a long conversation ahead. The boys sat opposite each other. Harry frowned and said that they would get straight to the point and asked if he had a student named Chuck who had recently visited the Hero Academy. Looking at the black cat, he added that the protagonist had also defeated the Constellation. The man calmly said that he had many questions for Archie, but was especially interested in the answers to two. Harry crossed his arms and asked how Chuck had learned about the Constellation's attack and how he had managed to win. He asked with an angry look how the protagonist had been able to instantly travel to the United States and back. Sitting opposite, the man asked not to try to avoid the questions with vague answers. Beck said that he felt the same energy from him as from the black cat. Archie looked at him and asked if Harry had guessed that Chuck was using the abilities of his constellation if he already knew about the energy. The man asked with a serious look if he was talking about a hidden ruler, to which he received a positive answer. Harry crossed his arms and asked if that meant Chuck from Valhalla had made a contract with him, to which Archie replied that it was only preliminary. He added calmly that he understood his concerns, but he couldn't give away all the details, even if he was interested. Archie introduced the thugs in capes and asked if he suspected Chuck was connected to the Blood Lion. Harry frowned and said that since the guy understood everything, they would get to the point. Sitting on the couch, Archie explained that in the past he had had to investigate the Blood Lion case. At first he thought they were just a regular villainous group, but then he found out that they were indirectly connected to him. Harry opened his mouth and said that they killed his father. He imagined himself standing among the corpses and told them that when he became stronger, he immediately began searching for them. Although he had defeated many villains, he never found any information about them, as if they had disappeared in that night. Closing his eyes, the man noted that the only thing he could find out was that the members of the Blood Lion were contractors who used the ability of spatial movement. His face was furious. Archie looked at him and said that he had also found out this, but like him, he could not find them. The unperturbed guy added that Chuck was not a member of the Blood Lion. It was true that he used spatial movement to quickly get to the United States, but this was the ability of his constellation. Puzzled, Harry asked if he meant the hidden ruler. Folding his arms, the black cat said that this was only part of his abilities. There was another one that allowed him to find out about the attack of the Constellation on the Academy of Heroes. Closing his eyes, Harry said that he understood what it was. Looking up, the man asked if Archie thought he would be satisfied with such a vague explanation. Pointing a finger at the boy, he asked what if his market was part of the Blood Lion. Looking at him, Archie said that he was overdoing it. No matter what methods they used to control the market, they were not thinking of killing innocent people. Throwing his arm over the armrest, Harry said that he thought that sounded reasonable. Holding his glass in his hand, he noted that Archie should understand that in this world, only a few contactors could use spatial movement. Sipping his drink, the man said that it was therefore a natural suspicion. He slammed his glass on the table. Harry pointed a finger at the boy and said that the owner of the black market was supporting an ordinary student of the academy. He could not find any other explanation for it than that they helped each other as members of the Blood Lion. Archie looked at him and asked why he didn't hire a private investigator if he was so interested, noting that he and Chuck did have a special relationship, but as he had said before, they were not members of the Blood Lion. The angry man pointed out the fact that Harry was starting to cross the line again. The man frowned and asked again. Archie held out his hand and said that he had tried to answer his questions politely enough, even telling him about his Constellations abilities. But if he continued to suspect him, it would be difficult to continue the conversation in the same vein. Looking at him, Archie suggested that they end their conversation there and continue later. Getting up from the couch, he asked that the information he shared with Harry be kept secret, especially the one regarding his Constellations abilities. The angry man wondered if the fool thought he would just leave so easily, and then asked what would happen if he refused. Archie rested his hand on the back of the couch and said that he would have to die then. Harry smiled and asked if he was going to kill him. The boy looked at him and said that he could not kill the strongest of the contractors. Standing in front of him, he said that if he crossed the line again, his constellation would do it. The girl folded her arms and said that if his curiosity was satisfied, then he should get lost. She seriously said that if Harry continued to provoke her, she would not let it go so easily. He should keep a close eye on his contractor. Looking at the projection, Archie noted that she said it. A projection appeared in front of the angry man. Looking at it, the man read that he needed to leave and not make a fuss. He was suddenly taken aback. Closing his eyes, Harry said that he would back off today. Holding the door handle, he added that next time he would not leave empty-handed. Archie lowered his head and exhaled. He thought with a puzzled look that he should look into the rumors. Just in case, he would inform Adelia about what had happened. Evening came. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist was meditating. His eyes were closed. Looking at his hand, Chuck thought that this way of circulating magical power allowed him to feel his progress. He gained experience equivalent to 30 days of focused training. Warming his hand, the protagonist noted that his body did not yet reach the level of magical power, so it was difficult to notice the difference. He added with a serious look that if he wanted to absorb more energy, he should go back to training. If he focused on only one aspect, he would end up using only borrowed power, like most contractors. He introduced Barry and asked if he felt anything when he saw Hongwei, to which he received an answer that this was not the case. Holding his hands behind his head, Chuck said that he no longer doubted. It's just that if the master of the labyrinth engaged in brainwashing, Barry would again become the master of the tower. Looking down, the Constellation asked if the protagonist had felt something in the Hero Academy. He imagined the building being enveloped in red energy, and said that he had felt a power similar to his. Holding his chin, the protagonist asked if it was true. A smile appeared on his face. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist stated that he should return to the Hero Academy. The moon was shining brightly on the mountain. The building stood in the middle of the forest. The monsters were standing in front of the table. The creature looked at its comrades and asked if everyone who had received a name had gathered. The boy crossed his arms and said that it was, except for a few. The vampire sat at the table and said that Hongwei, who had caused a stir not long ago, had not come. The monster introduced the demon and asked why the fool had to make such a fuss after 300 years of waiting. He extended his hand and asked if Hongwei had simply taken his place and died, to which he was told that he had underestimated the enemy's level and had let his guard down. Raising his finger, the boy stated that if they died in this world, they would have to return, there, where they would wander under that name for another 300 years. Placing his hand on the table, the vampire stated that although they had been sent to cause destruction, even they had not been able to complete the task easily. This idiot had gone too far. The monster stood in front of him and asked if there was anyone else with unusual circumstances among those they could not contact. The boy crossed his arms and said that Hank was not there yet. Standing in front of the boys, the monster asked if they were talking about the corpse lover. Looking at the boy, he stated that he hoped that Hank would not suffer the same fate as Hongwei. The boy calmly stated that they had received a message from Hank. He imagined the demon saying that he would definitely cause a stir at the international competition. We are transported to the Valhalla gym. Chuck was training with his eyes closed. He glanced to the side. His gaze fell on his students. The protagonist thought with a sad expression that everyone had come except Lana. The protagonist imagined her writing that she was going to visit her family for a few days. Closing his eyes, Chuck wondered if she was on bad terms with her family. Looking at his comrades, the protagonist said that they would take a break. He began to wipe his face. Beads of sweat were running down the protagonist's face. Amanda stood in front of him and asked where Lana had gone, to which he received the answer that she had gone away for family reasons. The girl calmly asked if he should have told her not to come there, adding that they had agreed to train together, after which Chuck stated that she had also missed a few training sessions because of her trip to her family. Standing in front of her, Chuck said that they would soon have a sparring match, so Amanda went to train with the others. The guys were standing in a circle and discussing something. The protagonist looked at them with a smile. Closing his eyes, the protagonist mentally wondered if this was funny. Watching the guys, he noted that even after reincarnation, he continues to teach people. Chuck calmly added that this was somewhat disappointing. Holding his chin, Barry listened to the protagonist wish his past students could chat so casually. He regretted that the Constellations could not gather together. He opened his mouth and admitted that they used to do this. Taken aback, Chuck asked again. Barry imagined doors and said that it was quite a long time ago. Then a door suddenly appeared in the pleroma of the mental image. The guy opened the door and noted that at that moment he was trapped, so he did not find anything better than to check what was behind it. A huge number of constellations appeared in front of Barry. Holding his chin, he reported that all the constellations were standing together. He noted with a thoughtful look that he quickly left there, because he was afraid that someone would recognize him. It seemed to him that all the constellations were there in their panoramas of the imaginary image. They were all very surprised. Standing in the middle of the gym, the protagonist asked what happened to that door, to which he received an answer. It disappeared in about 2 days, probably like that space with the constellations. Barry was taken aback when Chuck thanked him and said that this was very useful information. Smiling, the protagonist suggested that he should dig deeper in this direction. We were transferred to the White Lotus class building in China. Helen held a fan in her hands and said that she was very surprised. Looking at Lana, she said that she couldn't believe that she had come to her first. The puzzled girl said that she wanted to see the holy relics of the Soul family. Helen, with a smile on her face, said that it was quite easy to arrange. They could go to the Soul family together. They walked down the street. Annoyed, Lana asked what happened to Haley. Closing her eyes, the girl assumed that she already knew that she had been removed from the position of the head of the family. Since the contract with the constellation was terminated, she had been expelled from the Soul family. Taken aback, Lana asked again. Helen imagined Haley's furious face and told her that she had deceived the constellation and suppressed the discontent of those around her with force. But everyone in the Soul family found out about it. Confused, Lana listened as Chuck, the disciple who had personally met the constellation, told everyone about her deception. Thanks to his help, the elders managed to exile Haley. Holding the fan in front of her, the girl said that since then the position of the head of the family was vacant. She looked at her niece, who asked if she could become the head of the family, and replied that in the Soul family, it was forbidden for the same person to be the head of the family and the clan. Staggering, Helen said that in any case, a new head should be appointed quickly if they were to delay even a little. Stunned, Lana cried out that the residents of the Soul family. The tall building was covered in tongues of flame. The girls ran to the building. Looking at her aunt, Lana asked if something had happened and asked her to tell everything she knew. Frowning, Helen clarified if she knew that their family ranks first in China. She added with a serious expression that it was the result of Haley's work. She suppressed the other families when she was the head of the family. And now that she was exiled, she began to hear rumors that the other families wanted to take her place. So she suspected that they might attack the residents like Haley did with the others. As she continued to run, Lana clarified if those people had invaded them now. She looked at the gate of the residence. They had broken down the doors. The girl was surprised. In front of them stood bandits with katanas in their hands. The girls were shocked. The bandits turned their attention to them. The corpse of a guy was lying on the floor. Lana clenched her hands into fists. Confused, Helen said that this was cruel. The surprised guy asked if there was anyone else left. Frowning, he noticed a peculiar pattern on Helen's hair. Turning around, he heard a bandit shout that it was the head of the Soul clan. Holding the sword in front of him, the bandit said that was fine, then he would deal with them the same way he had with the others. Lana was dumbfounded and asked if that meant that Haley had subjugated the others by killing innocent people, to which she replied that it was not so. She had certainly given them a good beating, but she had not killed anyone. Clenching her hand into a fist, Lana said that she did not particularly care about the fate of these vile people, but this was too much. She rushed into battle. The guy was taken aback by the upcoming fight. He swung his katana. Lana stopped his sword with her bare fist. The bandit frowned when he saw this. The girl was furious. She dealt a powerful blow to the guy. The bandits fell to the floor. The man, confused, asked if she had taken them out with just one blow. Lana appeared behind him. She swung her leg. The bandits flew to the side. The boys rolled on the ground, creating a rut under them. Surprised, Helen thought that Lana had become much stronger than she used to be. Looking at the girl, she wondered what Chuck had taught her. The bandit ran at Helen while she was arguing that she did not know why Lana suddenly decided to look at the holy relics. But she extended her hand and threw the bandit away from her. Holding a clod of mana in her hand, she noted that as soon as the situation improved, they would definitely put her in the position of the head of the family. Marilyn stood surrounded and tried to catch her breath. Betty held her katana in front of her. Frowning, Marilyn noted that everything collapsed because they set up an ambush. As she understood, these people from another family decided to take advantage of the absence of the head. An embittered Marilyn emphasized the fact that they certainly managed to buy time for the elders, but it seemed that Betty was already at her limit. Gritting her teeth, she came to the conclusion that she did not want to die like this. She shifted her gaze. Lana was swinging her fists, dealing multiple blows. Helen was releasing streams of energy. The girls were taken aback when they saw them. Betty began to cry and called out to them. They stood in fighting stances. Holding her fist in front of her, Lana said that she was sure they had a lot to say, but first they needed to deal with these fools. Wiping the tears from her face, Betty agreed with her. Marilyn, looking pleased, clarified how they could not be happy with anything when two of the strongest warriors of the White Lotus personally came to save them. She rushed into the fight, shouting that they would not stand aside either. A powerful blow broke the bandit's face. Betty swung her katana. The swing of the blade struck the bandits. Her face was furious. The bandit pounced on her from behind. Lana kicked him in the face. The bandit flew to the side. The girl landed on the floor. With her back to her relatives, she asked if they were okay. Betty, in tears, thanked her. The bandit stood in front of them. The man grabbed the boy by the head and asked why they were standing there. He asked with an angry look if they had come there to watch the fight. He said with a serious expression that thanks to such yawns they had time to recover their strength and wait for reinforcements. Squeezing the guy's head, the leader called him a pathetic idiot. The girls were horrified by what they saw. Looking at her allies, Helen said that although his face was hidden, his huge body and monstrous strength made themselves known. Examining the bandit, she said that this was the head of the Jamma family that attacked them, Ryan. Removing the mask from his face, the man said that there was no point in wearing it now. Frowning, Ryan said that this was true, the head of the Jamma family was in front of them. Looking at the girls, he added that, as they could already guess, all the people present there were members of the Jamma. They had come to reclaim their rightful first place. Lana said with a serious expression that she did not believe that everything was so simple, because they were killing everyone and everything in their path. Looking down, Ryan said that they were doing the same thing as the head of their family, just with their own methods. Raising a finger, the man praised them for their courage, and therefore had something to offer. The man, with an evil grin on his face, emphasized that if they agreed to become their slaves, he would immediately leave their territory. Furious, Lana asked if he was acting tough, although until recently, he did not dare to look at their family due to fear of the head. Closing his eyes, Ryan replied that this arrogant girl was right to some extent. He was indeed afraid of their head. With burning eyes, he said that now that she had left her post, the Soul family was nothing. The man swung his fist, which was enveloped in a red aura. Smiling, Helen called him a fool. Lana appeared behind the man, while the girl said that the child he encountered was much stronger than the head. Red energy surrounded Ryan's fist. The girl got into a fighting stance. They struck at the same time. Lana was suddenly surprised. Looking at the man, she wondered why he froze. Stunned, Lana came to the conclusion that this was not the case. Her opponent was simply too slow compared to her. She could track their movements before, but not so clearly. She imagined the protagonist's face with a satisfied look and wondered if this was the result of training with Chuck. She clenched her fist even tighter. Having delivered a blow, Lana rushed past her opponent. The man was shocked by what happened. Ryan fell to the floor. The stunned bandits asked if she had knocked out the leader so easily. They began to run away from there. Holding her fist in front of her, the girl said that these fools realized that they could not win, so they decided to run away. Turning around, the girl turned to Marilyn and asked her to go help the rest of the clan. She smiled and said that now she understood why her aunt recommended Lana as a candidate for the post of leader. Looking at Helen, she added that she supported her choice. Pointing a finger at Betty, she assumed that the girl would also agree. Closing her eyes, Helen replied that it was good. Her gaze was serious. Lana helped the man leave the building. The girl followed her aunt through the snowy terrain. Looking around, Lana clarified if she was supposed to be in the building. Holding a fan in her hands, Helen told her that this was the chamber of the celestial constellation, where the sacred relic of the Soul family was kept. The snowy landscape was a unique barrier created by their family to protect it. Shifting her gaze, she assumed that they had come just in time. Helen put her hand under the snow. She took out a box from there. Opening it, the woman said that this was a sacred relic imbued with the essence of the King of the Snowy Depths. Looking into the box, Lana noted that it looked like ordinary gloves. Looking at the relic, the girl wondered if she could become as fast and strong as Amanda. She sheepishly concluded that the more she trained, the more often she would see Chuck, then she could stay in the special class. Helen watched her silently with a smile on her face. Lana was taken aback by the question of whether she was interested in the sacred relic. She looked down when Helen said that she did not think she came there just to look at it. Perhaps she needed it. Standing in front of her, Lana replied that she really did just come to look. Now it was time for her to return to Korea. Smiling, the woman said that it was written all over her face, so she should not lie. She was not there to lecture her. Looking away, Lana admitted that she wanted to make a contract with the celestial constellation that was in the sacred relic. Looking at the gloves, she said that she did not know how it all worked, but it would definitely make her stronger. Holding the box in her hands, Helen noted that Lana had already made good progress due to her training with Chuck, to which she received an answer that it was true, but this was a completely different kind of power. She did not know how to explain it. Closing her eyes, Helen asked if Lana would like to become the head of the family. The girl was shocked by such a proposal. Looking at her, Helen clarified if she knew what contacts could be made with the celestial constellation. Stretching out her hand, Lana asked if she was talking about the blessing of protection and the usual one. The woman with a satisfied look told that in addition to these two, there is another, divine contract. Standing in front of her, the girl replied that she heard about it in Valhalla and asked if it was true that the first two can be concluded by several people at once, and this one only by one, to which she received a positive answer. Helen said with an excited expression that its power was not comparable to a normal contract. Looking at the girl, she added that therefore, when there is a celestial constellation in the family, it is customary to give the right to conclude a divine contract to the head of the family. Looking at the gloves, the aunt emphasized that becoming the head of the family and concluding a divine contract with the celestial constellation was the fastest way for her now. Puzzled, Lana asked if she was too young for this, since she was only 17, after which the woman noted that she was looking at it too narrowly. Lowering her gaze, she said that as long as the head's position was vacant, the attacks on their family would not stop. Today's situation was proof of that. Looking at the surprised face of the girl, the head of the White Lotus noted that as a member of the Soul family, she did not want to be left out, so she would like to appoint her to the position of the head of the family. Her sisters agreed with her. Lana introduced Marilyn and Betty and clarified whether both agreed. Helen said with a satisfied expression that she didn't have to worry about responsibility. At her age she should enjoy life and not take on too much. She would take care of everything for her. But they needed her strength. Lana listened with a serious expression. That's why she was asked to become the head of the family. She closed her eyes. The woman smiled even wider when the girl said that she would do it. Pointing her finger at herself, Lana cried out that she would become the head of the Soul family. Helen closed her eyes and said that it was great. Holding the box in her hands, she asked to take the sacred relic and go to the spiritual realm to receive the recognition of the heavenly constellation. Lana approached the box. She touched the gloves. The dumbfounded girl looked up. Isaac was sitting in front of her. He threw one leg on the throne. A smile appeared on his face. Helen watched the girl. She was shocked. A blue aura enveloped Lana. She turned around with a satisfied look. The woman's face showed pride in her. We are transferred to a week later, to the Hero Academy building. Chuck and Amanda arrived there. The spectators watched them with delight. The main character stood among the crowd of students. Looking around, the protagonist noted that it was funny and no one would have thought that this would happen. Raising his head, he added that the World Tournament was right after the start of studies at the academy. He remembered how a few days ago he stood in front of Archie. Looking at him, Chuck asked why the Black Cat called him if he knew that he was busy training. Sitting at the table, the guy apologized for disturbing him, adding that he had a favor to ask him. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the protagonist asked again about the request, after which Archie asked if he remembered that classes at the academy began next week. Holding his head, the protagonist replied that he rarely looked at the calendar. The Black Cat folded his arms and stated that the reason was that the World Tournament would be starting at the same time. Looking at the protagonist, Archie stated that he had participated in something similar before he took over the management of this establishment. The boy introduced the planet and noted that since it was a World Tournament, in addition to the 3 main academies, there would be students from all over the world participating. Keeping his folded arms on the table, Archie noted that it was similar to how it was during the 3 academies competition. They would select a few representatives from the first-year students to participate. Sitting at the table, the Black Cat said that he realized something when he became the chairman of the academy. It is pointless to choose representatives from the 2nd and 3rd years, because most of the time they train in guilds. He calmly noted that ultimately the main goal of the students is to get higher education. Participating in the tournament can hinder them. On the other hand, for newcomers it is a great chance to attract the attention of guilds or other recruiters, and then asked if Chuck will be the representative of Valhalla in the upcoming tournament. The protagonist calmly asked if this is the favor. Holding his chin, he asked where this tournament will be held. Stretching out his hand, Archie said that it will be held in the United States, at the Hero Academy, after which the protagonist asked if it was almost destroyed during the last attack. Looking at him, the Black Cat said that thanks to him, the level of destruction was not that impressive. They have already put everything in order. Archie sat in front of Chuck and said that holding the tournament in the United States is a long-standing tradition. They put a lot of effort into making sure everything goes smoothly. Raising his head, the Black Cat said that if the protagonist does not want to, they can consider another student from the special class, to which he received the answer that he will take part in the tournament. The protagonist introduced the academy building and said that he himself wanted to visit the Academy of Heroes, but there was no suitable opportunity. Shifting his gaze, Chuck heard Barry's voice, who asked if it was because of the magical smell he had spoken about earlier, to which he received the answer that it could belong to his student. Sitting at the table, Archie asked who the protagonist would like to take with him. He calmly said that usually 2 participants are sent from each educational institution. Even if he did not agree, they would still choose someone from the special class. The protagonist asked thoughtfully about Lana, who was 2nd in strength, and then heard that she was not a student at the academy. Standing in front of him, Chuck said that in that case, Amanda could be sent, as she was in very good shape right now. The protagonist introduced the guide and wondered if he should take the ability of the fool with him. The dumbfounded girl cried out that the situation was critical. Sitting in front of her, Chuck asked what had happened, since she had dragged him there out of the blue. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist noted that she herself had said that it would be difficult for them to see each other for a while, after which the guide said that she had to meet him, since the situation was critical, and she apologized for dragging him there so suddenly. Frowning, the girl emphasized that the last name was returned not only to Hogway. The protagonist was taken aback when he heard that all the names from the second floor of the Tower of Destruction were announced. Chuck, flexing his arm, said that he would have easily dealt with them all before, but now it would not be so easy. The puzzled guide assumed that they would all start to rampage at once. Reckless extermination of people would not lead to the creation of high-quality names, so she did not think that the master of the labyrinth ordered them to do such a thing. Approaching him, she stated that now that they had all descended together, she would not be able to track their movements, and it would be difficult to warn him about everything, so he should be careful. Smiling, Chuck clarified who she was talking to. The surprised girl listened that she should be careful, she should not overdo it and get caught by the master of the labyrinth without reason. Smiling, the guide replied that no one had worried about her for a long time. Standing in front of her, he said that he would be careful and they would see each other later. Chuck calmly thought that in the end he quickly made a preliminary contract with the idiot and got her abilities, and then immediately went there, but he does not know if he will need it. The protagonist paid attention to the voice that addressed him. Looking at Amanda, the protagonist responded. Confused, Amanda said that she heard from the chairman that it was he who recommended her to the tournament. Standing in front of him, she thanked him, noting that she would try not to be a burden to him. Chuck with a satisfied look replied that in any case, the task should not be too difficult, so she can relax, they will still win. The guys watched them closely. Frowning, the guy thought that the protagonist was there, which was to be expected, and the plot introduced us to Logan. Looking at the protagonist, he thought that now that Chuck was there, Valhalla was becoming a strong contender for victory. Logan crossed his arms and stated that they owed him a debt of gratitude. Smiling, the girl, who was introduced to us as Melissa, noted that she was grateful to him for saving her from the villains in the Great Forest. Logan also smiled and said that he wanted to talk to the protagonist under the pretext of the tournament. Watching him, the guys asked how he could be so strong. Beck stood in front of the microphone and checked its functionality. He said with a satisfied look that he was glad to welcome the participants and spectators of the World Tournament. He is the director of the Hero Academy. Standing in front of the podium, Beck added that before they begin today's event, he would like to talk about the recent attack on their academy. Of course, his appearance is a result of this event. With a smile on his face, he emphasized that the culprits of this incident have already been dealt with, and the repair of the buildings is completely finished. In connection with the tournament, they paid increased attention to security and increased the number of security personnel to 200 people, so he would like to assure everyone present about safety. Chuck listened to him with a calm expression. Standing in front of the microphone, Beck announced that he would now explain the details of the competition. Someone on the screen watched a man who said that the World Tournament was held for 2 days and 1 night. First they would need to clear the labyrinth. Harry stood in front of the projection. His face was serious. He suddenly turned his gaze. Rania entered the room and asked what he was doing there. Crossing his arms, Harry asked why she was there, to which he received the answer that she was working. Raising her hand, the girl asked if some stranger had attacked the academy, noting that they had signed a lot of contracts with security companies, afraid that something like this would happen again during the tournament, and their company had also received an order to provide security personnel. Harry, with a serious expression, clarified if this was true. Standing in front of her, he said that he was there because one of the students was bothering him, and Rania asked if he was talking about his son. Closing his eyes, the man asked why they always talked about him. He suddenly heard a noise. Rania ran towards the noise and reported that it was coming from behind the stadium walls. The guys went out onto the balcony. They were shocked by what they saw. A horde of monsters was walking down the street. The angry monsters were growling loudly. Rania's mouth opened in surprise. A voice was coming from her radio, calling for the director. Taking the radio in her hand, the enraged girl asked why they were not at their posts, noting that they should have immediately notified them of what was happening. Touching the earpiece, the guy replied that these monsters literally crawled out of the ground. He watched as the monsters crawled out. Frowning, Rania asked what he was talking about. She jumped off the balcony, screaming that she would take care of these zombie-like bastards. The girl landed on the ground. Her fists were enveloped in bright energy, after which she ordered everyone to concentrate, noting that they must not be allowed to approach the stadium, they must be stopped at all costs. The monsters rushed at her. Rania began to swing her fists. A powerful blow was heard. She watched the opponents. Their heads suddenly exploded. The corpses fell to the ground. Rania seriously stated that their defense was incredibly weak, so they did not need to be afraid. Looking at the zombies, the girl noted that there were still too many of them, after which she wondered if this was the beginning of a disaster. Turning around, Rania clarified if they had seen anything like a labyrinth nearby, to which she received an answer that there was nothing like that. The enraged girl thought that this could not be, and she did not understand where so many monsters came from. Looking at the roof, Rania added that if they really came out from under the ground, it was dangerous for the guys to stay inside the stadium. The puzzled protagonist asked what it was. Looking at the zombies, he asked what kind of monsters they were. Frowning, Chuck heard a voice from the loudspeaker saying that the tournament was cancelled, All students and spectators needed to evacuate immediately. Beck stood in front of the stands and shouted that the instructors of the Hero Academy would help them to the emergency exits. They needed to evacuate as soon as possible. Beck frowned and noted that last time they were attacked by a strange constellation, and now some kind of disaster. The upset man came to the conclusion that he should have postponed the tournament. It was his fault. The stranger stood next to him and shouted that he needed to come to his senses and leave, and we were introduced to the senior teacher of the Hero Academy, Rob. He was taken aback by the request to first go to the entrance and help the students evacuate. Beck rolled up his sleeves and declared that he would try to hold off these monsters. Green energy began to emanate from his fists. He rushed into battle. A powerful explosion was heard. The protagonist watched him, thinking that now he understood how he managed to withstand Hongwei. Chuck seriously emphasized the fact that these guys seemed painfully familiar to him. At this rate it would never end. Taken aback, the protagonist said that he remembered. His gaze fell on the monsters. Amanda stood in a fighting stance. She began to take out her katana from its sheath. Swinging the blade, the girl delivered a series of attacks. The chopped zombies fell to the ground. Her face was impassive. Looking at the monsters, Amanda thought that she had already dealt with many, but there was still no end to them. Chuck stood next to her and said that there was no point in wasting her energy. They would appear endlessly. Holding the blade, shrouded in mana, in his hand, the protagonist declared that he would pull out every corpse buried in this ground. He plunged the blade into the ground. The ground beneath him began to collapse. The monsters were taken aback by this. Their faces began to melt. The protagonist watched this with a satisfied look. Introducing the student, Chuck came to the conclusion that, as he thought, this ability is simply incredible. It is perfect for fighting such monsters. Beck continued to fight the zombies. He was surprised. The monsters in front of him dissolved. The confused man thought that all the zombies melted. Looking around, Beck thought that none of the teachers had such an ability. He did not understand who it was. His gaze fell on Chuck. Looking at Amanda, the protagonist said that it was true that this was only a temporary solution to the problem. They would appear again soon, so there was no need to strain too much, and he needed to calm down. Closing his eyes, Chuck said that he had something to do. Touching the ring, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he needed to catch the culprit of this celebration. Hank was standing in front of the table. He said with a surprised look that this was strange. Putting his hand on the table, Hank said that he did not feel the ghouls that they left near the stadium. They had enough materials. There could not be a shortage. Furious Hank asked if they really had a strong contractor, or the problem was something else. A red aura enveloped him. Hank's eyes lit up and he said that if they died before he became a name and ascended, he would shower them with an insane amount of love and affection. Chuck appeared behind him. The monster turned around. The protagonist's face was pleased. Chuck attacks from behind. Hank asks what is happening and why he is here. The red-eyed one attacks with a smile and clarifies if he has a reason to ask. He kicks the creature and explains that it is all because he felt its foul energy. The creature flies back. It gets angry and calls him a little bastard. It summons the dead and notes that he believed in himself too much. Chuck says that he is disgusting. The guy delivers a slash, asking if he is trying to overwhelm him with numbers because he is not able to cope with everything alone. The creature looks at him with displeasure. Chuck holds the tip of the sword in front of his face. It exclaims in horror. Red-eyed smiles and notes that it still dodges attacks well. Hank is taken aback by what he heard. The brunette hears how surprised he is that the guy knows his real name. He is a constellation, and usually they only know his nickname, and this can't be. Hank trembles and says that he understood everything, because these words and magic are familiar to him. Red-eyed looks at him, and hears how he called him a god of martial arts. Chuck says that he is right and calls him a necrophiliac. The brunette goes on the attack and asks if he realized everything too late. Hank managed to catch the tip. The sword cut through his palm. The creature loses its hand. It looks at him in horror. Its eyes glow red. Chuck is preparing to hit it. Red-eyed strikes. He cuts off its left hand. The creature jumps to the side. It is out of breath, while the guy notes that the hell with it and asks how much longer it is going to dodge. Chuck puts the weapon on his shoulder, saying that if he continues like this, he will cut off all his legs, like he did with the other creature. Hank holds on to the place where the limb was and asks him not to say that he did not hear anything about him just because he defeated him. Chuck smirks and replies that everything was like that, because he showed up so suddenly and made a scene that he had no other choice. Hank opens his mouth and wants to give a dose of indignation. The creature in rage goes to attack through the dead man. Chuck stands in front of a huge zombie. It looks at the resurrected one and says that they condescended only to fulfill the orders given to them. Hank is unhappy that he is killing them. The zombie attacks, and he continues that it was pointless. Chuck easily dodges. His sword lights up and he asks if he really thinks so. The zombie roars. Chuck's sword glows green. Hank is taken aback by the fact that his opponent can use the powers of several constellations at once. He looks at the melted zombie. Hank fell to the ground and looks at the tip of the sword. It asks what the hell happened, because his beloved ghoul is dead, and asks if he did something similar to other creatures. Chuck delivers a slash. The creature almost loses its head. He still lost his head. The creature says that he saw what was expected, because his opponent is so strong, but not like before. Red-Eyed sat down next to him and clarifies that he is not as cruel as he was before. Everything is the same now, and clarifies whether he is still getting his hand in. Hank looks ahead and replies that everything has its limit, and soon this body will simply die. Chuck frowns and hears that it is useless because his body will be reborn again. He furiously declares that someday he will return to Earth and do it together with the one he killed first. Chuck looks down and asks why it's pointless. Chuck smirks and asks him where he thinks his dead comrade is now. The creature asks again and replies that he is, of course, upstairs. Red-Eye shows the ring and corrects him that he is here. His red eye lights up and he asks what he is talking about, because that simply cannot be. Chuck watches contentedly until he realizes that Chuck has absorbed his comrade's name. Chuck looks madly and replies that as far as he knows, this is just an imitation of the absorption that the master of the labyrinth does, and he still hasn't figured out how it works and asks who cares. Hank is horrified to hear that he will suffer the same fate as his friend. His head lights up screaming that he is against it, and begs him not to absorb it. Chuck watches contentedly as this creature is absorbed. Red Ice looks at the glowing ring. He stands with his back to the screen. Someone is watching him through the portal. The masked man asks what she has to say about this. Adelia opens her mouth. She looks at him with admiration and says that it is incredible. The man in the mask asks her what she means. She turns to him and says that he can call her by her name, and moves on to more important matters. She asks if he saw Chuck use their constellation technique, to which he asks if it happened at the moment when the monsters melted. Adelia looks at him with displeasure, saying that usually the abilities of the constellation are not revealed to outsiders, but since they are allies, she will tell about them, because the ability of her constellation is poison. The man clarifies whether this is true and receives a positive answer. Against the background of the sword, she continues that this ability allows you to turn magical power into poison, which can be either injected or spread across the area, and the radius of action in the latter case, as well as the strength of the poison, completely depend on the contractor. The blonde asks what will happen if an ordinary contractor uses this ability, to which she receives in response that the enemy may lose consciousness or experience severe pain, but will not die immediately. Usually such a technique is used as an additional attack. The blonde lowers her eyebrows, saying that even she, as a person who has signed a contract, needs to hit the enemy directly in order to melt his insides, and he replies that he understands everything. They look at him, saying that it's amazing that he was able to melt this monster, and he asks if that's true. She looks down and notes that he, even with a temporary contract, was able to melt it without even touching it. Adelia smiles and continues that this is the first time she's seen Chuck in action, but she can already say that she's impressed, and the other agrees. She reads the question from the constellation in surprise. Wasn't it obvious to her? The constellation against the background of fire says that even if poison is just a unique skill, her teacher helped her train it, so it simply can't be on another level. Adelia smiles and understands that the constellation is right, and she is too stupid. The man in the mask listens that if Chuck comes back this time, she would like to ask him for a favor, to which he clarifies about the favor. She smiles and says that she is going to ask Chuck to take her as a student. The plot moves to a broken stadium. The city is also battered. The blonde does not understand what is in front of her. She gets up and shouts that she entrusts those who are not seriously injured with the care of the victims. They also need to assess the damage caused, to which they accept her order. She wipes her face and asks herself what could have happened here. The girl looks ahead and continues that there was no labyrinth even nearby, but there are simply an immeasurable number of undead around and they all stopped so suddenly. She frowns and remembers what happened exactly when Chuck appeared. She remembers how the undead attacked. The girl is preparing to hit them with magic power. The monsters get hit in the face. They fall one by one. Someone puts a hand on the corpse. Another portion of the undead goes for her. The girl is already out of breath. The blonde frowns that there is no end to the number of undead. She is preparing to counterattack while thinking that her ability called a fist faster than a flash of light is not suitable for fighting several enemies, and that each use takes a huge amount of magic power. She frowns and continues that there must be a place where they come from, but she does not know where it is. The blonde is taken aback by something. Chuck is standing alone in the middle of an army of undead, and she asks what the hell he is doing here. He is in a school uniform. The girl in horror realizes that there is a student standing there. She shouts at him to get out of there. The red-eyed man grins. The guy happily hits the ground. The ground cracks and glows green. The undead melt. The effect is the same from all sides. The girl's mouth is open in surprise. She looks ahead and continues that she was so excited that she didn't immediately understand who it was. But it turns out it was Chuck, and lately everyone is only talking about him, and even in this situation he also distinguished himself. The woman frowns, thinking about whether this makes any sense at all. The monsters that were endless disappeared immediately after his arrival. Logan asks if she's okay, to which she recognizes him. She puts her hands on her hips and asks if everything is okay inside. To which he gives a positive answer. The guy looks and explains that by the time he arrived, the Valhalla students and Beck had already taken care of everything. The blonde frowns, saying that he mentioned that he was interested in one of the tournament participants, and asks if she's right, to which he says she's right. He frowns as she asks if he would believe her if she said he was the one who ended all this chaos, to which he is perplexed. She frowns as she continues that he charged at a swarm of undead and drove his sword into the ground, causing them to melt and then stop attacking him. Logan ponders the fact that they melted and that there is a hidden owner with whom he supposedly made a contract who should not have such abilities. He recalls the words of the masked man that he would appreciate it if he did not divulge this information to anyone and asks him to be especially attentive to the abilities of his constellation. The man asks where Chuck is now, to which she replies that she does not know. He frowns and says that there is nothing to be done, because he wanted to ask him about at least something, but apparently he will have to postpone it until next time. The bearded man says he's going to talk to Beck, and she's stunned when he asks if he's going to come back, because what about Chuck? The man turns around and says he's also curious about what happened here, but he's not going to dig any deeper, because he always has more important things to do, to which she asks him to wait, because he doesn't think this is all suspicious and that they should find out what connects him to the undead. The green-eyed man says he usually doesn't interfere in other people's affairs. The man frowns and asks her not to dig too deep into this. She's stunned to hear that if she doesn't follow his advice, she'll die. The blonde looks after him, asking what he's even talking about, and asks him to explain everything. The scene moves to a mountain on an island. The horned creature doesn't show its eyes and says that they have a problem here. It looks at its comrades, saying that their man has been caught. The amphibian asks if he's been caught yet and if it happened too quickly, as well as with another of its comrades. Red-eyed asks if he could have overestimated his abilities, to which he says that it is quite possible. Fish continues that he does not care that this member of the organization died first, because they both left the team and in this situation the purpose of their leniency loses all meaning. Someone from the outside says that the situation is getting out of control, and so it is. Light Goblin offers to make a fuss there together, and the second adds that they will make sure that these quality names disappear. Chuck and Amanda are walking down the street. The blonde says that in the end the tournament was cancelled due to a monster attack and she is a little annoyed to return without doing anything after such a long journey. Red-eyed looks at her and says that they could not help them in this matter anyway, so it is even good that they finished so quickly and asks if he is right and if she noticed anything unusual in that stadium. Amanda replies that despite the number of monsters, they managed to deal with them without serious losses and the only thing is that they suddenly stopped appearing, to which he asks again if this is true, because it is a relief. The blonde clarifies whether it was he who stopped them. The guy closes his eyes and answers that you can say so, because that monster turned out to be his friend, so he decided to check if he was looking for him. Amanda asks again if he seemed familiar to him, to which he says that it is nothing important and asks not to worry about it, while she thinks that she told him everything so openly and calmly, and the girl asks where they are going, because if to the airport, then they need to wait for the bus right at the entrance. The girl embarrassedly listens to people saying that today it is difficult to buy tickets, since the tournament was so suddenly cancelled and therefore the return trip from here can take them much longer, to which she thinks that this is even good. The red-haired man points forward, saying that he knows a much faster way to get back, and asks her to follow him, since the chairman has allowed him to share this information with the students in the special class. He looks away and continues that it seems like it was somewhere around here. Chuck sees a door and realizes that they are going there. The guy takes hold of the door handle. They go inside. Amanda looks around and realizes that this is an old warehouse, to which he says that this is not what is important about it. Chuck remembers if they can get to the market from any side and wonders if this is true. The masked man had previously told him that this is true, since there are entrances to the black market in every corner of the world. The brunette holds out his hand and asks if they can use them as portals in that case, to which he replies that this is possible, but the distance between the entrances is too large, so getting directly to another country will be problematic. The masked man presents a diagram, saying that he recommends that he enter the market and head to the central tower in the 7th district, and from there you can get to the entrance leading to another country. Red Eyes hears that in this case, the students from the special class should not have problems using it since the passage is secret, then no one will be suspicious of the schoolchildren, to which he says that everything is clear to him. Archie continues that if he wants to come back here, he can do it directly from the tower, and he clarifies whether he connected the tower and Valhalla last time, then he will use this passage. Red Ice noticed something. He goes to the door, saying that they are going here. Amanda looks into the doorway. They are walking towards the black market tower. The plot shifts to the building. The door with the yellow sign is closed. Chuck opens it. He says that she did well and can now go first, and he needs to report to the director about the work of the special class, to which she agrees. The girl smiles and praises him in response and adds that they will see each other again tomorrow. Red Ice looks after her. The guy put his hand in his pocket. He took out a ring. Red-eyed smiles thinking that this is already the third including the first boss of the labyrinth, and those that were in this tier turned out to be stronger than the previous ones, so he is looking forward to the next names. The guy goes forward and thinks that he will figure it out later, but now he better go to the black cat, since he already told him that he will not close his eyes until he receives the report. The guy goes to the metal doors. Chuck enters and turns to Archie. He looks at him and recognizes him, congratulates him on his return, because he tried hard. Adelia stands in front of Chuck and bows. Red Ice looks at him in bewilderment, and asks if this is not Adelia, and what she is doing here. The blonde says that he can call her by name, and the thing is that she has a favor to ask him. Chuck looks at her and asks her to raise her head first, and then ask, to which she breaks. She smiles and asks if she can ask him for advice. Red Ice clarifies why so suddenly, and what was the reason for that. She stands straight and answers that in fact they both watched his battle, to which he asks again if she wants to say that they watched him again, because it sounds extremely creepy. Red Eyes asks to guess whose idea it was and puts forward Archie's candidacy, to which he says that it is not so, because last time they were watching together with Mrs. Constellation, while the latter sends him a message. The message says that the hidden ruler is furious and threatens to kill him if he continues to talk about it. Chuck asks what is wrong, and Adelia asks him to be silent. She looks at him and continues that in any case, she saw him use the skill of her constellation, which is called Jal, in order to kill monsters and that it made a deep impression on her. She bows and asks if he could teach her how to do it. Chuck scratches his head and says that last time it was a black cat, now she does not understand why she does not ask her constellation about this question, because what will change if he does it? Red Ice looks at the two and continues that they should have both naturally learned to use their abilities once they made a contract with the constellation, and that their method of unlocking their abilities is the same as his. He looks at them and continues that the only difference with him is that he doesn't rely too much on Earth's mana and enhances their abilities with his own. Archie and Adelia listen to how kids in their time simply drain their mana and therefore have poor control over it, and therefore even if he teaches them this, the small supply of mana will not allow them to develop, until someone paid attention to the figure of speech of kids these days. Adelia awkwardly asks if he could guide her in that case, and Archie adds that just like she asks him for help. Red Ice scratches his head and says that he has enough to do without this, he doesn't even have much time for his own students, but since they are contractors, he thinks that at least out of a sense of duty he should give them some of his attention. Chuck extends his hand to them, saying that the most important thing in such a matter is physical training, they can come to the gym tomorrow if they find time for it, to which they thank him. The guy points his finger at the black cat and says that he wants to discuss with him how he can get closer to the constellation after today's events, to which he agrees. Barry clarifies that it is not all because of the familiar mana that he felt from the mentioned building, to which Chuck thinks that he is right. Because of that guy everything went awry and he managed to catch only that weirdo and he did not even have the opportunity to get inside the school itself. Red-Eyed frowns and continues that next time he will definitely find out everything, no matter what it costs him. The plot moves to a skyscraper in America, to the Contractors Association building. A man is standing by the window. Logan is looking at the tablet. He frowns. The man is reading a dossier collected on Chuck. The green-eyed man is indignant about who this Chuck is, because he contacted the best news agency he knows, but even they have no information on him at all. He puts his hand in his pocket, thinking that this student has dealt with several major incidents, but there is still no information about him, and the only thing he managed to find out is that he comes from some kind of orphanage. The green-eyed man continues that it would be wrong of him to call him just a super newbie, but will a black cat and his constellation be able to protect a schoolboy who has no past? He looks away and continues that, moreover, he speaks as if he knows his constellation, and he is also worried about the constellation's answer to the question he asked at the end. Logan remembers sitting at the table and asking his constellation if he knows the hidden ruler, because he thinks he knows him. The man is taken aback by his constellation's positive answer. He then sends him a message to beware of the fanatics of the silent moon. The green-eyed man didn't understand what it told him then. He continues to look at the tablet, thinking that after that, it began to search for information about them and, as in the case of Chuck, he couldn't find anything. The man stands by the window and comes to the conclusion that the more he delved into studying Chuck's personality, the more he entered the labyrinth and does not understand who he is. Because if this guy is not associated with the Blood Hunters, then he no longer has any ideas. He is stunned to hear the question of whether this is an association of contractors. The goblin looks at him. Logan asks him who he is and why such a creepy guy would spy on him. The goblin notes that his opponent is not surprised. He squeezes the handle in his hand and agrees with him in some way. The creature attacks him, asking if he is contractor number 1. Logan blocks his blow. The goblin makes him fly back. The green-eyed man breaks with his legs. He looks at his opponent and thinks that this strange guy with a high level of intelligence could be the same species as the monster that attacked the Hero Academy earlier. Logan prepares to use his magic power, thinking that he should not be underestimated. The goblin smiles and asks if he is concentrating his magic power right now. Logan goes to attack while he threatens not to even try to block his attack. Both prepare to meet face to face. Logan covers himself with power. He hits the goblin and calls for him to die. He slows down and notes that his opponent is good. The green-eyed one prepares another blow, saying that he does not want to hear compliments from a monster like him. He strikes him. The shock wave spreads in all directions. The entire floor of the building shook. Rania is shocked by such shaking and asks what it was and if it was a shock wave. The girl gets up and assumes that it is an earthquake, and then realizes that the strong vibration was coming from above. Blue-eyed looks up and asks no one to tell her that something happened in Logan's office. The latter looks at his fists. Green-eyed thinks that his opponent must have gotten it pretty good. He looks around and does not understand where the goblin is. The opponent's mace is already at his head. The man manages to block the blow. The monster throws him into the wall. Logan flies into the rubble of the house. Logan notes that the goblin is strong. He sees that it is glowing and notes that this is clearly not an ordinary monster, because if it were a low-level constellation, he would have dealt with it long ago, even if he himself were its incarnation. The goblin smiles and asks what is wrong and if this is all that contractor number 1 is capable of. Green-eyed frowns and orders him to shut up, because he has not yet shown even half of his strength. The man grins, because he understands that if he uses his destruction here, the entire building will collapse. He looks at him and continues that in order to activate this technique there is an option of direct contact with the enemy's body, but he does not even have time to touch him. He turns to ask what the hell is going on here. Rania, stunned, asks if he is okay, because she heard a loud noise and therefore came with the association's security. The girl looks around and notes that it is still early, so the others are not there, and she hurried here. She looks at the goblin in horror and asks what the hell is this. He smiles and says that the bugs have also crawled out, and he only wanted to play with this guy. Rania froze in horror, and he continues that he will deal with them with one blow. The girl frowns, saying that the guards cannot cope with him and orders them to retreat. Rania goes on the attack. The blonde makes a blow. The goblin sarcastically dodges. She is horrified to realize that he has blocked all her explosive strikes and does not understand why, because they were flying right along the trajectory of his movement. She prepares another strike. They stand face to face, while she thinks that now they have collided like this. Rania strikes. She hits into the void. The blue-eyed one is stunned by how this happened. The goblin is already attacking from the side. The sledgehammer flies to her head. Logan puts up a block. She frowns, realizing that she has been saved. The green-eyed one prepares to strike, saying that he could not dodge her blows. He holds his sledgehammer with his forearm and declares that it was an illusion. He himself appears only at the moment of the attack. The goblin smiles, thinking that he recognized his illusionary eye. The monster jumps back and continues that it would be better if he retreated, because he would hide his body behind the illusion, and then he would only need to aim. The red-eyed one is stunned by something. Someone stepped on him. Logan looks at him contentedly and asks what is wrong and why he cannot escape. The goblin cannot pull his leg away. The green-eyed one suggests that he try to withstand at least one of his direct blows. Logan attacks. The goblin covers his torso with a sledgehammer while the other uses his first blow on him. The fist is about to hit his solar plexus. The green-eyed one does not understand what it is, why his body suddenly froze. The second goblin says that no matter how worthless his opponents were, he was too careless. The dark one smiles and says that if it were not for his paralyzing eye, there would already be a hole in his stomach. The light one replies that he would never get away with such a trick, to which the other one says that he should see it in action. Rania is stunned that another monster has come, and the other one wonders if it has really been hiding there all this time. The dark one asks who he should start with in such a situation. Rania trembles while he continues that she should be immobilized just in case, so that he can kill any of them. The light one smiles and asks again if that is true, then he should start with number 1. Chuck smashes the dark one's head, saying that it sounds good. The goblin's head bleeds. Both people look at Chuck stunned. The light goblin wants to attack him from behind. He is indignant at what is happening. Logan is shocked to recognize him as Chuck. The man is unable to move. Rania asks him to try to move. Chuck squats down and says that these freaks have already caused problems even here, and while the first one used his killer eye, the other one tried to hit him with a baton. The brunette stands up and says that he also killed him first and asks if he remembers it. The light one looks at him angrily. The goblin is indignant at what he is saying and how he knows his name, and why he says that he killed them. Logan asks if it is Chuck in front of him and introduces himself, and says that he has no idea how he got here, but thanks him. The red-eyed one remembers that Archie told him that a certain man named Logan was looking for him. He is the first in the Contractors Association, and he can run into him at the association building that was attacked, so he should keep this in mind. The red-eyed one realizes that this is the man who was looking for him, and the black cat warned him about him, so it is better for him not to have anything to do with him. The goblin prepares to attack, saying that what's more important is how dare he talk so calmly when he's standing right in front of him. The goblin strikes back, ordering him to stop acting like that. Logan looks at Chuck and continues that, judging by his words, he's already familiar with these monsters and asks if they have any weak points. Chuck realized that he said too much, and asked him if that was true. The red-eyed man sees the goblin and thinks that they need to kill him before he can turn into an illusion. The goblin asks him not to say anything, while the guy continues that if his memory serves him right, then at the moment when the dark one dies, the light one arranges an escape, while Chuck notes that everything is the same as before. Rania is indignant whether he decided to escape, to which Logan adds that he almost defeated them. The green-eyed man asks if they should follow him. Chuck calmly replies that the goblin they see is an illusion, and his real body is somewhere nearby. The guy concentrates his magical power and thinks that by emitting light, he could blow him up along with his illusion, but now is not the best idea to use his student's ability, and his original plan was to use the power absorbed by the ring, so he did not even think about concluding a temporary contract. Red Ice looks ahead and understands that nothing can be done, and there will be some destruction, but he will break through the entire building. He turns his gaze to Logan, who asks his constellation what happened. Green Eyes is stunned by the constellation's phrase about the god of martial arts, and does not understand what he is talking about. Chuck smiles and notes that he was just wondering what kind of familiar energy is emanating from him. Now everything is clear to him. Red Ice smiles and tells the constellation that he has not seen him for a long time and asks if he has been here all this time. He is in a hurry now, so he offers to conclude a temporary contract and clarifies whether his contractor owns a sacred relic. The constellation gives an unequivocally positive answer. Logan searches for the relic while his constellation orders him to hand it over quickly, and he agrees. Rania frowns and remarks that she doesn't understand what's going on, but suggests that he hurry. They look at the goblin and someone says that the freak has already escaped through the window. Chuck reaches out and asks for the sacred relic. Logan hands it to him. Red Ice smiles contentedly. The goblin makes an escape. He realizes that everything went wrong and now understands why his comrades died so quickly. The goblin is horrified to realize that the god of martial arts has returned and that despite the fact that he seems to have been reborn as a small child, this magical power undoubtedly belonged to the god of martial arts. He runs and continues that since he can't use long-term communication like Hank did, he needs to tell everyone as soon as possible about the resurrection of the god of martial arts. Chuck prepares to attack with the power of the new constellation. The guy attacks contentedly. The goblin is indignant. The shockwave threw him aside. The goblin is badly fried. Chuck is preparing to strike again. Rania and Logan look out the window. The girl asks if this is his constellation's skill, to which he replies that if she wants to say that his constellation's ability is to shoot something so powerful that it destroys everything in its path, then it is impossible. The green-eyed man continues that nevertheless this attack definitely carried the power of the constellation and asks if this could be a new ability of the contractor. Chuck raises his hands up, and he says that this guy never ceases to amaze. Services have already arrived at the building. The doctor is treating Logan's wounds. Someone tells him that they are leaving. The green-eyed man asks why so soon, to which he replies that he did what he wanted and does not need attention from the outside. Logan clarifies if he does not want to stop all the monsters. Chuck scratches his head, saying that you can say it anyway and thinks that he is really annoying. Red Ice looks ahead and realizes that if he leaves everything like this, then he will go to Valhalla with a lot of questions, and he needs to figure it out in order to move on. The guy frowns and asks himself if he is not the number one contractor. If he persuades him to his side, then it can help him in the future. The guy looks at him and says that he is very tired today and therefore suggests that he discuss this another time, to which he apologizes. Logan frowns while he continues that when the time comes, he will go to the Academy of Heroes and answer all his questions. Red Eye smiles and says that since he is a contractor of his friend, he will give him time and asks him for something. The brunette leaves, and he asks him to wait. Green Eyes sees a sign in front of him. Constellation asks him to leave, which makes him even more indignant. Green Eyes reads that he should treat this guy with respect, to which he replies that he understands. Rania, stunned, says that she should have turned the case over to the police, but she couldn't find the monsters' bodies and asks if he knows where they are, to which he replies that she should have seen them disappear like smoke after a while. The blonde frowns and continues that there were all kinds of monsters there, and it will be difficult to prove to the insurance company, so she should look for security footage. She asks him what he thinks about Chuck, because the monsters they encountered today were very strong for a regular contractor. The green-eyed man asks if she asked him what he is. He looks after him and says that they will find out soon. Chuck is standing in the forest. The guy turns to Barry. The red-eyed man looks away and asks him if he thinks that the magical power he felt from that constellation is the same as the one at the Hero Academy, to which he gives a negative answer. Chuck goes forward and notes that in this case he is calm, because he was afraid that all his efforts to meet Logan would be in vain. Red Ice looks forward and thinks that nevertheless this disappoints him a little, because the constellation he will meet today, although he studied with him, was not his student directly. The guy asks where he is, but he is distracted. A man in a mask appears in front of him. Richard is on one knee. Chuck looks at him and asks who he is. The man replies that for him as a member of his organization it is an honor to meet the leader. Red-eyed is perplexed and asks who he is talking about now and if he is sure he has not confused him with anyone, to which he gives a clearly negative answer. Richard looks at the floor and says that their constellation Tyler instructed them that if Mr. Chuck mentions a certain word, he will have to reveal himself to him. Red-Eyed is indignant, but guesses what is happening. Tyler says that when this man says the designated word, he will have to reveal his identity to him. Tom clarifies what word he is talking about. Tyler and Chuck say the word at the same time. All four stand in front of him. They say in chorus that it is an honor for them to meet the leader. Red-Eyed clarifies if they have a sacred relic, to which he replies that yes, they do. He hands him a glove. Red-Eyed holds it in his hands. Chuck is standing in the pleroma of the mental image. There is darkness and smoke around. Something metallic is piled up to the side. There is a sign hanging. Chuck grins and realizes that he hasn't seen this sign in years. Red Ice looks ahead and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He looks at the empty throne. The guy asks Tyler if she is there, asks her to stop hiding and come out. Tyler comes out from behind the throne. She kneels in front of him. Red Ice holds out his hand, saying that she hasn't changed a bit, and asks her to stand up. The girl is embarrassed to hear that even the pleroma of her mental image is similar to their martial arts school from 300 years ago. Tyler smiles and says that for them this is not just a martial arts school, it is their home. Red Ice scratches his head and replies that he didn't know that she treats this school with such respect. Chuck looks ahead and compares it to the present time. He remembers how he looked down with satisfaction and understands that then the world was in chaos. The guy and his students watch as the wagon is protected. Those two look at the squad in horror. The goblins are preparing to kill them. The man closes his eyes in death. Someone delivers several slashing blows. Chuck attacks the goblins alone. The goblins lie dead. His students also take part. The guy recalls this with the words that in this mess only those who knew how to hunt could survive. He himself earned money by protecting trade caravans or taking tasks to hunt monsters or clear labyrinths. He goes with the students. Red-Eyed remembers that it was a terrible time, but that life suited him quite well. The guy noticed something ahead. A group of people are standing in front of a man in a cloak. The father decides to sell his daughter, while the latter recalls that in that period people were bought and sold as slaves. The man peers at the goods. The girl cries. The man smirks at Chuck's comment that time went on and people were still neglected from time to time. The parents greedily reach for the bag of money. The daughter was sold. The parents look at the money while he continues that this is how poor parents sold their children, hoping to get a large sum of money. Chuck looks angrily from the side and remembers that he did not want to put up with it. Red Ice lights up while he continues that because as a child he was also made a slave against his will. The slave trader prepares to defend himself. Chuck strikes him. The man gets hit in the head. The guy grins and continues that together with his students he began to fight the slave trade. But if he had seen them again, he would have destroyed a wet spot from them. The guy turns to his parents. The two run away from him. Chuck frowns after them. The guy turns to the child. The girl grabbed his clothes with her hands. Red Ice looks into her eyes and notes that this is how he took several children who had previously lost their homes as students. They stand in front of the doors and he remembers that at that moment his plans for life changed dramatically. The guy closed his eyes and continues that he originally planned to work hard as a hunter to save up enough money for his comfortable retirement, and also train several students along the way so that they could continue to fight the slave trade for him, so to speak, to create an automatic hunting system. He leads the training by saying that the work of a hunter was enough to support his life, but not for students. Red Ice then thought that since he had enough of them, he decided to use it, because at that time many noble families and martial arts schools were fighting for power. He looks at the students and summarizes that together with the students they chose a name for their common martial arts school. Red Ice hangs a sign. They look at it with satisfaction. Chuck notes that this is how their martial arts school came to be. Chuck looks at it with satisfaction and continues that it was created in order to properly train and educate his students, and in order to benefit from them at the same time. They look at him happily, while he remembers that although he was strong, but at the very beginning of the path no one taught him and therefore it was difficult to develop, but his students were different, because under his clear guidance, they were able to master the right techniques and besides, all his guys were incredibly talented. Chuck looks at Tyler and continues that he planned to teach his students exactly until they would need him and then in the future his guys would expand the influence of the school and bring their own students. Red-Eyed smiles and notes that with all this he would get a reasonable share of donations and profits, and he thought that he could spend the rest of his life just reaping the fruits of his current work. The guy notices something and explains that exactly at the moment, when his students had already grown enough, something happened. He looks at the huge structure and says that at that moment a tower of destruction appeared. Chuck frowns at the sight of it. The guy finds himself in the pleroma of his student. They both look at the sign with their school. Chuck is stunned and apologizes for being distracted, because the old days suddenly came to mind, to which she replies that everything is fine. The guy looks at her and asks what she did after becoming a constellation and how she was able to find him. Tyler, embarrassed, says that she just knew that her teacher would be reborn. Red Ice listens to the fact that after some time, after she became a constellation, a notification appeared, to which he thinks that everything was as expected earlier. Tyler remembers that it was important to her that the contractor could become her legs and arms, and after that she founded this organization, continuing to work with 4 participants. The girl looks at him and explains that she chose the name for a reason. She wanted to emphasize the fact that he is the only leader for her. Tyler raises his head and says that this is why she killed all those who claim to be the best, except for her teacher. Red Ice asks again if she killed everyone, to which she gives a positive answer. The girl looks forward, saying that she certainly did not act thoughtlessly, and together they carefully watched the people who claimed the title of the strongest, and as soon as they received it, the girl killed them. Chuck asks in bewilderment how she managed to find him, to which she replies that everything was done by one method. Red-Eyed smiles, thinking that even a small mistake in his words could hurt his student, and notes that this is such a relief. The student gives him an example of 2 organizations that hunted only the strongest contractors, to which he admires the fact that she got rid of many. She stands in front of him, saying that she thinks that thanks to this method she managed to meet her resurrected teacher, to which he asks her again. The entity in the mask replies that despite his strength, her teacher was always modest and never bragged. Red Ice scratches his head and says that he wouldn't say that he agrees with her, because he rather just kept silent, and because this fact was clear to everyone anyway, but in any case. He looks at her and says that now he has everything together, she, a fool and a maniac, to which she asks if he managed to meet with the rest of the sisters. Chuck is surprised that she didn't know this, given her resources, to which she replies that she knew that all 4 sisters also became constellations, but they can only see through the eyes of their contractors. Tyler looks at him and says that she knew that the teacher met with people from the Ventric family and from the black market, but not that they were contractors for her sisters, to which he replies that this is all true. Red Eye smiles and continues that, be that as it may, she did everything very well in time. The girl crossed her fingers from his words that he thinks that he will need her help soon. The guy turns around and says that they'll end it today and that he'll invite her contractor to a meeting with the others and then they'll talk about it. Tyler is confused and agrees. The plot moves forward a few days to the Hero Academy. Logan sits in shock in the conference room. Red-Eyed stands with 3 contractors and asks if he is already here. Logan recently replies that this is not so, because he just arrived and is perplexed by what company he has with him. Green-Eyed looks at Archie and notes that the owner of the black market and the chairman of Valhalla, the Black Cat, is here. This is the one they met last time. Then he looks at the blonde and notes that this is the head of the Ventric family. He also notices the man in the mask and guesses where he is from. Logan is shocked to realize what organization he is from. Chuck turns around and asks Richard if he is going to sit down, to which he refuses. The guy rubs his chin and thinks about where to start. Chuck looks up and notes that most likely even those 2 in front of him do not know what he does, to which they agree. Adelia asks if he is a teacher of the constellations they serve, to which he notes that she is right, and Logan is perplexed. Red Eyes looks away and continues that he recently managed to piece together what happened after his death, and to give them a rough idea of his history. Adelia and Archie sit in shock. Logan frowns. Richard notes that everything is as the constellation told him. The Black Cat asks him if he was the one who destroyed the Tower of Destruction and saved the world 300 years ago, to which the guy replies that he is embarrassed to say this, but it is true. Adelia, stunned, says that there was a time known as the Age of Destruction, when the Tower of Destruction suddenly appeared and brought the world into decline, and the Black Cat adds that the records only say that it collapsed after monsters broke out of it, and the name of the savior was unknown to anyone. Chuck, perplexed, asks if the constellation mentioned this, to which he receives in response that, to be honest, since the constellation passed to him, it has not contacted anyone. Archie asks the hidden ruler about this, to which Stephanie asks again about the Tower of Destruction and says that she only remembers entering it with her teacher. Red-Eyed thought that it seems that even his students do not remember anything before they became constellations, but thinks that their meeting will help them remember everything. Chuck looks forward and says that in any case, anyone who was at least a little famous in those times has now become constellations, and that is why they appeared after the era of destruction. Adelia understands that the constellations are people who died at that time, to which she receives in response that this is not all, but most likely most of those people. Archie says that everything is clear to him, and now he understands why the constellations react so strongly to artifacts of the era of destruction. Chuck continues that as he said last time, whoever created the Tower of Destruction causes disasters and sends the constellations. He frowns and says that this is why the Tower of Destruction will appear again eventually. Logan asks him again what he said, to which he says that he thinks he has 4.5 years left. Logan listens sullenly to what he says is the main reason why he gathers his students and actively develops, dealing with the constellations that he meets from time to time. Chuck clenches his fist and says that this time he will definitely destroy the Tower of Destruction and minimize the damage so that the past does not repeat itself. Logan interrupts with the words that it is quite difficult for him to believe all this, to which the guy notes that he can understand him. The green-eyed man looks ahead and continues that he also learns from his constellation that Chuck was known under the pseudonym of the god of martial arts 300 years ago. The red-eyed man scratches his head and hears that he also saved his constellation and passed on the authority of primacy to him, to which he clarifies whether it was so, because he does not remember the details so well. Logan frowned, thinking. He turns to the guy. He stands up and continues that if he really is a martial arts god who existed 300 years ago, he asks him for permission to fight him. Chuck agrees with a smile. They stand opposite each other in the room. Adelia asks how it even came to this. Archie notes that Logan most likely considered this situation absurd and it did not fit into his head that a schoolboy could be a hero who lived 300 years ago and taught constellations. Logan prepares to attack, while he continues that of course there is evidence for this, but emotionally it is quite difficult to accept. Chuck prepares to counterattack with a smile, while he says that this is why he wants to understand everything in the fight. The green-eyed man frowns, and he adds that he must understand whether Chuck is really not just a gifted schoolboy, but a person from another era. Logan strikes. Chuck happily strikes back. The shock wave from these two is a couple of dozen meters. They touched each other with their fists. Adelia covers her face with her hand. Richard couldn't keep his hood up in his surprise. Beck is sitting dumbfounded in his chair in the office of the headmaster of the Hero Academy. He turns around and asks if that loud sound came from the stadium and assumes that they were attacked again. The black man realizes that Logan warned him that he would invite several people to the academy. The headmaster then asked him who he would invite, to which he received an ambiguous answer. The green-eyed man warned him not to panic if he suddenly heard loud sounds, because he would take full responsibility for it. The black man looks out and thinks that he certainly trusts this man, but the headmaster looks at the huge wave of magical power and wonders who he brought there. Chuck looks at his opponent with satisfaction. Both fists are shaking. Logan frowns and curses. Chuck attacks, while he understands that he is being pushed back and that a high school student cannot have such strength as his. The green-eyed man grins and continues that it is not even about the power he borrowed from the constellations, and asks himself again if this is so. The man flies back. Chuck is taken aback, because he addressed him. The green-eyed man asks him if it is okay that he uses his magical power. Chuck thinks that this surprised him, if he fought without it until now, to which he himself answers that he agrees, because he should do as he sees fit. The brunette grins and says that he will continue to fight without the appropriate one. Logan replies enraged that he understands everything. The stones crack under his feet. The man prepares to hit with his elbow. Chuck blocks with his forearms. He refuses to go back and notes that his strength is enormous. The red-eyed man looks at his opponent and thinks that he certainly bragged that he does not use magical power without reason, but he himself did not expect such power from him. The guy looks at him contentedly and continues that in terms of magical power, he really became stronger than him after he absorbed those constellations, but from a physical point of view, he is still weak, but since the latter grows along with his body, he can't do anything about it. Red Ice thinks that, considering that he is fighting a top fighter who uses the power of his constellation, such a result is also not bad for him and notes that it's time for them to finish. Logan makes a hole in the ground. He prepares another blow for the guy. Chuck appears right in front of him with a slight movement. Red Ice clarifies whether this is the martial art that someone taught him and notes that it's not bad. Logan gets hit in the chest and is told that he should use a little more force. Red Ice looks at him and says that this is all because this technique implies that he will finish the fight in one blow. Chuck hits him with his back. Logan flies back in shock. Chuck stands and smiles. The green-eyed man lies unconscious. He opens his eyes. The red-eyed man looks straight at him and notices that he has finally woken up. Chuck says that he thought he had fainted and that is why he dragged him here, but was about to drag him to the infirmary, to which he replies that he is now fine and thanks him. He looks sadly at the floor. Chuck is perplexed by his conclusion that he really is reborn, to which the guy asks again if he said anything about it. Logan asks him for forgiveness, and the guy interrupts him, because he understood what he was getting at. The brunette continues that some people first need to experience something themselves to believe it. Logan listens gloomily that this is how he resembles his constellation. The green-eyed man looks at him and remembers that he told him that he is looking for his students to stop the Tower of Destruction, to which he confirms this fact. Chuck hears that he is also going to support his aspirations, to which he thanks him. Richard sits aside and thinks that he knows that this is not worth saying, but the combination they have is quite interesting. He looks at the blonde, that the head of the Ventric family is with them. Then at Archie and notes that the owner of the black market, a black cat, is with them. Then at the green-eyed man, that the best contractor of the association is with them. He himself looks down and completes the list with all the members of their organization. Chuck looks at him and says that he wanted to ask him something. Red-eyed asks him if he saw anything that could remind him of his student. Logan raised his eyebrows and asked him again, to which he clarifies that it could be a relic or something similar. The guy closes his eye and explains that the main reason he suggested they meet is that last time there was similar magic here, but a huge amount of magical power has been collected in this place, so it is very difficult for him to determine the exact location. The guy continues that since this is also a training academy, There should be many relics here and therefore it will be more difficult to find them. Logan remembered that he heard a voice asking him to find his teacher. He looks at the guy and replies that he has something for such a case. Green-Eyed calmly says that there was one relic that asked him to find its teacher. Beck, stunned, turns to Logan. The director asks if the guests have left yet, to which he gives a negative answer, because they are still having a meeting. The black man asks who he called, to which he replies that Chuck called. Logan is stunned to hear the question of what they discussed there, and he apologizes, because he cannot go into details of the conversation, because they will tell him everything later. The green-eyed man looks at him and asks to give him the shining sword, which he left for safekeeping. Beck replies that it gave him a lot of headaches, to which Logan asks again what the matter is. The director presses a button. They look at the closet. A passage opens. Both enter a closed space. The man frowns and notes that the shining sword cannot be stored here. The sword oozes magical power in all directions. The walls around it are cracked. The hilt shines red. Logan frowns and asks what the hell is this. It could not have happened because of the shining sword, to which he says that this is exactly it. The green-eyed man looks at him in shock and asks him if he didn't tell him that he would store it with the other sacred relics, since this place was supposed to block its magical power, to which he says that he planned to move it there. He remembers carrying the sword. The man stands in front of metal doors. Beck presses a button with his finger. The director looks at him in shock and remembers that he couldn't do it, to which Logan asks why. The director replies that when he tried to enter, the guardians of the sacred relics released their magical power and blocked his entry. He looks at the sword and continues that as if in response to them, the sword also began to emit magical power. Beck notes that this is why he had to place the sword here. He frowns and continues that even this place couldn't handle it, since the magical power here is more like an ominous energy that comes from the sword and destroys the vault, despite the huge number of spells being sealed. Beck looks at Logan and says that he just wanted to discuss the fate of this sword with him. Logan turns to him and asks if he asked him to find his teacher. Beck replies that he hasn't heard anything from him since the sword fell into such a state. The green-eyed man moves forward, and the other is indignant. The sword is still emitting energy. Logan takes its hilt. The man looks at the sword. The magical energy disappears. Beck is stunned and asks himself if the magic of the shining sword is weakening, and asks him what this all means. The green-eyed man looks at the sword and replies that it is not moderate. The teacher says that it is better to take this sword, to which Beck clarifies whether he is going to do it right now, because he thought that he was still holding a meeting. Logan explains that this is exactly where he needs the sword. The director does not understand what kind of meeting he has there. Logan leaves with words of apology, because he will soon understand everything himself. The black man is taken aback and says that this man always does this, does whatever he wants, but always keeps his promises, so he just has to take it and trust him. Logan hands the guy the sword. Chuck notes that something is wrong here. The red-eyed man replies that he does not feel any magical power from it, to which Logan explains that it became like this after it fell into his hands. The green-eyed man adds that in fact everything was the same exactly on the day when he brought it back to the academy, to which he clarifies whether he is telling the truth. The man rubs his chin and thinks. Chuck looks at the sword, while he continues that the sword then continued to ask to find his teacher. The red-eyed man tries to enter the pleroma. He holds the sword in his hand. Chuck does not understand what is happening. The brunette states that he cannot penetrate the pleroma of the mental image, to which Adelia is perplexed. He looks at the blonde and says that he knows little about this and asks if this is normal, to which she gives a positive answer with the explanation that in order to penetrate the pleroma of mental images, the permission of the constellation is required. The blonde continues that if it refuses him, then he will not be able to enter. Chuck frowns at the sword. He asks Barry if he felt this magical energy then, to which he receives a positive answer, because this energy is now very weak, but it is definitely the same. Chuck asks him what he should do in such a situation, to which the entity thinks. The red-eyed man frowns to the side, while he clarifies if the guy remembers what he told him earlier. The creature answers that once upon a time a door appeared in the pleroma of mental images. He looks at the door in front of him. Chuck asks again if all the constellations gathered there, to which he receives a positive answer. Barry remembers a bunch of constellations around him and continues that now he understands that it was not just a door. The entity imagines this event and continues that behind each constellation there was a door and they probably all led into their pleroma of mental images. Barry crossed his arms over his chest and said that if his assumption is correct, then just as he entered that space through the doors, it is possible to penetrate the pleroma of mental images of other constellations. Chuck frowns and thinks that this makes sense, but there is one problem. The guy stares at those present and continues that when he heard about the doors, he tried to pry information out of those present, but they do not know anything. Barry states that this has its own explanation, because it happened quite a long time ago and did not last long, so he himself thinks that many constellations still do not know anything about this space, and modern people could not have stupidly witnessed this event. Red-eyed looks at the sword and wonders if there is anyone who knows about this. He opens his eyes and notices that the first contractor is with them. The guy looks at the people and says that since they have nothing else to do today, he suggests going back, to which all three agree. The guy turns to Richard and asks what his name is, to which he receives in response that they are just nameless protectors of their teacher, and asks him to address them at his own discretion. Red-Eyed thinks and imagines the members of their organization. Chuck points at him and says that from now on he will be a former protector. The guy looks at him and says that he should go back today and talk to Adelia and the Black Cat, and he is sure that Tyler would be glad to see the other sisters, to which he agrees. Against the background of the evening building, he suggests that everyone go back. The plot moves to a few days later. The guide smiles and says that they have not seen each other for a long time and asks how things are. Chuck looks at her and asks if it would be okay if they got straight to the point, because he heard that all the second-level constellations had disappeared and notes that it's bad, considering that he absorbs any that he comes across, to which she laughs and asks for forgiveness. The guy continues that thanks to this, he has become much stronger and is very grateful to her. She lowers her eyebrows, because he says that they met at the right time. The red-eyed man asks with a smile if she knows about the doors behind which all the constellations gather. The girl in the hat sits at the table and asks if he is talking about the arena, to which he asks what it is. The girl answers with a smile that soon after the creation of the constellations, the owner of the labyrinth created a unique space. He listens that one could enter this space through the doors that appeared in the panoramas of the mental image. This very place was called the arena, to which he asks why he needed to create something like that. The redhead crosses her fingers, saying that this was done so that the constellations could fight each other, and despite the fact that they lost their true names, new epithets began to be attached to them. Chuck extends his hand and clarifies that, for example, she is talking about a hidden ruler, to which she gives a positive answer. The woman in the hat continues that after all, it is part of their name, and that is why they have power depending on the specific constellation, and the master of the labyrinth opened the arena to further amplify the power contained in these epithets, to which he asks if it is true that the arena quickly disappeared. The guide closes her eyes and answers that it is, but she thinks that it is because the master of the labyrinth did not live up to his expectations, but she does not know the real reason. The guy crosses his arms and says that if the master of the labyrinth created the arena himself and then closed it, then it could be a problem, because he was going to ask if there was a way to reopen the arena, but assumes that he will have to deal with the master of the labyrinth to do so. The red-eyed woman looks slyly and states that he is not quite right, because the arena was opened using the powers of the constellation, to which the guy asks again. The girl continues that, moreover, the reason she called him here today is because she managed to find not only him, but all the second-level constellations. Chuck asks again with satisfaction and notes how well-timed she is and now asks her to tell him everything she knows. A view of the building opened up. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that they were morons. Ron frowned and asked what they were crowding together for. At this rate they would simply disappear. Looking down, he added that they didn't care that they had regained their name at the cost of their lives. He told me there was no need to hesitate. The guy bit his finger and asked what they could even imagine, how terrible it was to wander for centuries, possessing nothing but a name. A view of a huge tree opened up. A glow appeared from it. The thought arose that without a physical body there was nothing to do up there. It was like being awake forever, circling around some tree. A light appeared around the apple. It was said that from time to time, people, for some unknown reason, would see wandering spirits turn into the fruits of the tree, and that's how it all ends. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought about how he never managed to become a fruit. His physical body disappeared as soon as he became a constellation, which is why he has to wander forever, and now that he managed to gain a physical form, he is offered to just disappear. Frowning, the constellation said that if only these twin spirits could do it, then it would be much easier. A view of the mountain opened up. Lowering his head, the guy said that they were in trouble. The monsters asked again, hearing that the ghostly twins were killed. Looking straight ahead, the creature said that these bastards, weren't these idiots damn strong? The boy crossed his arms and said that it seemed like there were still creatures that could resist them. Things were really bad now, to which he was asked again. Looking straight ahead, the constellation asked if he at least understood their situation. Looking to the side, the boy asked if it wasn't because they had received names and incarnations, to which the boy replied that it was, but he meant how they supported him. The monster widened his eyes and asked what he meant, taking and absorbing magic power in a thin protective membrane, right? The boy lowered his head and said that if they left things as they were, they could continue to maintain their existence by absorbing magic power. However, in a group, it would inevitably be exhausted, which was why the master of the labyrinth had told them to gather on this island. The creatures looked surprised when they heard that there was a huge floating stone underneath. The monster gritted his teeth and said that now it was clear what kind of enormous power he felt, to which the boy replied that that was it. Ron looked away and thought that it was a huge floating stone. Sitting at the table, the constellation asked what was bothering him, to which the boy replied that it was the stone. Raising his finger up, the young man said that his power reserve would be exhausted in just 2 months. Magic stones either need to be infused with power or not touched at all, since they are able to replenish their reserves from the surrounding energy. But since there are too many of them with them, standing in front of the monsters, he added that 2 months would not be enough, which is why they planned to get another floating magic stone. Looking down, the boy said that ghostly twins were sent on this mission. The Constellation looked at him in surprise and asked that they were seriously entrusted with this, to which he replied that he learned about it through telepathy. Standing in front of the monster, the boy asked him what he knew, where they were going, to which the monster replied that he had no idea, and he added that to the Contractors Association. Putting his finger to his head, the boy said that looking for information about people is not the easiest task. They say that recently in one of the companies that cooperated with the Contractors Association, a huge floating magic stone was found. Ron looked in amazement, hearing that so, the plan was this, to go to the association, destroy all its members and steal the magic stone, but nothing worked. Looking at the creatures, he heard what they should do now, lie low until they find a new magic stone. Suddenly Ron rushed forward. Gritting his teeth, he thought that they were fools, how stupid they all were. The starry sky appeared. Sitting on the ground, the boy said that it wasn't just a magical stone that the ghost twins failed to get, those two weren't weaklings, so why didn't anyone care about their safety? Frowning, he added that if he stayed here, his magical power would eventually fade, they needed to get out of here. The boy looked away and exclaimed. The hero appeared in front of him. He smiled widely. Ron gritted his teeth and asked what the hell this was. The Constellation looked surprised to hear that he was the keeper of the keys. Suddenly, he rushed forward. The boy's eyes widened, thinking that this was definitely the same bastard who defeated the ghost twins. Gritting his teeth, he added that otherwise how would he know about him and this place? They needed to run away from here. The hero suddenly appeared in front of him and said that he only asked him a simple question. Why was he running away? Ron closed his eyes and shouted that he should spare him. As a Constellation, he had never killed a single person. The sword stopped near his head. The protagonist stood in front of him. Frowning, Chuck thought what the hell, this guy was more inconspicuous than he expected. Ron was shaking with fear. A thought occurred to him that he was just curious to look at him. He hadn't even put on the ring. He didn't think it was worth absorbing it. Standing in front of the guy, the hero asked what he said, that he hadn't killed anyone, to which the young man replied that he had. Looking at the protagonist, Ron said that as a Constellation, he hadn't done anything bad, he had only opened the door to the pleroma of mental images once. The guy rubbed his eyes, hearing that okay, he wouldn't kill him, but in return he would have to do something for him, to which he asked what and what. He opened his eyes in surprise when he heard that the arena he had created had appeared by opening the door he had just mentioned, like that. Smiling, the protagonist said that he needed him to open it again. The starry sky appeared. A view of the building opened up, and it was heard that it was working. The guy looked in amazement when he heard that he himself could not open it, to which he replied what exactly. Lowering his head, Ron said that he probably felt it himself, but his magical power was very weak, to which Chuck replied that it looked like that. Looking down, the guy said that in order to connect the doors with pleromas of mental images of all the constellations, an unimaginable magical power was needed, which he did not have. The hero frowned when he heard that this was why he used an artifact that enhanced abilities and increased the supply of magic, to which he asked again. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist asked what he wanted to say, that it was impossible to do now, to which he responded approvingly. Closing his eyes, Chuck thought that there really was no need to absorb it, because he could not use other abilities except those belonging to the Constellation. The guy bit his finger. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The hero looked away, hearing that they had just met, so he did not know them well yet, but he was very strong, yes. Raising his finger up, Ron said that then let him help him collect some things. When everything is ready they can open the arena. The protagonist widened his eyes and asked what was required of him. Raising his finger up, the guy said that the artifact that descended with him. A view of a house in China opened up. Lowering his head, the man sighed. Lana grinned and asked that they had not seen each other for a long time, maybe it was time to stretch a little. She walked forward. The skeletons stood in front of her. The girl swung her fist at them. The blow hit the skeleton. It flew into the wall. The monsters fell to the floor. The girl smiled widely. Lana clenched her fist and thought that this was the power of the contract with the Constellation. Standing in front of the monsters, she added that now they fell from one blow from her. She could not believe that she killed monsters so easily. Grinning, the girl thought that as Chuck said. Looking down, she added that if he were here. The view of the Valhalla Hall opened up. Crossing her arms, Lana shouted that she was back. The hero turned towards her. People were looking at her. The girl was standing in front of them. The protagonist smiled, hearing what was going on. There were so many unfamiliar faces here, and the atmosphere was too serious. She was at the wrong time, to which he replied that no, everything was fine, asked where she had been for so long. Standing in front of her, Chuck heard that she had some family problems, to which he asked that for sure, heard that she had become the head of the Soul family, to which she asked again that he already knew. Lana grinned, hearing that yes, even she watches the news from time to time, to which she replied that it was a little embarrassing to say, but yes. Standing in front of the hero, she said that to tell the truth, it was her aunt who asked her to become her family head, to which the hero asked that the head of the White Lotus clan. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that, but he was surprised, did not think that she was interested in this. Looking to the side, the girl asked that people's feelings tend to change, right? She opened her eyes wide. Amanda looked at her. Frowning, she asked what was wrong, asking for a fight. Looking to the side, the girl thought that if you think about it, that she became the head of the family because of her. She did not think that concluding a contract with the constellation of their family would make her so strong. Clenching her fist, she added that she had not had a chance to practice yet, but she should have become stronger, and then said that it sounded great. It seems that she just needed a good beating after such a long break. Putting his hand in his pocket, the hero said that they should calm down, now is not the time for fights, to which Lana apologized, and Amanda responded approvingly. The girl frowned, hearing that, by the way, isn't she busy, to which she replied that no. Stretching her hand to the side, Lana said that her aunt said that outside activities will help raise the prestige of their family, especially things like exterminating monsters, to which he asked again. Standing in front of him, the girl added that as for the complex paperwork, she agreed to do it until she grows up, to which the protagonist replied that this is great. Looking away, Lana asked what happened, to which Amanda replied that no. Smirking, Chuck said that in any case, he was glad that she was there, they just needed help, to which the girl asked that it was true. Frowning, the hero said that they were going to destroy the labyrinths. Standing in front of the girl, he asked if, by the way, had she already used her power after making a contract with the constellation, to which Lana replied that she had not yet. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that they were planning to split into teams of 2, since there would be a lot of labyrinths, but given her current level, it seemed that she could handle it alone. A glow appeared around the girl, and it was heard that after making a contract with the constellation, her magical power had increased significantly. Looking at her hand, Lana asked if it was true. She did not really pay attention to such things, so she did not notice. Looking directly, the hero said that the monsters coming out of the labyrinths were vulnerable to attacks imbued with magical power, not physical, so her power would be extremely effective. They were just thinking about the labyrinth in China. He was thinking of sending her there. He extended his hand forward and added that he should use as much magic power as possible to get used to the abilities of the constellation during the fight, to which Lana responded approvingly. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that there should be no boss in the labyrinth, only a stone, but it could contain a relic, to which the girl asked again. Grinning, the hero said that she just needed to extract it and bring it here. Looking down, the girl thought that if the teams were to consist of 2 people, then Chuck would be with one of them. She stood still. Clenching her fist, Lana shouted what the hell she was thinking. Ice flows appeared on her fists. She swung towards the skeleton. A blow flew at the monster. Ice appeared in front of the skeletons. Lowering her head, the girl said that she had decided. The monsters looked surprised, hearing that today he would grind all the monsters into dust. A view of the canyon opened up. The hero walked straight. The guy was breathing heavily. The man lifted his glasses. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked if they were already there, to which Logan apologized. Stretching his hand forward, Chuck said that if they had any coordinates, satellite images, or a temporary structure, with the abilities of a maniac, they would have arrived in no time, to which Logan asked what he was talking about, the ability of the hidden ruler. Frowning, the man said that he believed that only a few employees of this institution knew this information, so the details of the location were not documented. Standing in front of the hero, he added that at the moment the public believes that the association has only found one large magic stone, which is why this place was classified. Grinning, the hero said that he was even a little sorry they were giving it to him, despite the fact that so much time was spent looking for it. Raising his eyebrows, Logan said that there was nothing to regret. After all, it was just a natural resource for storing a large amount of magical power, and in their lives it could be replaced with an artificial storage. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that it was clear. Looking straight ahead, he remembered that he needed to find the artifact that had descended with him. Standing in front of the constellation, Chuck asked where he was now, to which the guy replied that he thought his parts were scattered throughout the labyrinths. Stretching his hand out to the side, Ron said that, unlike him, artifacts exuded strong magical power, so he would show them their smell. This would make the search easier, to which the hero responded approvingly. Looking straight ahead, the constellation said that there was something else. Let them find a large floating magic stone. The protagonist widened his eyes and asked if this wasn't a larger version of the vault stone. It floated into the air when filled with energy, and could explode if handled incorrectly, to which he was told yes, he was right. Ron hung his head and said that creating a door in the pleroma of mental images required a huge amount of magical power. It might seem ridiculous, but he didn't want to disappear because of it. Looking at him, Chuck heard that he was scared. The hero smirked and said that he shouldn't worry. Standing in front of the guy, he said that he would get him 2 of these magical stones, to which the guy asked again, wondering why he even said that. Who knew they would be so hard to find? The protagonist looked surprised, hearing what they were thinking on the spot. Frowning, the man said that yes, it seemed like it, but... Standing in front of the monster, he asked what the hell that was. The creature's eyes glowed red. They looked at him in amazement. The monster looked at them. Logan's eyes widened and he asked what a golem was. Sean frowned and asked if it was too big and where did it come from anyway. The monster swung its fist. The golem struck the ground. The men looked at it in fear. The man's eyes widened. The monster froze in front of them. It raised its fist up. Sean frowned and said that it seemed different in more ways than just its size, to which Logan replied that it looked like it. The golem lowered its head. It suddenly thrust its hand forward. Looking straight ahead, the man said that it was an ignorant monster. Raising his hand up, Logan shouted that at least he knew who he was attacking. The fist slammed into him. The hero looked in surprise and thought, what the heck, that was one hit. The man stopped the golem's blow. Their fists slammed into each other. The monster looked in surprise. The golem fell to the ground. Sean's eyes widened and he thought that was amazing. Looking at the monster, he added that he had crushed the golem's left arm with one blow. That was the power of the destroyer. Looking at the man, Sean thought that was to be expected from the #1 contractor. He still couldn't believe that he had joined them. Looking away, he added that and also that Logan. The hero put his hand on his side. The thought occurred to him that he was addressing Chuck with respect. What was the connection between the two? Smirking, the guy thought that he would never have thought that he would be part of this team. In the end, he was sent to the United States for no reason. Logan frowned. The thought occurred to him that now he could observe the power of these legends. Looking straight ahead, he said that something was wrong. The monster was lying on the ground. It was heard that from such a blow, an ordinary golem would have been completely destroyed, and this one was still in good shape. Taking a step forward, the hero said that he thought it was his size. The blow just didn't reach the core, to which the man replied that well, that made sense. The protagonist smirked slightly. He swung his sword towards the golem. Chuck abruptly struck it. The hero exclaimed in amazement. The weapon stuck into the monster. It was heard that even the sword of light couldn't cut it. Suddenly, the golem's eyes lit up. The monster lifted its head slightly. A glow appeared around its arm. Its arm began to regenerate. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement. The monster's fist flew towards him. A blow flew at Chuck. The hero flew to the side. He slid along the ground. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he now understood. A glow appeared around the golem. It was heard that this guy had absorbed a large floating magic stone. Frowning, Chuck asked what must have been. He cast an anti-magic spell to block the presence of the stone. So Logan replied that yes, they asked the contractor to do it. The man looked at the hero in amazement, hearing that to be honest, it is not so easy to completely block the presence of the magic stone, since it contains too much power, to which he replied that but this golem does not have it. Logan frowned when he heard that it was the merit of the contractor who cast the spell. He did everything possible so that people could not detect it. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that but with creatures that have a magical origin, everything is completely different. The golem walked forward. It was heard that he came here because he can catch even the weakest traces of magic. Standing behind the hero, Sean said what it meant when this thing began to burrow into the ground, to which the protagonist replied that most likely he was trying to absorb the residual energy and direct it into the magic stone. It seems that this golem has already killed other monsters. Frowning, Chuck thought that it was surprising that he grew so large simply by absorbing residual traces of energy. A large floating stone must contain very high-quality magic. Looking at the golem, he added that if he knew that he would find himself in such a situation, he would have taken with him artifacts with the abilities of his students. How annoying. The hero extended his hand forward and shouted for him to quickly hand over the sacred relic, to which the man responded approvingly. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would show him a real one-hit. A view of the cave opened up. The man was breathing heavily. Looking to the side, the guy asked if he was okay. Lowering her head, the girl said that everything was fine. She hadn't strained herself like this for a long time. Sitting down, Adelia added that usually the family's contractors dealt with such monsters, so she was tired from being unaccustomed to it. To which Archie replied that he understood. After all, she was the de facto head of a large family. Touching the mask, the guy said that he was also sweating a little. He hadn't fought monsters for a long time. The girl looked away, hearing that he was asking for forgiveness. The guy looked down and sighed. Adelia looked away in surprise. The young man took off his mask. Archie looked away. The girl looked at him. Holding the mask in his hands, the boy said that he was sorry. It was a bit hot. He would put the mask back on, to which Adelia replied that no, let him stop. With wide eyes, she asked that he could take off the mask. Looking at her, the young man replied that everything was fine. He was obliged to hide his face as the owner of the black market, but he was not in that role here. Holding the staff in his hands, he added that besides, they were both students, this was normal between them, to which the girl replied that it was understandable. Lowering her head, Adelia thought that, to be honest, she had such conflicting feelings when Chuck sent her into the labyrinth, saying that this was a continuation of her training, but this moment more than compensated for everything. Grinning, she said that it turns out that now she will show her face more often. Archie stood in front of her. Grinning, he said that he would take a look. A notification appeared that the broken mask was asking if he could speed up. The girl looked at the notification in amazement. Looking at the message, the guy asked when it was him. Okay. Putting on the mask, Archie said that it seemed that their break had dragged on too long, to which Adelia replied that it was true. Rushing forward, he added that they would begin then. A glow appeared around the golem. He hit the ground with his fist. The hero stood still. Logan frowned, hearing that he should watch carefully. Grinning, the protagonist said that this is how to use one blow. The monster stood still. The golem looked to the side. His blow flew straight at Chuck. Sean opened his eyes in amazement. Logan froze in surprise. Suddenly the monster evaporated. Grinning, the hero said that he knew it. The monk's strength is enormous. He has not dealt such serious blows for a long time. The man looked at him in surprise and thought that it was one blow. He just took out the golem and even the mountain behind him. So that's what destruction can really do. Holding out his hand, the protagonist said that they were very useful to him, to which Logan replied that you're welcome. Looking at the beads, Logan thought that he only used part of the ability. Chuck looked at him, hearing the address. Frowning, the man asked that if he was going to return, could he teach him one blow. The hero looked at him silently. Smiling widely, he said no questions. Extending a finger forward, the protagonist said that he would teach him if they found another floating magic stone. Logan closed his eyes and asked what was another one. Of course the company on the association side had one, so they could just take it. Standing in front of him, Chuck said that was good. If all went well, then he would return one, to which the man asked what if all went well. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he understood. As he had already said, he thought that they could replace it with an artificial data storage system. Pointing to the side, the hero said that they would finish digging the hole that the golem had already started digging and would find a magic stone. He felt that this would happen, so he took the guys who were willing to sweat with him. A glow appeared near the building. The guy looked forward in fear. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he brought an artifact and a large floating magic stone. Stretching his arms out to the sides, Ron asked that he really brought it, and even 3, to which Chuck replied that he took them with him just in case. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that well, he got 2 thanks to Logan, and 1 thanks to the sect. They said that it was used to receive orders from them or something like that. Holding the bag in his hands, the protagonist said that these are artifacts, to which the guy responded approvingly. Opening the bag, Ron said that everything was in place. He really didn't expect them to collect everything so quickly. Standing in front of the hero, he added that this would be enough to open the arena, to which Chuck asked if it was true. Frowning, the guy said that to be more precise, Karen's term was introduced by the master of the labyrinth. In fact, it was just a large cave. He would be ready to open the door connecting the pleromas of mental images. Holding the key in his hands, he added that he was grateful for the additional stones, but judging by the amount of magical power contained in each stone, he thought that even 1 would be enough. Looking to the side, the Constellation heard that they should not worry about them. He brought them for a reason, to which he asked that it was not for nothing. The guy looked in amazement, hearing that there were other constellations that had descended to succeed on the orders of the master of the labyrinth. Right. Ron abruptly lowered his head down. The hero held out his hand and said that if he kept quiet, to continue to show his loyalty or something, then he shouldn't worry. Did he really think that all he knew about him was his location? A glow appeared around the stone, and it was heard that he wasn't going to use it against them. The hero held out his finger and said that so they should hurry up and transfer to the arena in the pleroma of the mental image, to which Ron responded approvingly. Looking to the side, the protagonist addressed the protector. Looking straight ahead, he heard that he should order the other protectors to guard him until the doors opened, and that he should prepare them for the preliminary contract, to which he responded approvingly. Chuck smirked and said that if it seemed that he was contacting other constellations, then he should get rid of him. The protector lowered his head and said that he understood. A dark sky appeared. The monster slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed. The people looked at him in amazement. The creature looked at him furiously and asked when they would be able to get out of this place. If they continued like this, they would just die without achieving anything. Standing in front of the guy, the monster asked if anyone had contacted the master of the labyrinth, to which he replied that no, not once since they got here. Gritting his teeth, the constellation said that the others had died in vain. They could not allow this to happen to them. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that he agreed with him. They could not just sit here and wait for their deaths, really. The constellation thought, hearing that he thought, they should go and kill them all right now. What he thought, it was heard that he thought his idea was crap. The monster looked away in amazement. The vampire's eyes widened. The hero was standing in front of them. He closed his eyes and said that he had been standing there for about 10 minutes, but they hadn't even noticed and were still chatting nonstop. Smiling, the protagonist said that they wouldn't just sit here and wait for their deaths, because he would personally send them to their deaths. The monster looked at him and asked who the hell he was and where he came from. The vampire turned his head and said that he didn't feel any magical power. How could he pass by them? Chuck closed his eyes, hearing that he thought he was someone so arrogant that he wanted to die before they moved. The hero lowered his head and said that Beatrice's skill was just great, and that was the problem. He threw the weapon over his shoulder and added that when he hid his presence, they did not feel any magical power, and therefore continued to talk nonsense, not even realizing who he was talking to. Smiling, the protagonist said that he should not be afraid, now he would refresh his memory. The monsters looked at him in surprise, hearing that they were second-rate bastards. Lowering his head, the guy shouted that they should lie down. A bright beam appeared. Chuck swung his weapon sharply. The monster looked at him in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the Constellation said that although his appearance had changed, there could be no doubt. He lowered his head and added that this was the god of martial arts. The people were lying on the ground. The vampire looked at him in surprise and asked where he had gone. He did not feel his presence, to which the guy replied that the god of martial arts said that he had hid his presence. The people looked at him in amazement, hearing that it meant he was still here. A cut appeared on the man's neck. Blows were flying around the people. Looking at his hand, the guy said, "Damn, this bastard was just playing with them." He touched the floor with his hand. A purple cube appeared. Looking at it, the monster asked what he had just done, to which the young man replied that he had set up a barrier around this building with his ability. The vampire looked at him in surprise and asked if it would help against the god of martial arts. What if they had just trapped themselves? To which he replied that well, that was a valid thought. Looking at the corpse, the guy asked that he still didn't understand why those two had died so quickly, that the god of martial arts had dealt with them. Clenching his fist, he added that of course, even if they died, they would be able to return back. But then the master of the labyrinth's plan would not be realized. Suddenly, a weapon appeared in front of him. The Constellation reflected the blow from itself. The vampire looked to the side and asked if he was okay, to which Harvey replied that yes, it seemed like he hadn't disappeared completely, but had only become invisible. He smirked and added that the barrier would be effective, and he thought he felt it himself. The guy looked straight at him and said that the god of martial arts had become weaker. Looking straight at him, the monster said that it was true, he was no match for the past, the god of martial arts must have gone through some sort of reincarnation and had not yet regained his strength. The vampire looked at him in amazement, and said that besides, if he was as strong as before, their heads would have been on the ground long ago. The hero swung at him sharply. The vampire was hit. The protagonist looked at him. A pool of blood appeared in front of him. The monster smirked and said that he had fallen for his bloody clone. The creatures flew above him. Raising his hand, Harvey shouted that now they should direct all their power to where the clone exploded. Stretching his hands forward, he added that this was their chance to stop the god of martial arts. An explosion appeared in front of them. It was heard that he had already set up a barrier, so let them destroy this patch of land. The monsters hung in the air. The guy was breathing heavily. Looking straight ahead, he heard that he was choosing his words well. The hero swung at him. Smiling, he asked that he himself said that he could stop him, not kill him, right? Grabbing the horn, the protagonist added that he was impressed that he had enough brains for this. Even in this state, he would not be able to kill him. Swinging the weapon, the protagonist said that as a reward, he would do everything quickly. Chuck pierced the monster through. Harvey wheezed in pain. A blow flew sharply across the ground. The creatures looked at him. With wide eyes, the monster said that Harvey had disappeared. The vampire looked down and said that he definitely seemed weaker. Was it really just an illusion? Chuck stood up and sighed. The creatures looked at him in surprise, hearing that indeed, as they said, he had become weaker, before he could take out 4 of them with one blow. Closing his eyes, the hero said that it was quite troublesome to deal with each of them one by one, therefore. The protagonist snapped his fingers sharply. The monsters looked at him in surprise, hearing that he had prepared a gift for them. Aaron turned around and asked what the hell, what was that glow from above? He opened his eyes wide. The magic stones flew up. Raising his head up, Chuck asked, "Isn't that amazing, a large floating magic stone?" A glow appeared around the stone. It was heard that it was used quite often before because of its ability to redirect mana, but in their days it is not so popular anymore, and for good reason. The hero, looking at them, said that if you charge the stone to the maximum, and then strike the core, it will explode. The monster looked at him in amazement, and said that he should just not say that it was him. Raising his hand up, the protagonist said that it was unpleasant to see him after so many years. Clenching his fist, he added that he hoped they would never cross paths again. A glow appeared around the stones. They suddenly rushed towards the creatures. The crystal hit the ground. A beam hit the ground. A view of a tree opened up. The ball stood in the middle of the room. The girl looked out from behind the corner. She silently looked ahead. A house appeared in the middle of the forest. It was heard that they would sum up. Sitting at the table, the hero asked that besides this keykeeper, the others were on the island, to which the guide replied that as far as she knew, yes. Looking straight ahead, she said that she could not really assess the current situation, but there should be no mistake with the location. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that okay, then he would go. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that he should stop. Standing in front of her, Chuck asked what for, to which she asked again that he could give her the absorbed names. Holding the ring in his hands, the hero said that he simply swallowed them right away, so he was not sure if there was anything left. The guide smirked, hearing that here. The hero raised his eyebrows, hearing that he thought there was still some left, to which he asked what but why she needed them. A glow appeared around the girl. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked that he was planning to meet all the constellations face to face. The protagonist looked in amazement, hearing that she would be in trouble if so many constellations suddenly disappeared. Raising a finger up, the sorceress said that she would use the absorbed names to distract the master of the labyrinth. A glow appeared around the ball. The girl looked at it. She breathed out black particles. They spread through the air. A glowing globe appeared. The guide grinned and thought that was great. She had deflected suspicion for a while. Although after all the constellations were captured, the signs would still appear. She looked in amazement when she heard who she was. The man held out his weapon in front of her. Holding the spear in his hands, the guy said that he had never seen her before. What was she doing? To which she thought that it couldn't be. She didn't think she would be caught. Looking away, the guide said that she should calm down. She hadn't done anything wrong. Looking at her, the young man heard that he should look around. Nothing had changed. Standing in front of her, he said that he didn't know how she got here. But this wasn't a place where anyone could enter. He had to take her to the keeper of the labyrinth. Looking away, the guy said that she should explain to him the purpose of her visit, and he would decide what to do with her. The girl grinned. A thought appeared that it was bad. If she now encountered the owner of the labyrinth, she would no longer be able to move so freely. Looking to the side, she added that it was necessary to get out of this situation at any cost. Looking at the guide asked that maybe they would just pretend that she was not here. She was just a nameless constellation that accidentally wandered here. Turning his head, the young man said that his duties included guarding this place. Let him stop pretending and follow him. Raising her hands, the girl said that okay. His devotion was admirable. Asked that maybe he would lower his spear already. Frowning, the guy asked what devotion. He hit the floor with his weapon and added that he did not have such a quality. Looking straight ahead, Brian said that he should not dare to make hasty conclusions about him. He was not here of his own free will. Standing in front of the girl, he added that 300 years ago he was given a title, in exchange for which he gave his memories. The thought appeared that 300 years ago. Looking down, the young man said that unfortunately, he did not have the strength to refuse this debt, so he continues to do this. Frowning, Brian thought that he should hold on to his weapon tighter. These words do not leave his head. Looking at the girl, he said that he should not worry about it, forget what he just said, and follows him. The guide raised her eyebrows and said that it seems that he is confused in himself. She is right. The guy looked at her in bewilderment, and asked that she just read his thoughts, to which the girl replied that yes, she has such a talent. Stretching her hand forward, she asked that is not he interested in finding out who he really is. The guide grinned and asked him what he said, that he suddenly received this task 300 years ago, so she could introduce him to someone who knew about his past. Brian lowered his head down. Standing in front of him, the girl said that but on the condition that he would not tell his master about it. The young man frowned, hearing what he would say. A view of the building opened up. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that everything was ready. Pointing to the door, the guy said that this was the exit to the arena. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that it looked like an ordinary door. It really leads to the arena, to which Ron replied that no, it was not quite like that. Gritting his teeth, he added that this door would only lead him to the one that opens the arena, to which Chuck asked what kind of passage. Lowering his head, the guy said that during his research he found out that there was no way to directly connect to the arena. Standing in front of him, the hero asked if that meant that everything they had done had been in vain, to which the boy replied no, let him finish. Raising his finger up, Ron said that the space that the master of the labyrinth had called the arena had not yet disappeared, but that place was not here, but above. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked what he meant, to which the constellation replied that, in short, it was in the same place as the master of the labyrinth. Holding the key in his hands, Ron asked that he remembered that the arena only connected the panoramas of the mental images of the constellations. He thought he had been there too, which made direct communication possible, but after the descent, he and the constellations needed a passage to get to the main hall. A glow appeared around the key. It was heard that thanks to the artifacts and the large floating magic stone, he had improved his abilities. As soon as they opened this passage, the door to the main hall would open in the pleroma of mental images of the constellations. Stretching his hand forward, the hero asked if it was true, then let him act, to which Ron replied, what about this? Gritting his teeth, the guy said that this passage curves time and space, so along the way he can encounter many monsters, so he would like to. The protagonist silently looked at him. Closing his eyes, he said okay, he got it. The young man grinned, hearing that he wanted them to see him off. Okay, he would do it, so let him finally open the door. Looking to the side, Chuck turned. They lowered their heads, hearing that if the door opens in the pleroma of mental images, let them tell the constellations not to enter it, and they replied that they understood. Looking to the side, the hero said that he should say the same, to which the defender replied that he understood. Holding the key in his hands, Ron heard that he should open it, to which he responded approvingly. He stuck the key into the lock. The protagonist stood in front of the doors. Taking a step forward, he said that he certainly looked creepy. Ron responded, hearing the appeal. Grinning, Chuck said that if he did not want to die, then he should not lag behind. Frowning, the guy responded approvingly. Rushing forward, the hero shouted that then they would go. The monster growled angrily. He struck the ground. The hero swung his weapon. He struck the creature. Ron looked to the side in fear. Turning around, the protagonist said that he should not lag behind him if he did not want to die, to which the young man responded approvingly. He held the weapon in his hands. Chuck struck the monsters. He grinned, looking straight ahead. Rushing forward, the hero shouted that it was clear, run. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in amazement. A door with a mechanism appeared. Frowning, the protagonist said that this was the door, to which Ron replied that this was it. Through it they would get to the main hall. The guy exclaimed in surprise. The monster jumped up. It landed in front of them. The creature growled angrily. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what it was. He had never seen such a monster before. Frowning, Ron said that it was because of the passage since it warps time and space. He thought this monster had mutated. The protagonist smiled and said that he was afraid that his students' abilities would tear the passage apart, so he didn't take any, but he thought it would be fun to cut it. Let him stay behind him. The monster swung his hand. The hand rushed forward. The blow flew in front of Chuck. The hero grinned, looking straight ahead. He swung his weapon sharply. The creature growled in pain. He stretched his arm out in front of him. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that the regeneration speed was not bad. He thought that a few blows would be enough to tear it to pieces, but oh well. Holding the weapon in his hands, Chuck said that the games were over. He swung his sword. A bright glow appeared. The hero plunged the sword into the monster. It opened its mouth wide. The protagonist swung his sword. He clenched his teeth tightly. The blow flew at the creature. Chuck cut the monster in half. The monster fell to the ground. With his eyes wide open, the guy thought that he dealt with the monster so easily. It seemed much stronger than those he descended with. Standing behind the hero, he added that most of the constellations were not fit to hold a candle to him. Looking to the side, the hero said that it was his turn. Looking straight ahead, Ron heard that he should open it, to which he responded approvingly. The boy stood in front of the door. A glow appeared around his key. The boy put the key in the lock. He turned it to the side. The protagonist watched him. Frowning, the boy said that it was done. Agatha looked at him in surprise. He stood in front of the door. Stephanie stood still. Beatrice sat on the throne. Barry looked straight ahead. Walking towards the door, he said that it was finally open. The news appeared. It was said that after his return from the passage the world plunged into chaos. People stood in front of each other. The thought arose that his acquaintances and students knew about the opening of the door, so they were not surprised, but the rest of the constellations were shocked. The hero held a weapon in his hands. The thought arose that after the opening he tried to enter the pleroma of mental images with his shining sword, but failed again. The protagonist looked away and thought that he didn't know why, but even if he was lucky, the door would disappear as soon as he stepped over the threshold. While his students were gathering in a single pleroma of mental images, he couldn't even get close to the main hall. The guy frowned and said that he thought the main hall was refusing him, since he was created by the master of the labyrinth. It was said that the key keeper also didn't know the exact reason. Chuck looked down and thought that for details, he would probably have to ask the guide. Thanks to this labyrinth bastard, the biggest obstacle in his life, he couldn't gather all his students in one place, and he also couldn't figure out the sword. Standing in the middle of the room, he added that even such an insensitive bastard as him was hurt by this. A glow appeared around the sword. The thought arose that besides, his original plan was to go to the main hall and find the door leading to the pleroma of mental images of the constellation inside the sword. Looking down, the hero thought, wait, his students can enter the main hall, right? Grinning, he added that he could try using them then. The view of the main hall opened up. The constellation came out of the door. Agatha looked surprised, hearing that she was late. Crossing her arms, the girl said that everyone had already gathered, and the constellation greeted her. Standing in front of Stephanie, Agatha asked her that she was small. How was she talking to her older sister? Was she crazy? To which she replied that she appeared a few days later than her. Even Mushroom was created earlier. Looking straight ahead, Beatrice heard that it was true. Maybe she wanted to try the poison of that very first student. Let her just try it, then it would unfreeze the space itself and shorten her even more, to which she screamed. Standing near the constellations, she added that she asked them to stop. Now was not the time for quarrels. The constellations shuddered, hearing that they needed to follow the teacher's order. The people looked in amazement, hearing that this timid girl was right. The man took a step forward. It was heard that then, if they followed the teacher's order. Putting her hands behind her back, the girl asked if they should deal with those over there, to which Stephanie replied that it sounded good. The hero crossed his arms and asked how things were. Had she gotten there? The girl took off her mask. The doors opened. Suddenly they slammed shut. Standing in front of the entrance, Agatha heard herself thinking yes, but... The girl lowered her head. Bowing, Beatrice said how long had it been since she had been here, to which Agatha asked that it had been a while, hadn't it? Adelia looked at the notification in amazement. Standing in front of the hero, she said that it looked like they had met, to which Chuck replied that it was clear. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked how she had managed to get here. I'm sure it hadn't been easy to find the right door. Lowering her head, Beatrice said no, she had hidden her presence, and quickly reached the main hall. Standing in front of the girl, she added that she had also managed to recognize the sense of all her older brothers. Looking at the girl, Beatrice said that as soon as the order reached a certain level, she felt that 4 of her comrades turned into constellations. Then she used the smell of the rest. She could not find everyone, but he managed to find her holy objects. Agatha put her hands in her pockets, hearing that, and then she was guided by the smell of her mana, to which she replied that this is how. Stretching his hand forward, the hero asked that so, Beatrice is in the pleroma of mental images with the fool, let him lend her the holy relic, to which Adelia responded approvingly. The protagonist clenched the weapon in his hands. Flames appeared around him. People silently looked at him. Looking down, Chuck wondered why he could not get in there. The girl looked away, hearing that she was declining his request to enter, to which she replied that no, she would never. Adelia looked at the notification. Looking down, Agatha said that it was strange, it felt like something was blocking her from summoning him here. Last time there was no problem with that. A notification about the broken mask phrase appeared. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked that some powerful force was blocking him. Agatha looked away, hearing that she said that she did not recognize some smells, and Beatrice said that no, she believed that all her comrades had turned into constellations, but she had not seen them herself. Looking straight ahead, the constellation said that if they were active and influential, she would have definitely found them. But in this case, she had no idea about their location. She had searched for holy relics similar to the weapons they used, but all to no avail. The protagonist, standing in front of the squad, asked that so she checked his glowing sword. A notification with an answer appeared. Looking at the message, Chuck heard that even if she wanted to, she couldn't sense his mana, to which he replied that it was understandable. Frowning, the hero said that even though he didn't know who was inside, he couldn't just leave it that way. As long as there was a chance that his student was there, it could help him a lot later. Looking straight ahead, Beatrice asked that but in the Great Hall there were countless gates leading to the pleroma of mental images. How could he find the right ones when they couldn't even sense mana? Smiling, the protagonist replied that there was one way. Looking straight ahead, he said that they would fight the constellations in the main hall, and then they would enter the remaining door. They would be fine. Agatha and Beatrice looked at him. Stephanie smirked and said of course. The constellations stood still. The girl grinned when she heard that they would deal with everyone, to which she replied that it sounded tempting. They turned around when she said that they should wait. Beatrice extended her hand and said that they should first let them know whose students they were. Suddenly, they disappeared. The roof fell to the ground. Beatrice stood still. Stephanie smiled and asked that she was able to recreate it in the main hall, immediately recalling the time spent with the teacher. Turning her head, the constellation said that she had once come to the main hall and tried to create a zone like in the pleroma of mental images. Thanks to mana, this became possible. This tablet makes her nostalgic. Lowering her head, she added that then let her tell them the name of the first constellation they will have to deal with. Then Beatrice said that from the very first day she wrote down the names of the constellations that spoke ill of their teacher, no matter if it was through a contractor, in person, or secretly in the main hall. Standing in front of the girls, she added that before, however, she was restrained by the shackles of the contract, so she could not do anything. Closing her eyes, Agatha said that of course, although she was timid, she could not close her eyes to such things. Looking to the side, Stephanie asked that then should they attack and destroy them first. Looking straight ahead, the creature asked that he saw it too. A building appeared. It was heard that Mushinman, when did this building appear at all? The constellation smiled and asked that the god of martial arts had been dead for 300 years, so he could not understand why all this. Suddenly, a kick flew at him. Agatha kicked him. The creatures looked in amazement. The monster looked in amazement and asked why them? He widened his eyes and added that he knew them. They were Mushinman's fanatics. Stephanie grinned and said that he shouldn't say that. She raised her hand and added that they were just his best students. The girl struck the creature. Beatrice smiled and asked that it was a variation of spatial slashing. Amazing. Suddenly, she rushed forward. A blow flew at the people. Holding the weapon in her hands, Agatha said that they couldn't handle her. She grabbed the blade tightly. The girl stuck the weapon into the floor. Stephanie looked at her and asked that it was poison. She was going to finish them off too, to which Agatha replied that she should watch in silence. The monster screamed in pain. The girl looked down and said that she could choose a target for a poison attack, to which the constellation replied that yes, but it wasn't that easy. She looked away, hearing that, and also let him look at those she had already gotten rid of. The monster was lying on the ground. It was heard that their wounds were healing. It seemed that the constellations could not kill each other, to which Stephanie replied that it seemed so. Taking a step forward, Agatha said that it was okay, they could just destroy them morally, to which the girl said that it sounded good. The man watched the battle. Putting his hand on his hip, he asked what was going on. Weren't these the students? But why were they beating others? The guy looked away, hearing that it was interesting, right? Grinning, the young man said that it had been a long time since he had seen him in his true form. Looking at him, Dustin replied that it was indeed a little strange to hear him address him like that. Frowning, the guy said that he couldn't do anything about it. They had forgotten all their names, only nicknames remained, to which he said that it was still somehow confusing. A battle seemed to be happening. It was heard that okay, let's get back to business. Who are all these constellations? Really doesn't remember. Turning his head, Dustin said that for sure, they had never crossed paths. Had he heard anything about Mushinman? To which Oscar replied that of course, wasn't that a sect founded by the god of martial arts? Frowning, he added that well, that's him, and these constellations are his students, to which the guy replied that he understood. Putting his hand to his face, the young man said that he had definitely heard stories about the god of martial arts more than once. They said that he was the strongest of all living in their era, right, and he also managed to cope with most of the disasters alone. Looking straight ahead, he added that all his students were also incredibly strong, but this was the first time he saw them with his own eyes, to which Dustin replied that yes, he was stuck on the outskirts back then. Looking at the weapon, the guy said that the one who taught him the basics of swordsmanship was none other than the god of martial arts. It was thanks to him that he created his own technique, and was able to prove himself. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, he added that well, he met the first idiot in the village, to which Oscar asked that he was not going to listen to this from someone who can only do seals and swing, got it. Lowering the sword, Dustin said that he was pleasantly surprised by it. While he was traveling and teaching people how to protect themselves from monsters, he managed to build a martial arts hall. The guy frowned, hearing that on top of everything, to teach warriors hand-to-hand self-defense techniques, right? To which he replied that he should stop, it was really embarrassing. Oscar looked down and said that to be honest, they had both screwed up in the past. The boys had their weapons in hand, and it sounded like when the Tower of Destruction appeared, the monsters had poured into the village like crazy, and all they could do was evacuate their charges. Oscar clenched his fist and said that there was no end to the monsters, and they had defeated them in the end. Looking away, he added that the martial arts they taught were supposed to help people resist the monsters and protect their lives. Dustin closed his eyes hearing that, but since they themselves died in the duel, does that mean they were defeated? To which he replied that he was right. Turning his head, he added that this is why even now, as a constellation, he devotes himself entirely to training in order to create the perfect sword technique, to which Oscar replied that he does too. This is a great chance to become stronger. Smirking, he added that besides the constellations fought, it sounded like they interested him. Was he crazy or something? Frowning, the guy said that he didn't mean that, he meant that he wanted to fight them, to which Dustin replied that he misunderstood him. Closing his eyes, he added that still, he does not advise getting involved with them, they are crazy. Suddenly, the young man landed in front of the constellations. Oscar smiled and said that a bird told him that they were disciples of the god of martial arts. He clenched his fists and offered to fight. Stephanie looked straight at him and asked what was wrong with this hot-tempered idiot, to which Agatha replied that she had no idea. Beatrice lowered her head and said that he was the king of fist fighting, one of the guardian constellations of the 5 great families of Korea, to which she asked what was wrong. She looked straight at him and added that they had never met before, but in the form of a constellation his power had increased. He had become the guardian of the Osun family, and had earned a place in the 5 great families. Stephanie's eyes widened and she asked that they were planning to subjugate all the constellations. Why did he come here himself? The guy stretched out his hand and said that he thought they were strong enough, since they were the students of the god of martial arts. After he became a constellation, he had no chance to fight such an outstanding opponent. Holding the weapon in her hands, the girl replied that they should not be compared with the teacher, their skills are like a speck of dust under a fingernail. The eyes of the constellation lit up and she said that for sure, only their teacher can be called strong in this world. Raising his hand up, the guy said that for the first time he saw someone offended by a compliment. Standing in front of the girl, he asked, so what, will they fight him? Will they demonstrate the skills of the god of martial arts or not? Looking away, Stephanie said that how presumptuous, they will cut him into pieces. Holding the blade in her hands, Agatha said that she should let her deal with him, to which she asked again. Raising her eyebrows, the girl added that he was not some kind of Mushinman fanatic. This guy knew who they were. If he wanted to protect the honor of the teacher, he couldn't hold back. Flames appeared around her, and she added that of course, with his techniques, he would win anyway. But first he would like to demonstrate his skills, the style of the god of martial arts. Smiling, Oscar said that great, now they will talk. They stood in front of each other. Frowning, the girl said that such a rude person like him could just throw poison, she was too kind to him. Looking straight ahead, Beatrice said that to be honest, she was a little worried, there was no point in doubting her abilities, but ignoring the difference in weight categories too. The girl looked away, hearing that she was already used to fighting without weapons, so she could interfere in their duel, to which she replied that he should not worry. She said with wide eyes that she might not like her, but sister, no, this child. Agatha stood in the middle of the flames, it was heard that she was strong even without a weapon. She kicked the ground. The girl clenched her fist tightly. Looking down, the guy thought that the blow delivered after the step, wasn't it a crushing fist? The constellation extended her hand forward. A thought appeared that but considering her small height, the blow would not be very strong. Smiling widely, Oscar thought that besides, this technique almost lacked magic, he could take it even head-on. Agatha touched him with her fist. Grinning, the guy thought that that was all, not so strong. Suddenly, a blow flew at his face. Oscar flew to the side. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he was too careless. It was definitely a crushing blow, but during the attack, she transformed it into an inch blow. Looking down, the boy added that in order to use the leg that was extended forward, she transferred the force to the other, and also used not only her own weight, but also the ground as a support for the gain. The girl extended her fist forward. The thought occurred to her that her ability to use martial arts was beyond imagination. Looking at her hand, the young man said that it was good, he liked it. Flames appeared around him, and he added that since she was serious, he would not hold back either. The boy's eyes lit up, and he shouted that he should have it. An explosion suddenly appeared in front of him. Putting her hand to her face, Beatrice said that he really was the guardian constellation of one of the 5 great families. He could cause such an explosion with one blow. Stephanie, opening her eyes wide, said that however, the master said so. The boy looked in amazement. It was heard that the more powerful the technique, the larger the gap it leaves behind. A beam flew in front of the girl. A blow suddenly flew at Oscar. Eyes wide, he thought, damn, the back of his head, the size difference didn't matter at all. Even with a small gap, all she had to do was hit the vital spot. The constellation jumped up sharply. Oscar was lying on the ground. Stephanie crossed her arms and said that as she thought, he was nothing special. Agatha lowered her head and said that now that all the obstacles were removed, they would move forward, and the girl added that it sounded tempting. The guy watched them. A tear ran down his face. The doors appeared. Barry slightly raised his hand. He looked away in amazement, hearing how his students were doing, to which he replied that he hadn't checked yet. Barry froze, hearing that he had asked him to do so, because he couldn't check himself, he wanted to die. Standing at the door, he thought. Gritting his teeth, the constellation thought that it was scary. He lowered his head and added that Chuck's students were already going crazy in the main hall. Would they consider him an enemy? The guy opened the door slightly, thinking that after all, in the Tower of Destruction, he did everything against his will, although it was obvious that he was doing badly. But Barry lowered his head and thought that now he did not have that power. He stretched out his hand forward, hearing that he still had not checked, to which the guy replied that he was just about to. The constellation took hold of the door handle. The doors appeared. Barry looked out from behind them. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in front of him. Looking straight ahead, he heard that well, to which he replied that they were incredible. As always, he can barely follow the course of the fight. People were lying on the ground. It was heard that it seemed that they had already dealt with most of the constellations, to which the hero replied that it meant everything was fine. Barry pursed his lips and thought that if he was not mistaken. The constellations fought. The thought appeared that they had become even stronger. Standing at the door, the guy thought about the fact that the constellations can improve through training, but such cases are quite rare, surprisingly. Smiling, the girl said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Looking at him, Beatrice said that it seemed like the second older sister, to which Agatha replied that no, she found Barry. The girl widened her eyes, thinking that the teacher said that they should not pursue him yet, but did she know about it? Smirking, the constellation asked that they knew each other. He had not seen her before. Frowning, Stephanie asked that is how it is, sir, former owner of the Tower of Destruction. Barry was standing on the balcony. She heard that she clearly remembered his gaze then, as if he was just a swarm of ants, to which he asked that it was true. Standing in front of him, the girl said that she would gladly deal with him, but the teacher ordered not to touch him. Kicking him, she added that he should go back to his room. Barry flew back. He gritted his teeth in pain. Stephanie smirked and said that they would remember this door and try not to go through it. Her eyes lit up and she added that if he stuck his head out, she would make him beg for death. Sitting on the ground, the constellation exclaimed. A view of the island opened up. Frowning, the hero asked what was keeping quiet, did he see his students or not? He looked surprised, hearing that so. Walking forward, the girl asked why he called them all separately to this island. Looking to the side, she added what happened here. A view of a destroyed building opened up. It was heard that the buildings were destroyed, the ground was dug up, there was a war here or something, well, something like that. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that he called him to teach him the next move. Pointing at Archie, he added that he was there for a different reason, so he should just watch, to which Archie replied that he understood. Frowning, Chuck said that the two of them had one thing in common, they had made a holy contract, and now they had to watch his training. Looking at them, the girls heard that since they had reached this level, he thought it would be a good idea to learn how to use the constellation's abilities better, so he would set the standard. Stretching his hand forward, the hero asked what she was carrying. Yes, let her see it, to which Amanda responded approvingly. Holding the weapon in her hands, she said that here, to which the protagonist replied that it was excellent. Chuck walked forward. He froze in front of the ledge. Closing his eyes, the hero said that it was not his style to be serious while waving his sword. A glow appeared around him, and he added that if he did not demonstrate, they would not understand anything. The protagonist tightly clutched the weapon in his hands. Amanda frowned and thought that this was an attribute of her family. Lightning, she thought that Chuck was able to do this only because of the contract he had made. He smiled widely. The hero swung the weapon. The mountain was cut in half. Its upper part fell into the water. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it was slightly different from the maniac's ability, so it wasn't done perfectly, but let him keep this blow in his head as a sample. Archie, looking at the mountain, thought that he had demolished the entire upper part of the mountain. He had become stronger after performing the spatial market. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist said that okay, then let him determine the required amount of mana along with his constellation and begin training, to which Amanda responded approvingly. Lana's eyes widened, hearing that she also had a sacred relic. Let him take a look at it, to which she said okay. She extended her hand and said that here. Frowning, the protagonist asked that her constellation uses ice, doesn't like to work with it. Walking forward, Chuck said that he should come here, to the building, to which Lana responded approvingly. They stood in the middle of the pit. Looking down, the girl said that the entire surface of the earth was torn up. This was the site of the explosion, to which the hero replied that he should not worry about it. Grinning, he added that he should look carefully. Suddenly, the protagonist struck with his fist. Ice appeared in front of him. The ice floes grew upward. They began to grow more and more. The girl froze in amazement. She looked in surprise, hearing that he should focus on this. Ice floes appeared. The thought occurred to her that he not only created icicles, but also covered the entire building with ice. Even snow began to fall. Standing in front of the hero, Lana said that this was simply amazing. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist asked what was surprising. It was the power of her constellation. The girl smiled, hearing that with due practice she herself could do this, to which she replied that it was true. Good, she would keep it in mind. Frowning, Chuck thought that now would be a good time to ask Archie for that thing. Beatrice looked up and said that she thought she had found it. She was standing in front of the building, and it was heard that the pleroma of her younger brother's mental images was coming from her. The story shifted to a ruined Chinese building. Stephanie, peeking around the corner, asked what she was saying about finding a huge number of mental images of that guy, and Agatha asked if it was true. All three girls were standing right in front of that huge ruined building. Looking straight ahead, the girl with red eyes noted that the black and red things were quite his type. The girl in the mask, also looking ahead, added that even the smell of those mental images was familiar, and she would have to look around to make sure. Still standing right next to the ruins, she added that they had to get over that wall first. Suddenly, Stephanie noticed something off to the side. Looking at the hole right in the wall, she asked if they could squeeze through, to which Agatha replied that she thought they could. Immediately after that, the girls moved in that direction. Holding her hand above her head, the girl with red eyes said that if she knew they would have to bend over, she would have made the hole bigger. But it seemed that some people had no problem with that, and the masked girl, who heard this, asked if she really wanted to die while saying that. Constellations suddenly noticed something in front of her. The girls found themselves in an unknown room, where a man was sitting right in front of them. An ominous red aura emanated from this man. Noticing him, Beatrice leaned closer to her ally, saying that these red clothes were definitely the same, and she agreed that they belonged to her little brother. A moment later, the same man turned around sharply and was very surprised. He looked straight at the girls standing behind him. But looking away, Stephanie noticed that they had not seen their younger brother for a long time, and asked what was wrong with his pleroma of mental images, because everything was so black and red. Hearing this, the man stood up, noting that they were telling him this, addressing the second eldest sister, which made her very angry. Holding his hand to his stomach, Nicholas asked how they got there, and didn't everyone become constellations? At that moment, Agatha, with complete seriousness in her voice, announced that the entrance to the main hall was open, and they walked through it. Hearing this, the man scratched his head, wondering how this could be, and remembered the arena. Looking at his sisters, he said that it was a long time ago, but now he was not in the mood to communicate, which surprised them greatly. Looking down a bit, Nicholas explained that he had fallen into despair after becoming a constellation, and only the news of his teacher's reincarnation had brought him out of it. The man suddenly gritted his teeth in anger, stating that he had never been able to find him, and that it had taken him 300 years. Visualizing a man holding a demonic blade in his hand, he explained that since finding a teacher in the real world as a constellation was very difficult, he tried to use the sacred relic he was currently in, and asked every person who took his hands to find his teacher. Recalling how those people had killed others with the sword, Nicholas concluded that they only cared about his strength, and the masked girl who heard this suggested that it was probably because his will and power were too strong, so he should have waited a little longer. Immediately after this, the man visualized a man holding a blade in his hands, saying that he had once been lucky enough to meet someone who could handle it. Remembering that a moment later the blade was back in its place, Chuck's student added that the man had simply left it in the basement. Nicholas looked straight at his sisters, saying that this was why he had given up, deciding to rot in silence and continue so that they could return. After listening to him, Agatha brought her hand to her mask, saying that then he would be surprised to learn the reason why they had come there. Taking off her mask, the girl said that they were there because the teacher had ordered them to find him. Then she added that his holy relic was already with the master, and Nicholas, hearing this, was extremely surprised. A moment later, he began to tremble and asked if it was true that the teacher had returned, and his sisters gave a positive answer and asked him to calm down. Calling out to his teacher, the man fell to his knees. He then began to bow, hitting his forehead directly into the ground. Beatrice looked on in confusion, noting that he was one of those guys. Agatha was also confused, watching this, explaining that this was why the teacher gave him the nickname Weirdo. At this time, Nicholas laughed loudly with a crazy expression on his face. Looking at Stephanie, who was standing behind him, the masked girl said that she was still surprised why the teacher did not give such a nickname to his little sister, and Stephanie asked her to shut up and asked why she got involved in this at all. Some time passed, and Nicholas was happy and bowed while blood was dripping from his forehead. Agatha, who was standing right in front of him, saw this and asked if he was finished, and Nicholas replied that he felt much better now. Holding his broken forehead, the man thanked his older sister and stated that he would clean himself up and get ready to meet the teacher. Taking his mask in his hand, hearing this, the Constellations said that it was good, and then they would go and see their younger brother later. Immediately after this, the story lag is transferred to the tall building of the Contractors Association. Harry was very surprised to see something right in front of him. Chuck was right in front of him, with Archie standing behind him, and the first stated that he had told him that if everything went smoothly, he would return one. Pointing his hand directly at the man with the beard, the boy added that here it is. Harry looked dumbfounded at the crystal, enveloped in purple energy, and expressed his gratitude, noting that it was about 2 times larger than the one the protagonist took, to which he replied that nothing could be done, and he would have to accept it. Looking straight ahead, he often thought that everything was as he thought. Immediately after that, he remembered the mountain that he himself had recently chopped down. Archie walked right behind Chuck and asked him why, and he answered that he needed to follow him. Looking straight ahead, the boy thought that if he was right, there must be a large floating magic stone buried on this island, and the nature of the constellations that had descended into the real world was proof of that. Remembering those very creatures, the protagonist reasoned that they were all overflowing with mana, and if they were to uncontrollably spill out magic power, they would have disappeared long ago. Holding his hand out in front of him, Chuck released purple energy, thinking that, however, they somehow managed to hold on and gather in one place, so there was only one explanation for this. Imagining a huge magic crystal emitting purple energy in his head, the boy thought that somewhere on this island there must be a large floating magic stone that supplied the constellation with a steady stream of magic power. Sharply looking down, the protagonist realized that he was right there. Pointing his hand forward, Chuck addressed the black cat, asking him to move this piece of land that smelled of magical power, and he accepted the order. Then the boy added that they need to be careful, because he knows what will happen if they are careless with the magical stone, which greatly frightened Archie, who noted that it could explode because of this. Returning to the events of the present, the protagonist looked straight at Harry, who did not understand why they needed such a magical stone there, and thought that in the end he managed to move it there safe and sound. Suddenly, the black cat was very surprised when a system notification appeared in front of him. Immediately after that, he addressed Chuck, which surprised him. Then Archie said that it seemed that one of his students had found the constellation, and the boy smirked, noting that he had no doubt. Looking at his subordinate, the protagonist asked what it meant that he was in the glowing sword, and he explained that it was his student. Taking his hand aside, Chuck asked not to tell him who it was yet since he had no other students who would use the sword. He wants to see everything for himself, and the black cat understood everything, asking what it meant that they were returning. A moment later, the boy called out to Harry, saying that they were leaving, and asked him to come to Valhalla if he wanted to learn some kind of blow, and he, hearing this, was very stunned and expressed his gratitude. Immediately after this, the protagonist and his subordinate left through the portal. When they went inside, it suddenly collapsed. Then the narrative of the story is transferred to the huge building of the Valhalla Academy. Right on the desk stood the sign of the chairman of the Black Cat. At the same moment, a rift appeared in this very office. It was a portal, straight out of which Chuck and his subordinate were coming out. Archie suddenly noticed something in front and asked who he was. An unknown person was standing right in front of the guys and was just silent. Then he looked straight ahead menacingly, continuing to say nothing. Chuck and his subordinate were standing right in front of the unknown person. After a moment, Archie, looking straight ahead, asked who he was and explained that outsiders were not allowed to enter this place. The blond man, looking straight at the guys, explained that he was asking for forgiveness and had to introduce himself right away. Then he put his hand right on his chest, stating that his name was Kevin and he was the commander of the Guardian Knights, and the plot explained that he was the 5th-ranking contractor. Looking straight at him, Black Cat said that he had heard of the Guardian Knights before and asked that their order was founded quite recently. Looking straight at him, the blond man confirmed his words and guessed that he must be aware of the latest developments. And after the constellation gathered in a certain space, some guilds and families formed alliances and turned against each other. Kevin stretched out his hand and said that even the European contractors were waiting for the decision of the constellations, And unlike America, where all the power belongs to the guilds, in Europe, the leadership has always been the big ones. And so they decided to act according to the reactions of the guardian constellations of the great families. Seriously looking straight ahead, the blonde man said that eventually, the 9 constellations of the great families of Europe began to communicate and formed an alliance, and they also created a large alliance that can rival the American Guild Union and Contractor Association. Imagining a knight in armor in his mind, he added that the alliance was headed by their family together with the constellation of the King of Knights, and thus the Guardian Knights were born. Looking straight at the boys, Kevin added that the British refused to join forces, and they just continued to listen to him in silence. After a moment, the black cat, looking straight ahead, said that he understood what was behind the alliance, but that did not justify their presence in this room. Hearing this, the blonde man, closing his eyes, assumed that he was right, and explained that, frankly, he was there for more than that. He then explained that the constellation ordered him to collect sacred relics that looked like a sword, and Archie, looking straight ahead, asked again about this one. Standing right in front of the boys, he said that he had already mentioned that most of their family members are contracts of the guardian constellation of the King of Knights, and for this reason, most of their sacred relics and constellations are associated with swords. Visualizing a wide variety of blades in his mind, the blonde man stated that they were asked to find the relics in order to take control of any sacred sword-like relic that could throw the world into chaos, and in pursuit of this mission, they were collecting dangerous sacred relics scattered across different places. Staring ahead with a menacing gaze, he concluded that they had managed to find out something in the process. Visualizing a blade that emanated dark energy, Kevin stated that there was a cursed sword that would incline the wielder to bloodshed and carnage, greatly surprising the boys. Looking straight ahead, the blonde man added that they had also managed to find it. Recalling his meeting with Harry, he stated that it was in the hands of number 1. Visualizing himself bowing to him, Kevin said that they had doubts about the American Contractors Association, but they believed in contractor number 1. Looking down a bit, the blonde man explained that, however, his sense of responsibility did not match his rank, so he entrusted it to another, and finally, pointing his finger directly at the black cat, Kevin declared that he had reached the director of Valhalla, the market leader, and therefore the copper was his. Releasing his blue energy, the blonde man concluded that he could not leave such a dangerous relic in the hands of an unreliable person. With a look full of seriousness, he added that therefore this sword should be returned to them, the Guardian Knights. Very angry, Archie released his purple power, saying that he really tried to show respect to everyone, but it seemed that they had crossed the line. At this point, Chuck entered the conversation, taking a step forward, asking the black cat to stay put, and the latter was very surprised by the behavior of the master. A moment later, the boy stood right in front of his opponent, looking him in the eyes. Calling him a mustache, with a sly grin on his face, the protagonist said that he had attacked the wrong person, and now the sword belongs to him. Menacingly looking straight at him, Kevin asked what the man himself was, and noted that he had heard about him, and, according to their information, his feats were simply incredible. Holding his blade, the blonde man said that he had caught several villains, stopped natural disasters, and even played a decisive role in stopping the invasion of monsters during the tournament. Chuck, hearing this, asked that he really was a stalker. He seemed to know too much about him. A moment later, Kevin began to tremble, about to say something. Looking at the surprised boy, he assumed that there were so few talented people in Korea. Suddenly crying, the blonde man wondered that they really trusted such a position to a simple schoolboy, noting that this nation has a very tragic fate. Putting his hand right on the protagonist's shoulder, Kevin believed that this was why he had no choice but to take care of the cursed sword, and asked him not to worry, because from now on he would take full responsibility for it. After everything that had happened, Chuck was very angry, thinking that he had met many idiots, but this guy was something else. Trying to contain his anger, looking at Kevin crying, the boy reasoned that he really wanted to cut him, and did not understand what happened, whether to hold on or not. After a moment, the protagonist threw the man's hand away, saying that he should not understand him the wrong way, but he did not make any contracts with the sword or anything like that, so it simply belongs to him. Looking straight at the Guardian Knight, Chuck added that if he wanted him so much, he would have to defeat him first. Hearing this, Kevin looked down in fear, declaring that as a knight, he could not fight such a young student. Immediately after this, the story moves to the building where the training ground is located. 2 swordsmen stood opposite each other, about to spar. The blonde man, with a serious look in his eyes, said that he would give him an advantage and fight without a sword. Chuck grinned maliciously after hearing this, asking him not to regret it later, because he would still have it. A moment later, the boy telepathically addressed the black cat, and he, sharply surprised, asked what the master wanted. At the same moment, the boy with a crazy expression on his face gave the order to gather all the students and tell them to beat the crap out of this Night King or whatever his name is, and Archie, who heard this, immediately accepted the order. At this time, Kevin took hold of the hilt of his blade, stating that he would try to be gentle with him, so he could just play along with him and then lose. Holding his sword in his hands, the boy expressed his gratitude, saying that he would also try not to be harsh then. After which, he tightly gripped his blade in his hand. About to attack, the protagonist stated that no one would dare to pursue him. The Guardian Knight blocked his strike with his blade. Looking straight at his opponent's sword, Kevin thought that he felt very heavy, and he was fighting with a normal wando, which was also in a sheath, so it could not have such strength. Smiling, looking straight at his opponent, Chuck was surprised that he blocked his strike, saying that it was no wonder he became a commander. The blonde man looked straight ahead in confusion at the behavior of this little one. Saying that he was being arrogant, he swung his blade. Lowering the blades of his sword down, he declared that he was the commander of the Guardian Knights. Enveloping himself in yellow energy, Kevin asked that he really thought that the vanguard of the European Family Alliance would give up so easily. The blonde man then pulled his sword back, preparing to strike. A moment later, he swung it towards the boy in front of him. Noticing this, the protagonist only smirked, thinking that this was the intent of a sword with great magical power, which contained a large amount of magic. With a wide smile on his face, Chuck thought that this was very ridiculous. Swinging his blade above his head, the boy declared that out of everyone he had ever met, then, only the mark of his sword was visible from the front. Having completed his strike, the protagonist destroyed everything behind him. Looking forward, Chuck added that he was the most disgusting. Immediately after that, the boy rushed towards his opponent with great speed. Looking straight ahead, he noticed that he was bragging so loudly about his chivalry and the fight for world justice. Making a lunge, which Kevin blocked with his blade, the protagonist asked that as soon as he starts to lose, he directs a large amount of magical power at the schoolba, and that's his entire level. Right during the battle, Chuck looked like a madman, releasing a huge amount of his blue energy. With another blow, the boy threw his opponent back. After receiving damage, the blonde man hit the wall, after which he fell to the floor. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the Guardian Knight wondered if he really threw him back with magic, and this is simply incredible, because at this rate he will not be able to return the sword. Just when Kevin thought that he needed to contact the Constellation, a system notification window appeared right in front of his face. Right in that very system notification was a message from the King of Knights, which addressed him. The Constellation called him a damn bastard, and the blonde man who saw it was extremely dumbfounded. Looking at the system notification window in surprise, Kevin asked what the dear Constellation meant. Suddenly, the blonde man looked away when Chuck suggested that it seemed like they had already gotten to him. At that moment, the boy rushed forward at great speed, putting his knee in front of him. A moment later, he made a strike directly at his opponent. The protagonist turned his head to the side, telling him not to try to dodge, because it was only a matter of time. Looking at the huge dent in the wall, Kevin could not find the right words. Frightened, the Guardian Knight thought that he had destroyed the walls with just one blow, and it was very dangerous. Then the blonde man looked straight at the real Chuck in front, asking what he meant by got to him. Throwing his blade over his shoulder, he explained that it was amazing, because usually he was inclined to explain everything in great detail. Suddenly going crazy, the protagonist swung his sword, saying that he had nothing to say to someone like him. After which Chuck delivered another blow directly to his opponent. After parrying this attack, the blonde man jumped back. Staring forward with a serious look, he thought that not only could he not block his attacks, but also attack in response, and if only it were possible to use the power of the Constellation. Kevin continued to look straight ahead, arguing that after that message it no longer responded to him, and did not understand what was happening at all. At that very moment, the narrative of the story shifts to the King of Knights, who was lying right on the ground. Nicholas was sitting right on top of him, pressing him even harder to the floor. At this time, Stephanie was confusedly walking around an unknown space with doors. She bit her nail in worry, thinking that the teacher had ordered them to beat up a constellation called the King of Knights, and could it be that this was one of the constellations that they had already beaten up? At that moment, Agatha looked straight at her and asked about the King of Knights. After which she answered that he was not in the group that they had dealt with earlier, and the girl with red eyes standing right in front of her, with her arms folded over her chest, asked if she knew this constellation. Imagining a knight in plate armor in her head, the masked girl gave a positive answer, telling her that this was the constellation of the guardian of the German family. Visualizing the people he had gathered around him, Agatha added that he was the one who had taken possession of the sacred relic in the form of a sword filled with his loyal knights, and who had become constellations that he commanded as his subordinates. Looking at her older sister, Stephanie remarked that she seemed to know him quite well, and her sister replied that she didn't know him directly, and she just liked to keep track of all the famous constellations in Europe. Imagining Kevin in her head, the masked girl said that, come to think of it, a man who was a contractor for this constellation had come to see them recently, and he had talked about forming an alliance led by his constellation, and he had invited her to join them. With her hands in her pockets, Agatha asked why she was bringing him up now, and her sister, standing right in front of her, replied that it was a task from her teacher. With her hands clasped together, the red-eyed girl quoted her teacher, who had said to beat the crap out of the constellation called the King of Knights right after all the students had gathered together. As if she had burned up upon hearing this, the masked girl said that that was great, and then they should go to the pleroma of mental images. Immediately after this, the girls went straight to Beatrice and told her everything. It was her eyes that seemed to exude madness, and she declared that she understood everything. Then the boys went straight to Nicholas, telling him what had happened. Hearing this, the man was very surprised. Immediately after this, the story moves to the Gothic building of the Great Hollow, the Shrine of the Knights. The man with purple hair with an obvious satisfied expression on his face declared that he was telling him that he did not want to unite with him. The man with an eye patch said that this is exactly what he himself would not have come if he had known that he would be here. Then the man, pointing his finger at the one sitting in front, declared that if he had delivered the weapon in time, their family would have survived, and the other asked him to shut up, because if he had not betrayed him, the weapon would have been delivered safe and sound. After which the men continued to argue, and one asked them to stop talking nonsense, and asked why they had joined the alliance, to which the other explained that he simply did not know that he would be there. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a knight in armor, who asked them to be quiet and asked if they had forgotten who they were sitting in front of. Sharply looking away after hearing this, the man with purple hair explained that they were sitting in front of the king, and asked what he really thought, that they were there to play knights. The man with an eye patch, pointing his finger straight ahead, concluded that they were there to form an alliance, and not to become his subordinates. Suddenly, they were greatly shocked to see the constellation of the King of Knights right in front of them. He released his golden energy outward, stating that they were very noisy. At the same time, Nicholas appeared out of nowhere right behind him. He punched a hole right through the ceiling, appearing in the meeting room. The man was emitting a huge amount of dark red energy. With a mad expression, he asked that this trash really dared to go against the teacher. Noticing this, the girl took out her blade, asking who he was, and her friend, who was nearby, asked him to stop, saying about this red aura and clothes. A moment later, she was greatly frightened, stating that this could not be. Looking straight at the enraged Nicholas, the girl knight knew that he was a fanatical butcher. Immediately after, Nicholas' hand grabbed the girl right by the head. Then the man rushed forward with great speed. With a blow of his hand, he slammed the knight straight into the floor. Nicholas pressed her harder and harder, while she screamed in pain. After a moment, the butcher raised his hand up. All the knights present there watched in shock as their ally flew up. At that moment, with a deft movement of his hand, the enraged man sent her straight into the wall. He was breathing heavily, looking straight at the Night King, who did not know what to say. Wiping the drool from his mouth, Nicholas asked which of them was the Night King. Hearing this, the man in plate armor was very scared, saying that it was him. Hearing this, the butcher instantly appeared right behind him. Lowering his hand down with great speed, the maddened man asked that he really did not understand how to manage his contracts. Immediately after that, Nicholas pinned him with his hand right to the ground. Nicholas was preparing to strike straight at the Night King. He swung his hand sharply, asking why he couldn't manage his idiotic contracts properly. The man then pinned his opponent to the ground with his hand. The damage he received caused the knight in plate armor to grunt in pain. At this time, the three sisters were waiting for their ally just outside the building. Stephanie looked down and was amazed, noting that she didn't expect such a huge building to be built in the main hall. Also watching everything, Agatha explained that when she was beating up the rest of the constellation, they were nowhere to be seen, and perhaps they had formed an alliance. Suddenly, the two sisters looked at Beatrice standing next to them, who suddenly said that the building was built using the same principle as her, Mushinman, so judging by the size, it wasn't one person who did it, but several. A little worried, the battle spirit constellation wondered when they should go in. The little brother must be all alone there now. Looking away, the girl with red eyes asked that she remembered what state he was in now, and it was better to wait until her brother calmed down. Starting to bite her finger, Stephanie wondered why the teacher gave her the nickname Hidden Ruler and not him, because he was much crazier than her, and the girl in the mask, looking at her dumbfoundedly, asked that she was really serious now. Then Agatha, lowering her head a little lower, suggested that it seemed that he had calmed down compared to before, and offered to come in. A moment later, the three sisters landed right in the building. Turning back, Nicholas saw the older sisters, saying that he was just about to finish and begin the interrogation. The man pinned his opponent to the ground with his hand, talking about why he ordered them to steal the glowing sword. At this moment, the other constellation knights drew their blades, asking when the Mushinman fanatics had united. Hearing this, the masked girl rushed forward at great speed, suggesting that there must be someone else left. Upon seeing her, the Crusader Knight drew his sword, releasing energy outward. The other warrior also followed suit. A moment later, Beatrice appeared right behind the remaining two constellations. With a look of great fury in her eyes, she said that as far as she knew, the two of them were not knights, and said that they should not get in their way, and then promised not to touch them. The two turned back in fear, and immediately agreed to this proposal. At this time, the Night King, who was pinned down, asked what they meant by stealing and whether they were there to destroy this alliance. Holding her blade right at the knight's throat, Stephanie explained that this too, but they had also heard that he had sworn to find the sword through his contractor, to which he had responded in the affirmative. Staring straight ahead, Nicholas stated that his contractor had just tried to steal his red fang, asking him what he was kidding him about and why he was acting like it belonged to him. Still pinned down, the King of Knights said that this was the name of the glowing sword, and claimed that he had never given the order to steal it. Hearing this, the man pinned him even harder to the floor, asking how he could explain what his contractor had done. With a menacing look, he added that to get the sword, his contractor had dueled the god of martial arts. Immediately after this recognition, the stories shifted straight to Chuck, who was moving forward at great speed. A moment later, he would strike his knee directly at Kelvin. After receiving the damage, the Guardian Knight would fall straight to the ground. Opening his eyes with the last of his strength, the blonde man thought that the Lord Constellation was not responding. Rising from the ground, the warrior thought that, in addition, he heard curses just before it stopped responding, and to say such a thing to the respected community. A moment later, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, and Kevin, who saw it, thought that the Lord Constellation had finally responded. Right in this very system notification, there was a message from the King Knight, who was shouting in rage that when he asked him to steal and told him to only make profitable deals. Then, through the system window, the King Knight transmitted a message: forget about the glowing sword and immediately bow your head. Looking at this message from his master, the blonde man was very surprised, saying that he was still a knight and he had honor. At this time, Nicholas pressed the King Knight's head even harder and straight to the ground, and he asked his contract to shut up and ask for forgiveness, bowing his head. Immediately after that, Kevin begged for forgiveness and bowed straight to the floor. Chuck threw his blade over his shoulder, looked at his opponent, asked why he did it so suddenly, and did the Constellation really order it, because she gave a positive answer. Squatting right in front of the defeated Night Guardian, the boy noted that this was complete absurdity, and he told him to ask for forgiveness and bow his head, and he immediately obeyed. Standing right in front of his enemy, the protagonist declared that it did not matter, and initially he was going to beat him half to death, but he ruined everyone's mood, so he should get up, and Kevin raised his head, expressing gratitude. Looking straight ahead in fear, the blonde man was very surprised when Chuck asked to let him hit him one last time instead. Removing the sword from his hands, the boy explained that when small bugs like him continue to pick fights with him, it starts to get a little annoying. Concentrating a huge amount of his blue energy in his fist, the protagonist declared that he would hit him only once. Then he added that he should try to make sure that such weaklings do not bother him anymore, and the Guardian Knight, seeing this, was very scared, explaining that he does not have to hit him about this, because he will pass on these words anyway. At this time, Chuck was already ready to strike, declaring that now he is very angry, so he will refuse. Immediately after that, he struck his opponent with great force. After receiving damage, Kevin could not even breathe. A moment later, he fell right on the ground in front of his opponent. The boy looked at his fist, calling out to the black cat, when suddenly he immediately appeared behind him. Looking at his defeated opponent, the protagonist said to send the guy who had just lost consciousness home, and he would go check the glowing sword, while his subordinate took the order. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the places where the blade was kept, emitting a huge amount of dark energy. Coming closer to it, Chuck thought that mana was oozing out of it, and he finally realized who it was. Bringing his hand to the hilt of the blade, the boy spoke about the one inside this sword. With a smile on his face, the protagonist stated that it was a long time ago. A moment later, Nicholas appeared right in front of him, bowing to the floor. After a moment, he raised his head and with a wide smile on his face said that he had not seen the teacher for a long time and greeted him. Pointing at his student with his finger, Chuck asked him why he still hadn't gotten rid of the habit of banging his head on the ground, noting that he was bleeding again. Looking down, the boy was about to say something. He was a little worried, thinking that this was bad, and he didn't know if this was a side effect of turning into a constellation, but he didn't remember that either. Looking straight at the butcher, the protagonist thought that he was embarrassed to call him by his nickname, and did not understand why he called him that, even though he was talking complete nonsense. At the same moment, Nicholas, looking straight ahead, asked him if he was hesitating because of the nickname, and explained that he could call him that as before. Then the man added that if he wanted, he could follow the example of the others and call him a butcher, and Chuck, standing right in front of him, a little confused, explained that then he would simply call him as before, and asked him to stand up. Looking straight at his student, the boy asked why he chose the sword as a sacred relic, and didn't he fight with his bare hands before, to which the latter asked that he was really talking about the red fang. With a wide smile on his face, Nicholas explained that he used the sword most often, so he chose the red fang in his past life. Hearing this, the boy was a little dumbfounded and, after a short pause, said that he understood everything. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the protagonist concluded that he had found a heavenly sword that suited him quite well, but he would try to use this one as well. Hearing the words of his master, the man burst into tears, declaring that he was very grateful to his teacher. Immediately after that, he bowed. Suddenly the story moves to about 300 years ago, when this situation with Nicholas's bow happens, but already at that time. Chuck, looking down, asked who this child was. Right in front of him was a little boy who was going to ask for something. With an enthusiastic look, he asked to be taught martial arts so that he could take revenge on those who beat him. Stephanie looked out from behind the door, asking for forgiveness from the teacher, and said that the preparations, or rather the food, were ready. Looking straight ahead, the girl was very surprised. She looked straight at the boy who stood in front of her teacher and asked to be taught martial arts so that he could take revenge on those who beat him. At that moment, Agatha came straight to her sister, asking what she was doing and wasn't she going to tell the teacher that the food was ready. A little confused, the girl with red eyes explained that a boy had appeared out of nowhere and come to the teacher, and her sister, looking at her in surprise, asked about the child. Chuck, folding his arms across his chest, said that he didn't understand what he was talking about and that they were really asking him to teach him martial arts, but he didn't have time for it. The beaten boy, hearing this, was very upset and asked why. Immediately after that, he pointed his finger at the sign and asked what it was for then, because wasn't it a martial arts school, and the boy explained that his students had come up with it all themselves. Then the protagonist, looking straight at him, said that of course they were going to make a school out of it in the future, but now it would be difficult for them to accept a new student. Hearing this, little Nicholas lowered his head down, saying that it couldn't be, and didn't understand what to do now. Clenching his fist with great force, he explained that he knocked on the doors of several martial arts schools, but in all of them he was simply turned away, and no one there even looked at him before sending him on his way. Then he added that this was the only place where a teacher came out to him, and Chuck, who heard this, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, explained that it was all because there were no orders for hunting and escorting lately, so he was free. A moment later, the boy fell to his knees and began to beg him. Raising his head up, he was going to ask for something. Little Nicholas at that very moment began to bow to the floor and asked to teach him martial arts. Then the boy continued to ask to be taught, and the protagonist, looking at this, tried to calm him down. In the end, he gave in and agreed to teach him, so he asked to stop banging his head on the ground, and little Nicholas, who heard this, raised his head with a smile on his face, asking if it was true. Biting her finger in displeasure, Stephanie asked what the teacher would listen to if she banged her head like that, and declared that she would use that method next time, while her sister, who was standing next to her, asked if she was crazy. At this time, Chuck, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, explained that last time he had a brat who was going to create his own sword style, and now a kid who wanted to learn martial arts, and this was not something he could teach in a day or two. Staring menacingly ahead, the boy noted that he thought he could demonstrate. Then he looked straight at the same boy, asking him if he knew where those who beat him were, to which he received a positive answer. Grinning maliciously upon hearing this, the protagonist asked to show him the way. Immediately after this story, they are transferred to a group of people who were standing near one of the houses. The boy opened the bag, looking straight into it. Looking inside, he saw a huge amount of gold coins. His ally, looking straight down, noted that there was quite a lot in there, and the other stated that this is exactly what he was talking about, because the boy, although he looked like a beggar, had a lot of money. Immediately after that, he imagined how they beat the money out of him, and said that when they decided to rob him, he did not think that anything would happen, but it seems that they hit the jackpot, because if he had so much money, he should share with his equally poor brothers and sisters. Looking to the side, the boy stated that he thought they would limit themselves to a few blows, but did not he get a couple more only because he resisted so much, to which the girl agreed. At this time, Chuck and the boy were approaching him from behind. Looking straight ahead, the boy asked if it was really them, to which he received a positive answer. When the robbers noticed their presence, the protagonist asked if that was the bag they were holding, and little Nicholas answered that it was his treasure, because he had saved up the money by doing various errands. At that moment, the robber, seeing the uninvited guests, asked if it was really the boy they had beaten, and he had dragged the adult along because he was angry that he had lost. Hearing this, little Nicholas, pointing his finger straight ahead, declared that they had cowardly attacked him to steal the money, and that they were older than him, but not at all ashamed. Hearing this, the boy was very angry, calling him a bastard, and the girl stopped him. Then, with a puzzled expression on her face, she noticed that the man behind Malov looked suspiciously familiar. A moment later, she was very dumbfounded, saying that she remembered. Pointing her finger directly at Chuck, the bandit woman stated that he was from a clan called Mushroom. The bald man was very scared to hear this, noting that he had heard of him too, and that it was the same place nearby. He then added that although he had put up a sign, he did not accept students, and that he only had women there, and what was more important was that they were all very young, and the boy listening to all this was very angry, but did not say anything. Immediately after this, the bald man took a fighting stance, like his allies, and said that he had heard that he was strong, but this was only rumor. While his ally asked what did that mean, there would be no problems with him. With a smile on his face, the bandit called out to the mister, asking that just by looking at their clothes, one could tell that they were poor and this was their way of making a living. Did he understand? Looking straight at the thoughtful protagonist, he asked if he would cut the foolish teenagers some slack, and if that wasn't what adults were supposed to do. After a moment, Chuck smirked sarcastically, noting that they were all big kids now. Looking straight at the gang of robbers, the kid told him that at their age he was really, or rather, poor as a church mouse, which was a lot. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist concluded that despite this, he managed to survive by taking on any job, everything, including small errands, farm work, logging, and even hunting assignments. With a look full of hatred, Chuck said that unlike them, little bastards, he never cheated or extorted money from others. The little boy looked straight at him, while he continued telling him that, of course, he also wanted to make easy money by robbing others and so on. Looking straight at the girl, who was very confused, the boy stated that at the moment he did this, he was afraid that all these years that he had been fighting for survival would seem like a waste of time. A moment later, the protagonist, with a confident look, explained that if his words made them reconsider their choice and they decided to leave the money and leave, he would not sick his fighters on any of them. Standing right in front of the gang of robbers, Chuck added that, however, if they remained on their own, he would teach them all a lesson. At the same moment, the girl took a step back, saying that she was leaving, which greatly surprised her ally. The bald man was very surprised, watching his ally run away. At this time, the boy was warming up his hand, noticing that she was quite fast. Then he called out to the boy, who looked straight in his direction, and asked him to watch closely. A moment later, the protagonist focused a huge amount of his blue energy into his fist and explained that these were the martial arts he wanted to learn so much. While striking with his fist, the bandit asked him to stop bluffing. With a deft movement of his hand, Chuck managed to parry his attack. Noticing this, the guy was very dumbfounded. At that moment, he was turned over, falling straight to the ground. Immediately after that, the boy swung his fist to deliver another blow. Then the protagonist struck his fist right into the bandit's stomach. The bald man watched in shock as his ally flew back. Suddenly, Chuck appeared right behind him and asked where he was looking. A moment later, the bandit saw a fist right in front of his face. The boy struck his opponent with a deft blow of his hand. After receiving damage, the bald man screamed loudly in pain. At that moment, he flew into the wall behind him. The bald man was lying right on the ground, trying to recover from the blow. His ally bandit was also unconscious, lying in the rubble of the stones. After dealing with the bandits, Chuck looked straight at the little boy and explained that he had demonstrated him only a small part, but all of it was martial arts, a way to effectively defeat an opponent with a minimum expenditure of strength. Little Nicholas was dumbfounded by everything that was happening, saying that it was amazing and therefore, this is martial arts. Then he noticed that the boy used them very easily, which surprised him greatly. Immediately after that, the little boy fell to his knees, saying that he no longer needed revenge, but was going to ask for something. Little Nicholas began to bow to the floor again, asking to accept him as his student, or rather, to accept him into the ranks of his students. Seeing this, Chuck awkwardly scratched the back of his head, asking that he had not taught him anything normal yet, had already become a teacher and agreed to the offer. After which the boy declared that from now on he was his apprentice, and the little boy, hearing this, raised his head and began to cry. The story moves to the present, when Chuck stood in place with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he looked down. Holding the hilt of his blade tightly, the boy thought that this idiot was very funny. Looking at the sword, which emitted dark energy, the protagonist reasoned that who would have thought that he would choose a sword as a holy relic just because he used it. Holding the new weapon in his hands, Chuck thought that, of course, he already had a village one, but he would use this one too. At that moment, Black Cat appeared right from the portal. Approaching his master, he called out to him, explaining that he had accompanied Kevin to Germany, and Kevin noted that this was great, asking if there were any problems. At the same time, Archie imagined the image of a frightened guardian knight and explained that there were none on the way there. But when they arrived, it seemed to him that the constellation had deprived him of his power. Looking straight at his subordinate, the protagonist asked what had happened to the knights he led, and the masked man explained that most likely, nothing. Imagining in his mind how his master's disciples dealt with the king of knights, the Black Cat explained that the master had also listened to his subordinates. Staring straight ahead, the boy said that this was good, when Archie added that even if he personally decided to lead them, there should be no problems. Seriously looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that now there was only one missing from the ranks of the disciples. At the same moment, the narrative of the story shifts to an unknown boy. He menacingly looked straight ahead, holding a spear in his hands. Next to him was a man with red hair, and they were both standing in front of an unknown tent. The black entity, looking straight ahead, asked how things were with those they had sent out. The man with red hair explained with a serious look that there were about half left, but their numbers were gradually decreasing. Then, continuing to look ahead, he added that it seemed that their level had indeed increased, and the names they had sent out were of Class 2. Brian listened silently with a serious expression as his ally explained that he was more worried about those who were supposed to return as names. Immediately after the formation of the story, they were transported to the girl with red hair, who said that since they had come to an agreement, she would tell him a little about it, and she slightly covered the master of the labyrinth's gaze. The boy with white hair standing right in front of her was very surprised, and the guide explained that right now he could not clearly see his domain. Then she would add that she was sure that he had probably just looked closely at the item or learned about it from his lips, and the spearman would look straight at the magic globe with a puzzled expression. Then, a little worried, Brian would say that there was originally a constellation that would deliver information about the labyrinth, but now it was gone. Moving his hand to the side, the red-haired girl would ask what was the reason for the constellation name being used as a carrier of information about the disaster, and the white-haired boy who heard this would ask how she knew about it. Smiling slightly at his reaction, the guide would explain that she would tell him everything later, and in any case, the reason she covered his gaze was simple. Then she would add that the second-class names, the towers of destruction that had appeared, would all be destroyed at once, which would greatly shock the spearman. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Brian would ask how that was, and would she really send an army of elite contractors to them? Looking at him, the red-haired girl explained that he had misunderstood. Showing one finger, she said that only one person would do it. Hearing this, the white-haired boy was very surprised. The guide, standing right in front of him, immediately declared that in any case, this is why she does not want anyone to know about this. Because if they all disappear at once without any good reason, constellations of a higher class will be sent to search for them. Looking straight at the magic globe, she added that this is why she is going to get rid of these marks gradually, and the spearman who heard this understood everything. After listening to her, Brian, holding the spear in his hands, asked why she told him about this. The red-haired girl smiled, explaining that there are two reasons for this. Then she concluded that, firstly, because he also felt disgust for the owner of the labyrinth, and the guy with white hair, hearing this, turned around sharply. The guide, looking straight ahead, added that the second reason was that the one who knew his identity was the same one person she had told him about earlier. Moving her hand to the side, the sorceress said that everything was so that in the future he would help him, and it seemed to her that they would become great comrades, and the spearman, hearing this, was very surprised, not knowing what to say. A moment later, he put his weapon right in front of him, asking him not to talk nonsense. Frightened by him, the girl with red hair explained that she would not do it again. Looking straight ahead, she asked to let her ask him for a favor one last time. At that moment, the narrative of the story shifts to an unknown black creature, who said that it was strange. The hiding man stated that if the constellations sent to Earth perished, they would return there as names, but he could not feel them, and the red-haired man who heard this did not believe in the truth of his words. At that moment, Brian remembered the words of the guide, who said that the owner of the labyrinth must be perplexed because the names did not return, and all because they were now absorbing them. Then she asked for help, and the white-haired guy who remembered all this was very puzzled and just silent. A moment later, he said that they thought they might have gotten lost, and the stranger who heard this was very surprised. Immediately after this, the spearman asked if this hadn't happened several times before, because sometimes, having gotten lost on the way from the labyrinth there, they returned much later. The black creature, looking straight ahead, declared that he was right and it wouldn't be difficult for him to find them. It thought they would return without his help, so he was worried in vain. Then he put his hand in front of himself, declared that then they were on time with the third-class departure, and told his subordinates that they could go, to which they agreed. Immediately after this, the two warriors walked away, passing along the corridor. The man with red hair, looking to the side, noted that this was unexpected, because usually you can't get an extra word out of him, but here he went and shared his opinion. Directing his menacing gaze forward, Brian asked what was wrong with that, and explained that he simply answered the question of the master of the labyrinth. Looking at his ally, he added that besides, the names were his concern, and he made a guess based on his experience, and the ally wondered if he would have to leave like this. Looking to the side, the spearman asked not to worry, because he would not lose the names like him. Hearing this, the red-haired man became very angry, calling him a scumbag, and released his energy outward. Immediately after that, Brian would go ahead, saying that he would take a look at the reincarnation residence to check if there was any mistake, and it was time for him to get back to work as well, and the ally would yell at him to stop right now. After finishing his conversation with his ally, the white-haired guy would suddenly open the door. Then he would find himself right in the room with the magic globe, as if the spearman had come closer and just looked at him silently. A moment later, Brian would place his hand right on the magic plate. Immediately after that, the globe would tremble violently. At that moment, everything around changed its color from red to blue. Suddenly, an unknown tree appeared right from the magic altar. Some blue fruits were growing right on it. The boy with white hair looked at those very fruits in surprise. He looked straight ahead and did not understand what to do now. After that, the spearman tightly squeezed the handle of his weapon. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the building of the Valhalla training hall a few days later. Chuck awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that although he said that he would help him, he did not think that they would all show up at once. At that moment, he saw his recently acquired acquaintances right in front of him. All three acquaintances were standing right in front of the protagonist. With his serious gaze forward, contractor number 1, First Harry, stated that he promised to retrain him for the first strike, so he came. Immediately after that, looking straight ahead, the owner of the market, the director of the Valhalla Academy, the black cat, said that he came because he offered to see the benefits of his spatial strike. With a slightly embarrassed expression, the deputy head of the Ventric family, Adelia Ventric, explained that she was there for the same reason and saw how Mr. Chuck used the poisoning ability at the competition, so she wanted to learn it too. Hearing this, the boy grinned, saying that he had no business today anyway, and asked to follow him to the training hall. Immediately after that, he and his guests went forward. The girl looked straight ahead with displeasure, asking what business they had with the protagonist, noting that everyone was also addressing them with respect, and Sean, standing next to her, declared that he had already stopped trying to understand. With a clearly uncomprehending look, he declared that one thing was now clear. Watching Chuck leading the respected people, the man concluded that he was unimaginably strong and stronger than everyone present there. After some time, the boy and his guests went to the training room. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist declared that he would not be able to tell much today, so he would focus on the main thing and was about to begin. Pointing his finger directly at the black cat, he asked if it was easier without a mask, because he would sweat more in it, to which he received a positive answer. Immediately after this, Archie took off his mask, while the others watched this. The black cat seemed to sparkle with beauty, asking that it was better this way, and seeing him, the protagonist agreed with this, saying that, as he thought, he was annoyingly beautiful. At that moment, Harry, who was standing next to him, asked that nothing would happen, because they saw his face, and the man explained that they were not at the market, so everything was fine, noting that Mrs. Adelia had already seen him without a mask. Looking straight at the confused girl, Chuck asked what was wrong with her, and she explained that it was nothing at all, and thought that she was very glad that she had come. Immediately after that, the boy pointed his finger directly at the black cat, explained that he had good stamina, and the latter asked if it was true, and noted that he was still far from him. With a look full of seriousness, the protagonist stated that they did not see him fight monsters directly, but their corpses were there, and to draw conclusions, he only needed his movements. Then Chuck added that with his training, he could easily catch up with him, and Archie, who heard this, began to worry a little, noting that he was very kind. At the same time, an image of Stephanie appeared in the black cat's head, and he thought that he worked hard, destroying labyrinths and getting rid of other threats to help the master after his reincarnation, and it seemed that all this grumbling really helped. With his arms folded across his chest, the boy explained that his skills were good, but it was hard for him to use them in combat, which his new student agreed with. With a thoughtful look, the protagonist said that his malevolent Constellation was talented enough, but perhaps she had missed some details, and he had done the same thing a long time ago, so it was partly his fault. Immediately after that, Chuck pointed his finger directly at Archie, saying that practicing both martial arts and fencing, as the malevolent woman did, was too hard, and asked if he should choose something specific. Hearing this, the black cat looked down, wondering what to choose in that case. Imagining a blade wrapped in energy in his head, the man stated that he would choose fencing because he usually transforms his relic into a sword, and the boy noted that it was a good choice and even better for a spatial strike, and also later they would fight with wooden swords, and he would watch it. Immediately after that, the protagonist looked at the embarrassed girl, stating that her problem was her low level and stamina. Adelia, very worried, explained that she was currently busy with her duties as the head of the family, so she did not have time to do anything, and Chuck stated that he knew she would say that. Folding his arms over his chest, the boy concluded that she was the fool's contractor and therefore should know that poisoning is not a tricky matter. Visualizing a blade wrapped in green energy, the protagonist explained that spreading paralysis or numbness from a distance might not be easy, but lethal poisons usually require direct contact, and the deputy head of the family confirmed his words with a puzzled expression. Looking directly at her, Chuck asked if she had ever killed enemies at a distance using poisons, and she explained that she had not yet. Hearing this, the boy pointed his finger forward, saying that then let that be her goal, but without stamina, she would be nowhere, so she should start with training. He then added that it would take some time, so he needed her to follow a certain regimen, and today they would test her martial arts skills, which greatly surprised Adelia. Visualizing Agatha in his head, the protagonist asked what her constellation thought, melted her enemies as soon as she woke up, and explained that, besides, as she could tell from her relic, she specialized in daggers. Then Chuck said that, in addition, with her small stature, martial arts were simply necessary, and the masked girl who heard this suddenly shuddered at the words about her small stature. Looking straight at the deputy head of the family, the boy asked if she had practiced martial arts before, to which he received a positive answer. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that one of the previous heads of the Ventric family learned the method of using the ability after Mrs. Beat Mask became their guardian constellation, and he fell into the pleroma of the mental images of Mrs. Constellation and learned martial arts that helped him use poisoning. Looking straight at Chuck, Adelia added that these martial arts had become the main ones for their family, and she heard that the current technique was slightly different, but of course, she had studied it too. Nodding his head after hearing this, the boy said that he understood everything, and now the overall picture was clear. Immediately after this, the protagonist turned to Adelia and Harry, stating that they should fight, which greatly surprised them. Hearing this, the girl seemed to tremble with fear and asked the gentleman that he already realized who it was, and stated that her opponent was Harry, who was called the first, and he answered that he knew and asked not to be afraid. Pointing his finger directly at her, the protagonist said that there was a large enough gap between them in physical indicators and endurance, so he would not use mana, and she could use 20%, and now they should begin, to which the girl agreed with tears in her eyes. Puzzled, looking towards the mountain, he asked the gentleman that this duel was connected with his training in the first strike. Grinning maliciously after his question, Chuck gave a positive answer, saying what would happen after this battle. Looking at the boys who had taken fighting stances, getting ready to start the fight, the boy thought that they would understand what they were missing. At that moment, the protagonist was called by the black cat, who was asking if everything would be okay. Archie, with a clearly worried expression on his face, asked that even taking into account their physique, would Adelia and Harry be able to fight on equal terms? Looking straight at him, Chuck did not understand what was going on, and was he really worried about her, and was there something between them, and he explained that he was just asking. Hearing his answer, the boy closed one eye, offering to watch what was happening. At that time, the first took a fighting stance, preparing for the upcoming battle. The deputy head of the family was also waiting for the sparring to begin. A moment later, Harry rushed straight towards her with great speed. He made a blow with his fist. With a deft movement of her hand, the girl managed to parry it. At the same moment, she gathered energy in her hand, getting ready to counterattack. After the blow, her opponent was thrown back a little. Chuck watched the whole thing with joy, thinking that he expected this. The man, jumping back, thought that this was unexpected. Looking straight at Adelia, who was finishing the move, he thought that her martial arts skills were much better than he thought. A moment later, Harry landed right on the ground in front of her. Then he stopped in place, thinking about his next move. Suddenly, the first sharply pushed off the ground with his foot. At the same time, he was very close to his opponent. Noticing this, the girl was very stunned, thinking that he was fast, and she would not be able to block this. Putting her hands in front of her, she could only block the blow. Thinking that there was a wall behind her, the deputy head of the family hit it right against it. A moment later, she noticed something right in front of her. Harry was already right in front of her, about to deliver another blow. Immediately after that, the man swung his fist. His blow was coming straight for the girl, who was dumbfounded, not understanding what to do. At the last moment, she collected her thoughts, directed her menacing gaze forward. Suddenly, the first was greatly surprised, noticing the enemy's leg right in front of him. Adelia struck straight at the enemy, throwing him back. Then she swung her hand, preparing to lunge. Then the girl struck her palm right at Harry's stomach. After receiving damage, he only groaned in pain. Immediately after that, the man jumped back, holding his stomach. Suddenly, Chuck shouted that it was enough. Looking straight at Harry, who was standing in front of him, he asked if he understood, which greatly surprised him. Pointing his finger straight at him, the boy explained that all this time he acted, relying only on his abilities. Pointing his finger straight at the mountain, Chuck explained that all this time he acted, relying only on his abilities. He would then add that his mana had been adjusted to account for the difference in their physical endurance, as he was too strong in a normal fight, and the man would listen to all of this with his head down. Looking straight ahead, the boy would explain that, of course, endurance was increased through training, so the conditions were a bit absurd, but that was the whole point. Looking at Adelia, who was trying to catch her breath after their fight, the protagonist would conclude that this was why he couldn't defeat the tired girl. Holding his stomach, the first one would ask if there was a reason behind this, to which he would receive a positive answer. Pointing his finger directly at him, Chuck would ask if he had done martial arts before, to which the man would say that he had learned them through communicating with the constellation. Thoughtfully looking straight ahead, the boy would note that, frankly speaking, it was noticeable in his movements. The protagonist then stated that he lost because of his constellation's martial arts technique, and Harry, who heard this, was very dumbfounded. Then Chuck, closing his eyes, asked to let him tell a story that happened many years ago. Immediately after this, the story moves to 300 years ago, when an unknown man stood in front of a crowd of people, telling them to calm down, because such a chance does not come every day. Kurt pointed his hand directly at a huge stone and asked them to see for themselves, because there was a huge boulder behind it. Coming closer to it, the boy began to knock on it, explaining that they could personally verify that it was not a fake and that it was not hollow inside, but an ordinary stone. Then he was about to announce something, when suddenly Chuck passed by with his students. With a wide smile on his face, Kurt showed a pill, explaining that with the help of just one such, which he created by the grace of Buddha. Immediately after that, the boy swallowed it. After doing so, he turned straight towards the huge boulder. Turning to Buddha, Kurt enveloped himself in a huge amount of golden energy. Then the boy swung his fist. A moment later, he struck directly at the huge rock, but nothing happened. Agatha watched in surprise, asking what was happening, and noted that it did not look like he hit the rock at all. At this time, the boy watched in surprise. Right on the huge rock, as if out of nowhere, a dent appeared. After which it began to increase at an incredible speed. A moment later, the boulder completely crumbled. With a smile on his face, Kurt turned back to the people, asking how they felt, and explained that he only lightly hit it, and it had already turned into dust. Holding a bottle of pills in his hands, he explained that with them, even they would be able to gain inhuman strength. With a wide smile on his face, the boy announced that the pill would only cost them 10 chan. Upon hearing this, people asked for the pills, and Kurt only had time to give them and express his gratitude, while the protagonist watched everything from the side with admiration. Watching the boy with the pills, Chuck said that the boy's abilities had blossomed, which greatly surprised his student. The boy then explained that it was similar to her poisonous chi or the power of a maniac cutting through dimensions, and Agatha imagined the power of 2 blades in her head and said that she understood everything. Visualizing a person who was enveloped in blue energy, the protagonist explained that people's abilities have a chance to blossom depending on whether they have talent or not. Looking at his palm, Chuck concluded that it was true that someone like him, who had only a bad meditation technique instead of talent, would die without knowing what abilities he had, and Beatrice looked at her teacher with puzzlement, and just remained silent. Looking at the joyful Kurt, the boy explained that there are people whose abilities bloom without any effort, like him, for example. Looking away, the protagonist said that, nevertheless, when someone with such talent deceives people with his abilities, he loses his temper. The boy looked with great admiration on his face at the large number of gold coins in his bag, saying that one can only admire it. Looking at the vase, in which all the pills ran out, he said that he sold everything, and wondered what came over people today, because thanks to this he earned quite a lot. Then Kurt saw Chuck standing next to him and asked him for forgiveness, explaining that all the pills were already sold out. Then the boy explained that if he came next time, there would definitely be new pills. A moment later, the boy hit Kurt right on the forehead with his finger, causing him to fly back. Holding his forehead, the boy asked what was going on, why did he hit him? Grinning maliciously, looking straight at him, the protagonist asked why he was deceiving ordinary people. Then he added that especially chanting Buddhist prayers, and wouldn't he feel sorry as a monk, and Kurt just looked away guiltily. Then the boy, looking straight at Chuck, declared that he was not ashamed at all. Holding a bag of money in his hands, Kurt explained that the money would go towards rebuilding the temple. Immediately after this, the story shifts to a time near sunset in the mountains. Kurt was making his way along a mountain path while Chuck followed him. Looking back, the boy asked if the children who were with him were his disciples. Continuing to follow right behind him, the boy gave a positive answer, asking if he could already guess just by looking and how he did it. With a slightly puzzled look, Kurt assumed that he must be the head of the Mushinmen then, and explained that he had heard rumors about him taking strange little children as disciples. Hearing this, the protagonist was greatly puzzled, saying that so that's how they talk about him. Suddenly, the boy turned directly to him, apologizing for introducing himself so late, and was about to say his name, but Chuck stopped him, saying, "Forget it, there is no need." Then the boy explained that since he had deceived those people, he had decided to call him Mankaka, and the boy, hearing this, was a little confused, noting that he had told him that the money would go towards rebuilding the temple. Putting his hand out in front of him, the protagonist said that was why he had not taken his students with him, because he wanted to personally check if it was true. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Chuck noted that on any other day he would have been lazy and simply let things slide, but now he had no business. Then he added that returning the stolen money to the people seemed like a good idea, and Kurt, looking straight at him with a puzzled expression, said that they were almost there. Continuing to follow the boy asked what he had said about rebuilding, to which he received a positive answer. With his serious gaze forward, Mankaka said that in fact he did not become a monk by his own will, and the protagonist asked what he meant. Then Kurt remembered the image of the monk standing in front of him and explained that when he was little, his parents became poor and sold him as a slave, and there he was met by some monk abbot who came for his brother, and took notice of him, so he saved him. Hearing this, Chuck was surprised that he was saved by a monk, and asked how, and the boy remembered how the man bowed to the man, and said that the monk bowed to the slave trader, gave him the things he received that day, and began to beg him to let the boy go. With a slightly confused expression, Kurt explained that fortunately, he was a famous monk, so the slave trader let him go, and the boy walking right behind him asked if he was serious, since it was the first time he heard of those bastards letting someone go so easily. With a smile on his face, remembering that same monk, Mankaka declared that he was an incredible person and said his name. Looking straight at the trees through which the last rays of sunlight were breaking through, Kurt explained that this monk took him to live in the temple he led, which is why he grew up without want for anything. Remembering how he stood next to his savior with great fear on their faces, the boy explained that the temple was small, so there was no one else in it except them. Visualizing a huge monster breaking down the wall, Kurt explained that one day, a giant golem attacked the temple. Grasping the beads around his neck, the boy explained that he had barely escaped the surprise attack, but had died anyway, and the temple was in ruins, so he had managed to escape with the monk's rosary. Chuck continued to follow him, listening attentively, while Mankaka added that it was only after some time had passed that he was able to collect all of the monk's remains and cremate him properly. Smiling slightly, Kurt stated that during the cremation process, he had discovered the monk's Saraira, and that's when an idea occurred to him. Imagining a stone tower in his head, the boy stated that he wanted to build it for this Saraira and restore the temple they had lived in. He then added that this was why he was collecting funds, albeit dishonestly, and the protagonist, having listened to him, spoke with a serious look, so that's how it was. The sun had almost set behind the huge mountains when Chuck asked what had happened to the golem that had attacked the temple, and the boy said that he was not sure, but he thought he had dug something around the temple, and that was all he had seen. Suddenly, Kurt, overjoyed, stopped in his tracks and declared that they had arrived. Seeing the sign on the gate, the boy read the name on it, and the boy who heard it said that was exactly what it was called. Standing right in front of the gate of the temple, Chuck noted that it looked quite large, and Mankaka, standing next to him, laughed, explaining that he had first redone the gate with the money he had saved, and that inside it was completely empty. Pointing his hand directly at the entrance, Kurt asked that he had come quite a long way, so why didn't he drop in for a cup of tea, and the boy explained that there was no need, and he was convinced that he was not lying. With a smile on his face, the protagonist stated that he understood his situation, but from now on he needed to earn money honestly, and he knew that he was poking his nose into something that wasn't his business. Hearing this, the boy, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, stated that he would try and express his gratitude. Suddenly, Kurt noticed something ahead. The boy looked straight ahead, dumbfounded, asking what it was. Smiling happily, Chuck asked if that wasn't the golem that destroyed the temple. At that very moment, a huge stone monster appeared right in front of the guys. Turning its head, the stone golem looked at Chuck and Kurt. The protagonist clenched his fist, and the young guy, opening his mouth, froze in place. The protagonist grinned and asked if that was the golem that destroyed the temple. The stone monster, enveloping itself in a fiery aura, approached the heroes. Kurt looked at him and said excitedly that he thought he had become much bigger than he used to be. The golem raised his fist, starting to strike. A powerful red aura from the attack flew through the air. The protagonist, pointing his hand towards the golem's attack, blocked its blow. Clenching his fist, Chuck asked the golem with a confident smile if it was trying to destroy the temple again. Delivering a strong attack with his right hand, the protagonist said that it was impolite of the stone monster. From the powerful blow of his opponent, the golem began to fall on its back. Having fallen, the stone monster left a large mark on the ground. Kurt noted in surprise that the protagonist's blow was incredible, and then asked if the golem was dead, to which the teacher, looking forward, replied that he doubted it very much. The golem continued to lie on the ground. The protagonist explained to Kurt that in order to kill the enemy, it is necessary to destroy the core that is inside it. Turning his gaze back to the golem, Chuck asked the guy if the golem had actually gotten bigger, and then added that if so, it was no wonder it was so strong. Raising his fist, the protagonist said with a confident expression that the golem had gotten bigger by absorbing the magical power of the temple's magic stone. Kurt looked at the man. Chuck added that judging by the name of the temple, the head monk knew everything, and added that there was most likely a magic stone underground. The protagonist, looking into Kurt's eyes, said that ordinary people would not have guessed, but the golem, which feeds on magic, sensed strong energy, which is why it attacked. The stone monster began to get up. Chuck said that most likely, during the attack, the golem absorbed tons of magic, which is why it grew so big. Looking down, Kurt, shaking with fear, asked if the golem could return if they did not kill it now, and then exclaimed that he had been trying for a long time to restore the temple. Chuck, putting his hand on the young man's shoulder, said that then they would have to end it there. The protagonist stood behind the uncomprehending Kurt, took his hands, and confidently told him to raise his fist and get into a stance so that he could strike with all his strength. Looking at the frightened defender of the temple, the protagonist asked if he wanted to destroy the golem himself, adding that this monster killed the monk who raised Kurt. With an uncertain smile on his face, the young man turned to the man and said that he wanted to destroy the golem, and then asked how to do it. The stone golem began to stand up, holding Kurt's hand. The protagonist asked if he remembered the technique he used to break rocks while selling pills this morning, to which the young man replied that he had never used that technique on monsters. Guiding the man's hand, the protagonist stated that this was a great chance, and told Kurt to focus. The Sikjam temple guardian clenched his fist, following the man's instructions. Kurt spread his legs apart, preparing to strike. Taking the young man by the shoulders, the protagonist told him to pour all of his magic into the golem. Kurt began to be covered in a yellow aura. The monster raised its hand, hoping to attack the heroes again. The stone monster sent its fist towards the heroes. Looking at the golem with excitement, Chuck shouted for Kurt to hit. Opening his mouth, the young man began to scream, starting his own attack. In an instant, Kurt delivered a precise and fast blow to his opponent. Blood splashes instantly flew from the guy's fist. Kurt, gritting his teeth, began to grunt in pain. The golem tensed, looking at his opponent. Cracks went along the monster's fist. The stone golem quickly began to fall apart from Kurt's blow. The wave of the attack reached the red core and it cracked. The remains of the golem fell to the ground. The protagonist turned his gaze to Kurt and noted with surprise that he split the golem's core with one blow, and then added that he had talent, to which the young man thanked Chuck. Kurt said that if Chuck had not poured in all his magic, he would not have coped, and the protagonist, turning to the defender of the temple, smiled and said that he liked his modesty. The protagonist's student, clenching his fist, said that perhaps if he had learned this earlier, Monk Hyundok would have been fine, and Chuck turned his head and looked at him with disappointment. The protagonist, smiling, looked at Kurt and asked if he wanted to be his student. Looking questioningly at Chuck, Kurt uncertainly clarified what he meant. The protagonist, crossing his arms, looked at him and said that he had many gifted students like Kurt, and added that if he joined him, he would develop his abilities. Kurt clenched his fist and dreamily said the word student. Raising his head, the young man asked if he could refuse the offer to become a student, and Chuck shuddered in surprise. Kurt, looking at the wooden gates of the temple, said that he had no plans to leave here. Closing his eyes, the protagonist, with a slight smile, said that Kurt's desire was admirable. The evening sun slowly set behind the large mountains. The yellow leaves of the trees swayed in the wind. Chuck raised his hand and greeted the actively training Kurt. Since then, from time to time, the protagonist looked into the Sitjam temple to check on the boy who was developing his martial arts technique, using the punch with which he smashed the golem as a basis. The protagonist, putting his fist forward, showed Kurt how to improve his technique. The boy worked hard to create a martial arts technique called Death with One Punch. One of the protagonist's students was so impressed by this ability that their exchange continued, and he helped him improve this technique. Chuck smiled. Looking at Kurt's powerful and fast punch, 2 straight attacks were a problem, so he planned to correct them after the boy finished working on this punch. Folding his arms and lowering his head down, the protagonist said that he was never able to correct the straightness of Kurt's attacks. Turning his gaze to the protagonist, Logan asked what was the reason for this. Looking ahead, the protagonist with a serious expression stated that it was due to the destruction of the tower. Smiling, the protagonist said that nevertheless, now is a good opportunity. Chuck, putting his hands on his waist, said that he will now show him what needs to be fixed, so he should watch carefully. The protagonist and Archie took wooden swords in their hands. The girl grabbed her head, seeing the information on the document in the protagonist's hands. Chuck, taking Logan by the shoulder and forearm, directed his blow. A scene with smoke appears. The smoke thickens. Looking ahead, the man with a smile thanked the protagonist for the instructions. Looking at the protagonist, Logan said that he came to relearn the first strike, and added that the protagonist will review all of his martial arts skills. The protagonist folded his arms and said that he always regretted not pointing out the weaknesses in the technique of the Sitjam Temple Protector, so he advised Logan to start moving smoothly, not just in a straight line. Looking at the black cat, the protagonist said that movements are crucial for both the first strike and the spatial cut, so you should not just throw magic around, but release it with the right speed and accuracy. Turning his gaze to the rather tired blonde girl, the protagonist advised her to work on her endurance. An image of a modern house standing in the night appeared. The protagonist's students said that they would start training right away. The full moon illuminated the night forest. The scene focuses on the darkened leaves of the tree. The protagonist, with a black bag on his shoulder, walks along the illuminated street towards a multi-story white house. Smiling, Chuck thought that his students, thanks to this training, will be able to cope with future disasters. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket. Taking out a silver ring from his pocket, the protagonist thought that the problem could only be with those 3 levelers that could appear at any moment. Carefully examining the ring in his hand, Chuck thought that in case the guide needed a new name again, he had not absorbed all the 2 levelers he encountered last time. Barry, with a frightened face, contacts Chuck, who, squeezing the ring in his fist, asked him discontentedly what he wanted from him. The man in the blue mask nervously tilted his head and asked Chuck to tell his students that if they saw Barry in the main hall, they should not hit him. Continuing to walk through the night park, the protagonist asked the man if he thought he was in a position to demand anything, and also added that Barry should explain to him what happened. The protagonist also stated that if he considered it a valid reason, he might think about it. The guy in the blue mask, swallowing nervously, reluctantly said that he would tell what happened. The protagonist stopped and began to listen carefully. Barry, lowering his head, said that it was them. Introducing the Tower of Destruction, the guy, raising his hand, said in fear that it happened inside the main hall. Barry, standing inside the main hall of the Tower of Destruction, was breathing deeply. Chuck, raising his head in surprise, asked him to tell everything in order. Barry, pressing his back against the wall, began to tell how he went to reconnaissance in the main hall. The guy opened the door to the space with doors. He said that before, Chuck's students forced other constellations to kneel, but recently it seemed to him that the situation had stabilized, and so he went out to check the situation. Looking at the half-ruined towers of the city, he tilted his head and said that there were practically no constellations inside, so he decided that they either returned to their panoramas of mental images, or gathered somewhere else. Half-ruined buildings stood under a gray sky. Chuck, not fully understanding what Barry was talking about, asked him again, and Barry explained that there were both ruins and new buildings that were just under construction, so he decided that they could well have gathered there. The guy in the mask, moving a few steps away from the door, said that it was probably the recent commotion that provoked them to leave. Turning around abruptly, he saw a man in a black cloak sneak up on him unnoticed. The guy in round glasses looked at Barry and with a smile on his face called him the head of the tower. Chuck, slightly turning his head, asked if this was the man from the 4th floor. Leaning his back against the door, the blonde guy imagined the face of that mysterious man in a black cloak, and told Chuck that his alias was the Hidden Strategist. The protagonist, walking slowly down the street, said that he had never heard of him, to which Barry replied that he tried to keep a low profile, and true to his alias, first strategized before acting, after which he added that Chuck's student had been secretly keeping an eye on him. The young guy, bowing his head, said that the guy in the black cloak himself had told him that he now controlled the Constellations in the Tower of Destruction himself. Chuck, squeezing the strap of his backpack, asked again how that guy even managed to control the Constellations if he was from the 4th floor. Barry, spreading his arms, said that it was inevitable anyway, and also asked Chuck if he remembered the features of the tower. A modern residential building was visible against the night sky. The protagonist confirmed that he remembered that the higher the floor, the stronger the creatures. Imagining the structure of the tower's floors, the young guy slightly lowered his head and said that there were 6 floors in the Tower of Destruction and that strong monsters also lived on the first of them, but starting from the second, they could receive so-called names. The protagonist, stopping near one of the burning windows, continued to listen to the guy. Barry said that on the 3rd floor there were those who had unique names, on the 4th monsters with great names, and on the 5th floor, there were 4 heavenly kings, who were personally selected by the owner of the labyrinth. Behind the back of the protagonist's interlocutor, the Tower of Destruction was visible, shrouded in lightning. Leaning forward, he said that, being the owner of the tower, he lived on the last, 6th floor. Recalling his dialogue with the secret strategist, named Frank, the guy added that the man said that he took his place because neither he nor the kings were around. Going inside the building, Chuck asked if Frank was the only one from the Tower of Destruction that Barry had met, to which he replied that at the moment, yes. Pressing the elevator call button, the protagonist said that this was very bad. Entering the opened elevator, Chuck assumed that since they were all in the main hall, it meant that they were still active. Like Constellations, Barry confirmed his words. The elevator doors slammed shut, and the protagonist, turning to face them, asked the interlocutor how many creatures of the tower were controlled by the secret strategist. Barry, with his mouth slightly open in confusion, shouted that he did not know. The young guy, recalling their dialogue with the secret strategist, explained that when Frank saw him, he immediately asked to lead them again. Looking worriedly at his hand, Barry added that they still thought he had his powers, and if they knew the truth, no one could say what would happen to him. Swallowing nervously, the protagonist's interlocutor pursed his lips and began to say that he had answered the secret strategist. Opening his mouth wide, Barry, remembering his confident and calm appearance during the answer, said that he had answered that the time had not yet come and ran away. Leaning over, the young guy said Chuck's name. Barry, standing confused by the door, heard only insane laughter. Chuck, with inadequate rage on his face, screamed, declaring that the guy was a useless piece of trash. Barry, looking down in frustration, listened as Chuck told him that if he had no strength left, then at least he should find out something useful, and that he was a goddamn loser, not the master of the tower, since he, the protagonist, was obsessed with this tower and in order to plan anything, he needed to know how many constellations there were. The black zipper bag that Chuck was carrying carelessly fell to the floor and made a dull sound. The protagonist, sitting tensely on a chair, put his foot on the chair leg and asked Barry what he thought about traveling to the pleroma of mental images. Since so much time had passed, Barry was very surprised by this question. Nervously tilting his head, he heard Chuck say that no one had taught him any sense for a long time. The young man replied that he couldn't do that, because he needed the permission of the constellation to enter the pleroma. Chuck turned his angry gaze to the side, and said that he would ask one of his students about it. Chuck crossed his arms in a businesslike manner, offering to sort it out, and suggested that in addition to those constellations from the 5th floor, the rest were most likely existing. Barry agreed. The protagonist, propping his chin on his hand, turned his gaze and said that the guide hadn't told him much, but had mentioned that a tower of destruction would appear soon. Slowly turning his gaze to the side, Chuck imagined various monsters in front of him, and added that he would clarify this later, but they probably became constellations starting from the 2nd floor. Lowering his body, he remembered that she had said that the names were descending, after which Barry asked with interest what that meant. The protagonist, straightening his back, rested his chin on his hand and explained that when the names descend, they are fully embodied, since they are no longer bound by any restrictions, they are allowed to influence the real world directly. Deep in thought, Chuck looked back and said that they could simply destroy these constellations while their names have not yet descended. Barry, standing near the door, was actively trying to catch his breath. The protagonist asked him about what would happen if they destroyed the relic in which the constellation itself was located. The young guy replied that he was not faithful, because he had just found himself in the heavenly sword and had no idea about it yet. Chuck indignantly stated that he could destroy it and check everything himself, because now he had a spare anyway, to which Barry, with his mouth slightly open in fear, asked him to calm down and said that they could just ask another constellation. The protagonist, displeased, pressing his hand to his head, leaned over and said that Barry was completely useless and ignorant. Looking forward seriously, the protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that everything was just too weird with Barry. He crossed his arms tensely and bowed his head and thought that the other constellations had lost their real names, so he didn't know them. But Barry remembered them for some reason. He also added that he even knew that changing perception allowed him to use all his power to the maximum in the pleroma of mental images, but he himself did not have any abilities. Bowing his head, the protagonist thought that perhaps the name given to Barry was his weakness. He clenched his jaw in anger and mentally confirmed that now was not the time to think about it at all, because the guy could very well be lying to him, and therefore, nothing could be said for sure until the truth came out. Barry bowed his head slightly and opened his mouth. The protagonist said that he had a job for him. Chuck, sitting imperiously on the chair, told his interlocutor that he needed to pretend that he had become the head of the Tower of Destruction again. The frightened young man nervously tilted his head. The protagonist told him to stay in the main hall, control the others, and find out how many constellations there were, to which Barry asked why this was necessary. Gritting his teeth in excitement, he continued to listen to the protagonist. Chuck told him to pretend that he still had powers, to keep everyone in the main hall under control so that they did not cause problems, and to give him news. Imagining the demonic smile of the protagonist, the guy shuddered in fear. The protagonist promised him to destroy his relic and make him experience the same thing that happens to the constellation, in case Barry refused to fulfill his request. Excitedly turning to face the door, the interlocutor of the protagonist agreed to do what Chuck asked, after which the protagonist stated that this was a reasonable choice. The protagonist, looking away, thought that he would leave the main hall to Barry, and tomorrow he would ask his students about the relics. It was a sunny day outside. Fluffy clouds barely covered the blue sky. The next day, the windows of the main office of Valhalla reflected the bright rays of the warm summer sun. Above the metal door hung a sign informing that the director worked in this office. Chuck, approaching the door, slowly knocked. The owner of the market named Archie, seeing the protagonist at the door, asked him to wait a little. The Valhalla instructor, getting up from his chair, said in a menacing voice that he really hoped that the opinion of the man in the mask would change, to which he excitedly agreed. Sharply opening the door, the instructor fixed his gaze on the protagonist. Holding his breath, Chuck raised his head and looked the instructor in the eyes. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist said hello and said that he and the instructor had not seen each other for a long time. A top instructor named Bill, looking straight at Chuck, agreed with him, and added that he had been making quite a lot of noise lately. Squinting his eyes and smiling, the instructor slowly walked past Chuck, saying that it was time for him to go. Turning to Archie, the protagonist pointed his finger at Bill walking away and asked if something was wrong. The black cat, nervously tilting his head forward, began to make excuses. Turning to face Archie, Chuck unexpectedly heard him say that he and the instructor had talked about Bill wanting to resign as an instructor at Valhalla, which greatly surprised the protagonist. The instructor's face popped into Chuck's head. He opened his mouth in surprise and said his name in a slightly shocked voice, after which he asked if Bill was a top instructor. Slightly turning his head to look at the protagonist, the black cat confirmed his assumption, and added that only he knew about it. He had not told the others anything yet. Chuck put his hand on his belt. His face expressed some bewilderment. Archie said that Bill plans to stay until the end of the year and then retire. This prompted the protagonist to ask if this was really discussed, and not Bill himself notified him about it. The black cat, calmly incinerating him with a look, parried the question with his own, about the reason for the first one's arrival here, to which Chuck, slightly clenching his palm into a fist, patiently replied that he came to ask the maniac a question. He removed his hand from his belt and stretched it into the air, as if something had woken up. An image of a destroyed staff popped into his head, from which he asked what would happen to the constellation located in the destroyed sacred relic. Stephanie, as if surrounded by the bulk of space, stood with her hands folded in front of her. Pressing her clenched palms to her chin, she replied that most likely everything would be fine with him. Chuck was confused. The maniac, noticing the puzzled face of her teacher, sighed. Her eyelids fell tiredly over her eyes. She decided to explain that the pleroma of mental images of the relic would disappear, so that it would turn into an ordinary object, and the constellation would simply begin to wander. Chuck pursed his lips and looked at the screen and asked again. Stephanie added that the constellation would begin to wander like a ghost. A blade blazing with blue fire emerged in his consciousness. The girl said that any object imbued with magic could with some probability become a sacred relic, and that when it comes to wandering constellations, they are drawn to familiar magic or objects that they once used, after which they become relics. Stephanie, frowning as if trying to remember all the details, said that fortunately, their old weapons were preserved, so they were able to master everything quite easily. Right before her eyes, a constellation of the Ventric family with a dagger and a yellow flame, Tuguri with a glove in a crimson flame, and a red-haired man with a katana in a dark flame appeared. The protagonist finally understood everything, closed his eyes and expertly crossed his arms over his chest, saying that this was quite unexpected. Stephanie's facial expressions came to life and she asked what exactly surprised her teacher. A smirk appeared on Chuck's face. He said that he did not think that she really knew, and added that he asked just like that, to which he heard a chuckle from the screen. Opening her eyes, the girl said that when she became a constellation, the first thing she did was recreate the environment in which she lived with her teacher. A dark purple gloomy landscape appeared on the canvas of her memories. She recalled that it seemed to her as if monsters could appear at any moment, like that deserted scene from her memories. The protagonist intervened and rhetorically asked that maybe he was imagining things, but everything was much darker than he remembered. In Stephanie's imagination, an adult man with a bag on his shoulder appeared. She called him her first contractor. The man, seeing such a situation, asked permission to use this space. In the next memory, he was already standing near his shop surrounded by customers. Stephanie explained that he was a merchant, and when he realized that it was possible to connect space with subspace, he opened a store there. Time passed and more people came, and a market appeared there. She appeared in the memory with crazy eyes and a smile. It was she, seeing the potential of his business, who turned this place into an underground black market, where merchants and ordinary people began to wear masks to hide their identities. Pressing her fingertips together, she said that with the advent of the Constellation era, the market had become more relic-oriented, adding that at the same time, they had observed how powerful constellations resonated with the relics and penetrated them. Stephanie finished her story, summing up how she had learned about all this. Chuck, folding his arms over his chest, said that everything was clear. Taking her red cheeks, the girl admitted to the teacher that she was touched. In response, the protagonist grinned in confusion. Holding her face, the maniac, with a mad expression on her face, declared that since her teacher came to her first, it meant that she was his favorite student. Immediately, the joy turned into a sad, bewildered mess when she heard that she was not the first. The protagonist closed his eye, remembering the meeting with Soshimi. He stated that since he said the guardians hide their presence and constantly follow him, so he asked her first, but she did not know anything. Stephanie listened to this, disappointedly lowering her head. He said that he thought that shit did not know either, so he came to her. She only answered with annoyance that she understood. Then the girl asked if she could kill her little sister. Sweat appeared on Chuck's forehead. He rhetorically asked if she seriously thought that he would allow it, and was it not she who said that constellations cannot kill each other? His face suddenly took on a serious look. His lips closed again in thought. He realized that they would not be able to kill the bastards from the Tower of Destruction as long as they remained constellations, and added that it really pissed him off. Starting to scratch his head from excitement, the protagonist thought about whether he should look for these relics, because he does not even know what determines the place of their appearance. Chuck's hands were about to look for answers in his pockets, but the black cat brought him out of his thoughts, who asked if he had any more questions, to which he answered negatively. But then, grabbing his chin, he remembered that he still had one, after which he asked if he said that the instructor wanted to resign, to which he received a positive answer. Archie broke out in a sweat when he heard that the protagonist wanted to talk to the instructor. The protagonist looked away in thought, and added that it would be a shame to miss him. Clouds hung in the evening sky. His gaze slowly floated over them, trying to find something to cling to. And he caught on the academy building, like the clouds, slowly drowning in the sunset. Instructor Lilia was walking along its corridors. Her gaze seemed to catch the outlines of a familiar silhouette. It was Chuck's silhouette, walking somewhere. The instructor was beside herself with delight. Her cheeks were covered with a blush. She was surprised that it was the protagonist, and thought that she had not seen him since he transferred to a special class, and maybe fate itself brought him here. Her pupils narrowed with excitement. She rejected all the reasons not to approach, for example, that she had a writer's block in her dissertation on monsters anyway. Nevertheless, she came to a realization. The protagonist caught a board bill in the hallway. Lily quickly hid around the corner so as not to be noticed. She did not understand what was happening and why the instructor and Chuck looked so serious. The man looked tiredly at the protagonist, and asked him what was wrong, and if he had any business with him. Smiling slightly, Chuck answered in the affirmative, offering to talk to him in person. Lowering his head, Bill sighed heavily and agreed. Lily was watching the proceedings attentively, eavesdropping on the conversation, from which she learned that they were going to a cafe, since Bill had the day off. She slightly pursed her eyebrows, anxiously thinking that she usually did not meddle in other people's business, but since Chuck was involved, she could not pass by. Looking after the protagonist and the instructor as they left, she decided that she needed to follow them. The cafe was taking on the fire of the dying day. It was there, next to the window, that the conversation of Chuck and Bill, sitting opposite each other, was taking place. The latter was slowly sipping the contents of a mug. Behind his back, at the next table, Lily, who had changed, was spying. Lifting her cup, she thought about whether she would hear anything at such a distance. Tearing himself away from his drink, the instructor looked at Chuck and asked what he wanted to talk to him about. The protagonist, who had not touched his drink, looked at his interlocutor and replied that he was curious about something. The protagonist, with a slight glint in his eyes, said that he had heard that Bill wanted to resign. Upon hearing this, Lilia poured out the contents of the mug. This attracted the attention of the puzzled Bill and Chuck. Lilia turned away and cleared her throat, inwardly surprised that the instructor was leaving. He tiredly closed his eyes, saying that it seemed that the new director was incapable of keeping secrets. The expression on his lips was slightly embittered. He said that for the first time, as an instructor, he felt useless. Chuck fell into a stupor and opened his mouth when Bill stated that it was all because of him. With a tired sigh, the instructor looked at the protagonist and said that he was proud to teach in Valhalla. A moment passed before his eyes, where he, with a weapon in his hand, stood on hordes of defeated monsters. He remembered that being the strongest hunter in Korea, he made the White Silver Guild the best. In another segment of his memory, he looks at what he did with the eyes of a winner, and added to his thought that no matter how strong they became, there were no fewer monsters, and on the contrary, there were fewer and fewer hunters. In another time period, the man stood, talking to the former director, hiding his weapon behind his back. He said that back then, this director invited him to the academy as an instructor to train hunters. Closing his eyes, he said that back then he asked him about what he was going to do about the level gap between hunters and Constellation contractor hunters, because the latter had a clear advantage, and he replied that it would not be a problem, because, being a hunter, he had collected many sacred relics. Bill took the glass and sipped the contents of the mug, saying that he had accepted his offer and became an instructor. Chuck watched the instructor intently, not taking his eyes off him, as he explained that as time went on, his students became hunters, clearing out mazes and monsters all over the world, and each time they succeeded, he felt that he was on the right path. The instructor slammed his mug on the table and declared that things were different now. He looked up at Chuck and asked him sternly if he knew what was in fashion today. Chuck was taken aback when Bill answered his own question that it was fashionable to latch on to the protagonist and jump into a special class. The instructor, without changing his expression, languidly said that the special class had an advantage like skipping regular classes, and that children who once wanted to become hunters were starting to get lazy. Putting down his cup, Bill said that the current special class was overcrowded with those who followed him, and that even the new heiress of the Schwe family was in this class. The protagonist replied that this was indeed true. The instructor frowned, disappointment written on his face. He continued to tell that, of course, perhaps these children could put in some effort, but each of this class came from a top family with their own guardian constellation. The man took a sip of his mug in frustration and continued by saying that the students were now obsessed with S-class contracts and were trying to get into the special class to be closer to Chuck. He put the mug down on the table and looked into Chuck's eyes again. The man asked rhetorically if they needed him, since ever since the protagonist appeared, it seemed like the academy revolved around him alone. Narrowing his eyes, the man stated that he couldn't find out anything from his biography and asked who he was. His eyes flashed with anger, his brows furrowed. The man asked if Chuck had secretly made a contract with someone from the S-rank Constellations. The protagonist's expression changed. Grinning, he turned to the instructor, saying that since he was so curious, they could do something. Opening his eyes, the protagonist smiled and offered Bill to fight him. The protagonist looked ahead with a smile as he offered him to fight him. Bill opened his mouth and asked him again. A shadow fell on the protagonist's face when he added that in that case, he would immediately understand whether he was a contractor or not. The instructor lowered his menacing gaze when he asked Chuck about whether he was provoking him now. The blonde's pupils narrowed when he said that he usually did not respond to such provocations, but this time he would accept his challenge. Sweat appeared on Lilia's face. Bill looked seriously ahead when he asked the guy to tell him who he was before leaving. The protagonist opened his mouth, looking ahead when he answered yes, and then invited him to go to the sparring room. The girl in the cap watched them. Lilia adjusted her hat when she realized that the instructor and Chuck were about to fight. The sunset sky was shown. The school building was illuminated by the setting sun. Archie was standing by the window. His mask was shown close up. He remembered how the protagonist was in front of him when he said that he wanted to talk to him, then he was asked again. The brunette looked away, answering that it would be a shame to miss it. The chairman stood in front of the guy, who added that he was also thinking about leaving the academy. Then he asked if it was true. The protagonist presented the system notification when he explained that he only entered there because of the notification about the Tower of Destruction, and that for some reason it pointed to the location of his heavenly sword, which was in the room of the Constellations of Valhalla. The protagonist stood in front of Archie when he told that it then directed him to the Eye of the Great Forest. Then the Black Cat said that this labyrinth is controlled by their academy. Chuck looked carefully in front of himself when he agreed with him, saying that this was the end of the notifications, which means he has no more business there. Sweat appeared on the chairman's mask when the young man added that he found new students, and that he and the maniac took the post of director, and life and training became much more comfortable, so he stayed. Then the guy in the mask replied that he understood. They stood opposite each other when the protagonist said that he had not wasted his time and had found out more about the instructors. Then Archie asked him again, adding that he could have asked him, and he had handed over their personal files to him. The protagonist glanced at the man in the cloak when he replied that it was only information on paper, and that he had made inquiries through a research group that Beatrice's former protector knew about. Chuck closed his eyes when he added that most of them turned out to be honest and conscientious people, although some had a very difficult past. The masked chairman was in front of the brunette, who said that Instructor Bill stood out especially. Then he agreed with him. Archie introduced the man with the sword when he said that he single-handedly made the weakest guild white silver into the strongest, and that the hunters and contractors considered him a legend. The protagonist's mouth fell open, looking forward when he added that this was not due to the strong constellation. The boy stood in front of Archie when he said that he heard that he had a contract with an A-rank constellation and that he knew nothing more. Then he replied that he understood. The protagonist was shown in profile when he said that, not to mention that he criticized the current contractors' dependence on their constellations, and unlike them, he behaved decently. Clouds floated above the building when the brunette added that, however, it seemed that he accepted the current hunter standards based on the strength of the constellation, although he fundamentally disagreed with it. Then the director agreed with him. The masked chairman looked forward and asked about whether the boy knew about this when he said that it seemed that the instructor had been relentlessly criticizing the academy's position lately. Chuck looked at Archie when he reminded him that he had said he had found something, admitting that he had hacked into the academy's personal email accounts, and the headmaster asked if the boy had hacked into the mail. The chairman looked at the brunette in front of him, who explained that if he had checked the former headmaster's email account, he would have known about it, since he had sent his complaints about the administration there, and the masked boy replied that he knew. Archie looked straight ahead when he said that Valhalla existed thanks to donations from noble families, and that in exchange for this, the children of the sponsors received better dorms and guaranteed admission. The headmaster stood in front of the protagonist when he said that Instructor Bill had come to terms with this because of the situation the academy was in order to keep the education fair, and that the former chairman had agreed with this and created a policy accordingly. The protagonist looked closely at Archie, who added that this year, he had sent a letter full of dissatisfaction about admission based on donations. Chuck introduced the blonde guy when he said it was probably because of Rick, and that Bill knew he would cause a lot of trouble. The masked chairman stared ahead silently when he said that Adelia tried to justify him with money and even arranged a meeting with him. The protagonist stood up straight when he said that during his investigation he found out something else, and that this scoundrel Rick was a so-called exchange student who got to Valhalla, which turned out to be a lie. Opposite the brunette was Archie when he added that with the help of donations he got a pass to the academy after being expelled in the UK, and that the legend of an exchange student was just a cover. The blonde man turned his back when the protagonist asked the director if he thought Bill felt helpless after learning the truth, suggesting that he must have felt that all of Valhalla revolved around only one student. Chuck opened his hand as he summed up that it made him want to quit even more. The chairman's mask was shown up close as the guy added that it probably only made him more determined. The brunette opened his mouth, looking ahead as he said he bet that after he became the CEO and things started to revolve around him, even if he wasn't causing any new problems, the situation would have seemed familiar. Archie looked at the protagonist, who said that he honestly didn't care that much about people quitting or making a fuss over him, but Bill was a big loss. The guys stood across from each other as the CEO asked if he could ask why, to which the protagonist replied that it was simply because it was a big omission. Chuck looked at his palm as he admitted that after his rebirth, he had been thinking about his past failures. He clenched his fist as he said that, for one, he wasn't strong enough. The masked chairman was in front of him when the brunette added that secondly, the hunters were of a low level, then he repeated his words. The protagonist looked at his fist when he said that his lack of strength could not be helped, and that he lacked talent and had starting conditions, and also that he could not become stronger if he did not undergo a metamorphosis. The protagonist looked forward resolutely when he summed up that he did not have enough time for the second. He introduced the Gate of Mushroommen when he told about how he founded a combat sect with his students, where he did not recruit new followers, since he initially planned to bring the existing ones to a certain level. The black cat was in front of Chuck, who said that he could not, then he assumed that it was because of the Tower of Destruction. The brunette continued to confidently look forward when he told about how he and his students somehow dealt with it, but they were unable to stop the monsters and the disaster. Sweat appeared on Archie's mask when the guy told about how the surviving hunters sacrificed themselves to somehow block the chaos. But the destruction was so huge that they began to call it the Age of Destruction. Monsters surrounded the people when the protagonist said that there were not enough strong hunters, and that therefore they were unable to stop them. The director stood in front of the protagonist when he asked about what is happening now. Chuck looked serious when he answered that there are many more hunters now, and that there are academies all over the world. Human silhouettes were shown as he added that the minimum level of hunters had increased compared to before, but the maximum level had not, and that hunters used to have to spend more time training on their own to increase their magic and strength, but now they only rely on the constellations. The protagonist opened his palm as he said that while having a large number of hunters would prepare them for the next Tower of Destruction, there were only a few he could take with him. The protagonist smirked, clenching his fist as he concluded that they therefore needed to keep the few good instructors they had to raise the standards of future hunters. The masked chairman presented Chuck's face, asking him to keep in mind that he would use force if necessary. Archie was shown in profile as he thought about how the latter bothered him a little, and how he was slightly surprised. The director stood by the window, thinking about how he seemed not to care about the problems around him, but he had his own thoughts about this world. The chairman in the mask looked out the window, thinking that this showed how serious he was about stopping the Tower of Destruction. The sunset sky was above the building. Bill stood with a sword in his hand. The protagonist held the blade. The girls and Sean pressed themselves against the glass when Julie asked why the instructor was fighting the protagonist. Then Lana exclaimed that the window was too small, and then asked who he was. The blonde man looked serious when Amanda explained that he was a top-ranking Valhalla instructor. Then the girl asked if he was the strongest teacher, to which Sean answered in the affirmative. Bill opened his mouth, saying that he had not fought people for a long time. Chuck stood straight, holding the sword. His pupils suddenly narrowed. The brunette blocked the instructor's lunge. The blonde man moved quickly, looking forward. He disappeared in front of the guy. The protagonist looked to the side carefully. He parried the opponent's blow. The protagonist looked at the broken sword. Bill rushed towards him. The blonde man looked forward menacingly. Chuck was in front of him. The dark-haired guy smiled when he thought about how fast he was, assuming that he had a contract with a constellation whose advantage was agility. The instructor in front of him disappeared again. Bill appeared behind him. In the guy's hand was the hilt of the blade. The protagonist hit the man behind him. The protagonist stood in front of the sitting instructor. Bill grabbed his side, looking forward. Sweat appeared on the students' faces when Julie asked what just happened, exclaiming that the instructor suddenly disappeared and then collapsed behind Chuck. Lana looked away worriedly when she answered that she saw it and that this professor had crazy speed. She imagined the man going around the protagonist as she explained that he was coming straight at him but changed direction twice, bouncing off the ground. Sean and the other girls looked at her as Lana added that maybe he did it because he knew he couldn't make a successful frontal attack and that the protagonist had anticipated this move and had swung his sword behind him. The blonde with glasses opened her mouth as she said that the instructor hadn't fought at full strength either, and that he had intentionally stopped his blade before it could touch Chuck. The students looked at the girl in the cap who started asking them questions. Lilia adjusted her hat, looking away when she was asked who she was, and Julie said her name, then she said that they were mistaken. Bill touched the wounded place as he said that it was incredible, and that no one would have thought that he would be able to react at such a speed. The protagonist looked down with a smile as he replied that it was all thanks to the instructor, and then asked if it was true that he stopped because he was afraid that a blow to the head would kill him. The protagonist's face was shown in close-up as he added that he should not give in to him. The blonde man's face sweated as the boy advised him to attack with all his might, as if he were nothing to him. Chuck stood in front of Bill, who asked if he really meant that he should ignore his duties as an instructor. The brunette was shown in profile as he replied that the same man had said that he wanted to get to know him, and that in that case, he should skip the formalities and think of it as a regular sparring match. The boy's eye was shown in close-up as he explained that only then would he begin to understand what kind of person he was. The instructor held a sword in his hand as he said that sparring was a match between two people. He suddenly held his hand out to the side, adding that it was great. The man pointed the weapon at the protagonist. The protagonist looked at the blades, thinking that he was too fast to parry this blow, and that he would have to focus on blocking. The blonde instructor frowned. Chuck had blocked many blows with his sword. The brunette noticed a crack in the blade, thinking that he had assumed it was one blow, but it turned out to be several, and that was bad. His blade was hit again as the boy thought about what would happen if these attacks continued. The sword in the protagonist's hands broke. Bill bent his arm, looking forward as he decided that he needed to act now that his blade had broken. The instructor swung the sword in front of him. The instructor placed his hand on the wound as he realized that he could not continue to attack due to the injury, and then thought about what would happen if he had so much sword intent. The blonde's pupils narrowed greatly. A silhouette was visible through the smoke. The protagonist stood with his arms bent in front of him. Bill looked shocked when he realized that the boy didn't have any visible damage, wondering how even if it was a fake sword it was still reinforced with intent, and how he managed to do that. The protagonist blew on his hand when the instructor suggested that he had made a contract with a constellation that reflected attacks. Chuck smiled, looking forward as he said that he didn't like to explain, but he would say it this way so there would be no misunderstanding. The instructor stood in front of the brunette, who explained that he didn't have a contract with a constellation and that he reflected his sword's intent with only his mana, which the instructor asked him again. The dark-haired guy pointed to his palm as he added that if the sword's intent wasn't strong enough, he could reflect it by concentrating a huge amount of mana on the blade in his hand, and then asked if that wasn't what he taught his students. Bill's face began to sweat as he replied that he had never shown them this, and that he had never heard of such a thing. The two men stood in front of each other as the instructor said that it wasn't even written in the textbooks of other countries that he had to study to teach the students, and the boy replied that he understood. The protagonist touched his chest with his fist as he said that these skills were designed with fighting humans in mind, so it made sense, and that learning skills to fight monsters was now more valuable than fighting humans. The blonde instructor opened his mouth, looking ahead as he asked him again, and then asked what he was talking about, since it had been hundreds of years since this had become the standard. The protagonist was in front of Bill, who added that labyrinths with active monsters appeared in every country, and that people stopped fighting each other and began to research ways to fight monsters, and that before the era of destruction there were rumors of evil spirits appearing everywhere, but now most of them can only be seen near labyrinths, so countries independently limit their visits. The instructor frowned as he summed up that this was why the combat and training that the students went through in the academies was all about fighting monsters, and that sparring with each other was just a demonstration of mana and physical prowess, and that they didn't specifically learn how to take people down. Chuck stared at the blonde man as he said that only government enforcers or criminals learn such skills, not to mention that no gangsters, police, or soldiers knew about such skills. Bill's mouth dropped as he asked the boy who he was. The dark-haired boy looked down in satisfaction as he thought about how there was no reason to tell anyone else his identity, and then replied that he would have to defeat him to find out. The instructor frowned deeply as he said that was excellent. The instructor was enveloped in blue energy as he added that he, an adult, was ashamed, but he would show him the most powerful attack in his arsenal. The man's silhouette began to split in two. The protagonist looked forward with a smirk as he asked if he should be afraid. The protagonist swung his fist at Bill. The instructor gritted his teeth in anger. Several of his silhouettes extended their hand forward. The blonde man looked away as he thought about how strange it was, and how he was hitting him from close range, but he didn't feel his punches hitting him. The instructor's mouth dropped in surprise as he asked him not to tell him that he was behind him. Chuck looked at him, clenching his fist. The brunette's mouth parted in a half-smile as he said that he understood everything pretty quickly. The guy's fist was shown close up. The student extended his hand towards Bill as he added that it was his turn. The instructor looked ahead, thinking that his attack was too slow and that he could do something now. The location of his injury was shown. The instructor gritted his teeth in pain when he remembered the place where he was injured. The brunette appeared in front of the man. The protagonist grinned creepily, clenching his fist. He punched the instructor in the chest. Bill opened his mouth wide, groaning. He fell in front of the protagonist. The instructor was lying on the couch. He suddenly opened his eyes. The blonde man sat up, holding his stomach. Bill looked away when he was asked how he felt. Chuck was sitting in front of him when he addressed him. The instructor was sitting in front of the brunette when he asked where he was, to which he replied that they were in the break room next to the training room. The two men were facing each other when the boy said that if he was seriously injured he would have taken him to the infirmary, but he seemed to be okay, adding that he must have used mana to protect himself from the blow. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious expression when the instructor suggested that he was holding back. The instructor placed a hand on his stomach when he said that he must look terrible, and that he never thought that he would give it his all in a sparring match against a student and still lose. The serious protagonist sat in front of the instructor, who said that maybe it was time for him to resign. The boy's mouth fell open when he replied that he hoped that he wouldn't quit. Bill looked at Chuck in surprise. The brunette looked ahead with his mouth open when he explained that he was very sorry for disturbing the peace at the academy, and that he didn't think that the existence of a special class would affect the students like this. The protagonist was sitting across from the instructor when he said that although he was skipping regular classes for convenience, the special class wasn't there to slack off, and the instructor replied that he thought so. The blonde introduced Julie, Sean, and Lana when he added that on his way to the gym, he glanced at the training ground and saw the special class students there, and that they were doing intense training that the current students didn't get. Bill was across from the protagonist when he asked if he made the programs himself, noting that it seemed like they were all doing different exercises, and the guy replied that he was. Chuck continued to stare ahead when he added that they had different body types and martial arts styles, so they were just trying to hide their weaknesses and enhance their strengths or something like that. The instructor closed his eyes when he called the student a buddy, saying that he was a much better teacher than him. The brunette sat in front of the instructor, who asked why they didn't just continue the special class like they had before, and why he was asking him not to leave. The protagonist, his mouth slightly open, looked ahead as he explained that it was because he wouldn't be able to teach regular students, and that even if he was good at it, he was just a student, not a teacher, and concluded that he thought his departure would be a great loss to the academy. The blonde's face began to sweat as he responded that it was rather embarrassing to hear. The blonde instructor sat in front of the protagonist, who said that if he was leaving because of him, then he would leave the academy and disband the special class. Bill frowned, looking ahead as he addressed Chuck, answering that even if the atmosphere at the academy had changed because of him, no one wanted him to leave. The brunette looked intently at the instructor, who asked about why they had created the special class in the first place, and what it was for. They were sitting across from each other when the boy responded that for someone who had just lost, he was asking for quite a lot of detailed answers. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled as he explained that he was just joking, and that since he was asking him to stay on as an instructor, it was okay for him to tell him a little about himself. Bill was sitting in front of the dark-haired boy, who explained that the class was some kind of special forces unit, and the man asked him again. The protagonist looked confidently ahead as he asked if he remembered the disaster that had happened a few months ago. The blonde man sat up straight as he answered in the affirmative, adding that such things rarely happened in Korea, but that everything had been resolved quickly enough that the information had not leaked to the media, and that, strangely enough, even those few reports had disappeared shortly after. The protagonist looked focused as he reported that he and the special class had taken care of it. The academy instructor was sitting in front of the student when he asked him again and asked if they were doing it personally, to which he replied in the affirmative. Chuck was shown in profile when he added that they were the ones who were the fastest to get to the scene of an incident, prevent damage, and subdue monsters, and that of course there was a separate official team involved this time, but that was the direction the special squad was supposed to go in after all. His red eye was shown up close when the boy said he hadn't told the others about it. Bill frowned, looking ahead when he said he had only told him. The blonde man's mouth dropped open when he asked if he meant to say that he had created his own private organization through the students. The brunette pointed a finger in front of him when he replied that he had, and that he believed that was one of the options. The instructor touched his forehead when he spoke of a private group of students killing monsters and clearing dungeons. The dark-haired boy sat in front of him as he explained that that was what the hunter guilds and government contractors were for, and that they, the students, weren't supposed to get involved in such things. The protagonist smiled slightly as he asked if he knew how long it took the contractors to get to the site of the disaster. Bill looked ahead in displeasure as the boy said 30 minutes. The protagonist sat staring ahead as he explained that the special class evacuated the civilians and destroyed the monsters, and that he himself cleared the dungeon, and that they arrived at the very end. Chuck sat on the couch in front of the instructor as he added that, in addition, the members of this class were much stronger than most adult contractors, so he didn't have to worry about their safety. Bill looked at the dark-haired boy in front of him, who said that if he looked into the future, he thought that it would be good for him to stay at the academy, and the instructor asked him why he thought that. There were silhouettes of monsters behind the guy as he answered that it was because there might be more disasters in the future. A worried instructor sat in front of the protagonist, who informed him that when that time came, whether it was a special class or him alone, they would not be able to handle it all, and that society would need many hunters to prevent damage. The protagonist looked straight ahead as he summed up why he wanted him to stay and that before something big happened they needed more capable hunters to be born into society. Bill looked surprised when the boy said that the one in Korea who could raise them was him, the instructor, and Valhalla Academy itself. A smiling Chuck was shown in profile as he said that was all he could tell him. The instructor introduced the girl in the cap as the student told him that Lilia had also asked him not to leave, and the man asked him again and asked how she even knew he was going to quit. The instructor sat with his arms crossed as he added that he thought it made sense and that he personally hired her as a teacher, and the boy replied that he understood. Bill looked ahead with his mouth open as he agreed, saying that he would be staying at the academy. He pointed at the brunette when he said that he didn't need to quit or disband the special class. The blonde sat pointing in front of him when he added that he still didn't know him, but he could tell that he was preparing for something bigger. The protagonist was in front of the instructor who said that he would be stronger than him even without the constellation and that if he was the one who formed the special class, he doubted that its members would be seriously hurt. The protagonist's mouth dropped open and his eyes closed when the instructor added that if the boy encountered something dangerous, he should not resist and wait for the adult contractors, and he replied that he understood. Bill touched his chin when he sat in front of Chuck who asked about what they should do about the chaos that the speculator class was causing. The blonde man opened one eye when he replied that he had an idea after looking at the special class. The instructor stood up from the couch when he added that it would be great if the protagonist helped him with something, and he agreed. The teacher looked at the protagonist when he said that he was leaving and that they would see each other next time, to which the guy agreed. Chuck turned his head to the side. The dark-haired guy closed his eyes, thinking that he could not imagine that he would bow his head and ask someone for a favor. The protagonist lowered his attentive gaze, realizing that he was still a worthy person, and that if 300 years ago there were more such people, then life would be much easier. The protagonist looked to the side when someone addressed him, then he asked Barry about what was going on, and whether he had just returned from the main hall. A blue mask of a guy was shown, who answered that he came there with the goal of becoming a leader, and then asked him to tell him something. The beaten boy's mouth dropped open when he asked if he'd accidentally told the students that he was only pretending to be the leader of the Tower of Destruction and that maybe he'd forgotten to warn them. Tears were streaming down Barry's cheek as Chuck apologized, saying that he'd completely forgotten about it. The boy remembered how he'd been beaten, when he'd said that his students had seen him being appointed the leader of the Tower of Destruction from afar and then had ambushed him to beat him up, and that, fortunately or not, one of his students had used stealth to deal with him away from prying eyes, and that he'd explained everything to them and they'd stopped beating him up. The protagonist looked ahead with interest as he said that it was good, and then asked why he was whining then. Barry had his back against the door when the protagonist asked him to wait, and asked who exactly of his students were in the main hall, to which he replied that the masked women were, to which Chuck called one of them fidgety and the other shy. The brunette crossed his arms while sitting on the couch when he asked what they were doing in the main hall, adding that he did not remember sending them there. Barry touched his cheek when he asked if this was true, and then replied that he thought he secretly sent them there, to which he was asked again. The masked girls were nearby when he was asked what they were doing. A sign with the inscription Mushroom was shown. People were standing in front of the school gates when Barry said that they were rebuilding them in the main hall. Frank bent his arm in front of himself when he addressed the head of the tower, and said that he had already returned and that the time had come. The masked guy crossed his arms as he agreed with him, stating that after thinking about it for a bit, he decided that it wouldn't be that big of a deal for him. His face was shown up close. The gate was in front of the boys as he asked what it was. Frank and Barry looked ahead as he was told that they would tell him everything when they got to another place. The backs of people walking away were shown. Someone was watching them. Beatrice touched Agatha's shoulder, who asked if it was Barry, to which she replied that it was. The Skull Girl's mouth dropped open as she said that the constellation behind him looked like the one around the Tower of Destruction. The beaked masked girl was nearby as she finished speaking. Agatha looked ahead carefully as she realized that was why he looked so familiar, adding that it was still weird. She remembered the battle from the past when she said that they were not among the constellations that were presented to them, then she was told that she was right. Beatrice turned towards her friend when she added that they must have realized what was happening and hid, then she agreed with her. Blue eyes were shown close when Agatha suggested that she hide her presence and follow them, explaining that this way they would be able to find their hideout. Smoke appeared in the air. Frank opened his palm in front of him when he said that this seemed like a good place for them. They were standing in front of a small door. When he suggested that they go inside, then he was asked where they were. The man stood with an open palm next to Barry when he said that he would find out about it when he went in, then he said that he understood. His hand grabbed the door handle. Sweat appeared on the masked boy's face. His mouth opened in surprise when he assumed that this was the Tower of Destruction. In front of them was a tall building. Frank smirked, looking ahead as he exclaimed that he was right. The tower was illuminated by the light from the lightning as he explained that it turned out that the main hall could be used to create buildings, just like the mental image pleroma. So he and the others built it and hid it there, and the boy replied that he understood. Frank turned to Barry as he informed him that the floors weren't as full as before, but would serve as a fine base. The blonde man in the mask opened his mouth as he asked what he wanted to discuss with him, assuming that this was the Mushroom he knew about. The bespectacled man was shown in profile as he answered in the affirmative. Barry watched Frank as he explained that the god of martial arts had created a clan with his disciple, and now his other followers were trying to revive the place. The blonde boy looked serious as he added that they hadn't started openly recruiting yet, but they were already quite active. The man with glasses turned to him when he said that, for example, just recently they destroyed the constellations here. Then Barry thought that it must have happened when one of his students locked him in the pleroma of mental images. The boys were standing in front of the tower when Frank said that everyone had disappeared from there that day, and that there weren't many of them anyway. But now there were almost no one there. Then the said leader replied that he now understood what had happened. The man with glasses watched him when he called him a strategist. The masked boy crossed his arms over his chest when he asked him to tell him the total number of followers first, to track all the current constellations in the Tower of Destruction, and make a list. Sweat appeared on Frank's face when he was advised to start with those in the main hall. Then he replied that he expected nothing less from his master, and that he immediately assessed the available forces. Barry turned his head to his subordinate who added that he would do it right away. There was a tower behind the boy when he was told that some of the constellations were there so he could go and see them for now. The boy replied that he would keep that in mind. The man with glasses looked ahead with a smirk when he said that he would go then. The blonde man with the mask crossed his arms over his chest. He was in front of a huge tower when he realized that some of the constellations were still there. Barry put his hands out when he thought that it was good that he could sense magic, albeit weakly. Sweat began to appear on his face when he realized that as he thought. Most of it was black magic and that he could sense two familiar auras. There was a tall building in front of the boy when he realized that the same energy was coming from the boy. Barry was shown in profile when a girl said she was wondering what he was doing there, and it turns out he was trying to restore the Tower of Destruction. Agatha appeared in front of him in a mask. She slapped him in the face. The masked guy touched his swollen cheek as he said that this is what happened. The protagonist sat with his arms crossed over his chest when he asked if his students hadn't told him about Mushroom, and he told him that they were too busy beating him up. The protagonist looked away seriously when he told him to ask them later, and then asked if he felt familiar magic in the Tower of Destruction. Barry touched his chin as he answered yes, talking about how he fought Dylan and Amanda's brother Jonathan earlier in the semester. The scarred guy smirked. The brunette glared menacingly as he said he felt magic from both of them. Chuck looked away, crossing his arms, when he said he remembered, and that they were very angry then, when he was told about how they had different constellations contractors. The masked youth introduced the tower when he said that this energy was coming from the third floor, and that there was a high probability that they would appear during the next disaster. The protagonist's mouth fell open when he answered that it seemed so. An indignant Barry opened his mouth wide and asked again when he was thanked for the information and ordered to continue to monitor them. Clouds floated across the sunset sky. Beatrice covered her eyes with her hands, being in the pleroma of the mental image of the demon of battles when she spoke about Mushroom. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist. When she answered that it was her, then he asked if she was serious. The girl's face turned red when Chuck inquired why. The wooden gate was shown as she explained that she got too excited after dealing with the constellations in the main hall, and that all the older sisters liked it. The brunette's face sweated when Beatrice asked who told him, assuming it was Barry and that maybe she should kill him. Then the protagonist asked her to forget about it, since constellations can't kill each other. The girl folded her hands in front of her as she apologized to the teacher for erecting it without informing him. promising that she would return to the main hall and clean everything up. The brunette's face sweated as the protagonist asked her to leave everything as it was. Chuck looked confidently ahead as he admitted that he had also thought about reviving Mushinman. The blue sky was above the academy building. Adam looked confused as he asked the instructor if he was sure. Bill was shown in profile when he added that he wasn't sure if it would work, and the man replied that he thought it was the best option. The instructors were walking down the hallway when the blonde man asked if his colleague had ever watched a special class train, and he replied that he hadn't. Adam looked at Bill with concern, who advised him to watch silently, and he asked again. The man touched the door handle when he explained that he would now see for himself what level these kids' skills were at. The blonde instructor stood in front of his colleague when he asked Chuck if he was ready. The guy's mouth dropped open, answering in the affirmative. His students were standing behind him when he said that they were ready. Clouds floated over the academy building. Students crowded on the path. The guy in the bandana looked ahead when he said that he hadn't been to the arena for a long time, and that the last time was during the entrance exam. The dark-haired boy's mouth dropped open as he asked if he understood what he was aware of, and why the instructor had asked them to gather there. Bill looked sternly ahead as he asked for their attention. The students stood behind him as he explained that there would be a special lecture today. He looked at the students in front of him as he explained that he had gathered them there so that they could experience what it was like to study in a special class. The blonde teacher looked down with a serious expression as he added that most of them had consulted him about transferring there. The protagonist stood next to the man, who said that was why he had called the students from that class to demonstrate their usual training. Bill frowned, looking ahead as he announced that those of them who could handle today's assignment would be transferred to the special class. The students began to smile. The protagonist turned to the teacher, who turned to him and said that he was leaving the rest to him, and he responded with an affirmative. The students' faces were sweating as they were told to change into their workout clothes, and they asked again. Chuck smiled ominously as he announced that they would start right away with a sprint. The boys began their warm-up. The brunette turned his head to the side as he announced that they were done with stretching, so they could begin. The boys sprinted forward as they began the 20-kilometer sprint. The protagonist held dumbbells in front of him as it was explained that they would do 3 sets of 100 crunches. The protagonist pushed a tire as it was explained that they would do 2 sets of 20 tire flips. Chuck's eyes were closed as he said that this was a good warm-up. The brunette looked away intently as he added that it was time for martial arts training and sparring. Bill was standing in front of the guy when he turned to him and told him that he should stop. Then he asked again, explaining that they weren't done yet. The blonde man closed his eyes when he answered that there was no need to continue. All the guys looked at the abandoned inventory when the instructor said that everyone had scattered. Bill's face was shown close up when he added that no one wanted to join the special class anymore. The protagonist looked at the teacher, who thanked him, saying that thanks to him, they managed to relieve the tension between the students. The protagonist looked forward in a friendly manner when he asked him not to even stutter about it, because they were just demonstrating their usual workout. The blonde instructor was in front of Chuck, who added that in fact, it was even a light version, since they did not have time to prepare for a group outing. Then he asked him again. Bill's eyes were closed when he answered that he, as always, exceeded all his expectations. The instructor turned his head to the side as he added that he would look forward to the special class's future achievements. The brunette opened his mouth slightly, looking forward as the man asked him to let him know if they ever needed help, assuring him that he would do his best, and the boy thanked him. The roof of the building was illuminated by the rays of the sun as the instructor announced that he was leaving, advising them not to overexert themselves, and the boy agreed with him. Graceful buildings were shown. Another one could be seen in the distance. The Constellations stood in front of the Mushinman gate in the main hall. Beatrice opened her mouth slightly. Her eye was shown close up as someone called her little sister. Agatha stood in front of her as she asked why she called her, saying that in contrast to her nickname, she had been too active these days, and she turned to her older sister. The girl in the beaked mask looked ahead when she finally asked her to tell her why she had called her, assuming that the teacher had ordered her to deal with Barry or destroy the Mushinman building. The girl's face was covered by a skull when she answered that she had not. The constellation parted its lips when it said that the teacher had asked them to revive the Mushinman. Agatha looked confused when she asked her again. Beatrice stood in front of her when she asked why he had told her and not the others, then she asked her again and apologized. The blonde removed her mask when she wondered why he had told her before her, and what kind of trick she had pulled. Then the brunette asked her older sister to calm down. Agatha looked ahead carefully when she was told that the teacher had asked to call her too. The masked girl introduced the protagonist when she explained that he had spoken of reviving the Mushinman, but not as a martial arts clan, and that the teacher had explained that he would play a key role in that. The school nameplate was shown when she spoke of playing a key role in the Constellation Alliance that would follow the god of martial arts. Beatrice was in front of her older sister, who asked her again, and she then replied that it was correct. The brunette in the skull mask was shown in profile when she said that she already knew that the Tower of Destruction and its constellations were in the main hall. The tall girl stood in front of her friend when she said that the teacher wanted to track their further movements even inside the main hall. Then she asked if that was the reason he sent Barry to follow them. Agatha looked worriedly at her sister, who answered in the affirmative, adding that he had not managed to find out everything. Then she called him useless. Beatrice opened her mouth, looking forward when she said that the teacher wanted to know who was on their side and who was not, in order to form an alliance in advance. The blonde imagined the warrior in the helmet when she suggested that he seemed to have gotten the idea from the conversation with the King of Knights, whom they had dealt with earlier. The girl in the cloak stood in front of Agatha when she said that for the sake of the alliance, he advised them to take precautions. Then she was asked what precautions. The protagonist looked away in concentration as he said that he approved of using force to attract the Constellations' attention, but they should not build an alliance based on force alone, as they needed sincerely loyal followers. The hooded Constellation looked at the brunette, who explained that this was why the mentor had chosen her and the first sister to form an alliance. Agatha imagined the faces of Stephanie and her brother, as she replied that it was fair and that it was not for her to say so, but the second and fourth would immediately move on to torture. The masked girl stood in front of Beatrice as she suggested that the younger sister go, to which she responded with agreement, and then asked how to propose joining an alliance. The cloaked Constellation followed her sister, who suggested that they first burst into the hall and start with threats. Then she disagreed. There was a blue sky above the treetops. The setting sun illuminated the leaves. A thick tree trunk was shown. There was a dark silhouette behind the red screen. His glowing eyes were shown up close as he thought about how it was strange that it had been a while since they had brought down the names from the second floor, but there was still no news, and that there was no activity at the location from the report he had received from Sword either. His eye glowed yellow as he thought about how even if it was the second floor, there should still be something there, and that they were a little late. Red spheres appeared in his palm as he decided that it was still a little early. The dark figure looked at the energy balls as he wondered if he should bring down some names from the third floor. Beatrice and Agatha walked side by side in the main hall. The girl in the beaked mask looked to the side. In front of her stood a brunette, whom she asked to look at the sky. Crimson lightning appeared above them. 2 red spheres rushed down. They flew over the constellations. The masked girls looked ahead as Beatrice asked her older sister what that light was, and she replied that the magical energy seemed familiar. The blue-eyed girl sweated as she added that the restored Tower of Destruction was in that direction. The red clots of energy headed towards the door. Beatrice was next to Agatha, who said that she had a bad feeling and that it seemed like another name had been sent down from the third floor. The brunette girl's mouth fell open in fear as she asked her again. The girl in the beaked mask was shown in profile as she explained that the energy she felt was similar to the third floor of the fake Tower of Destruction, and the direction it came from was also the same, and that she was not sure, but it was likely that these would also end up in the modern world. Agatha ran away from her sister, whom she asked to inform the teacher about this, adding that she would follow them, to which she responded in agreement. The setting sun was visible behind the academy. Lana swung, clenching her fist. She struck the dark-haired boy. The girl bent her arm, looking forward. A shadow fell on the brunette's face. The protagonist stood with his legs wide apart when he said that it was already not bad, and that it had become quite difficult to do this. The blonde was in front of him when she asked if this was true, answering that it did not look like there was any damage to them. Then he advised her to look more closely at the floor. The protagonist's shoes were shown. He explained that he had moved about 3 centimeters. Then the girl exclaimed that it turned out that there was almost no result. Chuck was standing behind Lana. The brunette looked at her contentedly, thinking that their training was starting to bring results, and that they were all gradually becoming stronger. The boy stood in front of his friend when he realized that the particularly good magic-oriented training he had suggested was being given to Amanda and Lana, but Julie and Sean were also steadily improving. The protagonist looked ahead carefully when he thought that this was the joy of raising students. A hooded man appeared behind him, calling him the leader. The masked man opened his mouth when he said that Beatrice was urgently looking for him, wanting to tell him that it seemed that names had started to descend from the third floor of the Tower of Destruction. The protagonist glanced at the system window when he asked if they had already descended, to which he was answered in the affirmative. Chuck looked away seriously when he thought about what was going on, and that he had not heard anything like that from the guide, and also that he would be able to deal with the guys from the third floor, but they still had not completed all the preparations. Beatrice stood up straight when asked if it was possible that all the names from the third floor had come down, to which she replied that it was not, and that there were about 2 of them. A system window appeared in front of the brunette when the girl reported that she saw a huge hole appear in the main hall, with 2 entities that looked like names near it, and then they headed towards the fake Tower of Destruction, and the guy then asked if this meant that the 2 had not yet completely come down. The girl in the skull mask was shown in profile when she said that it looked like it, and that Agatha had gone to check on the fake Tower of Destruction just in case. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully, thinking that if they only knew where they were going, they could have prepared themselves a little. But all they knew was their number and the fact that the 2 had not yet come down. The protagonist looked away tensely when he realized that they were talking about the third floor, and then turned to Barry. The masked man stood with his arms crossed as he answered in the affirmative, saying that it must be the same energy he felt when he was on the third floor. Chuck looked ahead menacingly as he thought that if that was the case, Then it must be the constellations that favored Dylan and Jonathan. The protagonist introduced the blonde and brunette as he realized that they belonged to different groups, and that the former belonged to the one stream, and the latter seemed to belong to the core faithful group. The protagonist looked serious as he thought that if he remembered correctly, they were completely destroyed, and then turned to Beatrice. The masked girl's mouth was slightly open as she was asked if she knew about the villainous groups called the core faithful, or the one stream, to which she answered in the affirmative, adding that they were the ones who tried to harm him. There was a system window between Chuck and his subordinate when the Constellation said that he and Mary had destroyed them. Then the mentor asked if it was really her. Beatrice brought her hands to her face and asked the protagonist again, who said that, apparently, those who were descending now were the constellations of one of those groups. The protagonist's eyes were closed when she answered that they should have killed the leader too, and then asked for forgiveness, saying that if someone did descend, it would most likely be into the leader's body. The girl in armor stood straight when she was asked if she knew anyone who could receive a blessing from them, to which she answered affirmatively, saying that they did not kill everyone with a blessing, but simply watched them. Chuck looked ahead with displeasure when he said that they would go there then. The students stood together, looking forward as they were told to get ready and move out, warning them that this would be a real battle. Lana exclaimed that this was great. Smoke could be seen in the air. The outlines of buildings could be seen in the distance. The hooded girl ran forward. A door appeared in front of her. Agatha kicked it open, slamming into it with her back. The girl in the beaked mask looked to the side. A tower loomed in front of her. The masked constellation looked forward as it felt two powerful surges of energy from the third floor, thinking that this was to be expected. The girl put her hand out to the side as she realized that given the strength of the energy flow, the constellations would soon come down. She stabbed her dagger into the ground. A green zigzag appeared in front of her. The crack reached the gate. What energy slammed into the wooden door? Green flames enveloped the dark silhouette. Agatha held the dagger in her hand, breathing heavily. Sweat appeared on her face when someone said that it was useless. The dragon opened his mouth as he told her that they had already received their names and were preparing to descend, and that they were on a different level than nameless beings like her. The lizard opened his clawed paw as he added that even the full force of her poisonous energy would not work on them. The hooded girl held the dagger in front of her as he said that it was worse for her, calling her a fan of Mushroom, to which she replied that she had no idea what he was talking about. Agatha's blue eyes were shown, saying that from the beginning she was only trying to buy time before they descended to the modern world. The dragon looked ahead with glowing eyes as he asked her again. In front of the girl was a huge tower. Agatha stood in front of the magic circle when she thought about how she had been taking too long, and then mentally addressed the teacher, telling him that she would leave the rest to him. A destroyed building was shown. A man was enveloped in purple energy. The man gritted his teeth, lowering his head. A hand with black claws was shown as he laughed. The man stood up straight, opening his palm as he exclaimed that he had finally descended. The bearded stranger smiled madly as he added that he did not do this as a dragon that destroyed all existence, but simply as a lizard slayer. His pupils narrowed greatly as someone greeted him. The protagonist looked ahead with a smirk as he advised him to go back now. The guy struck him with a swing of his hand. The protagonist looked ahead with determination. The opponent threw his head back. He flew into the wall from the force of the blow. The man lay on the ground. A girl stood behind Chuck as he said that it was impressive and that he wanted to break his neck. The brunette turned to the stranger in the cap, asking why she was standing there, and then advised her to get out of there, and she agreed with him. The girl quickly walked away from the protagonist, who wondered how she got there in the first place. The man opened his mouth, looking forward, when he answered that the previous owner of this body lured her there to rob her. The protagonist stood in front of him, when the enemy added that all he does with his blessing is seduce women and rob them, summing up that it is very touching. The man bared his teeth, closing his eyes, when he said that he, the dragon that destroys all existence, only wants to kill. His fangs were shown up close when he added that he just does not have the courage to do it, and then called him a common coward. Chuck looked away with a smile when he asked if it was true, thinking about how his broken teeth had grown back and how he was no longer human but a true embodiment of a constellation. Dark energy appeared near the man's hand when he replied that he was a little surprised. A huge clawed paw appeared when he added that he did not expect the god of martial arts to fight him with his weak body after reincarnation. The dragon paw approached the guy. The protagonist clenched his fist when he asked what kind of nonsense this was. The protagonist put his hand forward and struck. The man looked at his injured shoulder. Chuck stood in front of him, clenching his fist. The brunette's mouth fell open when he asked about whether he really saw this when he possessed Jonathan's body, and whether he ran away because he was scared. The fang man held his shoulder when he exclaimed that this body reacted to magic like that. The protagonist looked at his hand when he said that he had thought about it again some time ago. The constellation opened its palm in front of itself when it exclaimed that it had less magic than it had 300 years ago. The protagonist hung in the air in front of it when he asked again. Chuck waved his hand, smiling. The guy kicked his opponent. The ground collapsed under the man's foot. He began to fall, raising his hands up. The constellation opened its mouth, looking ahead when it thought about how impossible it was, and how he was not the same as before. Pieces of stone flew down. The brunette was standing near a destroyed building. The man, lying on the ground, opened one eye when he said that he had much more magic than before, and then asked what he had done. The protagonist's body was enveloped in a red aura when the opponent added that this is not to mention that the amount of magic he senses from him exceeds what it was 300 years ago in the Tower of Destruction. The protagonist touched his shoulder when he answered that everything was so, then he was asked again. Chuck imagined a tall tower when he explained that his magic was limited back then, and that this meant that he and his students never demonstrated their true reserves of magic. The Constellation sat in front of him when it exclaimed that this was simply impossible. Then the guy said that it was up to him to decide whether to believe it or not. The protagonist held a ring in his hand when he said that, after all, today was the last day he could act. The protagonist put the jewelry on his finger. The opponent put his hand out to the side when he asked him to stop bluffing, because a constellation with a name does not have last days. Streams of energy enveloped the man. Traces of cuts appeared in front of the protagonist. A weapon appeared in Chuck's hand as he said that he was holding up well for a creature from the third floor. A powerful explosion occurred. The dark-haired youth looked down in assessment. The protagonist looked forward sternly. In front of him, the man threw his head back. The opponent bared his sharp teeth, opening his mouth as he used the skill's slashing wave. The protagonist looked at the cloud of energy. The building was engulfed in purple flames. The man stood with his hands down, breathing heavily. A smirk appeared on his face as he said that it was very funny that the roar he let out at full power was stopped by a simple swing of the blade. Chuck stood in front of the opponent. The brunette put the sword on his shoulder as he asked him again, answering that a lot of magic was put into it. Sweat appeared on the man's face as he called him crazy, saying that he was still happy. The Constellation frowned heavily as he added that the rest of the inhabitants of the Tower of Destruction did not know about his reincarnation. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion as he asked who would benefit from this. The man grinned creepily as he explained that it was because they would be in despair when they met him, and that the thought alone made him smile madly. The opponent stood in front of the protagonist who called him a vile pervert, answering that he doubted that would make them despair, so he asked him again. Chuck held a blade in front of him as he warned him that if he died by his hands, he would not be able to get his name back. The Constellation looked ahead in shock as he said that it was a lie. Blood spurted from his body. The opponent fell in front of the protagonist. The dark-haired youth looked away as he thought about how great it was and how he ended up there, then wondered about the others. The shaggy beast looked ahead as he asked who they were, then it was explained that it was the Constellation's sword of the mastermind Black Wave. A smile appeared on the girl's face. Lana stood with her comrades as she exclaimed that they were there to defeat him.